The sun shone brightly over the imposing castle, its stone walls a stark contrast to the clear blue sky. This was the seat of power, the heart of the empire. Before it, a scene of somber judgment unfolded. King Silver Jackson Edward, his face etched with cold authority, sat upon his throne. Flanking him stood two figures, their expressions grim and unyielding. Before them, a lone figure awaited his fate. Henry Morris, once a powerful Eighth Circle mage, now stood accused of treason. His usually vibrant eyes were clouded with a grim determination, his body tense with barely suppressed power. The executioner approached, his steps measured and deliberate. His hands, calloused and strong, fastened magical restraints around Henry's wrists. Runes of binding magic pulsed with an ominous glow. The crowd murmured, a wave of fear and uncertainty rippling through them as Henry was led away. Among them, a few sympathetic faces watched with heavy hearts. Silence fell as the blade descended. Then, an unnatural stillness settled over the square. But death was not the end for Henry Morris. He awoke, not in the afterlife, but in a new body, bearing the same name but possessing none of the power he once commanded. A bitter realization washed over him, the damned poison. Henry Morris, once a powerful Eighth Circle mage, found himself in a dire situation. The poison he had unknowingly ingested the previous day had completely neutralized his magical abilities. A crowd gathered behind a wooden barrier, their anxious faces visible. Among them stood a man, his expression a mixture of worry and apprehension. Two guards in gleaming white armor stood watch, their impassive faces betraying nothing of their thoughts. The camera focused on a close-up of an old man's mouth, his lips curled into a cruel smile, revealing a set of sharp teeth. His words hung heavy in the air, "It's bad, indeed. I saw that a day like this would come, eventually. Yet, I still trusted my old friend and comrade, Golden Jackson Edward." The old man, his face etched with regret, continued his internal monologue. He reflected on his past actions, acknowledging a critical error in judgment. "But that was my mistake." The current emperor, Silver Jackson Edward, had taken advantage of his father's achievements to rise to power. The high aristocrats saw this as a great opportunity, as it was easier to handle a selfish bastard than a knife. Meanwhile, they individually eliminated pesky governors and potential rebels. Henry Morris, caught in their machinations, was charged with treason. The old man's face was a mask of disbelief and sorrow. He lamented, "How did it come to this? I was sure he was smarter as a child." King Silver Jackson Edward, the newly crowned monarch, presided over the court. His gaze, sharp and unforgiving, fell upon Henry Morris, an Eighth Circle mage renowned throughout the empire for his benevolent use of magic. Who now knelt before him, his once proud bearing broken. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he awaited his fate. The king, flanked by his advisors, leveled an accusation. Henry Morris, despite his esteemed position, stood accused of high treason against the imperial family. He was asked if he admitted to plotting against them. The crowd outside the courtroom watched with a mixture of fear and morbid curiosity as the trial progressed. While inside, the king's advisors spoke of the criminal's family, stating that although they should be captured, the great emperor's generosity led him to decide that only Henry Morris would face punishment for his crimes. Henry's eyes widened in disbelief as the weight of the false accusation crashed down upon him. A stark terror reflecting in their depths. A horrified gasp escaped the advisor's lips as the executioner moved to carry out the sentence. Henry Morris, moments from death, uttered a final, defiant statement, "My ears will rot if I continue listening to you." King Silver Jackson Edward, his face contorted in a mask of furious impatience, roared at his captive, "Stop blabbering and just kill me already." The king sputtered, his breath hitching in his throat as he struggled to contain his rage. He hissed, that bastard." A vein throbbing in his temple as he pointed a trembling finger. He spat out, "All right now." Outside the castle walls, Henry Morris, the former Eighth Circle mage, now in the body of a baronet's son, knelt before his executioner. Two guards stood watch, their faces grim. The executioner, his face etched with sorrow, muttered, "I'm sorry, Lord Henry." His words barely audible above the grim silence as he raised his sword high above his head, preparing to strike. The blade descended swiftly. But before it could connect, a blinding flash of light erupted from Henry's body. His eyes snapped open, a look of grim determination etched upon his face. He thought, "Even when I'm dead." The executioner stumbled back, his eyes wide with shock as Henry's body began to glow with an otherworldly light. Henry Morris, an Eighth Circle mage and pillar of the empire, lay dying. His eyes, filled with a burning resentment, glared upwards as a single, chilling thought echoed in his mind. A vow of vengeance against King Silver Jackson Edward. The king, surrounded by his court, watched coldly as Morris's lifeless body was left at his feet. King Edward, a cruel and corrupt monarch, issued a callous order, "Throw his body out for the animals to eat." Thus ended the life of Henry Morris, the first Eighth Circle wizard of mankind, after 20 years of unmatched power. But death was not the end. Henry awoke in a new body, his eyes snapping open in confusion. A groan escaped his lips as he muttered, "Ugh! What happened?" Memories flooded back, the betrayal, the execution, the cold steel of the executioner's blade. He recalled the chilling certainty, "I'm sure Bahal's sword cut through my neck." Yet here he was, alive, in the body of a young man named Henry Morris, the son of a baronet. He sat amidst scattered candles, a book in one hand and a freshly killed chicken in the other, a grim determination hardening his gaze. The scene opens with a pair of hands, one holding a deceased hen, the other a worn book. The book appears ancient and its pages are brittle. Henry Morris, in his new body, examines the book with a puzzled expression. The word necromancy appears in a thought bubble above his head. His eyes widen in shock as he processes the information within the book. He questions his involvement with necromancy. Henry looks in a mirror, his reflection showing a more muscular physique than he remembers. He wonders if this is all a dream. He continues to stare at his reflection, utterly confused by the situation. The thought "this makes no sense" floats above his head. He questions the previous owner's actions, specifically his involvement with necromancy, a dark magic. Henry's immediate concern shifts to his surroundings. He wonders where he is, noting that the presence of necromancy suggests a place that can handle black magic. He observes the room, concluding that he is alone. He then questions his ownership of the place. Henry picks up the book again, his confusion and concern deepening as he delves further into its contents. Henry, in his new body, reviewed a damaged magic book. He mused that a previous attempt at magic had failed due to the book's condition and the user's inexperience. This setback, however, presented an opportunity for him. He reflected that his current life might be a blessing in disguise. Moments before, he had been poisoned and publicly humiliated by King Silver Jackson Edward and his court. Henry decided he needed information. Judging by his surroundings and clothing, he hadn't lived a bad life before his death. He discovered a discarded white cloak on the floor. Examining his reflection, Henry pondered his past life. He didn't believe he had been a knight. Perhaps a wizard? If he were a wizard, a magical circle should be present on his heart. He decided to check. Henry focused, and a faint magical circle appeared on his chest. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th circle mage, found himself in a new, weaker body. He lamented his current state, unable to even feel the energy of the first circle of magic. His frustration fueled a plan for revenge against King Silver Jackson Edward. First, he would regain his magical abilities, then, he would gather information. Henry reasoned that whoever had taken over his original body must have profited from it somehow. He recalled his past life as an 8th circle wizard and the Empire's Grand Master. Despite his current physical limitations, he believed he should still be able to access at least the first circle of magic. A surge of determination filled him. With a fierce grimace, Henry focused his will, pushing past the boundaries of his weakened body. A brilliant light erupted from his chest as he successfully drew upon the first circle of magic. Henry Morris, a powerful 8th circle mage, found himself in a new body. Sweat beaded on his brow as he grimaced, a surge of unfamiliar power coursing through his veins. A raw, untamed energy that threatened to overwhelm him. The magical energy manifested as a swirling vortex of light and heat. He sat cross-legged on the floor, eyes closed, attempting to control the chaotic magic within. A faint glow emanated from his chest. A source of immense power slowly calming, coalescing into a focused beam of light. The light pulsed, a rhythmic beat mirroring his own heart. He felt a strange sense of familiarity, a connection to this power that transcended his current form. A power he recognized as his own, albeit diminished. The intensity of the light began to subside. He decided to leave his magical energy in its current state for now. A vision of King Silver Jackson Edward flashed before his eyes, a cruel smile playing on the king's lips. A cold dread washed over Henry, his quest for revenge was far from over. King Silver Jackson Edward, the newly crowned monarch, sat upon his throne, observing the proceedings below. Before him stood Henry Morris, a powerful 8th circle mage, accused of treason. A murmur ran through the assembled court, many whispered their doubts about the charges. One observer commented that the accused looked like a child. The tension in the courtroom thickened as a gleaming sword appeared, held aloft by a royal guard. Fear rippled through the onlookers as the blade descended towards Henry Morris. The executioner, a grim-faced man, prepared to carry out the sentence. A priest stood nearby, holding a chalice, ready to offer a final blessing. In the foreground, a young woman wept openly, her grief palpable. The priest, his face etched with sorrow, drank from the chalice. The scene was one of solemn finality. As Henry Morris's head rolled to the floor, a stark end to his life of service to the Empire. King Edward, a cruel glint in his eye, watched the execution with cold satisfaction. His expression betrayed no remorse for the death of the loyal mage. But moments later, a shocking twist occurred. Henry Morris awoke, not in the afterlife, but in a new body, that of the lowly, talentless son of a baronet, a man who also happened to share his name. He cursed, the shock of his rebirth still raw. The memory of his unjust execution fueled his rage. He silently vowed revenge against the king. Henry reflected on his past power, realizing that even his immense magical strength could be overcome by poison. He knew he needed to regain his strength, and to do so, he would enter the treacherous demon forest. Henry Morris, a powerful 8th circle mage, found himself in a new body after his unjust execution. His thoughts raced, filled with the bitter taste of betrayal and a burning desire for vengeance against King Silver Jackson Edward. He mused that if he possessed the body of a high-ranking swordsman, he could have withstood the poison used to kill him. But now, in this frail form, he resolved to use this new life to exact his revenge. He reflected on the knight's strength, a strength he had only truly understood in death. The purpose of this new life, he decided, was clear. Henry, in his new body, awoke in a dimly lit room. He was the son of a baronet, a far cry from his former life. A large man, his attendant, slept soundly nearby. Henry observed his surroundings, noting the presence of an attendant. This detail suggested that his new family held more influence than he initially thought. The attendant continued to sleep soundly, his snores filling the quiet room. Henry's eyes widened as he felt a sudden discomfort. His new body was weak, unfamiliar. He yawned widely, his exhaustion evident. Henry Morris, in the body of his namesake, stood before a burly man, his expression unreadable. The man, his master, seemed to regard Henry with a mixture of disdain and suspicion. Henry observed his master, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. He noted the man's condescending attitude. Henry's gaze hardened. He found his master's attitude intolerable, he would have to address it. He questioned his master's behavior, his voice laced with a subtle threat. The master, startled by Henry's sudden change in demeanor, could only utter a confused "what?" Henry pressed further, demanding an explanation for his master's strange behavior. The master, increasingly unnerved, suggested Henry might be sleep-deprived. Henry, his patience exhausted, reacted instantly. With a swift, powerful kick, he sent his master sprawling to the floor. The master, shocked and confused, cried out in pain and demanded to know why Henry had attacked him. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself inhabiting the body of his namesake, a weak and talentless young man. He awoke with a gasp, his new body racked with pain as he struggled to sit up. A servant rushed in, seemingly oblivious to Henry's distress. Henry's frustration mounted as he realized he was being ignored, a stark contrast to his previous life of power and influence. He wondered, am I being ignored by an attendant? The servant, a stout man with a gruff expression, reacted with annoyance to Henry's presence, his irritation growing as he muttered about the young master's unexpected behavior. Henry, however, felt a surge of power within him, a remnant of his former self. Wow, look at this bastard, he thought, a cold glint in his eyes. He stood, his movements surprisingly strong and swift for his new, weaker body, and confronted the servant, who was taken aback by the sudden change in demeanor. The servant stammered, "WH what?" The servant's surprise deepened as he realized he was facing a different person entirely. This isn't the dull young master that I know, he thought, fear creeping into his voice. The servant, completely overwhelmed, could only bow his head in submission. Henry responded, "Raise your head." But Henry's mercy had limits. "This is the last time I'll show mercy. If you do anything like this again, I won't let you off so easily," he warned, a fierce glint in his eyes, the image of a snarling beast flashing behind him. A man in a simple, brown tunic knelt before a figure in a white coat, his head bowed low. He uttered a subservient, "Yes, sir." The scene shifted to a young man with vibrant purple hair, his expression one of quiet confidence. He mused to himself, this should be enough. He turned to the kneeling man, his gaze sharp and inquisitive. He asked, "What is today's date?" The purple-haired young man paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he considered the information. The kneeling man, his face etched with worry, stammered an apology, "I'm sorry. Today is July 6th of the year 20. A look of dawning realization washed over the young man's face. He muttered, "So only one day has passed?" His thoughts turned inward. He realized, I was reincarnated a day after I died. He then asked the kneeling man, "I see, then what is my name?" Henry's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought, Hans Morris. Can fate really be like this? Henry Morris, in his new body, reflects on his situation. He notes that he shares a name with his vessel, a fact he finds not entirely unpleasant. A flashback reveals Baron Hans Morris, a veteran of the Unification War, whose military achievements earned him his title. Henry, now inhabiting the body of Baron Hans Morris's son, contemplates his unusual circumstances. He is neither a noble nor a commoner. He then turns his attention to his family history, finding little of note in his bloodline. Further investigation reveals that his father was not greedy, and his mother passed away while Henry was still young. His older brother, seemingly lacking talent or ambition, achieved nothing of note. The narrative shifts to Henry's younger half-brother, Kevin Morris, whose involvement with dark magic is mentioned. Henry muses on Kevin's descent into dark magic, pondering if it was a consequence of being overshadowed by his illegitimate half-brother. Henry resolves to begin practicing magic with his new body. Henry Morris, in his new, weaker body, stared intently at an hourglass. He resolved to make the most of his time, muttering to himself that he would have much to do once the sun rose. Henry Morris, or rather, the young man currently inhabiting Henry Morris's body, awoke in a cold sweat, a faint glow emanating from his chest. He realized he had managed to push his magical abilities to a new level, reaching the 3rd circle of power. A servant, concerned by Henry's lack of sleep and profuse sweating, entered the room carrying a basin of water. He offered the water to Henry, who simply responded with a curt yeah, his mind still preoccupied with his newfound magical progress. The servant, noticing the young master's unusual perspiration, inquired about his well-being. Henry, dismissing the servant's concern, instructed him to wait outside while he cleaned himself. The servant, after receiving his instructions, promptly left the room. A stout man with a concerned expression stared ahead, his eyes wide with a dawning realization. He muttered to himself, the word different hanging heavy in the air. A hand, seemingly Henry's, extended a finger, a faint magical energy emanating from it. The word clean appeared in his speech bubble, indicating the purity of the energy. The energy pulsed, a soft blue light enveloping Henry's form as he stood, shirtless, in simple trousers. He seemed to be testing his newfound abilities. Henry ran a hand through his hair, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. He acknowledged the difficulty of his current situation, recognizing that reaching his goal would require significant effort. He internally resolved to dedicate himself to reaching the fourth circle of magic, but he realized the amount of magic needed for the fourth circle varied greatly. He decided to pause his training for now. A row of clothes hung in a wardrobe, almost identical in style and color. Henry stared at the clothes, noticing their similarity. He noted that they looked almost the same. He selected a teal-colored tunic and trousers from the wardrobe. Henry, now dressed, approached the stout man from earlier. He declared his hunger and requested to be shown to a place where he could find food. Henry Morris, in his new life as the son of Baron Hans Morris, received instructions from a servant. He nodded in understanding. The servant bowed respectfully as Henry and he walked through a stone corridor towards a grand dining hall. There, Henry found his father, a concubine, and a young man seated at a richly set table. The narration box identified the individuals present, Baron Hans Morris, his concubine, and her son. Henry reflected that, including himself, there were 4 members of the family. He also realized that his current mother had passed away. Baron Hans Morris inquired about their sleep, then signaled for them to begin the meal. A lavish meal was served, the scene focused on a steak, potatoes, and soup. Henry observed that while they may not be the wealthiest family, prompting the question, now, what is this? Henry Morris, in the body of his namesake, sat across from Hyungnim at a dinner table. Hyungnim, a young man with short, vibrant blue hair, eyed Henry with suspicion, questioning his table manners. Henry, oblivious to Hyungnim's judgment, continued to eat with unrestrained gusto, food clinging to his beard and mouth. Hyungnim, clearly uncomfortable, suggested they behave like gentlemen. But Henry's response was to violently expel a mouthful of food. Henry, ignoring Hyungnim's increasingly horrified expression, suggested they eat normally, prompting Hyungnim to question Henry's sudden change in behavior. He urged patience. Hyungnim, still visibly disturbed, then broached the subject of the Swordsman Academy. He mused on the possibility of attending the academy, envisioning a transformation into a fully fledged knight. Henry, the reincarnated 8th Circle Mage, now inhabiting the body of a baronet's son, weighed his options. He mused that while directly confronting the Emperor would be ideal, it would take far too long. A more efficient path to revenge presented itself. A path that involved honing his skills. During a family dinner, Henry rejected his father's suggestion that he attend the Magic Academy, stating that a different approach would be more effective for his plans. His older brother, Hyung, scoffed at the idea, arguing that Henry lacked the necessary skills and would fail. Henry, however, remained resolute. His inner thoughts revealed a burning determination to prove his brother wrong, and to ultimately exact his revenge. The image of the king flashed before his eyes, fueling his resolve. Henry's brother, Kevin, continued to belittle him, highlighting his perceived lack of fighting prowess. Henry, however, felt that his path was clear. He felt he needed to leave to pursue his own training. Their father, witnessing the exchange, interjected, acknowledging that while Kevin's words were harsh, they held a degree of truth. The scene shifted to a flashback, showing the cruel face of King Silver Jackson Edward, the man responsible for Henry's death. His image served as a constant reminder of the revenge Henry sought. The flashback continued, showing the king's advisor, whose expression mirrored the king's malevolence. The advisor then turned to Henry's father. Henry's father, having considered the implications of his son's words and the king's actions, made a decision. He declared that Henry would, in fact, attend the academy, prioritizing the family's reputation over his son's initial objections. Henry, the newly reborn 8th Circle Mage inhabiting the body of a baronet's son, sat at a dinner table with Kevin, a man whose arrogance was as palpable as the tension in the room. Kevin, enraged, slammed his fist on the table, the bread and wine trembling before him. "What?" he roared, his face contorted in fury. Henry's eyes narrowed, a cold glint reflecting the inner turmoil of a powerful mage trapped in a weakling's shell. He thought, "Your skills can't even compare to mine, so I felt bad about embarrassing you." The others at the table watched in stunned silence as Henry's words hung heavy in the air. Kevin's jaw dropped, his eyes wide with disbelief. His attendant and a woman with blonde hair stared, equally shocked. Kevin's attendant and the blonde woman erupted into laughter, their amusement echoing through the room. Kevin himself soon joined in, his initial shock giving way to a hearty chuckle. Henry's expression hardened. He felt a surge of frustration, the weight of his past life and his current powerless state pressing down on him. He thought. Kevin, still chuckling, wiped a tear from his eye. "Don't you think you're going a little too far with the jokes?" he asked, his tone laced with a hint of concern. Henry's eyes, now glowing with a faint blue light, revealed the simmering power within. "Both my attendant and my family. I've been ignored so many times already," he stated, his voice low and dangerous. Henry's demeanor shifted, his voice taking on a sharper edge. "Henry, as Kevin said, you're overdoing your jokes." "Why are you suddenly acting like this?" asked a man with dark hair and a mustache, seated at the table. The dark-haired man looked concerned. "If you say it like that, are you sure you'd be okay?" A regal figure with vibrant purple hair and piercing eyes exuded an air of confidence. He smoothly agreed to a request, adding that if their morning schedule permitted, he would like to make another proposition. He readily assented. The decision made, he then instructed two individuals to proceed to the training grounds. A burst of laughter escaped him as he addressed a younger man with a sharp, contemptuous remark. He vowed to teach the youth a lesson. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now stood as a mere spectator. He observed a tense scene unfolding before him. A formal duel was about to commence. A young man with purple hair, the current Henry Morris, stood opposite a blonde man wielding a sword, a crowd of onlookers watching with bated breath. The blonde man tossed a wooden sword towards the younger Henry. He caught it with surprising strength. He declared it good enough. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, noting the change in the young Henry's eyes and questioning his chances against his opponent, a young master named Rivin. The rules of the duel were explained. The first to surrender loses. However, given their familial relationship, the judge declared the duel could begin immediately. The blonde man, Rivin, smirked, confident in his victory, and stated that he would go easy on his opponent. Henry Morris, in his new body, a young man with purple hair, smirked, a glint of determination in his eyes. A surge of purple energy enveloped him, increasing his muscle strength. He noted that his defensive magic was weaker than in his past life, but enough to deal with a child. Henry swiftly moved to attack a blonde man who was approaching him, sword in hand. The blonde man, surprised, reacted defensively. But Henry's speed and skill proved too much. He disarmed and injured the blonde man. A man and a woman watched the scene unfold, their expressions a mixture of shock and concern. Henry, slightly winded, coughed as the blonde man clutched his throat. The scene opens with the shocking image of Henry Morris, a powerful 8th Circle mage, falling to the ground. A bright flash of light erupts from beneath him, suggesting a powerful magical attack or a sudden, violent event. The impact throws him violently to the ground, leaving him dazed and vulnerable. A man with purple hair and a determined expression stands over him, sword raised. He declares that he needs to end this quickly. With a swift, decisive movement, the purple-haired man brings his sword down. Henry attempts to block the blow, but another blow connects, sending Henry reeling in pain. In the background, two onlookers, a man and a woman, watch in horror. The man shouts at the purple-haired assailant to stop, questioning if he intends to kill Henry. The final blow sends Henry crashing to the ground near a wooden cross, defeated and broken. The purple-haired man asks if Henry has anything else to say. The man and woman from earlier approach, the man confirming that the purple-haired man was right in his actions. A young man with purple hair, dressed in fine clothes, addressed a gathering. He stated that it would be beneficial to discuss the upcoming admissions to the academy. He then excused himself, claiming to be tired. The scene shifted to a shocking display. A man lay lifeless on the ground, a cross marking the spot where he had fallen. Blood stained the earth around him. A nearby man, his face etched with disbelief and a bandage on his cheek, stared at the scene in horror. The young man from the previous panel, Henry, stood among the onlookers, his expression unreadable. Later, a group of people sat around a table, discussing the events. They questioned how Henry could have defeated Kevin, given their vastly different training times. One man, Bolton, confirmed that he had witnessed the fight, supporting the claim that Kevin had been overpowered. The conversation turned to the possibility that Henry had been hiding his true strength. The scene then shifted to Henry, relaxing in a bath. Submerged in the water, Henry reflected on his current physical form. He noted that while his body was strong, its magical sensitivity was low, hindering his abilities. Despite this, he resolved to take action, recognizing the danger of remaining weak. He decided to attempt a 4th Circle spell. Henry attempted the spell, unsure if training alone would be enough to restore his full magical capabilities. A surge of magical energy emanated from him. Henry Morris, once an 8th Circle mage, now inhabiting the body of his namesake, felt a strange energy stirring within his chest. A radiant light pulsed from his heart, bathing his torso in a warm glow. The intensity growing with each passing moment. A surge of power threatened to overwhelm him, causing him to cry out in pain as dark liquid spilled from the tub. He realized the source of his discomfort, the sheer magnitude of magical power coursing through his veins. It was a problem of abundance, not deficiency. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. He was reminded of a crucial detail, a key element to regaining his full strength. Kor, his loyal servant, rushed in, concerned by his master's distress. He was asked to retrieve specific items, herbs, with utmost haste. Court, visibly worried, quickly departed to fetch the requested herbs, leaving Henry alone with his thoughts. He reflected on the precarious nature of his current situation, the potential disruption of his plans. His mind drifted to the Miracle Blue, a potent elixir he had created during his time as a seventh circle mage, capable of amplifying magical potential. The elixir, a testament to his past achievements, held the key to unlocking his full power once more. Its effects were profound, capable of multiplying a wizard's innate magical capacity many times over. Henry Morris, even in his final moments as an eighth circle mage, was acutely aware of the precariousness of his situation. His hasty execution left him no time to secure his most prized creation, prompting him to frantically scribble down the recipe for Miracle Blue before his untimely demise. He knew that this potent elixir, if handled improperly, could be incredibly dangerous, but it was his only hope for a future resurgence. The recipe detailed the precise and perilous nature of Miracle Blue. An undiluted solution of this potent blue elixir was a very strong drug, capable of randomly stimulating the heart to increase magic power. However, its use was strictly limited to once in a lifetime, and the concentration had to be meticulously adjusted to match the drinker's body precisely. A single mistake could lead to catastrophic consequences, heart explosion and instant death. The gravity of this realization weighed heavily on Henry's mind as he painstakingly completed the recipe, fully aware of the life-altering potential, and the potential for fatal error, contained within. The scene opens on a grand manor, nestled amidst a snow-capped mountain range. A servant rushes towards a young man with purple hair, announcing his return. The servant, breathless, reports that he has acquired most of the items requested by the young master, except for one crucial item. The missing item, he explains, is a green crowflower. The young master inquires about the reason for its unavailability. The servant explains that a large band of bandits has overtaken the trade route, halting commerce for 15 days. A visual depiction of the bandits, a formidable group on horseback, reinforces the severity of the situation. The young master, Henry, is troubled by the news, questioning his father's inaction in the face of such a persistent threat. He scoffs at his father's incompetence, then declares his intention to personally confront the bandits. Henry, the recently reborn 8th Circle Mage, now inhabiting the body of a baronet's son, instructed his servant to prepare 2 horses. The servant, visibly concerned, protested that venturing into the demon forest alone was far too dangerous, especially considering the presence of a bandit group exceeding 30 strong. But Henry firmly retorted that the servant would be accompanying him. The servant, taken aback by this unexpected declaration, could only stammer in surprise, to which Henry added that he hadn't even asked for such arrangements. The servant, still hesitant but dutiful, simply responded with a worried young master. As the scene shifted to the stables, where the servant was readying a horse, Henry inspected the horse, confirming it was his private mount. He promised to scold the stable boy upon his return, then instructed the servant to fetch a usable sword. Henry asked if there was anything else needed for his journey. The servant, ever cautious, advised him to bring anything that might aid his survival in the dangerous forest, before wishing him a safe return. As Henry mounted his horse, he reflected on the servant's hardships, acknowledging the difficulties the man likely faced under his previous, less competent owner. And then, revealing a new detail, he declared that from that moment on, the horse's name would be Jade, a name from his past life, explaining that his previous horse had died after he learned teleportation magic and no longer needed to ride. Henry, seemingly in a moment of self-reflection, muttered to himself, "I'll fix you up," as the panel showed him tending to a minor injury, a bloody lip. The image displays a detailed diagram of a horse, overlaid with complex chemical formulas and biological annotations. A caption reads, "Perfect steed modification technique, one of the numerous military magic techniques handed down to biologists." A young man with purple hair, seemingly a mage, examines the horse. He contemplates, to make a perfect transformation, you need to be at least a 4th circle wizard. As I am now, I have no choice but to lower the level by 1 and try to make it work. He begins to cast a spell on the horse, arcane symbols appearing on its body. The incantation complete, he declares, done. The horse is enveloped in a brilliant, magical aura. Powerful energy surges through the horse's body, causing it to violently convulse. The transformation is complete, the horse now glows with an intense, fiery light. The young man observes the result, pleased. Now that's not bad at all. A servant approaches, announcing, "Young master, I brought you a sword." The young man accepts the sword, then instructs the servant, "Oh, good job. Just lead the way now." Henry, the baronet's son, stood beside his horse, a thoughtful expression on his face. He insisted to his servant that the horse was the same one he had seen earlier, despite the servant's doubts. The servant, clearly perplexed, questioned Henry's assertion, implying that he might be lying. Henry, however, remained firm. He pressed the servant again, asking if the horse was different from the one seen earlier. Satisfied with the servant's continued uncertainty, Henry instructed him to lead the way, emphasizing the urgency of their situation. The servant, still unconvinced, confessed that no matter how he looked at it, the horse appeared different. As they prepared to depart, Henry's servant expressed concern about the potential consequences of their actions if discovered by his masters. Henry reassured him, stating that they were merely borrowing the horses and that any trouble would be minimal. He urged the servant to take good care of them. The servant, reassured, pledged his obedience and understanding. With that settled, Henry and his servant rode off on their horses, leaving the village behind. Henry, the reincarnated 8th Circle Mage, now in the body of a baronet's son, rode alongside his entourage. He gave a curt nod, accepting their report. His expression was one of quiet determination, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. The burly man accompanying him, adorned in gold jewelry, adjusted his satchel. He seemed unconcerned, his expression almost jovial. Henry instructed them to slow their pace, explaining that their goal was to become the target of their pursuers. One of the men voiced concern, suggesting they turn back, but Henry remained resolute. The man warned Henry about the dangerous rumors surrounding their pursuers, but Henry confidently assured him he would handle it. He pointed out that even death would be preferable to failure in their current situation. Henry's words were punctuated by a light-hearted remark, a brief moment of levity before the tension returned. Suddenly, a group of armed men appeared, blocking their path. A shout cut through the air. Henry and his companion reacted swiftly, surprised by the speed of their pursuers' arrival. Henry internally acknowledged the skill of his pursuers, noting that he hadn't even sensed their presence despite their skill in shadowing. The leader of the pursuing group emerged, a large, imposing figure, mocking Henry and his companion, suggesting their attempts to escape were futile. A lone figure, a powerfully built man with fiery orange hair, stood defiantly before a troop of mounted soldiers. He carried a massive greatsword, his stance radiating a quiet confidence despite the clear numerical disadvantage. The soldiers, clad in various armors and riding sturdy steeds, seemed to be assessing their opponent, their leader, a man with short, dark hair, looking intently at the lone warrior. The leader of the soldiers, a young man with striking blue hair, spoke, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. He questioned the warrior's leadership, implying a motive behind his bold display. The orange-haired warrior chuckled, his response revealing a cynical pragmatism. He countered that the soldiers' greed for gold was the true reason for their confrontation. He then laid out his terms: surrender their possessions, clothing, horses, and anything else of value in exchange for their lives. A proposition born of cold calculation. The blue-haired leader, however, remained unfazed by the threat. A subtle smile played on his lips, suggesting a hidden plan or a different understanding of the situation. The scene opens on a young man with vibrant orange hair, his face etched with worry. He is surrounded by his retainers, their expressions mirroring his anxiety. One of them speaks, his voice laced with apprehension. "Young master, what do we do now?" Suddenly, a young man with striking purple hair appears, a smirk playing on his lips. He speaks with an unsettling calmness. "Everything will be over by the time you wake up from your nap." The orange-haired young master, clearly bewildered, questions him, "What are you saying?" The purple-haired youth raises a hand, a sudden burst of energy radiating from him. A wave of power that knocks the orange-haired young master and his retainer off their feet. The retainer cries out in surprise. The purple-haired youth calmly dismounts his horse, leaving the stunned retainer on the ground. And addresses another retainer, a man with a large build and a stern expression. "Shade, I'm going to ask you to wait here patiently." A burly man with a mohawk, his face etched with a cruel grin, questioned Henry, "What are you doing?" Henry, with a calm demeanor, responded, "You don't know? I made him sleep since he would have been a bother." The burly man scoffed, "He's certainly not strong enough for that." "Hey, go kill him." Henry, observing a group of armed men, questioned, "Only 25 of you?" The burly man retorted, "You really are crazy." Henry calmly replied, "Who knows? We'll just have to see who the crazy one is." Suddenly, a strange blue energy enveloped the bandits, causing them confusion and pain. The blue energy intensified, engulfing the bandits completely. As they cried out in agony, "Umph!" Henry, watching the scene unfold, nonchalantly stated, "I shouldn't dirty my hands when I'm only clearing up a few bandits." Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle Mage, found himself trapped in a horrifying watery prison, his face contorted in silent agony as the liquid threatened to consume him. Moments later, he awoke in a new body, that of a young man named Henry Morris, though this one was the weak son of a baronet. He stood before a scene of carnage, several bandits lay dead or dying, their bodies scattered across the field. A surge of blue energy still emanated from one of the fallen. The young Henry, seemingly unharmed, surveyed the scene. He then focused his attention on a particularly large bandit, still twitching on the ground. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a blast of fire. A wave of intense heat engulfing the bandit in a fiery explosion. The blast sent shockwaves through the field, knocking several other bandits unconscious. One, however, clutched his head in agony, clearly overwhelmed by the power of the attack. The young Henry approached the surviving bandit, his expression cold and calculating. "You won't make it out alive," he stated, his voice devoid of emotion. Back at the manor, Henry's servant rushed to his side, clearly concerned about his young master's well-being. "Rise and shine," he exclaimed, his voice filled with relief. The servant then inquired about the bandits, but Henry simply shrugged. "I think they all ran away," he replied, his tone suggesting a lack of concern. The servant looked at him, utterly bewildered. Henry Morris, in his new body, urged his companion to return home, ensuring nothing was forgotten. His companion, a stout man laden with gold, looked on with a questioning expression. The distant view showed a grand manor house nestled against a towering mountain range. Back at the manor, Henry instructed the man to return all the gold he had taken. He reassured the man that nothing had been lost and warned him against stealing any of it. The man swore he wouldn't steal any of the gold. Leaving the manor, Henry walked towards the stables, his horse waiting patiently. He mounted his horse and rode away, leaving the manor behind. As he approached the stables, an elderly man greeted him warmly. Henry, the former 8th Circle mage, now inhabiting the body of his namesake, a baronet's son, listened intently as an elderly man spoke. The old man's words were reassuring, a simple of course. Meanwhile, in another room, Henry's current body lay in bed, sweat beading on his brow, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain and confusion. He was clearly recovering from some sort of trauma. He awoke to find his mother by his bedside, her face etched with worry. He asked, "Mother? What happened?" The pain was evident as he winced, muttering, "Ouch." A flashback revealed a fierce duel. Henry, in his previous life, was engaged in a sword fight. His opponent, Hyunim, was clearly winning. The image ended with Henry's internal question, "Did I really lose?" Henry's mother reacted with disbelief and anger to the flashback, exclaiming that it was unacceptable for him to have been so easily defeated by someone like Hyunim. Her anger was palpable. Henry vehemently denied the flashback's reality, insisting that it couldn't have happened. He couldn't have lost to Hyunim. His disbelief deepened as he reflected on his rigorous training, never missing a day. The thought of losing to Hyunim, someone he considered lazy, was incomprehensible. A surge of purple energy erupted from Hyunim, confirming Henry's suspicions that something was amiss. Henry's shock was complete. The word "impossible" echoed in his mind as the purple energy intensified. Henry Morris, or rather, the baronet's son who now bore his name, felt a cold sweat beading on his brow. His eyes, wide and filled with a stark terror, reflected the turmoil within. A grimace twisted his lips, revealing teeth clenched tight as he struggled to contain the overwhelming power surging through him. The scene opens in a stable. Two individuals, a stable hand and a young man, are discussing the horses. The stable hand points out the Lord's horse, explaining that it receives exceptional care. The young man then inquires about another horse, a brown one. The stable hand identifies it as belonging to young Master Kevin. He notes that all the horses are in good condition. He asks where his horse is stabled. The stable hand gestures towards a dilapidated stall, which the young man immediately recognizes as damp and poorly maintained. He decides to rename his horse, calling it Jade. Henry, the young son of a baronet, stood before an older man, likely a stable hand. He had clearly made a mistake, and the older man, though initially displeased, was willing to overlook it this time. He stressed the importance of properly caring for both the horse and its stall. Henry readily agreed, assuring the man that he would take the best possible care of both the horse and its stall. The scene shifted to show Henry observing the horse more closely, a gesture of attentiveness. The older man, however, added a stern warning: any future negligence in caring for the horses would have serious consequences. The weight of this warning was evident in the stable hand's serious expression as he looked over the stables. Henry, seemingly understanding the gravity of the situation, gently stroked the horse's mane, a sign of his acceptance of responsibility. The scene then transitioned to Henry's home at night. The name Henry appeared on the panel, confirming the character's identity. Later, at the dinner table, Henry's father initiated a conversation about a duel that had taken place earlier that morning. Henry responded that he was all right, but then his father turned to his wife, Mrs. Morris, to ask for her opinion on the matter. Henry, the recently reincarnated 8th Circle mage, now inhabiting the body of a baronet's son, sat across from a stern-looking woman. Her dismissive attitude was clear as she brushed aside his thoughts, urging him to continue the conversation. The woman stood abruptly, her back to Henry as she left the room, leaving Henry alone with his thoughts, a jumbled mess of confusion swirling in his mind. As he sat at the table with his brother, Kevin, the silence hung heavy between them. Henry's older brother, noticing a change in Henry's demeanor, questioned his sudden interest in swordsmanship. He suggested that Kevin, not himself, should attend the academy, a surprising shift in his previous stance, prompting his brother to question this sudden change of heart. His brother, however, pointed out the hypocrisy, reminding Henry of his earlier dismissal of Kevin's abilities. Henry revealed he had a condition for giving up his place at the academy. A man with vibrant purple hair, sharp features, and a sly smile addressed someone unseen. He expressed his desire to subtly test a certain child, named Kevin, requesting that any complaints against the boy be forwarded to him. His request was readily agreed to. The purple-haired man then added that, according to rumors he'd heard, a local bandit group had vanished. This prompted a sharp reaction from the newly introduced man with dark hair and a stern expression. The purple-haired man confirmed the rumors, stating that merchants had reported the bandits' disappearance. He mentioned that, due to favorable weather, he would send people to verify the situation the following day. With that, he took his leave. Alone in his room, the purple-haired man pondered. He questioned whether Kevin, the child he wished to test, had truly given up his chance to attend the academy. A knock came at his door, startling him. He wondered who it could be. The door opened to reveal a blond man with a concerned expression, appearing slightly disheveled. The purple-haired man observed the newcomer with a curious expression. The blond man, hesitant, began to explain his presence. He stated that his father had sent him to discuss the academy. Henry, in his new body, stood before his older brother, Hyungnam. He confessed his inability to understand Hyungnam's words, prompting Hyungnam to retort, exasperated, that Henry usually mumbled like a fool. Henry inquired about his father's message, his expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Hyungnam's reaction was immediate and intense. He wondered if this was truly the Henry he knew. Overwhelmed by the drastic change in his brother's demeanor, Hyungnam apologized for his previous rudeness. Henry, still confused, asked for clarification. Hyungnam, reflecting on his past behavior, explained that he was referring to all the times he had been rude to Henry, and to everything else he had done without thinking. Hyungnam's change of heart was evident. Henry noted that Hyungnam had finally come to his senses. He then revealed his decision to forgo the academy, explaining that while he had given up on attending, this didn't automatically preclude Hyungnam from having a chance, since their shared obstacle was the high tuition fees. Hyungnam, however, was still given a chance, under a condition. He eagerly declared his willingness to accept any demand. A man with blonde hair and a bandage on his chest listened impassively as a purple-haired man spoke. He dismissed the matter as insignificant, prompting the purple-haired man to inquire about Burnham. The blonde man confirmed his knowledge of Burnham, a northern town. The purple-haired man revealed he had business there but requested the blonde man go in his stead. He mentioned the green crow flower, a regional product of Burnham. The purple-haired man explained that trade dealers bring the green crow flower to the city, but they've recently encountered problems with bandits. He proposed that the blonde man go to Burnham himself. The blonde man confidently accepted the task, assuring the other man of his capabilities. A flashback showed a court scene with the king and nobles. The purple-haired man, internally, resolved to act quickly to take revenge on the emperor and nobles. He decided to give the blonde man 6 days to complete the task, instructing him to return within that time frame. The blonde man, upon hearing the 6-day deadline, internally calculated that it was barely enough time to ride a horse to Burnham and back. The purple-haired man, seeing his concern, offered to let him abandon the mission if it proved too difficult. The blonde man's face showed his distress. Henry, in his new body, affirmed to himself, "I can do it." A hint of doubt, however, flickered in his mind as he questioned, "Really?" Night had fallen upon the baronet's estate. A large stable stood silhouetted against the twilight sky, the moon a half-circle in the distance. Inside, several horses grazed peacefully in their stalls, their forms barely visible in the dim light. One horse, a striking white stallion, whinnied softly, its attention drawn to a nearby brown horse. It nudged the brown horse gently, then turned its attention to a golden-colored horse, its movements suggesting curiosity. Suddenly, a faint blue glow emanated from the white stallion's body. The glow intensified, causing the golden horse to snort and fall asleep. The white stallion's eyes glowed brightly. The white stallion then lunged forward, biting the golden horse. 2 horses stood in a stable, one light brown and the other white. The brown horse whinnied in distress, its eyes wide with fear. Suddenly, the brown horse lunged at the white one, its hooves striking out with surprising force, sending the white horse reeling backward, collapsing to the ground in pain. The white horse lay on the ground, its breath coming in ragged gasps. A look of pure terror filled its eyes. The brown horse stood over its fallen companion, its expression unreadable. The scene was bathed in an eerie, twilight glow. The white horse, now seemingly recovered, let out a soft neigh. The brown horse responded with a low growl, its eyes narrowed. The brown horse's features shifted, its face contorting into a menacing snarl, revealing a terrifying, almost demonic visage. Its eyes burned with an unnatural light. The scene opens with a wide shot of a rustic stone building, nestled amongst a sparse, wintry forest. The sky is a vibrant blue, hinting at the early morning. A desperate cry pierces the quiet, "Vernon! Where is Vernon?" An elderly stableman, his face etched with worry, emerges from the building, his voice trembling as he calls out, "Young master?" A young man with blonde hair, Henry Morris in his new body, stands before him, his expression a mixture of confusion and anger. He demands, "What's this? Why is Grande like this? I must be seeing wrong, right? Right?" The camera focuses on a fallen horse, Grande, lying lifelessly on the ground. Henry's voice cracks as he asks, "WHWH, why is this fella like this? WHWH, what's wrong with it?" Henry turns his frustration on the stableman, shouting, "If you, the stableman, don't know what happened, who should? This can't be happening." The stableman, terrified, pleads with Henry, "Young master, please spare me. I really don't know how it happened. I'm sure until yesterday it was fine." Henry cuts him off sharply, "Shut up. Get me another horse immediately, then. Why the hell's all this happening when I'm so busy?" Henry surveys the remaining horses in the stable. He asks, "Are there no other good horses around?" Henry approaches the chosen horse, calling out, "Come here." Henry Morris, in the body of his namesake, stood in the baronet's stables, facing a rearing horse. Its powerful hooves threatened to crush him. A look of sheer terror etched across his face. The horse's wild energy filled the small space. And then, with a thunderous crash, the horse came down, sending Henry sprawling, the ground trembling beneath its weight. A servant rushed to his aid. As Henry struggled to catch his breath, muttering about the horse's strange behavior. The servant, concerned, tried to calm Henry, explaining that the horse belonged to Master Henry, a name that sparked confusion in the young man. A name that resonated with a past life, a life he couldn't quite grasp. The servant continued, mentioning that the horse was known as Hyungnim's horse. A stark contrast to the powerful beast before him. The servant insisted that regardless of appearances, the horse belonged to the other Henry. The servant then explained that the horse was kept for emergencies, a detail that further confused Henry, leaving him lost in thought. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, found himself fleeing. His pursuers, a group of soldiers, were relentless. Escaping on horseback, his escape a desperate dash across the countryside. He muttered a curse under his breath as he urged his mount onward. Safe within the walls of his home, Henry, now inhabiting the body of his namesake, the weak son of a baronet, paused to reflect. He thought, now all that's left is to wait? His thoughts turned to the future, and the strength he would need. He realized, I need a strong body that can withstand even the deadliest poison. His mind drifted to a specific method of strengthening his new body. He recalled that aura is the use of mana throughout the whole body, different from the magic used by stacking circles on one's heart. It will come to them as a realization that they have acquired aura. A man, his face etched with concern, approached Henry. He suggested, Henry, how about learning swordsmanship? For that weak body of yours to become stronger. Henry, however, remained unimpressed. He thought, anyhow, this annoying jerk. Alone in his room, Henry stared out the window, his mind steeled with determination. His journey to reclaim his power had only just begun. A carriage arrives at a stone manor, nestled within a walled estate. A servant announces their arrival to his master. The young master, Henry Morris, dismisses the servant with a curt good job. He requests to be summoned again at lunchtime. Henry examines his family tree. He learns that 2 sword masters serve the Morris family. One is his father, Hans Morris, the lord of the manor. The other is Byrne, the head of the guards. Henry, intrigued, considers visiting Byrne to assess his skills firsthand. Henry walks through the manor grounds, noting the unusual quiet. He wonders if everyone is stationed at the castle walls. He encounters a maid carrying laundry. He asks her, informally, about Byrne's whereabouts. The maid informs Henry that Byrne is currently at the guard's post in the backyard. Henry heads towards the guard's post. Henry Morris, in the body of his namesake, found himself in a rundown area of the demon forest. A burly man, clad in simple yet sturdy attire, approached him, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He greeted Henry with a casual, "Oh, if it isn't the young master? What brings you to this shabby place?" Henry Morris, reborn as the son of a baronet, approached a burly man. He requested a favor, to be taught swordsmanship. The man, surprised by the request, questioned Henry's intentions. Henry explained that he wished to begin his swordsmanship training immediately. The man, whose name was Byrne, seemed hesitant, mentioning that the young master had dismissed the importance of swordsmanship. Henry, however, insisted, demanding an answer. Byrne, overcome with joy at Henry's newfound interest, readily agreed to train him. Byrne expressed his happiness, wondering if Henry was finally preparing to become the successor to the Lord. Henry clarified that this wasn't exactly the case, prompting Byrne to ask a question. Byrne questioned Henry's surprisingly high skill in swordsmanship, wondering if he had secretly trained elsewhere. Henry, the reincarnated 8th Circle mage, now inhabiting the body of a baronet's son, declared his intention to learn swordsmanship. His instructor, a burly man, responded that it wouldn't be difficult to help him, though it would be a good grief. The instructor, unconvinced by Henry's sudden interest, admitted that he could take his time figuring it out slowly. He then suggested a light spar to assess Henry's current abilities. Henry readily agreed to the sparring match. His instructor, while agreeing to the light sparring, cautioned that he would only teach the basics initially. However, after hearing that Henry couldn't beat young Master Kevin, he realized that Henry's skill level was far below expectations. Henry, despite this, remained resolute and agreed to proceed. As the sparring began, Henry's magic armor activated, a surge of energy enveloping his legs. Henry, radiating magical energy, offered his opponent the first strike. The instructor, gripping his sword, prepared for Henry's attack. And Henry, a predatory gleam in his eyes, anticipated the clash. The scene opens with a blinding flash of light, suggesting a powerful magical event has just occurred. Henry Morris, in his new, weaker body, kneels on the ground, clutching a sword. A burly man stands over him, his back to the viewer, clearly ready to strike. The burly man's face is shown in close-up, his expression is one of grim determination. He raises his sword to deliver a killing blow, but Henry, despite his weakened state, manages to deflect the attack. A brief but intense struggle ensues, with Henry surprisingly agile despite his physical limitations. culminating in a powerful magical burst from Henry, repelling his attacker. The burly man staggers back, utterly shocked. He mutters to himself, "This has to be a coincidence." Henry, seizing the opportunity, unleashes another magical blast, sending the man flying. The man crashes to the ground, and Henry, exhausted but victorious, looks on, a flicker of his old power evident in his eyes. He breathes, "Oh?" Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself inhabiting the body of his namesake, a commoner with no magical talent. His violet eyes, however, held a glint of steely determination as he gripped a simple wooden sword. He sparred with a burly man, testing his limits. The man, clearly more experienced, questioned the unusual weight of the wooden sword. He suspected something was amiss, something he couldn't quite grasp. Henry pressed his attack, pushing the man harder. A surge of power coursed through him as he unleashed a hidden strength. The wooden sword shattered, revealing a gleaming, magical blade beneath. The man's eyes widened in shock. Henry smirked, confident in his newfound power. He taunted the man, questioning his ability to defend against this. The man, clearly impressed, noted Henry's exceptional swordsmanship, even without considering the magical aura emanating from the blade. He wondered why someone with such skill would be living in such a remote area. Henry, exhausted from the sudden exertion of his latent magical abilities, found himself struggling to continue the fight. His opponent, surprised by this sudden weakness, pressed his advantage. Henry, in his new body, found himself thrust into a sparring match. He stumbled, his movements clumsy and unskilled as his opponent, a burly man, pressed his attack. Barely managing to deflect the blows with a wooden sword. Sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled to keep up. His breath hitching in his throat with each parry. The effort was clearly beyond his capabilities. His opponent, impressed despite Henry's obvious lack of skill, exclaimed, "Amazing." Henry, surprised by the compliment, questioned, "What do you mean?" His opponent explained, "Until now? I just watched over someone's shoulder and tried to copy them." The opponent continued, his voice thoughtful, "When it comes to swordsmanship, it is not only based on movement. If that is the case, this is how much he knows about basic battle senses. This is beyond my expectation." Henry, bewildered, stammered, What? His opponent reassured him, "If my honorifics is making you uncomfortable, you don't have to worry about that. Since you will be my teacher, talking informally wouldn't be right." "Oh, is that so?" It seems like he's also good at reading people. Henry, the reincarnated 8th Circle mage, now in the body of a baronet's son, questioned his swordsmanship teacher. He inquired if the sword the teacher used was related to the imperial swordsmanship. The teacher confirmed that it was common to learn the imperial swordsmanship. Henry reflected that, no matter where he went, imperial swordsmanship seemed to be considered basic. Henry then asked if the class would start that day. He also commented that the title young master felt awkward. The teacher agreed to consider this their first class and asked Henry what he thought he needed most right now. Henry, after a moment of thought, answered that he needed stamina. Following this, the teacher asked Henry if there was anything else he felt was lacking during their sparring session. Henry responded that he felt he lacked everything, comparing himself to a blank piece of paper. The teacher, however, clarified that, focusing on the fundamentals of swordsmanship, the most crucial aspect was footwork. The scene opens with Henry, a young man with vibrant purple hair, engaged in intense self-reflection. He muttered to himself, remembering a crucial lesson, that mastery of any skill begins with fundamental footwork. The words of a past mentor echoed in his mind, a reminder of the importance of solid foundations. His instructor, a stern-faced man, observed Henry skeptically. He commented that Henry didn't seem fully convinced of the importance of footwork. Henry, determined to prove his instructor wrong, prepared to demonstrate the effectiveness of his newfound understanding. He declared his intention to focus solely on defense, instructing his instructor to continue attacking freely. This was a strategic shift, a calculated risk to test his defensive capabilities. The instructor, impressed by Henry's understanding, acknowledged the significant leap in his skill. Henry, confident in his new strategy, prepared to utilize defensive magic. Henry channeled his magical energy, preparing for the incoming attack. A surge of purple energy surrounded him as he braced himself for impact. The instructor's attack came swiftly, a powerful blow aimed at Henry's head. But Henry, using his enhanced reflexes and defensive magic, effortlessly deflected the blow. With a swift counterattack, Henry unleashed a flurry of blows, surprising his instructor with his newfound speed and precision. The instructor, momentarily stunned, watched as Henry's skill far surpassed his expectations. Henry, in his new body, gripped his wooden sword, his face contorted in a grimace of exertion. His opponent, a burly man with a stern expression, stood ready, his own weapon raised. With a desperate lunge, Henry swung his makeshift weapon, aiming for his opponent's head. The impact sent the burly man stumbling back, but Henry's breath hitched in his throat, his strength was failing. The man, recovering quickly, pointed at Henry's feet. They stopped their duel. Henry, panting, admitted to himself that even with his magic, he was too slow compared to his opponent. The man declared, "We will stop here." The man then instructed Henry, "Young master, look at your feet. Can you see and compare my footprints to yours? Henry, puzzled, looked down at the ground. He questioned, He noticed the difference in the range of their actions, a difference the man confirmed, stating, "You saw correctly. The range of our actions is different." A pair of footprints scattered across the ground. A voice, seemingly observing, commented that if a circle were drawn around them, they would not stray from the area. The observer, a man with brown hair and a stern expression, continued, pointing out the irregularity of the footprints. He questioned whether such irregular footwork would be expected from someone in the midst of an attack. A young man with purple hair, the owner of the footprints, responded negatively. The brown-haired man explained that a proper attack follows observation. One must first determine their opponent's course of action before deciding where and how to strike. The scene shifted to show the brown-haired man demonstrating a circular footwork pattern. He explained that this technique, while different from magic, shared similarities and was known as the circle step. He stated that the young man's current training should focus on physical strength and footwork. The purple-haired young man, Henry, acknowledged the importance of physical strength but questioned how his footwork would be assessed. The brown-haired man chuckled, noting Henry's haste. He explained that the training would continue until Henry could land a hand on him while maintaining proper footwork. Only then would he begin teaching Henry swordsmanship. Henry, with a determined expression, simply stated his understanding. The imposing walls of a fortress, nestled against a verdant mountain range, stood as a silent sentinel. A simple wooden gate was the only visible entrance. Inside, a young man with vibrant purple hair strained, his face contorted with exertion as he performed push-ups. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He collapsed, a groan escaping his lips as he landed heavily on the ground. His body trembled with exhaustion. A soft, ethereal glow enveloped him. The word heal appeared above him as his body began to visibly repair itself. He sprang to his feet, his earlier exhaustion gone, and fled from the training grounds. A burly man with short brown hair watched him go, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mused that the young man's training was impressive, and that their lord would be pleased. The young man gripped a crude wooden training sword, raising it high above his head with surprising strength. Then brought it down with a powerful swing, his face contorted in effort. He clearly lacked the skill to wield it properly. Henry Morris, in his new body, clenched his fists, his face contorted in a grimace of barely suppressed fury. That damn emperor, he seethed, the words a testament to the burning resentment that consumed him. If only it weren't for that foolish emperor, he mused, his gaze drifting towards the setting sun, casting long shadows across the land. Then he could have continued his magical research, a task he found both challenging and deeply satisfying. The day has ended, he sighed, a hint of weariness in his voice. The next morning, Henry picked up his journal, the worn leather cool beneath his fingertips. He had spent the previous day meticulously documenting his research and his plans for revenge. He opened it to a blank page, a slight frown creasing his brow. He wondered how much he had written the day before. He flipped through the pages, his eyes scanning the neatly written script. A wave of bitter resentment washed over him as he recalled the aristocrats who had slandered him and his allies. He dipped his quill into the inkwell, his resolve hardening. He would remember each and every one of them. He would write their names down on his kill list. That would be enough for today, he decided, closing the book with a decisive snap. He had a long journey ahead of him. Henry then consulted a large map spread out on his table, his brow furrowed in concentration. He traced a finger across the expanse of Eurasia, the vast empire he once served. He muttered to himself about the empire's somewhat absurd naming conventions before deciding on his next destination. "Let's go more west today," he declared, a glint of determination in his eyes. Henry Morris, in his past life as a powerful 8th Circle mage, had hidden numerous treasures across the continent. He considered them his legacy, akin to the legendary Miracle Blue. Now reborn in the body of a commoner, he resolved to recover them himself, starting by meticulously marking their locations on a map. A door creaked open. Henry's eyes widened in surprise, as he was met by the sight of a large, concerned man. The man, a servant, entered Henry's room, his expression a mixture of apprehension and relief. He announced that young Master Kevin had returned. Henry, surprised by the news, questioned the servant's statement. His surprise quickly turned to excitement as he decided to go and see his brother. The scene opens in a dimly lit hallway within a manor. Two figures stand out, a young man with vibrant purple hair, dressed in fine, almost regal attire, and a larger, heavier-set man in more modest clothing. They are observed by several servants standing silently in the background. The larger man clears his throat, drawing the attention of the purple-haired youth, who looks on with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The servants behind them exchange worried glances. Their expressions shift to surprise as the young man speaks, his question hanging in the air, "Why is everyone gathered here?" The larger man responds, his tone heavy with concern. He explains that young Master Kevin is in a bad condition. The purple-haired youth's eyes widen in alarm at this news, his expression shifting to one of deep worry. A maid, her expression etched with worry, informed someone off-panel that to get the details, they would have to see a certain individual. She speculated that he might have encountered bandits on his return journey. The person she addressed responded with a dismissive "Oh, really?" He then explained that he had already dealt with the bandits along the trade route. The scene shifted to a hallway where the maid and two other men stood anxiously, watching as the purple-haired man from the previous panel entered a room. Inside, a blonde man lay injured in a bed, bandaged and pale. A woman with long, light hair stood beside him, her face a mask of concern. The purple-haired man entered the room, and the blonde woman, tears welling in her eyes, softly uttered an apology. Suddenly, the woman's demeanor changed. She grabbed the purple-haired man by the throat, her face contorted with rage. She accused him of being responsible for the blonde man's injuries. The injured blonde man, Kevin, remained unconscious, his face peaceful despite his wounds. The purple-haired man, seemingly defeated, quietly acknowledged the maid's earlier statement about the bandits. A young woman with blonde hair sobbed as she cradled the hands of a young man with vibrant blue hair. Beside them, an older man with a mustache and a stethoscope examined the young man, his brow furrowed in concern. The woman's distress was palpable. She whispered, "Why is he like this?" The blue-haired young man's eyes widened as he spoke, his voice laced with uncertainty. He speculated, "I think he ran into a group of wild animals." He continued, explaining, "He doesn't have any sword wounds. Instead, I found claw and tooth marks. The same goes for his horse." The blonde woman anxiously inquired, "How bad is it?" The older man responded, "He has a lot of accumulated fatigue. His condition wasn't good when he departed either, but I think being horseback for a long time made it worse." The blue-haired young man offered his thanks, "Thank you for the diagnosis. Is there anything else that needs healing?" The blonde woman's face contorted in disbelief. She exclaimed, "This is absurd. What else are you trying to do to my son?" The blue-haired young man, Kaur, responded calmly, "Yes, I understand." Later that night, Kaur stood over the injured man, who groaned in pain. Kaur gently said, "You don't have to get up." The panel focuses on Henry, the reincarnated 8th Circle Mage, now inhabiting the body of a young man with vibrant purple hair. His expression is one of quiet contemplation, hinting at the weight of his past life and the arduous journey ahead. Hyung Hyungnim, a man with blonde hair and bandages covering his torso, lies in a bed. Another young man with purple hair stands beside him, reporting on a task completed. He had brought the green crow flower as requested. Hyung Hyungnim expresses gratitude for the delivered flower. As the purple-haired young man initiates a healing spell, a soft green glow emanating from his hands towards Hyung Hyungnim. The scene shifts to show the purple-haired young man leaving the room, carrying a bouquet of green crow flowers. He is alone now, his expression thoughtful. He reflects on having gathered all the necessary ingredients. The young man, Henry, begins his journey, his boots echoing on the stone floor. He walks past two figures, their backs turned, and a blonde woman watches him leave. The final panel shows a large manor under the moonlight, setting the scene for the next stage of Henry's quest for revenge. A pinkish liquid bubbled and churned within a clay pot, engulfed in a fiery, orange aura. Henry, a young man with short, blue hair, observed the potion with a thoughtful expression. He recognized the distinctive smell, noting that it was similar to the elixir used in the annual ritual for the tower's young disciples. He mused that other wizards might create a similar elixir, leading them to believe he was dead, but that would be a deception. That would be a fake. A hand reached towards the pot, a faint purple glow emanating from it. Henry now only needed to adjust the concentration of the elixir to fit his new body. Otherwise, his magic power could explode within his heart. He decided to drink it as is. A muscular, bald man is shown drinking the undiluted solution, a fiery aura surrounding him. Henry reflected that ultimately, it all came down to a difference in ability. An older, white-haired wizard explained that magic control wasn't based on the physical body, but rather on mental strength and sensitivity. Since Henry already had experience with 8 magic circles, he should be able to handle the effects of the undiluted miracle blue solution. Despite this knowledge, Henry still felt a tremor of apprehension. He knew, theoretically, it should be perfect. Henry, despite his apprehension, brought the pot to his lips and drank the potion. Henry, in his new body, tasted a strange substance. It had a distinctly fishy flavor. He slammed his fist on the table, a surge of unfamiliar power coursing through him. An intense heat overwhelmed him. He felt as if he might melt from the inside out. Henry's body convulsed violently as an immense energy erupted from within. The raw power threatened to consume him, but he gritted his teeth, determined to endure. He gasped, his body racked with the strain. A searing light pulsed from his chest, a sign of the immense power he was beginning to control. The energy subsided, leaving Henry in a meditative pose, a purple aura surrounding him. A shadowy dragon-like form emerged from his body, a testament to his newfound strength. He smiled, satisfied. This was the power he craved. Henry Morris, the recently executed 8th Circle Mage, found himself reborn, not in the afterlife, but in the body of his namesake, a weakling son of a baronet. A surge of raw magical energy, purple and incandescent, erupted from within his new form. Así manifestar como uma explosão de poder mágico. His eyes glowed with an inner light as he cried out, demanding more of this newfound strength. A surge of purple energy enveloped Henry Morris, the recently deceased 8th Circle Mage, as he found himself inexplicably alive but in a new body. the intense magical energy coursing through his veins causing him to grimace in pain. Despite the agony, a thought crossed his mind: this was nothing compared to the pain he experienced when awakening his 8th circle powers. He muttered to himself that this pressure was insignificant. The magical energy continued to surge, a visible aura surrounding him. A magical circle began to form within his chest, a sign of his returning power. He questioned if a magical circle was truly emerging. Henry was astonished. He couldn't believe what was happening. How was this possible? 2 magical gates opened within him, a feat he found unbelievable. He wondered if he had actually opened 2 gates. He realized that a 5th ring had been created from the 4th, thanks to the miracle blue solution. He was surprised at how well it worked. A thought bubble appeared, expressing disbelief: the 5th circle and already a sorcerer? The narration box explained that the 5th circle domain is a difficult feat, achievable by few in a lifetime. At the Magic Tower, those who reach this level are not called wizards, but sorcerers. Sorcerers possess power exceeding that of a 100-man army, wielding authority comparable to knights. Henry, the protagonist, questioned his ability to achieve a ring anymore, his face etched with worry. He was informed that forming 2 rings marked the limit for most, and that progressing beyond the 6th circle demanded significantly more focus. Henry sniffed, questioning if the smell was him. His expression shifted to disbelief as he exclaimed, "No way?" The panel showed Henry's feet and the bottom of his robe, suggesting a change in his attire. Henry, shirtless, stood before a dresser, his muscular back visible. He was examining a stain on his shirt. He realized that the stain wasn't just sweat, it was something more significant. A blinding light filled the room, emanating from an unseen source. Henry Morris, in his new body, examined a freshly laundered suit. Despite the magical cleaning, the garment appeared stained and worn, as if neglected for years. He stood before a mirror, his reflection showing a muscular, toned physique. A stark contrast to his previous, weaker form. A subtle unease flickered in his eyes. Water droplets clung to his skin as he observed his body, a transformation underway. A sudden realization dawned on him: his magical abilities were awakening. The narration box explained the phenomenon of awakening, a process where all magic within a person's body concentrates, evolving their physical form to handle increased magical power. Henry reflected on the process, noting that it typically leads to increased bone and muscle density, resulting in a stronger body. He found this development useful for his plans. Henry Morris, the recently deceased 8th circle mage, awoke in a new body. A wave of nausea washed over him as he realized the source of the foul odor emanating from his person. It was the waste expelled from his body during his magical awakening. With a surge of newfound power, he cleansed himself, leaving behind only a clean garment. A small smile playing on his lips as he realized he wouldn't need to endure the usual brutal physical training for a while. A servant announced that breakfast was ready. He stood, his body now taller and more muscular than before. A servant, startled by his transformation, stammered, questioning his identity. Another servant, equally shocked, noted the dramatic change in Henry's physique. He was taller and more powerfully built than before. Henry himself was equally perplexed by this sudden transformation. The servant pondered the drastic change, recalling Henry's previous boyish appearance and contrasting it with his current, powerfully built form. He wondered what could have caused such a rapid transformation overnight. Breakfast was served. A lavish spread was laid out on the table. Henry joined his family for breakfast, his unusual height and physique causing them to stare in silent shock. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th circle mage, now found himself in a new body. Though bearing the same name, this vessel was weak, the son of a mere baronet, a far cry from his former glory. His powerful physique, however, was a stark contrast to his previous form. A testament to the unexpected transformation. 2 individuals, a man and a woman, stared at him in disbelief, their expressions a mixture of shock and confusion. Their unspoken question hung heavy in the air. The man, his face etched with concern, finally voiced their shared bewilderment. He questioned the drastic change in Henry's appearance, specifically noting his increased size. Henry, still adjusting to his new reality, admitted his own confusion. He had simply woken up in this body, completely unaware of how or why this transformation occurred. The scene shifted to the exterior of an imposing stone fortress, nestled against a backdrop of rolling green hills. The imposing structure hinted at the power dynamics at play in this world. Back inside, the man pondered the situation, his expression one of profound shock. He could only utter that the situation was simply shocking. Henry offered a possible explanation, suggesting that his sudden growth might be due to a similar, sudden exertion of power. His words sparked a new line of thought. Henry agreed, noting that his newfound physique would significantly aid his physical training. The man, however, cautioned that the intensity of Henry's training would need to be increased accordingly. He suggested focusing on footwork for the time being, a practical approach to Henry's enhanced physical capabilities. The imposing silhouette of a grand manor house nestled amidst a rugged, mountainous landscape came into view. Henry Morris, in his new body, though bearing the same name, ascended a steep, rocky path, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. He was a far cry from the powerful 8th Circle mage he once was, but the burning desire for revenge against King Silver Jackson Edward fueled his every step. Finally reaching a precipice overlooking a breathtaking vista. The wind whipped through his hair as he stood on the edge, a solitary figure against the vast expanse of sky and land. He breathed deeply, a contented sigh escaping his lips. As expected, fresh air is the best. Below, the demon forest stretched out before him, a dark and ominous expanse shrouded in mist. With a determined look, Henry began his descent into the treacherous depths. His boots crunching on the loose earth and rock. He paused, looking down at the path ahead. Should we head down then? Suddenly, a powerful blast of energy erupted from the forest below, sending tremors through the ground. Plummeting towards the dense canopy far below. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, plummeted from a great height, his body a mere speck against the vast expanse of the sky. His fall abruptly halted as he was caught by a mysterious figure with vibrant purple hair, who muttered the words feather pull as he effortlessly stopped Henry's descent. With a powerful thrust of his leg, Henry propelled himself away from his rescuer. Landing hard on the ground, a surge of energy coursing through his body. As he braced himself, a faint glow emanating from his hands. A confident smirk played on his lips as he channeled this energy, a golden aura enveloping him. Readying a powerful shockwave attack. He unleashed the shockwave, a blinding flash of light erupting from his palm, reducing it to rubble. Having entered the treacherous demon forest, Henry Morris, in his new, weaker body, focused intently, drawing upon the remnants of his immense magical power. He raised his hands, and with a surge of energy, he manipulated the very earth around him. Chunks of rock erupted from the ground, propelled by a force only a powerful mage could command. The raw power, though diminished, was still evident in the violent display of geokinesis. A look of grim determination hardened his features as he continued to push his limits. The manga opens with a dramatic scene. Henry Morris, a powerful 8th Circle mage, lies on the ground, seemingly lifeless, his body contorted in a position suggesting a violent impact. A faint tremor runs through the earth. Nearby, 2 villagers witness the event from a distance, their faces etched with alarm. One of them, his voice trembling, questions the strange occurrence, wondering aloud if it was lightning that struck. Their fear is palpable as they stare at the epicenter of the disturbance. The ground erupts in a violent display of energy. From the heart of the explosion, a figure rises, his eyes blazing with an otherworldly light. He is Henry, but transformed. His power, once suppressed, now unleashed in a devastating blast of energy. He declares, frozen field, as the landscape around him freezes solid. The sheer force of the magic shatters the earth, sending massive chunks of rock and ice flying into the air, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. The mountain itself is scarred by the power Henry has just displayed. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself in the body of his namesake, a commoner with no magical talent. He stood at the edge of the treacherous demon forest, the icy ground crunching faintly beneath his boots. A grim determination etched on his face. He muttered to himself, believing this harsh environment would be the perfect crucible to hone his skills and regain his former power. The air shimmered with an unnatural cold as he stepped into the forest steps. The landscape a stark contrast of jagged ice formations and a desolate, snow-covered plain. Henry pressed onward, his resolve unwavering. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from his hand, a shockwave of magical power, a testament to his latent abilities. The raw force shattering the ice before him. He had felt a flicker of his old power, a spark of hope in the desolate landscape. Henry stood amidst the wreckage, a look of quiet satisfaction on his face. He had taken the first step on his path to revenge. But even as he celebrated the small victory, a sense of unease settled over him. He knew this was only the beginning of his arduous journey. The demon forest held many more trials ahead. Henry Morris, in his new body, stood amidst a flurry of ice shards, the remnants of a powerful spell. He channeled his magical energy, his movements precise and controlled. The icy projectiles arcing through the air with deadly accuracy, striking his opponents with pinpoint precision. A testament to his mastery of the circle step technique. The power he wielded was undeniable, a stark contrast to his previous, talentless self. He continued his assault, each movement a blur of controlled power, the ice shards raining down on his foes. His breath hitched in his throat as he pushed his magic to its limits. Finally collapsing to the ground, exhausted but satisfied. A sigh of relief escaped his lips as he surveyed the scene. I should be able to challenge him now, right? He thought, a determined glint in his eyes. Henry approached an imposing fortress, his resolve unwavering. He had come to challenge his teacher. He stood before a large, imposing man, his teacher, ready for the test. The teacher, a seasoned warrior, laid out the challenge. Like I promised, if you manage to land a hit on me, I will begin teaching you immediately. He set the conditions. Henry had 3 minutes, and failure meant defeat. An hourglass stood as a silent testament to the ticking clock. A man with vibrant purple hair, dressed in fine, gold-trimmed attire, listened intently. His expression was serious, his eyes fixed on whoever was speaking to him. Understood, he affirmed, before adding, one more thing. He was addressed by a burly man in simple, rugged clothing. Yes, the purple-haired man asked, a hint of apprehension in his posture. The burly man responded, warning him that failure would result in punishment. The purple-haired man, his face etched with worry, simply replied, understood. The purple-haired man's thoughts turned inward. He resolved to test the effects of his recent awakening, but he would not use magic this time. A large hourglass sat on a nearby table, its sands slowly shifting. Then let's begin, he declared. A sudden burst of energy erupted from the purple-haired man, sending a shockwave across the ground. As he lunged forward at the burly man, shouting "Hup!" The purple-haired man's attack was swift and powerful, a blur of motion. But the burly man reacted quickly, dodging the blow. And the two engaged in a fierce, close-quarters struggle. A powerful hand reached out, its grip firm and unwavering, seizing the wrist of a younger man with purple hair. The scene was set against a backdrop of a bustling town square. The younger man, thrown off balance, tumbled to the ground, his body impacting the wooden planks with a thud. A wave of pain washed over him as he gasped for air, his face contorted in agony. His attacker, a powerfully built man with short brown hair and a confident smirk, revealed his intentions. I never said that I wouldn't strike you. The purple-haired man, despite his pain, responded with a quiet, I understand. A sudden, sharp pain shot through him, eliciting a pained cry of "Ah!" His attacker watched, his expression unreadable, as the purple-haired man writhed in pain. A swift, brutal attack followed. The brown-haired man launched a series of strikes, each blow connecting with precision and force. Leaving the purple-haired man gasping on the ground, his vision blurred. He coughed, I can't see any openings. Henry Morris, in his new body, ran through the forest, his boots kicking up dust as he pushed himself to his limits. He was confronted by a burly man, his face grim and set. Henry reacted instantly, raising his hand to deflect an unseen blow. The man lunged forward, but Henry was ready. Henry cursed, realizing the limitations of his current body. Damn! The time is already running out. His eyes widened in panic as he braced for the inevitable. The burly man attacked again, but Henry, despite his weaker physique, managed to evade the blow and counter with a swift kick, sending the man sprawling. However, the effort left him breathless and vulnerable. He collapsed to the ground, defeated. The man stood over him, his victory assured. Henry Morris, in his new, weaker body, doubled over, clutching his chest in pain. Gasps escaped his lips as a wave of nausea washed over him. His opponent, a burly man, watched with cold amusement as the sand timer on the table neared its end. The last grains of sand slipped through, signaling the conclusion of their duel. A grim smile stretched across the man's face as he declared Henry's defeat. Henry, the baronet's son, sat alone, a pensive expression on his face. He silently reflected, still, you were pretty amazing. His trainer, a stern-looking man, addressed him. He declared that for the next 10 days, Henry's strength training would be doubled. The trainer added a final warning, so next time, think carefully before deciding if you want to challenge me. Henry, coughing, weakly replied, I understand. Exhausted from his training, Henry collapsed onto his bed. He lay there, his body aching. He wondered if his struggles were due to a lack of experience. To improve, Henry revealed that he had foregone sleep for days to practice his magic, even practicing dodging icicles on a nearby mountain and wild animals. Henry Morris, in his new body, lay on a bed, his thoughts far from the opulent chambers he once occupied. This isn't the time for me to practice footwork, he mused, I need a quicker and easier way. Frustration etched itself onto his features. He muttered to himself, damn, why did that golden bastard make something like this? Wait, Golden made it? Yeah, that's right. This footwork, it's something that Golden made, right? Then, who was the one who made a more powerful footwork technique than Golden's? What was his name again? His eyes widened in sudden recognition. Oh, right. Hector Meyer. Sword King Hector Meyer. Yeah, that's right. That bastard's foot skills were so odd and unusual that it even gave Golden a hard time. That last prosecutor of the now vanished kingdom, even though he did win against Golden in a duel, because of war, there was no choice but for me and my allies to kill him. A thought struck Henry. He resolved, I should ask for help from Hector Meyer. Later, Henry found himself in a library, poring over a grimoire. He admitted to himself, I never thought I would touch black magic in my life. As expected, it's full of typos. Still, it's a relief that there are no ripped pages. If it's only like this, I should be able to use a restoration skill. He began to read, let's see. A guillotine that punishes evil, a truth trial that reveals lies, a method of witch hunting that can deceive spies, and Henry Morris, a powerful 8th circle mage, now inhabiting the body of his namesake, a baronet's son, focused his magical energies. He channeled his power, initiating a spell of sentence restoration magic. A radiant light enveloped an ancient, damaged book, its pages filled with arcane symbols. The magical energy flowed, repairing the damaged text. The typos are being fixed and the damaged letters are being restored, he observed, a hint of satisfaction in his voice. After all, it's my magic. With a final burst of light, the restoration was complete. The book lay open, its text pristine and legible. The restoration went well. He closed the book, a thoughtful expression on his face. Henry examined the restored text, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. He murmured, It's saying that a perfect revival is really hard. A question formed in his mind, so is my rebirth really just a coincidence? The book revealed a cryptic passage. To sum it all up, you can only open the doors to the netherworld on days with a full moon. You need an item of great sentimental value to that soul to call on a specific soul. Henry pondered the passage, gazing out the window at the full moon. He muttered, well, if it's like this, then there's only one problem. The final panel revealed the solution, Hector Meyer's legacy. A hand carefully drew two parallel lines on the floor using chalk. Henry Morris, the former 8th Circle Mage, now inhabiting the body of his namesake, stood within a pentagram etched into the wooden floor of a sparsely furnished room. He placed his hand on the intricate lines of the magical array. Muttering the incantation, Rago Onari. A surge of purple energy erupted from the pentagram as Henry focused his intent. The power coursing through his veins, threatening to overwhelm him. He grinned, a predatory gleam in his eyes. A while. Suddenly, a large toad-like creature appeared, its voice echoing through the room. Spirit of trade, Scar. A while? When have I met you for you to say that? He was created through people's deepest desires and greed. He is a spirit based on the law of equivalent exchange. The creature continued, I only came here because I was curious about what kind of person would dare to use that name. Who are you, and how dare you use that name? A sly smile stretched across the face of the purple-haired man as he addressed his companion. He chuckled, you always acted coy, but to think that you would be bold about this. Even when you pretended you didn't, I knew you were fond of me. The conversation continued, with the purple-haired man stating, it's me, Henry Morris. I have taken on this form because of the situation that I'm in. But I am the Henry Morris that you know. His words were met with disbelief. The other, a large, anthropomorphic frog-like creature, exclaimed, what are you saying? What kind of bullshit are you saying? The frog-like creature pressed further, don't you remember trading the sacrament of Windragora for the tree struck by lightning? No way, have you already forgotten about it? The purple-haired man responded with a hesitant, how do you? Did you think that was all? There was even a trade between a canine tooth of Phantom Riger and the Pyre of Yunyo. The frog-like creature's expression shifted to one of utter astonishment. How? But that guy has already died? The frog-like creature challenged the purple-haired man, hey you. If you really are who you say, then show me your magic. That guy's magic is one of a kind. The purple-haired man clenched his fist. A surge of magical energy emanating from him. A small, bright blue flame appearing in his palm. Then transforming into a larger, more powerful surge of energy, taking the form of a dragon. The frog-like creature was stunned, exclaiming, DR Dragon. How? This doesn't make sense. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle Mage, now found himself in a much humbler form. His reappearance before an old acquaintance was met with shock and disbelief. What has happened to you? The 5th Circle? And what is up with your appearance? The acquaintance exclaimed, clearly taken aback by Henry's new, younger body. The shock continued, with the acquaintance struggling to comprehend Henry's unexpected return. This is nonsense. It's unbelievable. Even if you have been reborn, I can't believe you've been reborn like this. How are you able to surprise me even when you have died? Henry, however, remained calm, explaining that his revival wasn't intended to surprise his friend. He had a more pressing matter to discuss. I wasn't revived to surprise you. Anyways, I didn't call you here just to say hi. Oops, although you showed me welcome, I have only caused trouble. Despite the unexpected circumstances, the acquaintance, seemingly understanding of Henry's situation, offered his assistance. Right. Since you are an old friend and customer that has been reborn, tell me what you want. Henry's request was specific and pointed towards a figure from the past. By any chance, do you remember the Sword King, Hector Meyer? The acquaintance readily recalled the legendary figure, emphasizing his immense power. Of course, I remember. Isn't he the only one who has made Golden fall to his knees? Henry, seizing the opportunity, revealed his current need. Since you remember, it'll be easy to explain now. Right now, I need his legacy. Do you think you can get it for me? The acquaintance, though surprised, responded with confidence. Let's just say it's similar to that. Anyways, do you think you can get it for me? He then confidently assured Henry of his ability to obtain what he sought, despite Henry's current weakened state. I, Scar, was created for the sole purpose of trade. There's nothing in this world that I can't get. But looking at what kind of situation you are in and seeing that you are at most at the 5th Circle. Henry, in his new, weaker body, found himself haggling with a merchant. He doubted the merchant would offer anything of equal value, a sentiment the merchant confirmed, expressing his belief that Henry was looking down on him. The scene opens with a conversation between Henry Morris, a young man with vibrant purple hair, and a large, anthropomorphic toad. The toad, seemingly amused, inquires if Henry has a good idea, to which Henry responds that he won't go easy on the toad simply because they haven't seen each other in a while. Henry then presses the toad, questioning if the toad's interest is piqued by the fact that Henry has revived himself. The toad, unimpressed, asks what gives Henry such confidence. Henry, with a sly grin, counters by asking the toad if he's curious about Henry's revival. The toad, intrigued by the mention of revival, openly admits his curiosity. Henry, in response, asks if the toad is indeed curious. Henry explains that his revival is tied to the king's legacy, prompting the toad to question whether Henry has ever witnessed a successful revival before. The toad shakes his head, indicating he hasn't. Henry states that it's fine, and in exchange for the information, he will pay afterward. His expression is serious and determined. The toad, seemingly realizing he's been outmaneuvered, admits that he can't fool Henry. Henry Morris, in his new body, stood before a strange, toad-like creature. A surge of magical energy crackled around the amphibian, illuminating the dimly lit room. Its wide, yellow eyes gleaming with an unsettling intelligence. The creature's lips curled into a knowing smile. And with a flick of its long, clawed fingers, it snatched something from its pocket. The creature then extended its sticky tongue, wrapping it around a golden ring dripping with a viscous, glistening substance. The king's engagement ring, the creature stated. Surely you will remember the engagement to the princess? Henry nodded grimly. Of course, he replied, if it's the engagement ring, then there's nothing else. He accepted the ring from the creature, his expression unreadable. And with a quick gesture, cleansed it of the strange slime. Clean, he declared. The creature chuckled. Ha, you're acting clean. Still, the saliva is too. Henry examined the ring closely, a sinister smile spreading across his face. So it was the black magic, he murmured. A chilling realization dawning on him. What? The creature asked, startled by Henry's sudden understanding. The secret of resurrection, Henry revealed, his voice low and dangerous. A flashback showed Henry's execution, the moment he regained consciousness in a random room. On the day when my execution was held, I realized that I was in a random room when I regained consciousness, he explained. And Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, found himself in an unfamiliar room. As he looked around, he noticed a book on necromancy and a dead chicken. He realized this body was the result of a previous necromantic ritual. A voice echoed in his mind, commenting that while the previous attempt had failed, the soul had been wasted. Henry, now inhabiting this new body, was the replacement. He questioned the very possibility of such a thing. After completely restoring the necromancy book and reading through it, Henry realized it wasn't the same experience he'd gone through before. He dismissed it as a strange coincidence. Then, a frog-like creature appeared, stating that a child's mistake had brought Henry back to life, and that's all there was to know about resurrection. The frog-like creature, clearly agitated, yelled at Henry, accusing him of doing it again. Henry calmly asked what the problem was, claiming he was just being honest. He then questioned if the creature was expecting something else. Henry sighed, admitting he'd forgotten what kind of person the creature was, since it had been a long time. The creature agreed, stating that Henry shouldn't make such a mistake again. The frog-like creature angrily told Henry to shut up, asserting that even after being reborn, a person's nature cannot change. Henry laughed, stating that he had learned something new. The frog-like creature spat on the ground in disgust. A powerful magical energy erupted from the ground, its vibrant purple light illuminating a startled Henry Morris. He stood in a dimly lit room, the source of the magic seemingly beneath his feet, observing the spectacle with a mixture of fear and fascination. Above him, a grotesque, humanoid toad-like creature with a smug expression watched from the shadows. What a cute fellow, it commented, its voice dripping with unsettling amusement. As the creature extended a hand, revealing a small, ornate ring. I hope there's no hard feelings, it added, its tone suggesting otherwise. The image shifted, showing a figure in regal attire, seemingly the victim of a recent attack. Henry, now back in his own body, groaned in pain, the memory of his execution flashing before his eyes. The scene changed again, showing him in his current, humble surroundings. Kneeling on the floor, the ring from the toad creature lying before him. He picked it up, his expression a mixture of confusion and determination. As a sudden, sharp pain shot through his arm. He looked down to see a small wound bleeding profusely. Who? He breathed, a low gasp escaping his lips. A surge of magical energy coursed through his veins, causing him to convulse violently. Unintelligible words escaped his lips as the power overwhelmed him. The room around him shimmering with magical energy. He struggled against the force, his body racked with pain and exertion. Until finally, a brilliant blue portal opened before him, beckoning him towards an unknown destiny. The portal pulsed with energy, promising both danger and opportunity. Henry Morris, in his new body, stumbled backward, his eyes wide with dawning horror as he recognized the ominous gateway before him. He gasped, that's the door of the netherworld. The swirling, ethereal energy pulsed with an otherworldly power, a gaping maw of darkness framed by the vibrant, chaotic energy of the netherworld's entrance. A figure emerged, its form solidifying from the spectral energy. Henry's voice, strained with fear and recognition, whispered, Hector Meyer. The imposing figure of Hector Meyer materialized fully, his dark presence filling the frame. He was a being of immense power, radiating an aura of ancient evil. The energy subsided, revealing Meyer in his full glory, a dark lord clad in ominous armor, his eyes burning with malevolent intent. Meyer stepped forward, his imposing figure dominating the scene. The power emanating from him was palpable. Henry, his face contorted in a grimace of fear and determination, braced himself for the inevitable confrontation. Meyer's face, now fully visible, revealed a chilling expression of cold fury. His eyes glowed with an infernal light. Meyer spoke, his voice a low growl. "It's been a while since I've smelled fresh air." "That ring, where did you get it?" Henry, in his new body, revealed a ring, stating that he had it the whole time. He greeted the imposing figure before him, addressing him as Lord Hector. Lord Hector, a towering figure with dark, intense eyes, questioned if they had met before, to which Henry replied that they had a rather intense encounter. Henry introduced himself, and Hector, surprised, questioned if he meant the powerful wizard Henry. Henry confirmed his identity. Hector, his eyes blazing, stated that Henry looked nothing like he remembered and accused him of impersonation. Henry simply replied that it was a long story, prompting Hector's skepticism despite the evidence presented. He paused, leaving Hector to ponder the situation. Henry revealed that he had experienced death and been revived through black magic. Hector, surprised by the revelation, acknowledged Henry's unconventional methods. Henry explained that he was inhabiting the body of his namesake. Hector, observing a depiction of a unified continent, noted the significant changes that had occurred since Henry's death. Henry Morris, once a celebrated Eighth Circle mage and hero of the Empire, recounted his past to a shadowy figure. He explained that while he had built an empire and achieved heroic status, the last few years had been far from ideal. His downfall came at the hands of the Golden Sun, the current emperor, who had him executed on false charges. The shadowy figure, upon hearing this, immediately recognized the emperor's identity. Morris lamented that his death seemed to have been in vain, a sentiment echoed by the shadowy figure who called the emperor an incompetent tyrant. The irony of heroes being killed by such a ruler was not lost on either of them. Morris, now inhabiting the body of his namesake, admitted his anger and frustration at his situation, despite his current powerless state. He couldn't sleep because of his rage. The shadowy figure explained his reason for summoning Morris, to help him kill the emperor. However, he confessed his inability to fully restore Morris's magical powers at this time. Confused, Morris questioned the purpose of the summoning if his powers couldn't be restored. The shadowy figure's response revealed a different goal. Instead of restoring his magic, the shadowy figure offered to teach Morris swordsmanship, a skill he could use to take revenge on the emperor. The scene opens with Henry Morris, the recently deceased Eighth Circle mage, now inhabiting the body of his namesake, a commoner. A shadowy figure, his executioner, looms over him, declaring him dead. He questioned Henry's identity, confirming his status as a wizard. Henry, however, calmly revealed that this body possessed the blood of a knight and that he still retained considerable magical power, having already reached the sorcerer stage. The executioner, surprised, scoffed at the idea of teaching swordsmanship to the very wizard he had killed. Henry, however, pressed for an apology regarding the war. Henry's emotional response to the mention of the war surprised the executioner, who then revealed a flashback showing the war's conclusion, as Henry had described. The flashback depicted Henry, steadfast and loyal to the emperor, fighting valiantly on the battlefield. The executioner questioned why a knight would harbor resentment towards someone who died honorably in battle. Henry, relieved, realized his worries were unfounded. He had been unjustly accused. Henry, in his new body, presented a ring to the imposing figure before him. The figure, with glowing red eyes, questioned Henry's intentions, suggesting he didn't seem like the type to collect trophies. But Henry insisted it was not a trophy, explaining that he had prepared it in the figure's honor. The figure scoffed at the notion of honor, finding Henry's words amusing. He questioned whether Henry was truly a wizard or perhaps a poet or bard instead. He then revealed that Henry was the one who had defeated Golden, and that he was one of the last prosecutors, giving him more reason to honor him. He noted Henry's emotional and romantic side. Henry, slightly annoyed, was addressed by his former title, Sword King, even in death. Despite this, he agreed to listen to the figure's request, but made it clear that his services would not be free. Henry asked what the figure wanted. The figure, pleased by Henry's quick understanding, revealed his desire to live like Henry, an extraordinary wizard who had experienced resurrection. Henry reiterated his desire to live again in this world. The figure, confident in his abilities, stated that bringing Henry back would be easy. Henry deemed the figure's request too difficult, prompting the figure to threaten to call off the deal. The figure, however, was confident that Henry was the only one who would lose out. Henry, the recently deceased Eighth Circle mage, now inhabiting the body of a baronet's son, found himself in a dimly lit room, conversing with a powerful necromancer. He stated that if there was nothing he could do, he would have to find a different way. The necromancer, seemingly amused, commented that this was pleasant while it lasted. The necromancer's demeanor shifted, and he questioned Henry, asking if something was wrong. Henry, in his new body, was clearly uncomfortable. He then made a proposition: if the necromancer revived him, Henry would teach him swordsmanship and help him get revenge on the emperor. Henry politely declined, explaining that his revival was accidental and that the most he could do was call upon the souls of the deceased. The necromancer scoffed, uttering a single word: bullshit. Henry, maintaining his composure, retorted that he was losing something, so why would he lie? The necromancer conceded that Henry's statement was true, but a flashback showed a woman performing necromancy, explaining that necromancy and resurrection are two different kinds of magic. She also stated that in her present life, she had no knowledge of black magic. Returning to the present, Henry reiterated that he couldn't gamble with the necromancer's life in this situation. The necromancer simply replied, "I see." The necromancer, now alone, expressed his concern about returning to the netherworld, unsure of how much longer he would have to wait in the dark. Henry Morris, in his new body, reflected on the events that led to his death and resurrection. He found the situation far more dire than he had initially anticipated. His thoughts turned to his past life, where he had devoted himself to God, only to find himself in endless darkness and despair after his death. Resolute, he decided to take action. Henry acknowledged that his resurrection was incomplete. While he had attained the power of an eighth circle wizard, he still lacked true immortality. But he believed that black magic might offer a solution. He then inquired about necromancers, prompting a discussion about their abilities. The conversation turned to the power of necromancers to raise the dead and create undead beings, leading to a comparison between necromancers and liches, highlighting their key differences. The discussion concluded with a clarification on the nature of necromancers, describing them as humans with powers similar to sorcerers. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, addressed the young man with purple hair. He explained that necromancy could restore humans as undead beings. The purple-haired young man, Henry, questioned the proposition, his expression a mixture of apprehension and disbelief. The shadowy figure continued, explaining that this was their primary method and that following the undead would lead to information about resurrections. He considered the implications. The shadowy figure, his eyes glowing red, added that being undead was preferable to remaining in the darkness. The shadowy figure then issued a stern warning: Henry must never forget his promise, lest a death curse be inflicted upon him. Henry, unfazed, reassured the figure that he would keep his promise, dismissing the threat of a curse. A faint magical aura emanated from Henry's hand as he seemed to sense something. The shadowy figure revealed that he had placed a curse on a ring, explaining that he felt compelled to do so and that Henry shouldn't be too upset about it. Henry acknowledged the explanation. The shadowy figure then stated that he would summon Henry at every full moon, providing him with training in advance. The shadowy figure concluded by stating that Henry's training could begin immediately. Henry Morris, in his new body, examines a small, glowing object in his palm. A look of dawning understanding crosses his face as he realizes the nature of the object's power. He mutters to himself about the inherent dangers of black magic. Night falls over a large, imposing structure nestled amongst the mountains. The moon hangs high in the sky, casting long shadows. Henry approaches a stern, imposing figure, presumably his instructor. He explains that he is already learning imperial swordsmanship during the day and wishes to learn additional techniques at night. The instructor, unimpressed, states that it will be difficult. The instructor, his face partially obscured by shadow, chuckles. He suggests that experiencing the training firsthand would be more beneficial than simply hearing about it. The instructor directs Henry to follow and assume a specific stance. The scene shifts to an outdoor training area at night. The instructor comments on Henry's good posture, but cautions that, given his prior experience with simpler footwork, mastering this new technique will be challenging. Henry, determined, resolves to try. Henry inquires about the name of the footwork technique. The instructor initially suggests that it doesn't need a name, but then decides to call it Hector Step, after Henry's name. Henry agrees. Henry begins practicing the Hector Step. His movements are shown in a dynamic sequence. The footwork proving more complex and fluid than he initially anticipated. He finds the movements surprisingly graceful, almost like dancing. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself inhabiting the body of his namesake, a weakling with no magical talent. His gaze, sharp and determined, betrayed the potent magic still simmering beneath the surface of his new form. A burning resolve hardening his features. This time, he vowed, King Silver Jackson Edward would pay for his treachery. Henry Morris, in his new body, found himself in the demon forest, seeking to regain his strength. A shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, addressed him, suggesting he rest. But Henry's resolve remained unshaken. The figure, sensing his unwavering determination, noted his burning desire for vengeance against the emperor. Henry declared that hard work never fails, drawing a parallel between swordsmanship and magic, both grow stronger with practice. The shadowy figure agreed, acknowledging the universality of this principle. The figure then inquired about Henry's plans after defeating the emperor, prompting Henry to state his intention to master the aura magic. The shadowy figure scoffed, dismissing Henry's current progress as mere baby steps. But Henry, undeterred, reaffirmed his commitment, asserting that acquiring aura would change everything. A man with long, gray hair and dark, intense eyes contemplated the implications of his newfound power. He mused that becoming the greatest magic knight on the continent was now inevitable, though the thought itself filled him with apprehension. His concern was echoed by another figure, a dark-haired man in a cloak, who warned of the inherent dangers in wielding such immense magical power. However, the first man countered that the true challenge lay not in the power itself, but in surpassing the abilities of even the greatest wizards. Dismissing further discussion, the gray-haired man commanded the other to cease their chatter and prepare for action. The scene shifted to a bright, sunny day outside a castle. A blur of motion indicated an imminent confrontation. The gray-haired man, Henry, now revealed to be the protagonist, engaged in a swift sword fight against a burly opponent. His movements a blur of speed and precision as he effortlessly deflected blows and countered with deadly strikes, finally overpowering his foe, who admitted defeat in astonishment. His opponent confirmed his decisive victory, emphasizing the overwhelming nature of his win. Henry, now with a confident smirk, contemplates his victory. A hand, adorned with 3 thin needles, is shown. Someone says, "You've worked hard." The scene shifts to a young man, presumably Henry, engaged in intense sword training. Another voice comments, "You too, young master." Henry's internal monologue reveals his rigorous training schedule. At dawn, I practiced imperial sword skills, and at night, Hector's sword skills. Henry reflects on his 3 months of training with Hector, culminating in defeating him. He states, "I even took down Byrne, my objective." A description of Byrne follows. He was an expert swordsman, but also a veteran prosecutor and war hero. Henry, now seemingly confident, declares, "I'll finally be able to leave, huh?" He is then approached by Hector, who, despite Henry's earlier statement, offers a compliment. "This might sound like a loser's excuse, but I did compliment you a few days ago, but I'll have to admit to it completely now. Young master, you must be a genius, I'm sure of it." Hector continues, "No, I can say with confidence that you're a genius. I definitely only taught you imperial swordsmanship, but..." He reveals Henry's unique talent. "Young master, you transformed it to create a new style of swordsmanship." Henry humbly accepts the praise. "Thank you for the praise." Hector responds, "I'm only stating the truth. By the way, what do you plan on doing now?" Henry, showing a hint of ambition, says, "I'm rather greedy than humble, aren't I?" It's clearly obvious. But as you know, aura isn't something you can master with simple training. Speaking of, I actually have a favor to ask from you, teacher. Henry Morris, in the body of his namesake, thanked his teacher before announcing his intention to leave the mansion and join the army. His teacher, surprised by this sudden decision, inquired about Henry's understanding of the concept of noblesse oblige. A narration box explained the meaning of noblesse oblige, the duty of noblemen to share power, set a moral example, and serve society. It was illustrated with an example of sharing wealth or power. Henry's teacher pointed out that their family was not subject to this system, as they needed to be a count or higher to bear such responsibilities. Henry, however, saw this as even more reason to participate. He believed that for a war veteran baron, taking control of the military would be a great honor, earning him respect wherever he went. His teacher then asked if Henry had a specific division in mind for his military service. Henry confidently replied that he did, indeed, know of a suitable place. His teacher reacted with shock and disbelief, exclaiming that Henry couldn't possibly go there. The forest of evil was far too dangerous, even for him. Henry calmly revealed that he already had permission from a lord, whose condition was that Henry prove his swordsmanship. He had already met that condition. A tense discussion unfolds within a grand hall. One man, his face etched with worry, insists on bringing the matter before the lord. Another, defiant, declares his opposition, stating that he's already made up his mind and cannot be stopped. The scene shifts to an exterior view of a majestic castle, its towers piercing the clear blue sky. This is the baronet's home. A concerned individual questions the lord about his decision to allow the young master to venture into the treacherous forest of evil. The young master, Henry, stands confidently, asserting that he has already met the conditions for his journey. His declaration elicits a shocked response from the lord and his attendant. The lord demands clarification from Henry, who calmly confirms the truth of his statement. The lord expresses disbelief, stating that such a thing is impossible. Henry retorts that he has kept his promise to them both. The lord's attendant questions the sincerity of the lord's promise, to which the lord admits it was not entirely genuine. The lord, caught in a moment of uncertainty, asks Henry what he wants. Henry, the reincarnated 8th Circle Mage, pleaded for a chance to prove himself, his gaze unwavering. His companions, however, felt the need for a more expansive proving ground. A bigger world, they agreed, but one fraught with peril. The Forest of Evil, a place of immense danger, was mentioned. A place known as the End of the Continent, a gateway to the Netherworlds. Henry, already aware of its reputation, acknowledged the danger. Henry's father, despite his son's status as heir, vehemently opposed the idea of him venturing into such a treacherous location. Henry questioned if his father's concern was the only reason for his refusal. His father's expression hardened. Henry's frustration boiled over. He pointed out the futility of his position as heir to a powerless family. His father attempted to rebuff his son's statement, but Henry remained resolute. Despite his father's objections, Henry declared his intention to leave the mansion the following morning, offering a curt farewell. With a final, quiet goodbye, Henry turned and left, leaving his father speechless and alone. Henry Morris, formerly an 8th Circle mage, now inhabiting the body of his namesake, a baronet's son, felt a familiar surge of power. His eyes, though in a new vessel, still held the steely glint of a seasoned wizard. He silently vowed revenge against King Silver Jackson Edward, the corrupt monarch who had unjustly taken his life. Now, it was time to leave this place behind. He resolved to enter the treacherous demon forest, a place where he could hone his skills and reclaim his former strength as an 8th Circle mage. It's farewell to this place too. Henry Morris, in the body of his namesake, stood in a training yard, sword in hand. He was a young man with purple hair, clad in a fine tunic, his expression serious as he practiced his swordsmanship. Nearby, several onlookers watched, their whispers audible. One of them voiced his disbelief that Henry was truly going to the demon forest, a place known as the Forest of Evil. Another confirmed having heard this plan clearly. A third man, seemingly concerned, questioned whether Henry's father, the baronet, had approved of this dangerous endeavor. The second man admitted he didn't know. Night fell. Henry, alone under the moonlight, revealed a fierce determination in his eyes, his expression hardening with resolve. He declared that his training for the day was complete. His movements had been impressive, even to a seasoned observer. His father approached, curious about the unique style of swordsmanship Henry had displayed. Henry's father revealed that the style was one Henry had created himself. An older man, his face etched with years of experience and bearing the weight of unspoken knowledge, addressed the younger man before him. He stated that he had misunderstood the younger man's true nature all along. Prompting the younger man to question him, his expression a mixture of confusion and suspicion. The older man pressed further, inquiring about the younger man's reasons for concealing his true strength for so long. The younger man responded that he had never actually hidden it, he simply never displayed it. After a brief pause, the older man shifted the conversation, asking about the younger man's current purpose. He then remarked on the younger man's remarkable growth, noting how much he had matured since his childhood. The younger man's eyes widened as the older man declared his intention to respect the younger man's wishes and allow him to enter the treacherous demon forest. The younger man, addressing the older man as father, stood silently, his back turned. The older man, preparing to give something to the younger man, stated his intention to give him something. He produced a sealed letter, its wax seal bearing a crest. Henry Morris, in his new life as the son of a baronet, carefully examined a letter sealed with a wax emblem. He showed the letter to a man in military attire. The man commented that many soldiers had been stationed in the demon forest in the past, and that a high-ranking officer from Fort Kilburn was currently there. Henry realized the letter was a recommendation and enlistment application, and he was instructed to give it to the officer. He then asked the man the officer's name. The man revealed the officer's name was Iselin, a lieutenant he remembered from his time as a young soldier. Henry, however, couldn't recall Iselin from his past life as an 8th Circle mage, concluding that the lieutenant must not be that important. The scene shifted to show Henry departing from a castle. Someone questioned if a single horse was enough for his journey. Henry confidently asserted that it was, adding that a carriage or other conveyance would only slow him down. A group of men stood before Henry, the son of a baronet, their expressions a mix of concern and determination. One of them, presumably his father, spoke, his words heavy with foreboding. The journey ahead would be arduous, making it difficult to return. Despite the difficulty, the father continued, urging Henry to take care of himself during this perilous journey. Henry, his face a picture of quiet resolve, simply replied with a grateful, "Thank you, father." Henry, mounted on a horse, rode away from the manor, his father and several other men watching him go. The path ahead led towards the ominous demon forest. As he rode, a grim determination settled on Henry's face. He silently acknowledged to himself that this was also a farewell to his former life. Suddenly, Henry's horse reared, startled by something unseen. The reins slipped from Henry's grasp. The horse, now in a full gallop, carried Henry away from the immediate danger. A surge of magical energy emanated from Henry, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. He urged his horse onward with a fierce command, "Haste!" With renewed determination, Henry and his horse disappeared into the distance, leaving only a trail of dust in their wake. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself in the body of a lowly baronet's son, sharing the same name but lacking magical talent. His journey began on horseback, traversing a verdant landscape. Towards a stone house, where he paused, a faint magical aura emanating from his fingertips. A surge of power, a faint light, cleansed the area around him. He tested his abilities, a small spark of magic igniting within him. A soft, warm stone responded to his touch, confirming the return of his magical potential. His journey to reclaim his power had begun. He arrived at the edge of the demon forest, his horse, Jade, standing patiently beside him. The darkness of the forest loomed before them. And Henry, with a determined glint in his eyes, instructed Jade to rest and find their own food. Jade, sensing Henry's resolve, nodded in understanding. Driven by hunger, Jade embarked on a relentless hunt under the watchful eye of the moon. A week later, Henry arrived at Fort Kilburn, his destination. From atop the castle walls, a lone guard noticed an approaching figure. He muttered to himself, sensing someone was headed their way. his eyes squinting as he shielded them from the sun. He strained to see the approaching rider more clearly, only able to make out a few details. The rider was on a yellow horse, but his identity remained a mystery. The approaching rider continued his journey, drawing closer to the imposing castle. His destination clearly in sight. The large, imposing gates loomed before him. Meanwhile, on the castle walls, archers stood ready, their eyes fixed on the approaching rider. Their bows drawn, prepared to defend the castle. Tension filled the air as the rider neared, demanding the rider halt. The guard shouted at the rider to identify himself. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself inhabiting the body of his namesake, a lowly, talentless son of a baronet. He sat atop his horse, cloaked and hooded, a grim determination etched on his face. His gaze fixed on a golden, ornate card clutched in his hand. It pulsed faintly with an inner light, a relic from his past life. With a sudden, swift movement, Henry tossed the card away. It sailed through the air, a glint of gold against the muted earth tones, landing with a soft thud near a startled man in simple, dark clothing. The man, a baron, stared in disbelief at the object. From a distance, Henry watched, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He had a plan. Henry questioned, he threw that from there? The baron picked up the card, his confusion evident. It was a royal crest. Henry, maintaining his composure, calmly replied, please wait a little bit. Henry Morris, in his new body, stood before the imposing gates of Fort Caliburn. A magnificent horse stood patiently beside him, its presence a stark contrast to the sharp, menacing spears lining the entrance. A stern-faced guard approached, his suspicion evident. He questioned Henry's identity, his tone sharp and demanding. Henry, however, remained calm, quickly producing his family crest to prove his identity. The guard, though initially skeptical, apologized for his rudeness, explaining that he was merely doing his job. The guard's initial skepticism melted away as Henry presented his family crest. The crest, a symbol of his noble lineage, served as irrefutable proof of his identity. Another guard, Hervant, the head of security at Fort Caliburn, approached, extending a welcoming hand. He introduced himself with a warm smile, his demeanor a stark contrast to his colleague's initial suspicion. Henry, maintaining his composure, introduced himself as Henry Morris. A subtle hint of determination flickered in his eyes, hidden beneath his calm exterior. Henry Morris, in the body of his namesake, arrived at the enlistment office, his declaration simple and resolute, I am here to enlist. A seasoned officer, skeptical of the young man's intentions, questioned the necessity of a baronet's son enlisting, mentioning the obligations of nobility. Henry, however, countered that he didn't believe a baron had a formal role in the system. Henry clarified that his enlistment was entirely voluntary. While waiting, Henry apologized for the delay. The officers confirmed the authenticity of Henry's letter of recommendation, revealing that the recommender was a high-ranking commander. They instructed Henry to follow the commander. Henry was surprised to learn that his recommender was more than just a high-ranking commander. Henry Morris, reborn in the body of a young man who shares his name, felt a surge of confidence. A subtle smile played on his lips as he declared to himself, I'm getting a good feeling. The sun shone brightly on the imposing structure of the baronet's manor. It was a grand building, a testament to the family's wealth and influence. Henry approached the imposing oak door, his hand reaching out to knock. A sharp rap echoed through the hall. Inside, 2 guards stood at attention before a seated, imposing figure. The figure dismissed them with a wave of his hand, saying, good work. You may leave now. The door opened to reveal a stern-faced man in military attire. He greeted Henry with a question, welcome. So you are Han's son? The man gestured towards a seat. Come here and sit. Henry obeyed, replying politely, yes, thank you. The man continued, you must have gone through a lot of trouble, coming all this way. Who would have known that bastard Hans had a son, and raised him like this? The man looked at Henry thoughtfully, then stated, most people are impatiently waiting to be done with military service. A stern-faced man, his features etched with years of experience, questioned Henry's motives. He wondered why, of all places, Henry would choose to volunteer in such a known dangerous location. Henry, a young man with vibrant purple hair, simply replied that his reason for being there was the monsters themselves. The older man's expression shifted, a flicker of suspicion crossing his eyes, a hint of amusement playing on his lips as he let out a hearty laugh. His amusement quickly escalated into unrestrained laughter. He found Henry's honesty amusing, but warned him that this was not a place for someone who merely possessed the spirit of adventure. This was a place of true danger. Henry, his eyes gleaming with determination, stated that he had prepared extensively for this challenge. The older man, impressed by Henry's resolve, simply instructed him to get into position. The scene shifted to a grand, imposing door, hinting at the location's significance. And then, a blade plunged into the ground, the impact creating a visible crack in the stone floor. The scene ends with the blade still embedded in the ground. A large, imposing figure stood in a grand hall, his hand resting on the hilt of an enormous sword. He was clad in ornate, gray-blue armor, his face stern and weathered, a thick beard framing his jaw. Henry, a young man with vibrant blue hair, stared wide-eyed at the sword, his mouth agape in disbelief. That's a sword? The armored man, seemingly unfazed by Henry's reaction, calmly stated, Imperial swordsmanship is something anyone can learn. Henry's foot struck the ground, a golden light erupting beneath him. However, he quickly learned that the effort required was far greater than he anticipated, as the armored man lunged forward with a swift, powerful strike. Henry barely managed to raise a defensive magic shield before the blow landed, a pained expression twisting his features. Shit. Defensive magic. The armored man's attack continued relentlessly, his sword a blur of motion. Henry, surprised by the sheer force of the attack, could only watch as his magic was effortlessly shattered. He blocked it? The armored man smirked, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Henry, the seemingly ordinary son of a baronet, stood defiantly before the imposing commander, his expression a mixture of surprise and determination. The commander, a powerfully built man wielding a massive warhammer, scoffed, incredulous that his attack had been blocked. The commander's attack had been deflected, a feat that left the commander speechless. Henry, however, was far from unscathed, a cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. He muttered to himself, recognizing the strain of the defensive magic he'd just used. A surge of purple energy erupted from Henry as he braced himself for another attack. The commander, visibly shaken, roared in frustration, his face contorted in a grimace. His eyes narrowed, the commander's expression shifting from anger to wary assessment. He was clearly surprised by Henry's unexpected display of power. The commander lunged forward, his greatsword flashing, but Henry, anticipating the move, deflected the blow with a shimmering purple barrier. Henry, exhausted but resolute, stood his ground, his body trembling with the effort. The commander, clearly taken aback by Henry's resilience, paused, his breath ragged. She warned him that he was simply fooling around, unaware of the true nature of his opponent. The red-haired woman, addressing the commander and Henry, explained that while many had claimed to be the legendary hero, Henry Morris, this was the first genuine contender. She thanked Henry for his display of power. The red-haired woman, whose name is revealed to be Commander Iris, questioned the commander about why he had given Henry the opportunity to fight, given the rumors of Henry Morris's death. Henry, revealing his true identity, explained that he had seen no hope before. Henry Morris, the last hero of the Empire, reflected on his demise. Even though he had dedicated his life to serving the Empire, he was ultimately executed by the corrupt Emperor Silver Jackson Edward on false charges of treason. His thoughts lingered on the Empire's inevitable corruption. Meanwhile, a knight, clad in shining armor, stood firm in his loyalty to the Empire. He declared his unwavering allegiance, a stark contrast to the growing unrest. The knight, unimpressed by Henry's audacity to defend a supposed traitor, found his actions quite bold. Henry, reborn in a new body, but with his memories intact, countered the knight's statement. He declared his loyalty to the Empire, but not to its people, a chilling revelation of his priorities. The knight's gaze hardened, his expression betraying a mixture of suspicion and contemplation. The scene shifted to a grand hall, where the knight, Henry, and a woman stood facing each other. The tension was palpable as the knight held his greatsword, ready for any confrontation. The scene opens in a bustling tavern, where Henry Morris, a young man with striking blue hair, stands before a stern-looking knight in full armor. A woman with fiery red hair observes them from a nearby table, a smirk playing on her lips. The red-haired woman lets out a hearty laugh, her amusement clear. The knight, seemingly amused by something, joins in with a booming chuckle. The knight comments on Henry's daring and rebellious nature, finding it quite appealing. The conversation shifts, the knight remarks that the Empire is in chaos, and Henry's decision to leave the Swordsman Academy was a wise one. He speculates that the Academy might have strong ties to Porham's family. Henry questions how the Academy could leave Kingston's second-in-command behind and appoint someone else. The knight explains that Kingston has been the Grand Master for a long time and has since retired, with Bahal taking his place. Henry expresses disbelief at Kingston's retirement. While the knight reveals that Porham holds significant influence over the Academy, which has become corrupt, a key institution for aspiring knights. A stern-looking commander placed a hand on Henry's shoulder, his gaze intense. He spoke words of encouragement, promising to ensure Henry worked hard. Henry, in turn, expressed his gratitude. The commander then inquired if Henry was ready to proceed to the next test, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Henry, his expression thoughtful, revealed that he had recently taken up a new hobby. The scene shifted to a large, imposing stone door, before which stood Henry, the commander, and a red-haired woman. They stood silently, contemplating the entrance. Inside, the commander addressed the red-haired woman, calling her Teeny. Teeny approached a wall panel and placed her hand on a small, dark square, activating something within the wall. A surge of blue energy erupted from the wall, illuminating the corridor. The blue energy cleared, revealing Henry, the commander, and Teeny standing on a staircase, bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. They ascended the stairs, their figures silhouetted against the bright light at the top, ready for what lay ahead. The scene opens with a pair of worn leather boots descending a stone staircase. The boots belong to a figure whose identity remains hidden, shrouded in shadow. Inside a dimly lit chamber, a young man with short, blue hair and a white cloak stands beside an older, grizzled man. The younger man asks, "Here?" The older man replies, his face partially obscured by shadow, that he's recently taken up a new hobby. The three figures, the young man, the older man, and a young woman with reddish-brown hair, walk down a long corridor within a stone structure. The architecture suggests a dungeon or fortress. As they proceed, the young man acknowledges the older man as commander. The reddish-brown-haired woman approaches a stone door, her hand reaching out to touch it. The door opens with a burst of purple energy, revealing a dark, ominous space beyond. A large, shadowy figure emerges from the darkness. The young man with blue hair utters, "That's..." The figure is revealed to be a monstrous, horned creature, its features obscured by shadow but clearly demonic in nature. Henry, the reincarnated 8th Circle Mage, now inhabiting the body of a baronet's son, stood before a crimson backdrop, his expression one of thoughtful contemplation. He muttered to himself, questioning if what he saw was truly a monster. His thoughts continued, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He wondered if the creature before him was from the Purple Gehenna. A gruff, older man, clad in dark armor, approached Henry. He asked Henry how he felt about encountering a monster for the first time. Henry's gaze remained intense as he considered the question. He wondered if the monster had been captured alive. The armored man explained that subduing the monster was Henry's final test. If he succeeded, his skills would be acknowledged. Henry's eyes narrowed. He considered the test reckless and ridiculous. Despite his reservations, Henry declared his understanding. He only needed to knock the monster down, he reasoned. The scene shifted to reveal a monstrous figure, its presence looming large over Henry and several other figures. Henry prepared himself. He drew his sword, a burst of energy surrounding him as he prepared to strike. His inner thoughts revealed his assessment of the situation. The monster was merely a fox pretending to be a bear. A surge of teal energy erupted from the ground, swirling around the feet of a young man. He stood poised, ready for whatever might come next. The young man, Henry Morris, stood defiantly, a gleaming sword in hand. Defensive magic shimmered around him, a protective aura against unseen threats. He was prepared. Across the arena, a hulking demonic figure emerged from the shadows, its presence radiating malice. Two onlookers, a grizzled man and a worried woman, watched from the sidelines, their expressions grim. The demon lunged, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. Henry reacted instantly, his sword raised in defense. A flicker of surprise crossed Henry's face as he sensed something amiss. He realized he hadn't paid close attention to the demon's movements for quite some time. The demon's attack was deflected, but Henry felt a strange energy emanating from the creature. A wave of unease washed over him as he prepared for another attack. Henry placed his foot on a glowing rune, and he realized there was an invisible barrier protecting the arena. A hulking demon, its skin the color of a bruised plum and eyes burning with malevolent red light, lunged at Henry. Its claws, wickedly sharp, extended towards him. Henry, his face a mask of grim determination, muttered the word haste. And with a blur of motion, he parried the demon's attack, his sword flashing in a brilliant arc that sent the creature sprawling. The force of the blow sending shockwaves across the stone floor. Henry, however, stumbled back, his breath ragged. As the demon, surprisingly resilient, rose to its feet again, readying itself for another attack. Henry braced himself, his eyes narrowed. A fierce glint in his eyes as he prepared for the next assault. He would not be defeated. Henry lunged forward, his sword a silver streak against the dim light of the arena. The demon roared in response. But Henry's strike was swift and precise, cleaving through the demon's defenses and ending its life with a final, decisive blow. Henry Morris, in the body of his namesake, found himself facing a hulking demonic beast within the treacherous demon forest. Its clawed hands lashed out, but Henry deftly dodged the attack. A smirk playing on his lips as he prepared for the confrontation. He declared, "That's enough delay, let's start." The demon roared, its crimson eyes burning with malevolent intent. Its gaping maw revealed rows of razor-sharp teeth, promising a gruesome end. The beast lunged, its massive form filling Henry's vision. The air crackled with anticipation. Henry, however, remained calm. He muttered the incantation, circle step, as a purple energy pulsed beneath his feet. And with a blur of motion, he vanished from the demon's grasp. He reappeared behind the creature, his sword raised high, bringing his blade down in a swift, decisive strike. The demon's body shuddered as it was cleaved in two. The demon, defeated, collapsed. A triumphant Henry stood over its corpse, but the demon's final words echoed in the air, "You're done for." A monstrous demon, its eyes burning with malevolent red light, loomed over Henry, its clawed hand reaching for him. But with a swift, precise movement, Henry drew his sword, the blade a blur as it sliced through the air. The force of the blow sending the demon staggering back. Its body cleaved in two by the sharp edge of the steel. Another demon roared in rage, its eyes filled with hatred. With a final, decisive strike, Henry brought down the last of the demons, his sword dripping with the creature's dark blood. Henry, in his new body, knelt beside a fallen beast, its massive form sprawled across the stone floor. He carefully examined the broken remnants of its horns, a grim determination etched on his face. A satisfied smirk playing on his lips as he held a broken horn in his hand. "It's done," he murmured, a sense of accomplishment washing over him. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he launched the horn into the air. Watching as it soared through the high-ceilinged hall, a faint blue light trailing behind it. Before it plummeted to the ground with a soft thud, landing between two onlookers who watched with stunned expressions. Henry turned to them, a question forming on his lips: should I get rid of it? One of the observers, a man with dark hair and a stern expression, simply stated, he really did it. His awe was palpable. The other, a woman with reddish-brown hair, remained silent, her gaze fixed on Henry. He looked from one to the other, a hint of uncertainty in his eyes. The man spoke again, his voice low and thoughtful. So, his weakness was his horns? Henry shook his head slightly, a faint blush rising on his cheeks. It was just a feeling, he replied, his voice barely a whisper. Henry, in his new body, recounted his strategy to the two figures before him. He explained that he had identified a weakness in his opponent's horns and exploited it during the attack. A stern-looking man with a beard and a woman with reddish hair listened intently, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and assessment. Henry, still slightly apprehensive, questioned if there were any further tests he needed to undertake. The man responded that this was the end of the tests, adding that additional trials would likely be unpleasant. The man then informed Henry that he would be joining the Education Corps for basic training, starting the following day, for a month. Before the man could elaborate, the woman politely interrupted. She explained that the jockey's training was already underway at the Education Corps. The man, pleased with this development, declared that this worked perfectly. He suggested that Henry begin his training immediately, and if he lacked anything, he could learn it independently during the training period. The woman agreed. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself in a new body, that of a lowly baronet's son, bearing the same name. His head hung low, his expression one of profound sorrow and contemplation. A stark contrast to the imposing figure before him. This man, a grizzled veteran with a stern gaze, spoke of a privilege earned only through rigorous trials. The scene shifted to a dimly lit tavern. The grizzled man, addressing the young Henry, questioned his ability to handle strong drink. To which Henry confidently replied that he could. The grizzled man, his face softening slightly, commented on Henry's likely poor diet and promised a proper meal. The camera panned to a window overlooking a tranquil landscape, suggesting a moment of peace before the next event. A large wooden tankard of ale was brought forth, its contents sloshing as it was lifted. He reminisced about his younger days. And Henry, his eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity, listened intently as the man spoke of the past. A faint green glow emanated from Henry's hand, a subtle hint of the immense magical power he once wielded as an 8th Circle mage. Casting a spell of sleep magic, a gentle yet potent force that would soon lull his companion into slumber. Henry and his companion sat at a table, enjoying a meal together. The companion reminisced about his past glory days, a stark contrast to Henry's current lowly status. His words hinted at a life of power and influence, a life Henry himself once knew intimately. Henry listened intently, a flicker of recognition in his eyes as he recalled his own past. A flashback to a significant event at Fort Caliburn, a powerful protective magic was cast to shield the commander-in-chief from curses and magic. The companion continued, his words painting a picture of a time when everyone revered him. The memory of that respect and adoration was palpable, a stark contrast to his current situation. Henry, now in his new body, travels in a carriage, his mind racing with memories and plans for revenge. A woman with vibrant red hair and intense eyes addressed Henry, the newly reborn 8th Circle mage inhabiting the body of a baronet's son. Since you weren't able to sleep, she began, her tone suggesting a knowing understanding of his restless state. What are you going to do? Henry, still adjusting to his new life and the weight of his revenge, simply replied, well, I always do. He then received a stack of papers from the woman. Oh, right. This. The woman, whose thoughtful gesture hinted at her support for his quest, explained the contents of the documents to Henry. He appeared slightly perplexed. She continued, since you will be starting your training in the middle, I organized some of the basic teachings for you. Henry, grateful for her assistance, expressed his appreciation. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Henry carefully reviewed the materials. A moment of quiet contemplation passed between them. And then, with a confident smile, he declared, I'm finished. You can take it back now. The woman looked surprised. Henry, pleased with his feat of memory, added, I memorized everything just now, I'd like to say my memory is pretty good. Henry Morris, in his new body, observed a young man with intense focus. His eyes, sharp and perceptive, confirmed a suspicion, this individual possessed extraordinary talent. A horse-drawn carriage sped across the landscape, carrying Henry and his companion towards their destination. The carriage ride continued, and Aide Teeny addressed Henry. They arrived at the entrance of the Education Corps, a significant institution for magical training. As the carriage came to a stop, Aide Teeny wished Henry good luck, knowing their paths would diverge for now. Henry simply replied with a quiet yes. Henry and his escort disembarked from the carriage, approaching the imposing building of the Education Corps. They walked towards the entrance, where a stern-looking guard awaited them. Inside, Henry found himself in a dimly lit office, facing a seated official. The official instructed Henry to address everyone within the institution as officer, establishing a formal protocol. A stern-faced instructor addressed Henry, the newly reborn 8th Circle mage now disguised as a lowly apprentice. He informed Henry that, due to his apprentice rank, he was forbidden from speaking informally to anyone outside his own rank. Henry, outwardly calm but inwardly seething with barely suppressed rage, simply replied that he understood. A close-up on Henry's face showed a subtle, almost imperceptible tightening of his jaw. His eyes, however, held a cold glint of determination. Now, he would begin his path to revenge. In a dimly lit room, Henry Morris, a young man with vibrant purple hair, sat across from a stern-looking officer. He posed a question to the officer, wondering about something he'd missed. The officer, unfazed, responded that at their school, a weekly test was given on the week's lessons. And Henry pressed further, inquiring about the consequences of failure. The officer confidently stated that no one had ever failed the test, prompting Henry to boldly request to take the test himself. The officer scoffed at the idea, incredulous that Henry would even consider taking the test without prior instruction. Henry, in his new body, but still bearing the same name, inquired about the possibility of additional training after completing the initial assessment. He had already received some instruction from his commander. The instructor, a stern-looking man, observed Henry with a critical eye. His expression was one of silent judgment. However, the instructor swiftly rebuked Henry's earlier comment, deeming it disrespectful to the academy's teachings. He emphasized that failure would result in appropriate punishment. Henry offered a polite "thank you, officer," while the instructor's inner thoughts revealed his disdain. This arrogant kid. The instructor decided to administer a special test to Henry. Henry sat down at a desk in a dimly lit room, his expression serious as he prepared for the upcoming test. The instructor explained that the test simply required Henry to complete it within the allotted time. With a dramatic flourish, the instructor flipped the hourglass, signaling the start of the test. Henry Morris, a young man with vibrant purple hair, mused to himself. The Education Corps, he reflected, had recently shifted its focus to questions of quality. A hand, meticulously, filled out an official-looking document. The pen moved with practiced ease. An hourglass sat on a nearby table, its sand slowly trickling down, a silent measure of time. The scene shifted to a dimly lit room. An officer, his face partially obscured, asked, "What is it?" The young man with purple hair replied, "I finished." The officer's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You're already done?" The officer, clearly surprised, pointed out that more than half the time remained. He stated, "I'll start scoring it now." The young man stood patiently as the officer began to grade his exam. The officer's eyes widened as he marked the final answer. A perfect score. He offered his congratulations, relieved that the young man had achieved a perfect score. Henry simply replied that the questions were easy. An officer informed Henry, the newly reincarnated 8th Circle mage in the body of a baronet's son, that a martial arts class would begin in the afternoon, allowing him to relax in his room until then. He added that if Henry needed anything, he should visit the administration office. Following the officer's instructions, Henry left the room. The officer, observing Henry's departure, mused to himself about the young man's exceptional progress, noting that it was clear why he was receiving guidance from the commander. A document shown reveals Henry achieved a perfect score on a test for intermediate commanders, a feat even experienced officers found challenging. Unbeknownst to Henry, his exceptional performance was rapidly making him famous within the Education Corps. Henry stood alongside a superior officer before a large group of cadets. The superior officer instructed Cadet Henry to introduce himself. Henry, with a slight nervousness, complied, simply stating, "I'm Henry, it's nice to meet you all." An instructor addressed a group of cadets, announcing that their training would begin with close combat sparring. He singled out Cadet Henry, instructing him to push his limits on his first day. The instructor explained that the next phase of training would involve one-on-one battles to test their skills and abilities. He detailed the rules. The fights would continue until one cadet was knocked out. This was an unlimited competition. The instructor then called upon Cadet Need to begin the first match. Cadet Need and another cadet stood opposite each other in a sparring arena, ready to fight, while the instructor observed. Cadet Need assumed a fighting stance, prepared for battle. The two cadets began to spar, exchanging blows. Suddenly, Cadet Need displayed an unexpected burst of speed and power, surprising his opponent. Henry, in his new, weaker body, observed his opponent. A smirk played on his lips as he mused that his adversary's apparent weakness would prove advantageous. The fight began. Henry's opponent, a muscular young man with purple hair, launched the first attack. A swift, powerful punch aimed at Henry's head. But Henry anticipated the blow, a grim determination hardening his gaze. And countered with a blow of his own, a surge of unexpected power coursing through his fist. The impact sent Henry's opponent reeling. He staggered back, his eyes wide with surprise. Henry noticed something peculiar about his opponent's left hand, it seemed strangely weak. Henry's opponent, clearly disoriented, attempted to flee. But Henry, fueled by a newfound strength and his burning desire for revenge, swiftly closed the distance, delivering a final, decisive blow. Henry, in his new body, unleashed a devastating blow against his sparring partner, a powerful punch that sent a shockwave rippling through the air. The force of the impact leaving the other man reeling, a pained groan escaping his lips. The impact sent Henry's opponent sprawling, his body crashing to the ground, leaving him dazed and defeated as Henry stood over him, his expression unreadable. The scene shifted to a group of onlookers, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief as they watched the aftermath of the sparring match. Their whispered comments expressing their astonishment at Henry's unexpected strength. One of the onlookers voiced their disbelief, questioning what they had just witnessed. The narration box revealed that among 20 cadets, Henry had defeated the one with the third highest grade in close combat sparring. Henry Morris, once a formidable 8th Circle mage, now found himself inhabiting the body of his namesake, a frail and magically inept baronet's son. His powerful physique, a testament to his rigorous training in the demon forest, was a stark contrast to his previous life. A surge of power coursed through him, a remnant of his former magical prowess. He could feel the potential, dormant but waiting to be awakened. With a single, focused strike, he demonstrated a power far beyond his current capabilities. A grim determination hardened his gaze. Revenge against King Silver Jackson Edward would be his. Observing Henry from a distance, a man's brow furrowed in confusion. "Who the heck is this guy?" he muttered, his voice laced with suspicion and a hint of fear. His suspicion quickly turned to alarm. Next, he shouted, his face contorted in a grimace of fear and urgency. The scene opens with Henry Morris, the titular 8th Circled wizard, lying on the ground, his body bruised and battered. He is shirtless, revealing a muscular physique. Another man, seemingly stronger and more skilled, stands over him. A red ring, imbued with magical energy, floats between them, a testament to the recent confrontation. As onlookers discuss the surprising display of strength, they question the identity of the seemingly weaker man who managed to hold his own against a superior opponent. Henry, despite his injuries, feels a surge of power within him. A flashback reveals a vision of his past life as a powerful mage, a stark contrast to his current, weaker form. He reflects on the power he once wielded. He muses on the unusual nature of this new feeling, recognizing the potential it holds. His thoughts turn to the man he defeated, impressed by his unexpected resilience. A superior officer calls for Cadet Ronan to step forward for sparring. Cadet Ronan, a muscular young man with blonde hair, steps forward, ready for his turn. The scene opens on a sparring class, where 3 young men stand before a stern-looking instructor. 2 of the cadets, their physiques honed and ready, are clearly anticipating the match. The instructor, a man of authority with a weathered face, announces that Cadet Ronan consistently achieves the highest marks in close combat training. The instructor then explains to another cadet, Henry, that if he defeats Ronan, he will share the top position in the class. Henry observes Cadet Ronan, a seemingly refined young man, and questions whether such a polished individual could truly be at the top of their class. The instructor raises his hand, signaling the start of the match. With a sharp clap of his hands, the instructor declares the commencement of the sparring match. The match begins, with Henry and Ronan facing each other, ready to engage. Ronan adopts a serious fighting stance, his expression intense. Henry, watching Ronan's calm demeanor, wonders if the top of the class is truly that different. Henry confidently prepares for the fight, deciding that he will simply need to adjust Ronan's overconfidence. Henry Morris, in his new body, moved with surprising speed and agility. His opponent, a burly man with purple hair, barely registered his movements before Henry launched a swift attack. The impact sent the purple-haired man reeling, a look of disbelief on his face. Henry followed up with a powerful kick, sending his opponent sprawling to the ground. The purple-haired man, surprised by Henry's unexpected strength and speed, found himself on the defensive. He thought, "I must have underestimated him." Henry, however, remained calm and focused, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He thought, "He really is different." Sensing an approaching threat, Henry braced himself, shouting, "He's coming!" Circle step. A faint, ethereal glow emanated from Henry's hands as he unleashed a burst of energy, a pale blue light streaking across the desolate landscape. The sudden display of power catching the attention of a burly, blond man, who stood opposite him, his eyes wide with surprise. Henry, however, remained focused, a flicker of determination in his eyes as he wondered if this was a different approach to his training. With a swift movement, the blond man lunged forward, aiming a powerful blow at Henry. But Henry effortlessly dodged the attack, his body moving with surprising agility, countering with a swift kick that sent the blond man sprawling to the ground. Henry stood over his opponent, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he observed the blond man's stunned expression, readying himself for another attack. The blond man, however, quickly recovered, rising to his feet and charging at Henry once more, his eyes burning with a newfound intensity. Henry Morris, in his new, weaker body, grappled with his opponent, a powerfully built man with vibrant purple hair. The exertion was evident on Henry's face, his muscles straining under the pressure, a grunt escaping his lips as he struggled to maintain his hold. He was clearly outmatched in terms of raw strength. The purple-haired man easily overpowered Henry, sending him sprawling to the ground with a swift, brutal throw. Henry's opponent, his blonde hair slightly disheveled, stood over him, a grim determination etched on his face. He prepared to deliver another blow. But a flicker of doubt crossed his features as Henry's eyes narrowed, a sudden shift in his demeanor. Panic seized Henry as he realized his desperate situation. Will I lose like this? He thought, his grip tightening on his opponent's arm. A surge of power coursing through his veins. A faint green glow emanated from his hand. With a guttural cry, Henry unleashed Light Engram, a magic that reduced his opponent's weight, sending him flying into the air, leaving him completely vulnerable. The sudden shift in momentum left Henry's opponent stunned and disoriented. Henry, possessing a striking physique and vibrant purple hair, effortlessly grappled with his opponent, twisting his leg with practiced ease. And with a swift, precise movement, he unleashed a burst of energy, shouting Light Engram cancel, as he sent his foe sprawling. The impact sent his opponent crashing to the ground, eliciting gasps of shock from onlookers. As Henry stood over his defeated foe, his expression unreadable. The force of the blow had even cracked the nearby wall. Henry's opponent lay defeated, his body sprawled across the damaged ground. An official approached, urging Henry, "You need to announce the results." The official announced to the assembled crowd, "The winner is Cadet Henry." Henry, having achieved a perfect score in theory, close combat, and swordsmanship, raised his fist in triumph. A narration box summarized Henry's remarkable achievements: a perfect score in theory class, close combat test, and sword test, all accomplished on this single day. Henry Morris, or rather, the man inhabiting Henry Morris's body, awoke in a dimly lit room. His purple hair and intense gaze hinted at a mind far older than his youthful appearance. A sense of unease settled over him as he surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings. A cold sweat beading on his brow as he registered the heavy wooden door and barred window. A sudden, sharp sound echoed from outside, causing him to tense, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Before a man entered the room. The newcomer, with his blonde hair and piercing gaze, approached cautiously, his expression a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. He addressed Henry, confirming his identity as Ronan. The blonde man, extending a hand, suggested they get to know each other. Henry, maintaining his composure, accepted the gesture, introducing himself as Henry Morris. As their hands met, a subtle shift in the atmosphere was palpable. The blonde man's expression turned serious, his eyes scrutinizing Henry's, revealing his full name, Ronan Porum. The revelation caused a noticeable reaction from Henry. The name Porum struck a chord within Henry. He was visibly surprised, his eyes widening in disbelief. He couldn't believe that he was dealing with a Porum. Two hands clasped together in a firm handshake, the image radiating a sense of mutual respect and understanding. Henry, a young man with vibrant purple hair and piercing purple eyes, tilted his head slightly, a questioning expression on his face. He muttered the name Porum? Henry, still pondering, sat across from another young man with blonde hair. He mused, "If you're a Porum, then." The blonde young man explained, "King Porum, the man who defeated the retired Lord Behold and became the first sword of the Empire and Grand Master." However, despite his honor, he couldn't ignore the system of noblesse oblige. Most of the cadets here are from noble families, gathered to serve in the military. Henry's eyes widened in realization, a sudden understanding dawned on him. He quietly stated, "That's what it was." The blonde young man continued, commenting on Henry's skill, "No wonder you were so good with your footwork. So, have you mastered Porum's sword?" In a dimly lit room, two young men sat on a bed. One, with vibrant purple hair, questioned the other, a blonde-haired youth, "What's your identity?" The blonde youth, his expression somber, remained silent, his gaze cast downward. Suddenly, the purple-haired youth smiled brightly, declaring, "Let's be good friends." The blonde youth, taken aback by this sudden declaration of friendship, questioned, "Why are you saying that all of a sudden?" The purple-haired youth responded simply, "I just thought I should say it." A wide, unsettling grin spread across the blonde youth's face, his eyes gleaming with an unnerving intensity. Later that day, the two young men sat together on the bed, a palpable tension hanging in the air between them. The scene shifts to an exterior shot of a building under a bright, sunny sky. The purple-haired youth observes him, sarcastically commenting, "So are you going to pull out a knife when fighting a demon?" Henry Morris, in his new body, stood before another young man. A question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable: was Henry's presence too conspicuous? The other young man smiled, a knowing glint in his eyes, a subtle hint of mischief playing on his lips. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, a silent understanding passing between them. Later, a different man approached Henry and his companion. He inquired whether Henry was suitable for a particular task, suggesting that he might be too emotionally vulnerable for it. Dismissing the concern, the man suggested a celebratory feast to mark the end of their training. The announcement of a plentiful meal in the cafeteria was met with enthusiastic cheers from a group of trainees. Henry and his companion joined the excited crowd, heading towards the cafeteria. Outside the cafeteria, an officer addressed Henry, confirming his identity. Henry, surprised, recognized the officer as Commander Acelin. Two figures in dark, hooded cloaks stood with their backs to the viewer, observing a woman with vibrant red hair who was gesturing animatedly towards a large, dark wagon. The scene unfolded in a rural setting, with a simple building and a few horses visible in the background. The wagon, pulled by unseen animals, rapidly disappeared down a dusty road, leaving only a trail of swirling dust in its wake. Inside a dimly lit room, the red-haired woman sat on a simple couch, addressing a young man with purple hair. She inquired about his time at the Education Corps. He replied that thanks to her consideration, his time there had been pleasant. The woman smiled, stating that the commander would be pleased to hear that. She continued, explaining that the reason for his summons wasn't because he was being protected by the commander. The young man's expression shifted to one of confusion and curiosity. The woman then revealed that the commander typically calls the top students individually to celebrate with them. However, she added, he was more than happy that the young man had finished first. The young man responded with a surprised, "Oh, right." The woman then offered some advice, explaining that the commander grants one wish to the top student of the class. The chapter opens with a close-up on Henry Morris's eye, his violet iris gleaming with an intensity that belies his current lowly status. A faint purple aura emanates from him, hinting at the immense magical power he still possesses, despite his reincarnation into a weaker body. A carriage hurtles past, its wheels kicking up dust and debris in a chaotic blur. The word WOAH is repeated in speech bubbles, emphasizing the speed and suddenness of the event. Henry, having just received assistance, thanks a woman named Teeny for her help. She responds by wishing him good luck and stating her intention to go to the residence. Henry's expression shifts to one of apprehension. A nervous sweat beads on his brow as he contemplates his next move. Teeny, with a knowing smirk and glint in her eyes, assures him that he will find out soon enough. Henry arrives at a grand estate, his mind filled with uncertainty, symbolized by question marks above his head. In the distance, a cloud of dust suggests recent activity. He mutters the name Commander Resellant to himself, revealing a new character and a potential lead in his quest for revenge. The scene shifts to a burly man in a robe, casually holding a large wooden mug. His appearance suggests he may be a significant figure within the estate. Henry, in his new body, sat at a table in a tavern, a look of mild surprise on his face. Someone approached him and inquired, "I heard that you finished first?" The person who had spoken to Henry then explained, "I didn't know what you liked, so I just prepared a bit of everything. Sit down." A large spread of food was laid out before Henry. His host continued, "All right, is there something you want to do?" The host, a large, imposing figure, explained his actions. He stated, "I've granted the wishes of the ones who finish first, so I'll have to grant yours too." A subtle smile played on Henry's lips as he contemplated his next move. The scene opens on a bustling town square, soldiers in purple uniforms milling about. Two figures, one with blonde hair and the other with purple, stand out amongst the crowd. The two figures, their backs to the viewer, walk away from the town square, carrying large bags on their shoulders. They approach a wooden signpost. The blonde-haired man then asks the purple-haired man where he was the previous day. The purple-haired man replies that he couldn't be found because he was drinking alcohol with the commander. The purple-haired man asks what rumors he is referring to. The blonde-haired man reveals that the rumor is that the commander favors the purple-haired man. Two young men stood together, one with blonde hair and the other with vibrant purple hair. The blonde-haired man spoke, clarifying that his top-of-the-class status wasn't due to any exceptional skill but rather a matter of tradition. The conversation continued, with the purple-haired man questioning if the blonde-haired one had truly done nothing more than drink to achieve his position. He then revealed a gleaming sword, stating that he had indeed acquired something. The blonde-haired youth's eyes widened in surprise as his friend displayed the impressive weapon. The blonde-haired man reacted with disbelief as his friend explained that the sword was a gift, presented as a holy sword. The scene shifted to a different location, where a hand presented the sword to someone off-panel, simply stating, "Take this." A man examined the sword, questioning its nature. Another man, seemingly a priest, confirmed that it was indeed a holy sword, blessed by their greatest priest. The priest then commented on the sword's effectiveness against monsters. The purple-haired man, now holding the sword aloft, displayed its power with a confident smile. A young man with blonde hair, Henry Morris, stared wide-eyed at a large sword being presented to him. A smirk playing on the lips of the purple-haired young man holding it. "Are you jealous?" he asked. Henry's eyes narrowed. "Why would you even ask?" he retorted, his voice sharp. The purple-haired youth shrugged. "No, it's whatever. There's no use wanting something someone else has. Surely, a better sword will show up sooner or later." He chuckled. Sure. Anyway, which unit were you assigned to?" Henry replied, "An infantry unit." The purple-haired youth responded, "Oh, that's not bad at all. It's a good place to get promoted. I was even assigned to a first-class unit rather than a second-class one. As long as I don't make any mistakes, I should be able to get promoted to intermediate officer in no time." The purple-haired youth's thoughts turned inward. This jerk, he was pretending this whole time, not thinking very carefully about these things. He then asked, "What about you?" Two soldiers, one with blonde hair and the other with purple hair, stood near a signpost. The blonde soldier stated that the unit was an infantry unit. The purple-haired soldier questioned the blonde soldier's assertion. The blonde soldier smirked, revealing slightly pointed teeth, as he explained that it was an independent company known as Caliburn's Needle. The purple-haired soldier simply replied, "Yeah, well." The next panel shows a man falling to the ground, seemingly unconscious or incapacitated. The scene shifts to a dimly lit room where a man lies on a couch, seemingly intoxicated. He is surrounded by food and drink. The purple-haired soldier is shown in the background, observing the scene. A magical aura, blue flames, surrounds the purple-haired soldier. He believes this will be enough to remove the effects of the alcohol. The purple-haired soldier approaches a guard, asking to meet with someone named Teeny. The guard agrees to contact Teeny. The purple-haired soldier then studies a map showing troop deployments in a fortress. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself in the body of his namesake, a magically inept baronet's son. He mused over a chart detailing the dramatic decline in his magical abilities over the past year, concluding that a single year was enough time for his skills to deteriorate significantly. This realization solidified his resolve, leading him to seek out a place where he could train undisturbed. He decided to contact Teeny, a woman with striking red hair, who appeared promptly. Henry apologized for the late hour, but Teeny responded that it was all right, noting his intelligence. Henry explained his situation, mentioning the lack of attention to detail from others, and Teeny's kindness. He revealed that his request for help was a command from his superior, and Henry specified that he wanted a place of solitude, free from interference, where he could easily adapt to his new environment, suggesting an independent infantry company. Henry confirmed this was exactly what he desired, and Teeny, with a playful smile, asked if he was trying to be humble. Henry apologized if he came across that way, and Teeny laughed, assuring him it was just a joke. A hand pointed at a series of symbols on a board, each representing a location. These were the places Henry wanted to go. The woman briefing him continued, explaining that most independent companies were actually special forces units. She then asked Henry if he knew what special forces were. Henry, with a neutral expression, replied that he knew special forces were a unit that handled special missions. The woman confirmed his understanding, adding that special forces were usually dangerous. She then questioned his apparent lack of concern, asking if he still didn't care. Henry simply stated that he didn't mind. The woman, observing him, noted that his goal was promotion, as expected. She warned him that it would be difficult in an independent company at first, as most of the troops were senior members, potentially overwhelming for new cadets. Henry questioned if there was no solution to this difficulty. The woman's eyes widened, a sudden realization dawning on her. She then suggested a specific location, identifying it as one of the commander's affiliate special forces units, where he would be immediately put into action, far away from the command structure. Henry Morris, in his new body, stood resolute. A grim determination hardened his features as he silently vowed revenge against King Silver Jackson Edward. The command was clear: avoid any disturbances. But a flicker of anticipation shone in his eyes. Two companions, one with blonde hair and a cheerful demeanor, the other with purple hair mirroring Henry's, stood beside him, awaiting their departure. One of them expressed a quiet apprehension, as the other calmly announced the arrival of their transport. The carriage was approaching. They boarded the carriage, Henry's companion settling in while he remained alert. His purple-haired companion, concerned for his well-being, offered a quiet word of caution, a simple plea for his survival. His blonde-haired companion, however, responded with a smirk and a careless warning. The carriage departed, leaving Henry to contemplate his journey. As they traveled, a sense of foreboding washed over him, a subtle unease that tightened its grip on his heart. His gaze hardened, his resolve unwavering. Upon arrival, a stern-faced guard stood watch near the carriage. Henry, maintaining a calm exterior, exchanged a brief, almost imperceptible glance with the guard, before turning to face his destination, the Demon Forest. His journey to reclaim his power and exact his revenge had begun. A man with a stern expression and a red tunic, his face etched with a grim determination, gave a curt nod. His gaze held a hint of something cold and calculating. Meanwhile, Henry Morris, in his new body, stood silently, his youthful face betraying little emotion. His short, blue hair framed a countenance that seemed both pensive and resolute. His eyes, however, held a spark of something deeper, a burning intensity that hinted at the powerful mage he once was. He responded with a sharp, eager, "Yes, sir." A woman informed a young man with purple hair that the lieutenant position at Caliburn's Needle was open. She continued, explaining that while it was usually a place for the elite, it might be worth a shot for him. The young man, Henry Morris, appeared pensive, a slight bead of sweat on his brow. He traveled in a carriage with another man, who commented on Henry's blunt and cold demeanor. At Caliburn's Needle military camp, Commander Salomon reviewed Henry Morris's documents. Salomon noted that the documents indicated Henry was the best cadet in his class. Henry denied this, prompting Salomon to question if the education officers had falsified the report. Henry Morris, in his new body, displayed a look of wide-eyed apprehension, his mouth agape in a silent scream of disbelief. He internally questioned the doubts of the person speaking to him, sensing a lack of trust. Despite the commander's reservations, Henry was informed that he was not yet ready to be accepted. A gruff superior officer, his face contorted in disapproval, emphasized the point, demanding confirmation of his understanding. Henry, outwardly compliant, responded with a simple yes. The officer, however, immediately countered, his eyes narrowed in warning, stating that this was no playground. He stressed the need for Henry to fight to stay, to cling desperately to his position. Following this, the officer offered to lead Henry to his official residence. The scene shifted to a dilapidated building, where 2 guards stood watch. A narration box explained the company's tradition of having new officers repair and reuse old houses. The officer then informed Henry that he had until the end of the day to complete the maintenance, questioning his ability to do so. With a dismissive wave, the officer wished Henry good luck, leaving him to the task. Henry, left alone, internally judged the officer as childish based on his initial impression. Henry Morris, even in his new, weaker body, found himself facing a daunting task. He was tasked with cleaning the baronet's manor, a job far beyond his capabilities given the time constraints. He mused that even if he worked tirelessly, he wouldn't finish on time. He considered his limitations as a normal human. But then, a spark ignited within him. With a muttered word, clean, he unleashed a surge of magical energy. The magical energy manifested as shimmering orbs of light, each one autonomously cleaning a section of the room. 3 orbs danced and swirled, responding to his silent command. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he commanded them to operate. The orbs obeyed, their light expanding to encompass the entire room in a cleansing wave of energy, leaving the room spotless and sparkling. The effort left Henry breathless, but a sense of satisfaction washed over him. With the manor cleaned, Henry looked out the window, a new determination hardening his gaze. The demon forest awaited. He was ready to begin his training. A company of soldiers stood at attention, their faces grim and determined, as their commanding officer addressed them. The officer, his face etched with concern, announced that all units from the special mission had returned safely. He then asked if everyone should return to the barracks. Instead, he instructed them to proceed to another location, a place where they all needed to assemble. A new lieutenant had arrived, the officer informed his men. He explained that the new lieutenant should be cleaning the warehouse-like barracks behind the building at that moment. The officer noted that the place was quite large, as expected from their commander, and that it had been a while since it had been cleaned. He suggested they all go see it. The scene shifted to a large, warehouse-like building situated against a backdrop of rolling hills. The officer, his voice urgent, called out for Henry, asking if he was inside. His face contorted in a mixture of anger and apprehension, the officer's eyes widened as he searched for Henry. The interior of the building was revealed, a large, sparsely furnished room with a few tables and chairs, bookshelves, and a broom leaning against the wall. Henry Morris, in his new body, the son of a baronet, sat calmly sipping from a mug. His purple hair and intense gaze hinted at the power he still possessed, despite his current lowly status. A surprised voice interrupted his quiet moment. It was a gruff, yet familiar voice, belonging to a man who seemed to know him. The man, a burly figure in a red coat, stood aghast. His disbelief was palpable, he couldn't believe he was seeing Henry Morris here. He responded with a condescending remark, highlighting his seniority and experience. Henry, with a smirk, questioned the man's unexpected visit, suggesting it might be a routine inspection of his quarters. The man, still visibly shaken, mumbled a response, revealing his true intention was simply to greet Henry. As the man spoke, Henry turned to leave, seemingly dismissing the encounter. Henry's confident exit leaves the reader wondering about his next move and the implications of his unexpected encounter. The soldiers spoke of their fallen comrade, Lieutenant Carter, a veteran officer who had served for 5 years before perishing on a mission in the treacherous forest of evil. A palpable sense of camaraderie filled the room, explaining why the platoon still remembered him. Henry Morris, the new platoon lieutenant, was introduced to the unit. A moment of silent contemplation followed. A steely resolve hardened Henry's gaze. He silently vowed to use his own power to correct the injustices he had witnessed. He reflected that this was the path Selin would have wanted him to take. A soldier then approached, asking for his name. Henry responded, "It's Hoden." He then instructed Hoden to lead him to the residence where Lieutenant Carter had lived. A simple, unassuming door marked only by a blank plaque. Henry's expression turned grim as he considered the potential for unrest within the ranks. The recent death of their previous lieutenant, coupled with his own perceived incompetence, could easily spark rebellion. However, he reminded himself that this was still the army, a place where emotion should not dictate actions. He resolved to maintain order and discipline, regardless of the circumstances. A group of soldiers stood in formation, their faces grim and set. Their leader, a man with short, neatly combed brown hair, looked particularly tense. A lone figure, clad in dark clothing and a crimson cloak, knelt before a wooden crate. He muttered, "I'm well informed of the situation." A man with vibrant purple hair, dressed in a red tunic and dark armor, addressed the soldiers. He stated, "You all are like this because you can't forget about your former Lieutenant Carter, right?" The figure in the cloak, still kneeling, questioned, "Why are you playing as soldiers here?" He reached into the crate, a bright flash of light erupted from within. The crate's contents seemingly exploding in a burst of energy. The purple-haired man commanded, "Everyone, don't move even a step." He added, with a stern look, "That is an order." The match was tossed onto the wooden crate, causing a small fire to spread rapidly across the surface. 3 men in dark gray uniforms watched in horror as a small fire erupted behind them. Their leader, tears streaming down his face, demanded to know what was happening. A young man with vibrant purple hair, dressed in a crimson tunic, stood calmly before the distraught group, a small fire flickering at his feet. He observed them, his gaze cold and unwavering. He warned them that their hostile reaction could be interpreted as rebellious. The leader, still weeping, pleaded with the young man, his voice cracking with emotion as he urged a promise to keep a secret. The young man simply smiled, assuring him not to worry. With a defiant smirk, the young man challenged the leader to attack him. The scene opens with Henry Morris, the titular 8th Circle Mage, now inhabiting the body of his namesake, a weakling son of a baronet. He stands before a burly man, his face contorted in anger. The tension crackles between them. A close-up reveals Henry's eyes, glowing with barely contained power. The words "magic armor" appear in a speech bubble above him. And with a swift movement, he unleashes a magical attack, striking the burly man with surprising force. The impact is shown in a close-up on the man's face, his expression a mixture of shock and pain. Henry follows up with another blow, connecting directly to the man's face with a bright flash of energy. The man stumbles back, clutching his face in pain, a groan escaping his lips. "Ugh," he cries out. Henry watches him fall, his expression unreadable as he walks away, leaving the defeated man behind. With a swift, brutal motion, the purple-haired man launched a powerful kick, connecting squarely with his opponent's side, sending him sprawling to the ground, a crimson stream erupting from his nose as he crashed into the earth. He collapsed, gasping for breath, blood pooling around his head as he struggled to stay upright. His face contorted in agony, the impact clearly taking its toll. The purple-haired man, his expression cold and unwavering, pressed his advantage, questioning his defeated foe. His opponent, barely conscious, managed to utter a single word before succumbing to his injuries, "Debo." He scolds them for their lack of resolve. He berates them for their shameful display, reminding them of the gravity of the situation. Finally, he delivers a cutting remark, questioning their actions and their loyalty to their fallen comrade. Commander Salomon addressed a group of soldiers, his expression grim. The men stood rigidly at attention, their faces reflecting a shared unease. Salomon then dismissed them with a curt, "Everyone, you may go." The moment they left, a fist clenched, the knuckles white with suppressed fury. A surge of magic briefly flared around Salomon before dissipating, leaving him seated at a table, his face etched with worry. He muttered to himself, the weight of his unspoken concerns heavy on his shoulders. If we don't do anything, he really will take charge. Salomon's internal conflict reached a breaking point. His brow furrowed as he resolved himself to a difficult course of action. "I have no choice but that." Night fell over the town. A single light shone from a window in a building. 2 soldiers approached Commander Salomon, their voices hushed as they asked, "You called us, Commander Salomon?" A man with a serious expression, his face partially obscured by shadow, spoke urgently. He had something important to impart. The scene shifted to a quaint village nestled against a mountain range, bathed in the warm glow of the midday sun. A peaceful atmosphere permeated the air. Inside a building, a young man with vibrant purple hair stood, his expression unreadable. He seemed to be waiting. He was joined by 3 other men, all dressed in similar red and black attire, seated around a table. The atmosphere was tense, a palpable silence hanging in the air. As the purple-haired man, Henry Morris, introduced himself as the new lieutenant of the Special Missions Platoon. His voice was calm, yet assertive. One of the men, Hugo, a lieutenant in charge of the commander's personal duties, responded with a knowing smile. Another man, Vogue, head of administration and company supply, introduced himself with a slightly irritated expression. Hugo, seemingly comfortable with his seniority, decided to speak frankly to Henry. The implication hung heavy in the air. Henry's lack of magical ability was a significant concern. Henry Morris, in his new body, was questioned. He was asked if the rumors of his magical abilities were true. He responded that they weren't yet, at least. A statement that drew a sharp retort from his questioner, who scoffed at Henry's apparent lack of self-awareness and questioned his conscience. The man continued his interrogation, emphasizing the gravity of Henry's situation and the inappropriateness of his demeanor for a new officer. Henry remained unfazed, calmly stating that he would learn to control his aura when the time came, dismissing the need for haste. Henry's nonchalant attitude did not go unnoticed. Observing from a nearby table, a group of men reacted with disdain, one of them labeling Henry an arrogant bastard. One of the men, clearly irritated by Henry's arrogance, suggested a test to gauge his abilities. Henry smirked, his eyes gleaming with a hint of malice. He questioned the man's motives, suggesting that the test was born out of fear. A suggestion that visibly angered the man. Infuriated, the man challenged Henry, urging him to proceed with the test. A high-ranking officer, his face contorted in a sneer, addressed someone unseen. His words dripped with malice. "Let's see how long you can make fun with that tongue of yours." Another officer, his expression more subdued, interjected, pleading with the first, "Commander, please let us do that much." The scene shifted to a large assembly of troops. The commander, his back to the viewer, surveyed the scene. He declared, "I purposely assembled all of the troops here for this." A dark-skinned man, his face partially obscured by shadow, watched from the sidelines. His thoughts were revealed. This will be the place where they'll see how big of a mess the new Kaki officer will become. It's also an opportunity for you to withdraw your personnel appointment. The focus returned to the two officers. The second officer, carrying what appeared to be a wooden sword, was questioned by the commander, "Is this wooden sword really okay with you?" The commander, clearly irritated, muttered to himself, "This bastard just keeps talking." The camera panned to reveal the full scene. The two officers stood before a large formation of soldiers. A voice announced, "It's the new lieutenant." The dark-skinned man from earlier chuckled, "This is going to be fun, haha. I don't know what you're up to, but Hugo is an advanced expert user. He's not an opponent for a runner-class user like you to fight." He continued, his voice laced with a cruel amusement, "Although it's not a real sword but a wooden sword, I want the two of you to do your best." Henry, in his new body, stood resolute. He resolved to use his full power this time. With a surge of magical energy, a shimmering, protective armor enveloped him. He prepared for battle, his movements swift and precise. Drawing his sword with deadly intent. Facing his opponent, a blond man in similar attire, their eyes locked in a fierce glare. And clashing blades in a flurry of sparks in motion. Henry's attack sent his opponent's weapon flying. The force of the blow sending it arcing through the air. Landing before a shocked crowd of onlookers. Their disbelief was palpable as they witnessed Henry's unexpected power. Henry Morris, in his new, weaker body, clutched a crude wooden sword. His face was contorted in a grimace of exertion and barely suppressed panic. The flimsy weapon, stained with a trickle of blood, trembled in his grasp as he faced a young man in similar attire. He addressed the youth with a strained voice, calling him senior. Two other men, equally unimpressed, watched from behind the younger man. Henry's eyes darted between them, his fear palpable. One of the onlookers, a large man with a dark beard, ran a hand through his hair in clear exasperation. Later, the bearded man sat across the table from the young man, a document between them. He seemed to be explaining a task. He indicated the papers, stating that this was the young man's new assignment, and that he should begin after reading it. The young man, exhausted, stated that he needed to rest. He picked up the documents and began to read. Henry Morris, reborn into the body of a commoner, stared at the document in disbelief. His new assignment, patrolling the Class 9 Gehenna area of the Demon Forest. A notorious zone known for its extreme danger. He questioned the assignment's absurdity, his brow furrowing in thought. A grim determination settled on his face. He knew this was a necessary step in his quest for revenge against King Silver Jackson Edward. He resolved to visit Iselin immediately. The scene opens on a grand building, the imposing architecture hinting at its importance within the kingdom. A voice, crisp and authoritative, calls out from within, "Come in." Inside, a young man with vibrant purple hair stands before a stern-looking officer. The young man, Henry, explains, "The duty I was assigned seems a little strange." The officer, his face etched with suspicion, sharply questions Henry's presence. His expression hardens as he demands to know what Henry is doing there. Henry explains that he was assigned the duty from the Special Missions Division, but that today's task, a simple sweep, is usually handled by the Infantry Division. He points out the incongruity of his assignment. Henry counters that he proved his skills today by winning a duel against Lieutenant Hugo. The officer is incredulous. He questions how Henry could possibly win against Hugo, especially with a single attack against a wooden sword. A nearby woman gasps in disbelief. Henry calmly states that it's a bad habit to tell lies to avoid a situation, suggesting the officer confirm the truth for himself. A superior officer, his face etched with a mixture of weariness and grim determination, sat in his office. Only good news had been coming in since the morning, he thought, a subtle hint of unease creeping into his usually stoic demeanor. He chuckled, a low rumble in his chest, as Lieutenant Henry, a young man with vibrant purple hair, entered the room. The officer's amusement was short-lived, however, as he quickly turned serious. His expression shifted, and he offered Henry a new mission, a chance to prove himself. Henry, however, had a specific request. He wanted to go to the Class 6 district. Henry explained his reasoning, revealing that he'd heard rumors of the Class 6 district being the location of the Empire's Special Mission Forces. He hoped this assignment would allow him to learn more about the area, and perhaps, uncover some hidden truths. The officer, after a moment of consideration, agreed to send Henry to the Class 9 district instead, viewing it as valuable experience. He promised Henry his desired mission upon his return. Henry expressed his gratitude. The officer's eyes, however, held a knowing glint, hinting at a deeper, unspoken understanding between them. The officer pressed Henry for a response, eager to see his reaction to the offer. Henry, though hesitant, ultimately agreed to the terms. With a simple yes, Henry accepted his mission. The officer then handed him a sealed letter, a subtle shift in the atmosphere suggesting a hidden agenda. The officer inquired about Henry's knowledge of the former Lieutenant, Carter. Henry confirmed his awareness, setting the stage for a potentially complex and dangerous mission. A young man with vibrant purple hair, meticulously reviewing documents, confirmed a grim fact, right, that bastard Carter died during a mission. But an older man, his face partially obscured by shadow, countered with a knowing smirk, but, aren't you curious about his mission? The young man, his expression hardening, reflected, this sly bastard, this isn't just a simple district. A mission that drove a lieutenant to death. For him to mention it to me, it must be pretty important or urgent. The older man, seated at a large desk, responded with a sigh, this is a hassle. Yes, I have been wondering about it. As expected, I knew you'd answer like that. The older man continued, his voice low and serious, long ago, Carter has been chasing after a creature called Black. This is a guess, but maybe that bastard was a demon that enjoyed playing games. The young man, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, muttered, I haven't heard the word demon in a long time. He then asked, his tone sharp, did Black do something bad to the fort? The older man explained, his expression grim, the first time he saw Black, Carter was a company commander in the infantry division. He went on a mission in the Class 7 district and lost his precious man to Black. He must have had a good relationship with his men? The older man concluded, it was just an ordinary encounter in the infantry. Well, he liked that. Did Lieutenant Carter apply for the mission specifically for revenge? You're right, it was a mission specifically assigned for Carter's revenge. He was the best candidate from the special forces. Well, I also needed someone capable for it. A solemn-faced soldier, his purple hair a stark contrast to his somber expression, reflected on a fallen comrade. He considered the deceased a fool for his actions, yet understood the man's motivations, a desperate attempt to avenge his fallen man. The soldier vowed to return the fallen man's belongings promptly. Meanwhile, a grizzled veteran, his face etched with the harsh realities of war, observed that even predators rest when satiated. However, this particular enemy was not merely hungry, he reveled in the act of killing, making him a far more dangerous threat. The mission, initially intended as revenge for Carter, had evolved into something far more sinister. The purple-haired soldier was informed that the enemy was a demon, and that the Special Missions Unit was tasked with dealing with it. He understood the gravity of the situation. A superior officer warned him of the mission's inherent danger. If he died, recovering his body would be impossible. The soldier, unfazed, responded that if the mission was this dangerous, he shouldn't have been assigned to it in the first place. The soldier carefully examined a stack of documents, his expression serious and focused. He was clearly preparing himself for the dangerous mission ahead. His eyes widened as he read a particularly alarming detail, the enemy was a demon. He pondered the difficulty of the mission, acknowledging that even a single Class 3 demon would pose a significant challenge. The documents detailed the enemy's abilities, shapeshifting, classification as a Class 6 demon, though capable of appearing in Class 7 and 8 areas, high intelligence, fluency in human language, and unstable condensed dark magic within its body. A surge of dark energy erupted from the soldier as he processed this information. Henry Morris, in his new body, reviewed the mission briefing. The documents detailed a formidable foe, known for its hostility from years of conflict. A daunting prospect that weighed heavily on his mind. This mission, he realized, would be far from easy. Later that day, a knock came at his door. Revealing a subordinate, his expression one of polite inquiry. You called? Henry informed the subordinate that the previous mission had been cancelled. And that he would be patrolling District 6 in the afternoon. The subordinate, surprised, questioned the assignment to District 6. Henry revealed that he'd been assigned Lieutenant Carter's mission, specifically to pursue the notorious bastard Black. He acknowledged the difficulty of the task, but his resolve remained firm. The subordinate agreed, understanding the inherent challenges. Lieutenant Carter explained that the information from 5 years prior was unreliable, prompting him to re-investigate from the beginning. He planned to start with some light scouting. He then gave a wooden crate to a young man with purple hair, stating that it contained the belongings of the former lieutenant. The young man, surprised, questioned the decision, but Carter explained that he didn't intend to burn the belongings, as they were of little value to him. The purple-haired young man, whose name is Gibo, thanked the lieutenant and apologized. He then asked if the former lieutenant was all right, to which the lieutenant replied affirmatively. The lieutenant told Gibo it was fine, but warned him not to be absent-minded, lest he face consequences. Gibo saluted, but the lieutenant stopped him, saying a salute wasn't necessary. Alone, Gibo pondered his next steps, wondering if it was time to prepare for his revenge against the man he called that bastard. A narration box revealed that Lieutenant Henry Morris and 9 others had been imprisoned. The scene shifted to show Gibo, now in a white cloak, standing before a line of soldiers outside a castle. The image shows a close-up of a figure clad in simple yet sturdy armor, a long sword sheathed at their hip, and a white cloak billowing slightly. The overall impression is one of quiet readiness. A group of soldiers, similarly armored, stand within a dark stone hall. One of them shouts yes, with unrestrained enthusiasm. A heavy portcullis begins to rise, revealing the imposing stone walls of a castle beyond. The portcullis rises fully, revealing a long passageway leading to a courtyard where a company of soldiers awaits. Henry, the reincarnated wizard, now in the body of his namesake, shouts let's go. His face is set with grim determination. His mouth is open wide, a silent roar of defiance echoing in the vibrant blue energy that surrounds him. High above the imposing walls of the kingdom, Henry Morris, a man whose violet hair mirrored the stormy sky, stood amidst a company of soldiers. It had been some time since he last saw this view, a nostalgic sight that stirred memories of his past. His gaze lingered on the scene below, a wistful smile playing on his lips as he recalled his former life. The image brought back a flood of memories, a poignant reminder of the power he once wielded. Stealthily, the group made their way towards the Class 6 district, their destination. Henry pondered whether it was time to begin. He stood in the center of a circle, preparing to cast a spell. A subtle magic enveloped the soldiers around him. A combination spell known as Solitude in the Crowd, designed to mask their presence and avoid unwanted attention. The spell successfully concealed them from prying eyes as they approached the demon forest, where monstrous creatures lurked: a hulking golem, a serpentine dragon, and other nightmarish beings. A group of soldiers stood in a forest clearing, their expressions a mixture of apprehension and curiosity. One of them voiced the question hanging in the air: is today a special day? He pondered aloud, a hint of unease coloring his tone. I wonder, how could we not have met trouble even once? Their attention was drawn to a figure approaching from behind, a man with purple hair, cloaked in white, his back to the soldiers. The panel shows a sign that reads, Forest of Evil, Class 6 District Safety Zone. The purple-haired man, Henry, spoke, a hint of surprise in his voice. I didn't know my magic Solitude in the Crowd was being used in this place. A magical aura emanated from him, a soft, radiant light illuminating the forest clearing. The soldiers looked on with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Henry addressed the soldiers, his voice firm and commanding. Our goal today is to get a lead on Black Dot. One of the soldiers, a man with dark skin, responded with a skeptical expression. Although I have information on Black that Lieutenant Carter wrote for 5 years, to be honest, it wasn't that much help. Henry declared, his determination unwavering. That's why I'm going to start all over in my own way. Based on the information, he's a Class 6 demon that can talk and is suspected of being a maniac. And it also says that it's stronger than other demons in its class. A young man with vibrant purple hair, dressed in military attire, examined a piece of parchment. He declared to his unseen companions that they were about to search for something that would provide crucial information. The parchment depicted a peculiar mushroom, identified as the kin mushroom, a demonic variety known to thrive only in Class 5 demonic energy zones. One of the soldiers noted their current location was in the Class 6 district, prompting the purple-haired man to explain that this was precisely why they were searching for this specific mushroom, as its presence indicated a high concentration of demonic energy, necessary for their objective. Another soldier expressed his understanding with an exclamation. A soldier, his face etched with concern, pondered aloud whether the mushroom's presence near the home of a powerful demon, known as Black, who was beyond Class 6, was significant. The purple-haired man, a smirk playing on his lips, held up the parchment, confirming the soldier's suspicion. To improve efficiency, the purple-haired man announced his plan to split the group into 2 teams, led by himself and the platoon sergeant, ensuring minimal conflict with the demons. He then handed a rolled-up scroll to the platoon sergeant. A lieutenant questioned the nature of the scroll, prompting the purple-haired man to explain that it was a support magic item, a magically created scroll, to be used only in emergencies. He emphasized its value, a gift from the captain, and urged the lieutenant to use it wisely. A soldier presented a scroll to his superior officer. He affirmed his understanding of its contents. The group, standing before a vibrant rainbow arching over a lush forest, was about to split into 2. A superior officer instructed his lieutenant that they would regroup in 6 hours. The lieutenant, a young man with vibrant purple hair, addressed his own squad. He declared it was time for them to move out as well. The lieutenant's squad marched into the demon forest, their steps echoing through the trees. One of the soldiers approached the lieutenant, hesitantly questioning him. The soldier asked the lieutenant a question, and the lieutenant gave him permission to continue. The lieutenant revealed that he had learned this technique from an illustrated book about the Forest of Evil. He further surprised the soldier by stating that he had memorized the entire book. The soldier was astonished by the lieutenant's knowledge, especially considering the unusual nature of a Class 6 demon living in a Class 5 environment. The lieutenant explained that he was currently searching for a specific kin mushroom. Henry Morris, in his new body, surveyed the scene. He had borrowed the hands of the troops to protect the treasure he had hidden decades ago, a necessary measure to reach a crucial milestone in his quest for revenge against King Silver Jackson Edward. He justified the deception to himself, reasoning that his search for the treasure was intertwined with his pursuit of Black, the king's right-hand man. A brilliant flash of light erupted from the forest, illuminating the landscape as Henry's treasure was revealed. The sudden burst of light startled the soldiers, who looked on in confusion. Henry, despite tracking the treasure closely, had only found a single mushroom spore, a meager clue to Black's whereabouts. He lamented his failure, realizing that Lieutenant Carter had nothing to do with this. He berated himself for his incompetence, questioning how such a seemingly simple task could have eluded him. Another soldier, however, dismissed his self-reproach, pointing out that a new officer was hardly a cause for concern. Henry, accepting the soldier's words, declared his allegiance to the lieutenant. His mind, however, remained preoccupied with the location of his treasure. Deep misunderstandings continued to accumulate. Henry, in his new body, stood before a swirling vortex of magical energy, a faint smile playing on his lips. He focused his intent, drawing upon the remnants of his immense power. The energy coalesced, forming a shimmering gateway, a portal to a realm beyond. Emerging from the gateway was Hector, Henry's powerful training partner, his form shrouded in shadow. "It's been a while," he stated, his voice echoing with ancient power. Henry, eager to resume his training, greeted him with a cheerful, "How have you been, Hector?" Hector's expression turned serious. "Shouldn't you be assigned to a unit by now?" Henry recounted his recent experiences. He explained that he had been assigned a task, and in the process, overpowered those who had doubted his skills. Hector, unimpressed, questioned Henry's progress. He pointed out that from the perspective of experts, Henry's current state was trivial. Henry retorted that he had been given a troublesome task, hindering his training. He complained about a monster he couldn't even touch. Hector pressed for details, prompting Henry to admit that the explanation was lengthy. The scene ended with a lingering sense of mystery surrounding Henry's recent assignment. To be honest, the man admitted that finding and training the troublesome wizard known as Black would be difficult. He confirmed that this was the situation. The other man stated that this could not happen, and that capturing Black was the first step. One of them scoffed, deeming it foolish for a wizard to take such a simple approach. He criticized the other for choosing the long and difficult path. He questioned why the other was pursuing Black instead of simply asking a witness. The other man seemed surprised by the suggestion of a witness. The man pondered the relevance of a witness to the situation. He then realized he could summon Carter's soul and question him directly. However, he noted that this required an item imbued with Carter's spirit. He instructed the other man to wait. Henry, the lowly son of a baronet, examined a report on Black, a mysterious individual. He mused that Carter, the subject of the report, was likely more valuable than anything else. He began a ritual, a summoning. A worried Carter asked what would happen to him if Henry summoned someone else. Henry shrugged, admitting he didn't know what would happen since he'd never done it before. Carter wondered if it would be a big deal. With a surge of energy, Henry completed the summoning ritual. The air crackled with power. The intense light subsided, revealing Henry's determined expression as he called out to Carter. A voice, echoing with power, called out for Carter. The young man with vibrant purple hair, a determined set to his jaw, emerged from the shadows, his eyes blazing with intensity. A magical sigil glowed, emanating an ethereal light as a message materialized within its center. Carter's name was called out again, this time with a sense of urgency. A mysterious figure appeared, shrouded in darkness, as Carter's name was repeated, this time laced with confusion and concern. Carter hesitated, a shadow of doubt crossing his features. A powerful, dark figure loomed behind him, its presence heavy with menace. The dark figure questioned the possibility of Carter's soul not being in the netherworld. Carter questioned the dark figure's statement, expressing disbelief. The dark figure responded, stating that the sacrifice and magic used were perfect. Henry, in his new body, sat before a cloaked figure. He questioned the figure's certainty about the ritual's success, prompting the figure to explain that the successful opening of the gate to the netherworld was proof of its perfection. Henry's mind raced, overwhelmed by the implications of his actions. He muttered to himself, expressing his confusion and growing unease. His thoughts turned to the nature of necromancy, questioning whether it was possible to summon the spirit of someone still alive. He wondered if this was the reason why he couldn't summon Carter. Henry, however, quickly formulated a new plan. He declared that Carter wasn't his only target, shifting his focus to Carter's former subordinates. The cloaked figure reacted to this new strategy, pointing out that those subordinates had been gone for at least 5 years. The figure questioned Henry's plan to acquire their belongings, prompting Henry to reveal his knowledge of a specific location. Henry revealed that he knew of only one place where he could find what he was looking for, the Cradle of Heroes. The cloaked figure, understanding his reasoning, explained that if the bodies of the dead could not be found, they were likely enshrined in the Cradle of Heroes instead of a tomb. Therefore, their belongings would be there. Henry Morris, in the body of his namesake, stood before a display case. Inside, a portrait of a woman and a necklace rested on a velvet cushion. He hummed thoughtfully, his gaze lingering on the items. A subtle smile played on his lips as a memory flickered in his mind. He recognized the necklace, it was a key piece to his past life. So this is where it was, he thought, a glint of determination in his eyes. Henry picked up the necklace. This should be enough, he muttered, a confident smirk spreading across his face. He knelt before a complex magical sigil etched into the floor, a shadowy figure watching from the background. The air crackled with anticipation. Henry placed the necklace on the sigil. A faint light emanating from the pendant. The light intensified, revealing a shimmering portal. The shadowy figure spoke, "You've succeeded." The portal pulsed with arcane energy, beckoning Henry into its depths. The scene opens with a powerful image, a clash between magical energies, depicted in vibrant hues of purple and blue. A figure with dark hair and a stern expression, possibly a powerful mage, is shown in the background, his presence hinting at a significant magical confrontation. In the foreground, a man in heavy armor, Sir Holterbelt, is shown, his face contorted in a grimace as he is seemingly overwhelmed by a magical force. His eyes glow with an unnatural light. A young man with vibrant purple hair, Henry Morris in his new body, observes the scene with a mixture of concern and curiosity. Holterbelt, clearly distressed, asks, "Who are you?" Henry, seemingly calm amidst the chaos, explains that he is part of a special forces team under the direct control of Commander Asselin. He summoned Holterbelt because of Lieutenant Carter, revealing that Lieutenant Carter is currently missing, a situation described only as black. Holterbelt's face is once again shown, this time with a look of dawning horror as he processes this information. His eyes widen, and he cries out in anguish, overwhelmed by the news of Carter's disappearance. Henry, standing amidst the chaos, expresses his concern for Lieutenant Carter, his face reflecting a mixture of worry and determination. The panel ends with a sense of impending danger and uncertainty. Henry, in his new body, spoke with the lieutenant, apologizing for his thoughts on the lieutenant's 5-year solo fight. The lieutenant responded that he understood completely. The conversation continued, with Henry asking the lieutenant if he remembered a description of Black. The lieutenant paused, considering the question. Instead of answering directly, the lieutenant revealed that Henry was mistaken about something. Henry, surprised, asked what the lieutenant meant. The lieutenant explained that the entity they were hunting was not simply transforming, it was stealing and inhabiting the bodies of others. Henry, shocked, questioned whether the entity used the bodies of other living things. The lieutenant confirmed this, describing how the entity moved from one body to another through their mouths, illustrating the process with a vivid description of an evil spirit. He recounted a horrifying incident where the entity jumped from one colleague to another in this manner. Henry, his eyes wide with disbelief, asked if the entity truly moved into bodies using their mouths. Henry, in his new body, recounted the final moments before his death. His eyes glowed with an infernal light as he revealed his plan to become a demon. A nearby observer, a young man with vibrant purple hair, questioned whether this transformation was a necessary evolutionary step. The purple-haired man continued, noting that if Henry had begun his transformation 5 years prior, he would already be a demon, implying a worsening situation. Henry, his eyes still burning, recalled another detail from that fateful day. While paralyzed by fear, a cruel voice taunted him. The scene shifted to show a brutal encounter. A man in armor loomed over Henry, his face contorted in a cruel grin. The armored man spoke, suggesting that being eaten by someone soon to become a demon was an honor. The following panels depict the horrifying climax of this encounter, Henry's screams and the man's predatory actions. The final image shows the man's cold, emotionless eye, leaving the reader with a sense of dread. As soon as a presence entered his mind, Henry felt an overwhelming surge of dark emotions. The intense pleasure of murder and the overwhelming desire to conquer bodies consumed him. It was all because of a scent thick with the promise of pleasure. Suddenly, a man with purple hair and a red jacket appeared, exclaiming that they had been ambushed because of the scent. The purple-haired man, curious, pressed for more information, demanding to know the exact nature of the scent. His companion explained that it was a deodorant they had obtained from a trading partner and used among themselves. He believed the scent strongly stimulated the attacker's desires. The purple-haired man then asked if his companion remembered the name of the deodorant. It was called Febreze, a famously potent deodorant. The scene shifts to show the attacker's legs disintegrating into red dust. A young man with vibrant purple hair approached someone, his expression serious as he politely asked for a moment of their time. The person he addressed was a man in armor, his face grim and marked by what appeared to be recent injuries. He stated that he did not seek revenge. Instead, he had a different request. If they happened to see Lieutenant Carter, he asked them to convey his thanks. A powerful magical energy erupted in a burst of light and particles, leaving behind only a golden pendant. Two figures stood observing the aftermath, the purple-haired young man and a cloaked individual. The golden pendant lay on the ground, gleaming faintly in the dim light. The purple-haired young man expressed relief, stating that he had been worried the cloaked figure would curse him due to lingering feelings. The young man questioned if the cloaked figure also harbored such feelings, to which the cloaked figure admitted that they did. Later, the purple-haired young man is seen in a grand building, speaking with a stern-looking man in armor. He explains that he came early in the morning, not for deodorant, but because he didn't want to miss a small chance. A woman with vibrant red hair, dressed in practical leather armor, approached Henry. She apologized for interrupting, but then addressed him as Lieutenant Henry, referring to something specific. Holding up a small, emerald green bottle labeled Febreze. She asked Henry if he was referring to this. A voice, smooth yet firm, cut through the air. It proposed a transaction. In exchange for assistance needed by Lieutenant Henry, a certain something would be required in return. A question met with immediate acceptance by Henry, who promptly inquired about the nature of this needed item. He was ready to hear the request, his expression open and curious. With a conspiratorial whisper, the details of the exchange were revealed. A simple request met with an equally simple agreement. The scene shifted to the ominous Forest of Evil, specifically Class 6 District. A call for attention echoed through the trees. A group of soldiers, including Henry, stood poised, awaiting instructions. One soldier voiced his doubt about a certain detail. Henry Morris, in the body of his namesake, the baronet's son, examined the green bottle in his hands. A look of uncertainty clouded his features. He questioned the circumstances surrounding Carter's attack, wondering if Holterbelt's testimony was inaccurate, given that Carter hadn't even used the deodorant. Concluding there was nothing more he could do, Henry decided to proceed. He addressed a company of soldiers, announcing the commencement of their search. And the soldiers prepared to follow his lead. Amidst the group, Henry felt a sense of solitude, a quiet detachment from those around him. He wondered if he should also subtly begin his own actions. A surge of purple energy emanated from Henry, subtly incapacitating two nearby soldiers without drawing undue attention. He mused that this method would prevent the troops from becoming involved in any unwanted complications. As he used the deodorant, activating its steam skin ability. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself in the body of his namesake, a talentless baronet's son. He stood within the treacherous demon forest, his back to the viewer, a surge of green magical energy emanating from him. A faint smirk playing on his lips as he mused on the irony of the situation. This magic, originally intended for women creating perfume, was now being used for far more potent purposes. He wondered how many would fall before his wrath. The green energy shot forward, striking a monstrous beast with horns and a demonic face, and a large reptilian creature with wings. The power of his magic was undeniable. The energy trail led Henry to a dark cave, where a massive minotaur-like creature sat amidst a pile of bones, radiating a menacing aura. Two figures cautiously approached the cave, their conversation hinting at the minotaur's rarity and power. They were clearly wary of the creature's presence. The minotaur, sensing their presence, slowly turned its head, its eyes glowing menacingly. A low growl rumbling in its chest. It was clear that a confrontation was imminent. Suddenly, a blinding red light erupted from the minotaur's eye, signaling a powerful attack. A force that shook the very ground. Two more minotaurs emerged from the shadows, ready for battle. The camera sweeps across a verdant landscape, the towering peaks of a mountain range piercing the azure sky. A dense forest, teeming with tall evergreens, blankets the lower slopes, hinting at the secrets it holds within. Henry, a young man with vibrant purple hair, stands amidst the trees. He clutches a small, ornate vial, his expression thoughtful. He mutters to himself, convinced of the injustice he has suffered. He reflects on the false testimony that led to his unjust execution, a grim reminder of the king's treachery. His resolve hardens, he will seek justice. But for now, he knows he must focus on what he can control. The path to revenge is long and arduous. The scene shifts, showing Henry walking through a bustling crowd. Despite being surrounded by people, he feels utterly alone, a stark contrast to the vibrant energy around him. The title card reads, Solitude in the Crowd. He continues his journey, his footsteps echoing the weight of his purpose. The scene shifts again, showing him walking away from the crowd. Leaving the city behind. He looks up, noticing something unusual in the sky. Henry's gaze is drawn to the sky, a thoughtful expression on his face. He is clearly intrigued by what he sees. Suddenly, a strange sound catches his attention, a sound that hints at something powerful and potentially dangerous. A surge of raw magical energy erupted from within Henry, the former 8th Circle mage, now inhabiting the body of a baronet's son. The power, though contained, was unmistakable, a testament to his former strength. It manifested as a blinding flash of azure lightning, striking down upon his enemies. One of them, a lieutenant, cried out in pain as the magical energy coursed through him. The lieutenant collapsed, his body convulsing from the sheer force of the magical attack. Henry, still regaining control of his powers, watched the scene unfold. Unaware that a new threat was approaching. From the depths of the demon forest, a herd of monstrous minotaurs emerged, their guttural roars echoing through the trees. The remaining soldiers, shaken by the lieutenant's sudden demise and the appearance of the minotaurs, were thrown into disarray. A commanding officer attempted to restore order, calling for calm and a retreat to the safety zone. However, some soldiers, fueled by rage and a desire for revenge, resisted the order, arguing that they should pursue revenge for their fallen comrade. The officer, however, insisted on a strategic retreat, emphasizing the overwhelming odds against them and the need for survival. As the soldiers began their retreat, a colossal minotaur, far larger and more powerful than the others, emerged from the forest. Its presence sent a wave of fear through the remaining soldiers, its eyes burning with an infernal light. The sheer size and power of this creature left the soldiers speechless, their retreat turning into a desperate flight. A powerful surge of energy erupted from the ground, the earth trembling violently as a monstrous minotaur emerged from the depths of the demon forest. Its massive form radiating an aura of raw power, its eyes burning with malevolent intensity. The creature slammed its fist into the ground, creating a massive shockwave that sent tremors through the forest. A soldier, his face contorted in grim determination, addressed his fellow soldiers. He declared that they were trapped, their retreat blocked by the monstrous beast, and that he was prepared to die fighting. He urged his comrades to join him, sensing their shared despair. Another soldier, the platoon sergeant, responded to his lieutenant's declaration. He urged his men to stand together, emphasizing the unacceptable loss of their lieutenant twice. The weight of their losses and the grim situation fueled their resolve. A third soldier, emboldened by his comrades' courage, declared his willingness to die alongside them. The soldiers charged, swords drawn, facing the minotaur and another monstrous beast. The minotaurs charged, horns lowered, intent on destruction. One soldier engaged a minotaur in close combat, his sword clashing against the beast's thick hide. The impact sending sparks flying. The soldier's attack was met with fierce resistance. The minotaur, wounded but unyielding, let out a furious roar, its breath forming a chilling mist. Henry, in the body of his namesake, stood amidst the chaos of the demon forest. A monstrous minotaur, its hide the color of fresh snow, lay wounded at his feet, its massive form twitching from a grievous blow. A fallen soldier lay nearby, his uniform bearing the insignia of the Empire's elite. A nearby soldier watched the scene unfold, his eyes wide with disbelief. "What the hell is that one doing?" he muttered, his voice laced with a mixture of awe and fear. The soldier's gaze shifted to a fallen figure in the distance, a lieutenant of the Royal Guard. Could this be connected to the young man's actions? The thought lingered in his mind, a seed of suspicion planted. The minotaur, enraged by its injury, charged towards Henry, its massive horns lowered, intent on revenge. Henry braced himself, his eyes narrowed in concentration. Henry reacted instantly, his feet moving with surprising speed, a blur of motion across the forest floor. Dust and debris flew up in his wake as he evaded the minotaur's charge. The soldier, witnessing this incredible display of speed and agility, shouted, "What do you think you're doing?" Henry, without hesitation, drew his sword, the steel gleaming in the dim light of the forest. He lunged forward, meeting the minotaur's attack head-on. The clash of steel against monstrous hide echoed through the trees. The force of the impact sent Henry sprawling to the ground, a grunt escaping his lips. But even as he fell, a surge of raw power erupted from within him, a blinding flash of energy that engulfed the minotaur. The creature roared in agony as the energy coursed through its body. A bolt of lightning, powerful and bright, hurtled towards Henry, the lowly son of a baronet. He braced himself, a grim expression etched onto his face. As the searing energy approached, he resigned himself to his fate. So this is the end, he thought, a sense of finality washing over him. The lightning struck, a blinding flash of light and energy engulfing him. The raw power coursing through the air, leaving a trail of crackling energy in its wake. A sword, imbued with the same energy, materialized before him. Henry, or rather, the man who now possessed Henry's soul, stood, bathed in the ethereal glow. He raised the sword, the power surging through him. Below him, the original Henry's body lay lifeless, the storm slowly receding. The rebirth was complete. A blinding flash of blue energy erupted from the scene of Henry Morris's execution. The raw magical power crackled and surged, forming into the shape of a sword, imbued with potent arcane energy. The magical sword then struck down a figure in dark clothing, who fell to the ground. A lieutenant, seemingly surprised by the sudden attack, lay defeated. The scene was filled with the lingering energy of the magical strike. The magical energy dissipated, leaving behind a young man with purple hair, clutching a broken piece of the magical sword. He was Henry Morris, reborn in a new body. A gruff voice commanded Henry to get up. He was still alive, but in a new body, and he had a plan. Henry instructed the soldier to report his survival to the king and to ensure his own continued survival. The soldier, clearly relieved, readily agreed. The soldier's enthusiastic agreement marked the end of this encounter, leaving Henry to contemplate his next move. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now walks a path of vengeance. His journey leads him to the treacherous demon forest, a place where he hopes to regain his former strength. Where he is unexpectedly confronted by a monstrous minotaur. The beast, its eyes burning with an eerie light, challenges him. "It's you, isn't it?" Henry, though in a new, weaker body, recognizes the creature. He thinks, "The one who struck lightning at me?" The minotaur roars, its rage palpable, preparing to attack. Without hesitation, Henry draws his sword and prepares for battle, engaging the minotaur in a fierce clash of steel and brute force. A whirlwind of blows exchanged between man and beast. But Henry, despite his weakened state, manages to overpower the creature with a swift, precise strike. He sneers, "You're not even that tough." With a final, devastating blow, Henry defeats the minotaur, proving that even without his full magical power, his skill in combat remains unmatched. Henry Morris, in his new, weaker body, stood on the precipice of a challenge. His eyes, though sharing the same violet hue as his previous life, reflected a determination born of vengeance. He faced a monstrous creature, its form vaguely reptilian, within the treacherous demon forest. The beast lunged. But Henry reacted swiftly, deflecting its attack with a surprising burst of speed. The impact sent tremors through the ground, leaving scorch marks where the creature's claws had scraped. Henry, panting, clutched his side. "Damn," he muttered, his face a mask of exertion. He looked at the fallen beast. "Is it dead?" he questioned, uncertainty clouding his features. The creature let out a guttural roar, its eyes blazing with fury. "This useless bastard," it hissed, its voice a venomous whisper. Henry's eyes widened in surprise. He had underestimated the beast's resilience. The creature lunged again, its claws extended, but Henry, despite his exhaustion, managed to evade the attack. He was still alive, but barely. A monstrous, demonic bull's head materialized before Henry, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. The beast spoke, its voice echoing in Henry's mind, think of it as an honor to be my new host. Henry recoiled in horror, a wave of crimson energy washing over him. His eyes widening in fear as the demonic energy threatened to consume him. But Henry, even in this weak vessel, refused to yield. A surge of defiance coursed through him as he declared, "That won't work on me. I found you, Black." With newfound resolve, Henry unleashed a burst of energy, a shimmering blue light erupting from his body. A powerful force that met the demonic bull's attack head-on. The demonic entity hissed, "Damn it." Henry, intrigued by the creature's unusual nature, questioned it, "You're pretty interesting. You're not completely an evil spirit, but you're not exactly a demon either. What exactly are you?" Henry, sensing a threat, prepared to defend himself. He dispelled the entity with a wave of magical energy, stating, "You're not a doppelganger or anything like that, are you? Now go away." A shadowy, monstrous figure emerged from the depths of the demon forest, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. A wave of magical energy pulsed outwards, causing Henry to exclaim in surprise, as the magical blast sent a nearby creature flying through the air with a startled shriek. Henry, witnessing the creature's escape, was both surprised and intrigued. He wondered if the creature had somehow dodged the magical attack. A smirk playing on his lips as he noted its hasty retreat. A swirling vortex of magical energy appeared, accompanied by a narration box explaining that it was a return-to-body spell, designed to locate the remains of deceased soldiers. The spell's power began to draw Henry in. And Henry, observing the spell's behavior, considered whether to follow its trail. The scene shifted to a dense forest, the air thick with mist and mystery. The shadowy figure from earlier reappeared, its voice filled with urgency, as it frantically searched for a new host. The creature found a new host, two bears fighting in the forest. The creature's dark energy began to engulf one of the bears. A monstrous, shadowy wolf lunged from the darkness of the demon forest, its eyes burning with malevolent energy. Its terrifying roar echoing through the trees. The ground trembled beneath the weight of its unseen presence. Henry Morris, in the body of his namesake, cautiously approached, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He muttered to himself, resolved to act naturally to avoid suspicion. He observed a large bear, seemingly ordinary, feeding on a carcass. He questioned whether it was truly just a normal bear. The bear, however, was anything but ordinary. As Henry pleaded with it to leave, the beast revealed its glowing red eyes, a clear sign of its unnatural nature. Henry suspected that dark magic was at play. Henry, realizing the danger, drew his sword, a surge of power coursing through him as he prepared to fight. He cursed the beast's unnatural strength. With a furious swing, he unleashed a powerful blow, the force of his strike sending the bear sprawling to the ground. But the battle was far from over. Henry, channeling his remaining magical energy, muttered the word ignite, preparing for another attack. A fiery, demonic entity writhed in agony, its form engulfed in searing flames. With a guttural cry, the creature collapsed, its fiery form dissipating into embers, leaving behind only a faint, lingering glow. A knight, his purple hair striking against his white cloak, stood over the remains, his expression a mixture of surprise and suspicion. "How? How did you find me?" he demanded, his voice sharp with alarm. He looked around anxiously, his eyes searching the forest. "Where's Carter?" The demonic entity, now a shadowy, burning husk, reformed itself, its eyes glowing menacingly. "Do you think I will tell you?" The knight's face tightened, his brow furrowed in frustration. He clenched his jaw, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. "I guess I'll have to force you to tell me." The ominous entrance to the Forest of Evil's Class 6 district loomed before Henry Morris, a name he now shared with a far less powerful man than his former self. He had arrived. A wave of grim determination washed over him as he stepped into the darkness, finding himself in a cavern, where a fallen figure lay before him. Henry, the former 8th Circle Mage, now inhabiting the body of a baronet's son, surveyed his surroundings with a calculating gaze. His expression was one of cold resolve. He recognized the fallen man as Lieutenant Carter, a soldier he had once known. A question formed in his mind: what had happened here? Carter's presence sparked a memory in Henry's mind, a memory of betrayal and murder. He felt a surge of icy anger. A silent vow of vengeance solidified within him. Suddenly, a dark energy erupted from Carter's corpse, engulfing him in a wave of shadow. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle Mage, now found himself inhabiting the body of his namesake, a weakling with no magical talent. His violet eyes, however, still held a spark of the immense power he once wielded. A power that was quickly becoming apparent as dark energy began to emanate from his mouth. His eyes glowed with an ominous light, a stark contrast to his previous weak appearance. Confronted by a knight, Henry scoffed. He had anticipated this capture attempt. A smirk played on his lips as he revealed his preparedness for this encounter. With a swift movement, Henry reached for his hidden sword, drawing it with practiced ease, preparing to face his opponent. The knight, surprised by Henry's sudden action, questioned his amusement. Henry, in his new body, reflected on his newfound ability. He realized that he could access and use the powers of his host body at will. A menacing figure, his eyes burning with malevolent intent, declared his intention to take over Henry's body. Henry, however, internally recognized the threat as parasitic. The figure lunged, roaring a battle cry of die. Henry braced himself, preparing for the attack. A blur of motion followed as the two clashed. Henry's expression hardened with grim determination. He countered with a swift strike, sending the attacker reeling back in pain. Henry stood victorious, his opponent defeated. He declared the attacker to be nothing more than an evil spirit. Henry Morris, in his new, weaker body, lay on the ground, his eyes glowing with an unnatural red light. A voice, cold and dismissive, cut through the air. He may know how to talk and pretend to wield a sword, but that's all he is capable of. Even if he knew how to wield a sword, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The speaker, a young man with vibrant purple hair, emphasized the importance of polished swordsmanship, honed over years, not mere months. The purple-haired youth raised his hand, a swirling blue energy coalescing within his palm, unleashing a wave of magical energy that struck Henry, rendering him immobile. "You won't be able to move anymore," the youth declared. Henry, paralyzed and desperate, begged for mercy. The youth, however, was unmoved, stating that he would decide what to do with Henry. Henry, sensing a glimmer of hope, offered to reveal information in exchange for his life. Would the youth spare him? The youth's response was conditional, it depended on what Henry revealed. Henry, seizing the opportunity, introduced himself as Clever, an evil spirit from the underworld, the last survivor of the Aloe tribe. The youth showed surprise at the revelation, questioning the nature of Clever's claim. He learned that Clever was a mimic, a parasitic monster that attacks those who open its box, and that mimics possess the ability to speak human languages. Having extracted the information he sought, the youth ended the interrogation. With a final, chilling declaration, he prepared to end Henry's life, now die. A shadowy, fiery entity materialized before a terrified figure. "W8, the figure pleaded, "you said you would spare me. You're breaking your promise." The entity, unimpressed, simply replied that it was never a promise to begin with, and tossed a silver coin to the ground. Desperately, the figure offered a deal. If spared, they would give the entity everything they possessed. A vast treasure hoard, glittering under the dim light. The entity's attention was piqued. Treasures? How did you get them?" it inquired. The entity explained that it was one of its abilities, a high-level subspace ability obtained at 7 circles, allowing it to store items, and offered the treasures as a plea for its life. However, the figure, unimpressed by the treasures, countered with a proposition: "If you want to live, become my subordinate." A shadowy, demonic figure loomed before Henry, its fiery eyes burning with malevolent intent. "What?" Henry stammered, fear gripping him. The demon responded with chilling indifference: "If you don't want to, you can just die." A gloved hand reached into a pile of coins, gleaming in the dim light. The coins were a mixture of silver and gold, hinting at a significant treasure. The hand held a small, platinum ring. A voiceover explained, "Platinum is the perfect metal to hide energy. Also, purification of turbid energy." A man with vibrant purple hair, clad in simple yet sturdy armor, appeared. He addressed Henry: "Now should we make a contract?" The purple-haired man raised his hand, a surge of crimson energy erupting from it. He declared, "God of Promise, by borrowing your name, I propose a strong promise." A terrifying, shadowy entity materialized, its form writhing with dark energy. The purple-haired man smirked: "The evil spirit, Clever, is going to take a vow of absolute obedience to me." The shadowy entity's face was now clearly visible, its eyes glowing with an infernal light. The entity, in a wavering voice, whispered, "I will." A shadowy, demonic figure loomed, its form barely visible amidst a swirling vortex of crimson energy. A promise had been made. A gloved hand, adorned with a simple silver ring, extended towards a pulsing orb of blue light, the oath about to be engraved. A searing wave of energy erupted, engulfing Henry in a torrent of fiery light. A voice boomed, urging him to endure the ordeal. Survival depended on his resilience, failure meant certain death. Henry gritted his teeth, pushing through the agonizing pain. The intense energy began to subside, leaving behind a trail of shimmering particles. As the dust settled, a spectral figure appeared, impressed by Henry's tenacity. He praised Henry's success and instructed him to gather his belongings before disappearing. Henry, having completed the trial, prepared to leave the demon forest. He and his guide began their journey out of the forest. A monstrous bull-like creature collapses, its eyes wide with a final, desperate expression. A triumphant declaration echoes across the battlefield: "It's over." A soldier, his armor stained with the blood of battle, surveys the scene. His face is etched with concern as he shouts, "Where's the lieutenant?" He spots 2 figures in the distance, slowly making their way through the trees. His eyes widen in surprise. A wave of disbelief washes over him as he recognizes one of them. Isn't that person the lieutenant? The soldier's companions share his astonishment. It really is. Wait, but it's not just one person, one exclaims. Another adds, "That person?" A closer look reveals the injured lieutenant being supported by another man. Oh. Could it be Lieutenant Carter? Suddenly, a flurry of swords descends from above. Henry Morris, the recently executed 8th Circle Mage, found himself inexplicably alive, though in a new body. He looked around, his eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of several soldiers in red uniforms. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. He wondered if this was all a dream. The soldiers, their faces a mixture of relief and awe, shouted his name repeatedly. Cheers erupted as they celebrated his unexpected return, hailing him as Lieutenant Henry. He was still processing his resurrection when he was greeted with such enthusiasm. One of the soldiers approached, expressing their apologies for the misunderstanding and praising Henry as a hero for his survival. The weight of their words settled upon him, a stark contrast to the cold finality of his death. Henry, despite his confusion, calmly instructed them to move the wounded men and Lieutenant Carter to the infirmary. He was still reeling from his rebirth, but his mind was already focused on his next steps. The soldiers readily agreed, eager to follow his orders. However, a flicker of something else crossed Henry's face, a hint of weariness, perhaps even a touch of melancholy. He had done far more than this, he reflected, but for now, this was enough. The scene opens at the Fort Caliburn Infirmary. A concerned voice calls out to Lieutenant Henry, inquiring about his immediate return. Henry, uninjured, confirms he can return to duty immediately. His superior observes that Henry is quite different in many ways. A nurse informs Henry that Commander Racelin is seeking him. Henry's face clouds with apprehension, he mutters, "Not again." Later, a jovial man laughs, remarking on how quickly Henry apprehended Black. He explains that he was unable to prepare Matcher's alcohol for the day. But he offers a similar alternative, Jelna's exploding whiskey series. Henry Morris, in his new body, sat at a tavern table, nursing a mug of ale. A faint smile played on his lips, a stark contrast to the turmoil within. A ghostly, vaguely demonic figure appeared beside him, its voice a whisper in his mind. "Master, are you in a difficult situation right now? Why do you think that?" The spirit continued, its words laced with concern. "I can feel the discomfort you are feeling right now. So I wanted to ask." Henry's companion offered a solution. "Master, if you want, I can use my ability, chest. I could also drink the alcohol for you instead." The spirit explained its plan. "Then I can open the chest in your esophagus to collect the alcohol." Henry remained skeptical, but the spirit's reassurance eased his doubts. "How can I believe you? How would I dare to harm my master? Could it be because of the platinum? His personality has become more docile. Then I'll trust you this one time." With newfound trust, Henry and his companion toasted to their unlikely partnership, raising their mugs in a celebratory gesture. "Let's toast. Ha ha ha, tonight, let's drink until our noses become crooked." "All right." Their drinking session continued, transitioning to larger bowls. "Let's drink out of bowls today. Do you think you'll be able to?" "Yes, of course." As they drank from the bowls, a strange energy emanated from the vessel, a fiery glow illuminating the scene. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle Mage, now found himself in the unfamiliar body of a baronet's son, sharing the same name but lacking magical talent. He lay slumped on a table, exhausted after a recent encounter. The scene outside his window offering little comfort, a moonlit night overlooking a quaint, timber-framed house. His thoughts turned inward. He questioned his recent actions, wondering if he had overdone it. He had expected more from himself, given his past expertise. He also lamented his failure to find a specific treasure, a crucial part of his original plan. Henry examined a ring, a glint of magic sparking from it. He muttered the word "clever." A small, ghostly familiar appeared, responding with a respectful "Yes, master." Henry instructed the familiar to alter his appearance, desiring a form that felt familiar to his former self. A swirling vortex of magical energy responded to the command. The transformation was complete, a blinding flash of light marking the end of the process. A magnificent white cat with heterochromatic eyes, one yellow and one blue, sat regally in the center of the panel. Its fur seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and its long, flowing tail swished gracefully behind it. Earlier that day, a man with vibrant purple hair, clad in a bathrobe, sat on a plush sofa. The same white cat from the previous panel rested calmly at his feet. The cat, addressing the man, expressed its gratitude. The man, however, revealed that his intentions were not merely to acknowledge the cat's presence but to learn more about it, urging the cat to approach. The cat then moved closer, settling onto the man's lap. A soft, white light emanated from the cat as the man gently caressed it. The man observed that the cat was not merely a parasite, but a being capable of mental intrusion and mimicry. He deemed this sufficient. The cat suddenly fell to the floor, seemingly startled. The man, impressed, muttered about the cat's cleverness. The man then tested the cat's ability to respond to specific scents, asking what scent it detected. The cat responded that it smelled cucumber. The man acknowledged the cat's limited understanding of human speech, noting that even if told, the cat wouldn't know what cucumbers are. He paused, seemingly considering something. A man in a white robe held up a cucumber, stating simply, "This is a cucumber." He presented the cucumber to a large white cat with heterochromatic eyes. The cat's surprised expression quickly turned to one of amusement as it eyed the offered vegetable. The man, offering the cucumber, said, "Eat this." The cat, with a grateful expression, responded, "Thank you." The man observed the cat happily eating the cucumber, a thought bubble above him revealing his internal analysis. Seeing his reaction to it, cucumbers aren't a weakness but they're stimulants. He then questioned, Holterbelt had the deodorant on him, but why did you attack Carter when Carter didn't even use deodorant? The cat responded, "Well, I was just curious. I knew he was after me for a long time. Also, after my evolution was over, I was going to use Carter's body as a vessel. Even though it was a hassle, it's a good thing I got clever." The man then pondered, "Then possibly, have you ever seen a mushroom like this in the 6th district?" Showing the cat a picture of a mushroom, he asked, "A mushroom like this, isn't it a kin mushroom?" "Of course, I've seen it, so do you know where it is?" The cat confidently replied, "Of course I know." Under the cloak of night, a lone figure stood silhouetted against the imposing walls of a fortress, the full moon casting long shadows. Henry Morris, despite his new, weaker body, felt a familiar sense of power stir within him. He stood amidst the city's bustle, yet utterly alone in his thoughts, a storm of determination brewing within. A voice, sharp and questioning, cut through his reverie. He was asked about the certainty of his plan's location. He responded with quiet confidence, trusting his companion implicitly. With a word, he initiated his departure, launching himself into the night sky, a blur of motion against the moonlit backdrop, his flight leaving a shimmering trail in its wake. He soared above the city walls, a determined expression on his face. His journey had begun. Far below, a small, dark shape detached itself from the city and followed him into the night. The chase was on. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th circle mage, found himself hurtling through a swirling vortex of energy. His new body, that of a baronet's son, was far from the one he'd known. The intense speed blurring the edges of his vision as he braced for impact. He landed hard, the force of the impact jarring his senses. A technique, feather fall, had softened the blow, but the disorientation remained. He looked around, his eyes scanning the surroundings. He was in a forest, the trees tall and imposing, their shadows stretching long across the ground. A faint magical aura pulsed around him, a subtle energy that spoke of ancient power and hidden dangers. He knelt, his breath catching in his throat as he felt the residual magic fade. A small, white cat with heterochromatic eyes appeared beside him. "Yes, master," it meowed, its voice surprisingly clear and articulate. The cat pointed towards a large tree. "It's behind this tree, master." Henry, his mind still reeling from the journey, followed the feline guide. He drew his sword, a surge of familiar power coursing through him as he gripped the hilt. The blade glowed with a faint purple light, a magical energy crackling around it. With a powerful swing, he cleaved the air, ready for whatever lay hidden. A surge of crimson flames erupted in the demon forest, illuminating the gnarled trees and the path ahead. Henry, a young man with purple hair and a determined expression, stood before the flames with his sword at his side, accompanied by a small, white fox-like creature. He questioned the location, noting the apparent lack of anything significant there, but then noticed a faint blue glow emanating from the forest floor. Spores, he wondered aloud. Henry recognized the spores as belonging to the kin mushroom, a rare and powerful fungus. He noted the lack of natural predators, allowing it to grow undisturbed. He considered burning the mushroom to obtain it easily, but worried about attracting dangerous creatures in the dark. Henry turned to his companion, asking if it could absorb the spores. The fox-like creature readily agreed, preparing to use its unique ability, opening its mouth and inhaling the spores with a powerful gust of wind, absorbing the energy and releasing a bright blue orb of energy. A small, white fox-like creature glowed with a faint, ethereal light as a cloaked figure offered quiet praise, murmuring, "Good job." The creature, having completed its task, led the way to a dark cave hidden deep within the demon forest. Excitement filled the cloaked figure as they exclaimed, "I found it." The camera sweeps across a desolate landscape, the gnarled branches of ancient trees clawing at a bruised twilight sky. A sense of foreboding hangs heavy in the air, until it settles on a hidden cave, nestled deep within the demon forest. A figure emerges, his breath catching in his throat as he exclaims, "I found it." He approaches cautiously, a small white animal padding softly at his heels. A faint glow emanates from within the cave's depths. A brilliant light erupts, bathing the figure in its ethereal glow. He stands transfixed, a mixture of awe and anticipation etched on his face. He continues deeper into the cave, the small animal still by his side. He mutters, "There it is." Before him stands a colossal, ancient machine, its metallic surface gleaming faintly in the dim light. The figure, Henry Morris, stares at the guardian shielder, a grim determination hardening his features. He speaks, "You're still the same." Henry reflects on the implications of finding this powerful artifact. He thinks, if everything was still the same, this item would have been left as an heirloom. The final moments of Henry Morris, a powerful 8th circle mage, played out in a bloody spectacle. The corrupt King Silver Jackson Edward, having orchestrated false treason charges, ordered his execution. The executioner's blade fell, severing Henry's head from his body. A crimson geyser erupted as life drained away. Yet, death was not the end. For Henry awoke moments later, reborn in a new body. This body belonged to another Henry Morris, the unremarkable son of a baronet, a far cry from his former life of power and influence. He stood in a desolate landscape, a white fox-like creature at his side. A silent vow formed in his mind. A burning desire for vengeance against the king. He was on a quest, deep within the treacherous demon forest, searching for something. A key to restoring his former power. He had found it, nestled within a weathered wooden chest. He carefully opened the chest, revealing its contents. A pulsating, dark purple orb. The white fox-like creature, seemingly sentient, tilted its head, curious. Henry, his eyes gleaming with anticipation, explained that the orb was the heart of a venom demon, a creature whose consumption grants immunity to all poisons and transforms the consumer's blood into a deadly toxin. A triumphant smile spread across Henry's face as he finally held the key to his revenge within his grasp. The fox-like creature then asked if there was no cure for the poison, to which Henry replied. Henry Morris, in his new, weaker body, hesitantly ingested a dark purple orb. A wave of nausea washed over him, causing him to recoil in disgust. His familiar, a white cat with heterochromatic eyes, approached him with concern, asking if he was all right. Henry, though feeling the effects of the poison, simply replied that he was fine. He then showed the cat a small blue vial containing a dark substance. The cat questioned what it was. Henry explained that it was Prussia's death, a fatal poison given to him by King Silver Jackson Edward, the man who had stolen everything from him. He decided to test the effects of the poison, intending to use it to his advantage. Henry proceeded to drink the poison, causing the cat to react with alarm. A purple aura emanated from Henry, the lowly son of a baronet, as he clutched a small vial. His expression was grim, his brow furrowed in concentration. The aura intensified, then faded. He declared himself fine, though a worried voice questioned his well-being. A small white cat watched from the corner. Henry internally assessed the effects of the potion. He noted the heart's effectiveness, explaining that normally he would have felt extreme pain from the poison's passage. But the toxins were blocking his magic circuit, spreading throughout his body and attacking his organs. He declared his purpose fulfilled, and called for his familiar, Clever, to return. Henry and Clever returned to town. A surprised voice greeted Henry's return. A superior officer welcomed Henry back, granting him permission to rest. Henry gratefully accepted. The officer then presented Henry with an official document. Henry inquired about the document's contents. The officer instructed him to check it later at his quarters. Alone in his room, Henry examined the document, a look of curiosity and apprehension on his face. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself inhabiting the body of a baronet's son, a far cry from his former life. His expression, though calm, held a simmering intensity. He contemplated his reflection, a question forming in his mind: should he dress up for the first time since his rebirth? He surveyed his wardrobe, a collection of clothes far less regal than he was accustomed to. A simple note lay on the dresser, a dinner invitation from someone named Turl. Meanwhile, Turl, a woman with vibrant red hair, prepared for the evening, her movements suggesting anticipation and perhaps a hint of nervousness. Her thoughts turned to Henry. She considered him young, smart, and capable. A sudden realization struck her: it was Lieutenant Henry, the man she was to meet. Henry, however, was surprised by the invitation, his brow furrowing in slight confusion. He looked up to see Turl, elegantly dressed, awaiting him. A subtle smile played on her lips. Henry, in his new body, attends a dinner. He politely thanks his hostess for the invitation. The hostess, whose name is Nuna, suggests they be less formal since they are not at work. Henry smiles, intrigued by her informality. Nuna reveals her possessive interest in Henry, determined to secure him before anyone else does. The conversation shifts to the meal. Henry asks if she made the pasta herself. Nuna explains that while she is help, she prefers to cook most meals herself for better control over taste and comfort. Henry expresses surprise at her culinary skills. Following the meal, Nuna suggests they have a drink together, and Henry readily agrees. Nuna pours herself a glass of wine, reflecting on her past experiences of being forced to drink with her commander. Henry, the reincarnated 8th Circle mage, now inhabiting the body of a baronet's son, sat at a table in a tavern. He smiled, stating his preference for lighter drinks, as long as it wasn't an entire barrel of beer. He chuckled, enjoying a meal with a red-haired woman. The scene was peaceful and convivial. Henry raised a glass of wine, remarking on the peaceful atmosphere. He admitted to himself that it had been a while since he'd felt such tranquility. 2 bottles of wine sat on a table, suggesting a relaxed evening. The red-haired woman laughed heartily, enjoying her meal. And Henry smiled back, clearly enjoying her company. The mood was light and cheerful. The red-haired woman, her eyes gleaming mischievously, suggested they move elsewhere and open another bottle of wine. The woman watched him go, a sly smile playing on her lips. She thought to herself that if he drank just one more bottle. The woman revealed that she had been saving a special drink for this occasion, a love potion. A frantic knock echoed through the quiet night. A woman with fiery red hair, startled by the sudden interruption, peered through the doorway. A heavily armored guard, his face partially obscured by his helmet, stumbled into the room, his breathing ragged and his expression one of urgent distress. He gasped for air, his words tumbling out in a rush. He was there with an urgent message for Officer Teeny. The woman's eyes widened, her expression shifting from surprise to something akin to horrified understanding. A fiery glow emanated from her eyes as a silent scream tore through her. The guard, still breathless, delivered the news: Henry, the son of a baronet, had awakened from his coma. The woman, her face a mask of disbelief and dawning horror, stared at the guard. Beside her, a young man with vibrant blue hair watched with a mixture of concern and apprehension. Henry Morris, a powerful 8th Circle mage, lay in a bed, eyes fluttering open. He had regained consciousness. But his body, though bearing his name, was weak from prolonged exposure to dense demonic energy. Several guards and a doctor observed him anxiously, questioning how long his recovery would take. Elsewhere, a group of men discussed Henry's condition, speculating about the time needed for him to return to his original state. One suggested a year. The doctor interjected, explaining that the density of demonic energy in Class 6 districts and above was significantly different. Due to the prolonged exposure and lack of nutrient supply, Henry's organs had suffered excessive damage. The men continued their discussion, questioning if a full recovery within a year was possible, considering the rehabilitation period. Henry's lifelong wish, it turned out, was to kill Black. Henry, tears streaming down his face, weakly uttered a grateful thank you to the doctor. Henry Morris, in his new body, a far cry from his former life as a powerful 8th Circle mage, wore a smirk. The remnants of his past life, the power he once wielded, still burned within him, fueling his desire for revenge against King Silver Jackson Edward. Elsewhere, a man in a white coat, presumably a high-ranking official, walked down a corridor, flanked by 2 guards in military attire. The atmosphere was tense, hinting at an underlying power struggle. 2 men, one in a red jacket and the other in military armor, engaged in a hushed conversation. The man in red cautiously inquired about the status of Lieutenant Carter. The armored man confirmed that Lieutenant Carter had not died, only fallen into a coma. This news prompted a sigh of relief, followed by a murmur of concern about the implications for the special military unit. Henry, still in his new body, approached Commander Racelin, requesting permission to share his thoughts. The commander, intrigued, responded with a simple "what?" Henry revealed something unexpected, causing the commander and his guards to react with surprise and disbelief. He explained that Lieutenant Carter's coma was not accidental. Henry's revelation hung heavy in the air, leaving the commander speechless and his guards stunned. A woman standing nearby gasped in shock. The scene ended with a lingering silence, punctuated only by the unspoken tension and the weight of Henry's shocking revelation. 1 year has passed since the execution of Henry Morris, the 8th Circle mage. The moon hangs heavy in the night sky above the imposing walls of a fortress. A figure, cloaked and wounded, flees through the night, pursued by a swordsman in red. The cloaked figure, his face now visible, is revealed to be Henry Morris, though in a new body. He is confronted by the swordsman, who expresses disbelief at Henry's lack of talent. "Geez. Are you sure that you just don't have any talent?" Henry vehemently denies this, his retort echoing his indignation. "What nonsense!" The swordsman presses his point, emphasizing Henry's lack of progress despite a year on the battlefield. "No, seriously, think about it. Even a beggar would be able to get it on his own if he's been on the battlefield for a year. How come a smart guy like you can't even do that?" Henry, unable to counter the argument, collapses to the ground, defeated. His face contorted in frustration and self-doubt. Henry reflects on his past year, recounting his achievements as a commander of a special unit, including countless missions and even venturing into the demon forest. "I was recognized for my service and as an elite officer. As the commander of the special unit during my 1 year, but that's it. I have cleared countless missions and even went into the deep forest." Despite his efforts and self-imposed handicaps, he still struggles against the evil spirits of the forest. "Giving myself handicaps but still facing evil spirits." Henry Morris, in his new body, though bearing the same name, was far from the powerful 8th Circle mage he once was. He trained relentlessly, day after day, honing his skills in swordsmanship, striving to master the Imperial and Hector styles. But despite his dedication, he remained a mere swordsman, a far cry from the magical prowess he once commanded. Frustration gnawed at him, his progress felt painfully slow. A mysterious figure, cloaked in darkness, observed Henry's training. He lay defeated on the ground, exhausted but resolute. The dark figure, impressed by Henry's perseverance, commented on his strength. The mysterious figure explained the concept of aura bondi, an extreme life force released when the body reaches its peak. This energy is crucial to Henry's quest for power. But he lacked the life-threatening experiences necessary to unlock its full potential. Even in the demon forest, his immense strength had prevented him from reaching his limits. The figure continued, explaining that the longer it takes to reach one's peak, the more powerful the aura becomes. This was the key to Henry's advancement. And the figure revealed that Henry, due to his past experiences, possessed the potential to master the aura without explicit instruction. The biggest obstacle for Henry was realizing his own limits. The image shifts to a lush forest, hinting at the challenges that lie ahead. Henry Morris, in his new body, found himself contemplating his next move. He was a soldier now, but his true purpose lay elsewhere. The question of military discharge weighed heavily on his mind. The imposing military barracks stood before him, a symbol of the very system he intended to dismantle. The sky above was a clear, bright blue, a stark contrast to the darkness of his plans. He stood before the gates, his back to the viewer, a figure of quiet determination. A superior officer, Lieutenant Carter, stood nearby, observing him. Henry turned, his face betraying little emotion as he stood amidst his fellow soldiers. His sword, a symbol of his current duty, hung at his side, a stark reminder of the power he once wielded. Lieutenant Carter approached, concern etched on his face. He questioned Henry's decision to leave the military. Henry's response was firm and resolute. He had served his purpose, at least for now. He had other, more pressing matters to attend to. Later, Henry sought out Commander Rasselin, seeking his understanding. He needed to confide in someone he trusted, someone who might understand his true motives. A gruff-looking man, his face etched with lines of experience and a hint of weariness, inquired, "Sure, what is it?" A younger man with purple hair responded, his tone measured and somewhat formal, "I am aware of the fact that the minimum service period for the noblesse oblige service is only 1 year." The younger man continued, his voice firm, "Exactly after 1 year I will leave." The older man's expression shifted, a mixture of surprise and resignation evident on his face. He sighed, "Well, you did say your purpose is this and that." "Oh well, since you already have decided about it." The older man's tone softened, a hint of gratitude in his voice as he spoke to the younger man. "No, we're more grateful to you." He continued, his words laced with sincerity, "We had such an easy time thanks to you." The older man's voice rose slightly, a hint of boisterous approval in his tone as he addressed the younger man. The scene shifted to a courtyard where a group of soldiers stood at attention, their gazes fixed on a figure in the foreground. A voice boomed across the courtyard, the words clear and resonant, "To Lieutenant Henry Morris, salute." A company of soldiers stood at attention, saluting in unison. Their expressions were solemn, reflecting a shared sense of duty. Among them, a young man with vibrant purple hair also saluted, his gaze fixed ahead. He stood apart, yet his posture mirrored the discipline of his comrades. The scene shifted to a quaint building, its half-timbered facade hinting at a history steeped in tradition. The structure stood against a backdrop of rolling hills and a clear blue sky. Inside, a group of soldiers looked distraught as the purple-haired man approached, a bag slung over his shoulder. Their distress was palpable. One soldier, his face buried in his hands, voiced their collective despair, they would never find anyone as good as him. The purple-haired man, seemingly unmoved by their pleas, stood before them, his expression unreadable. He seemed ready to depart. Outside, he offered a brief, almost dismissive farewell. He acknowledged their service, but his words lacked warmth. The soldiers, however, expressed their gratitude for his past service. His departure was met with reluctance. A fellow soldier questioned the necessity of his leaving. Later, a stern-looking superior officer confronted him, questioning his sudden departure, given his earlier expressed ambition to advance within the ranks. A gloved hand reached down, gently grasping a silver medal. 3 stars shone brightly on its surface. Henry Morris, the young man with vibrant purple hair, proudly displayed the medal. A radiant smile illuminated his face. He explained that the medal, originally a single-star symbol of military merit, now bore 3 stars, reflecting his hard work and achievements during his service. A silver medal with 3 stars, a testament to his dedication. Henry reflected on the respect his medal would garner him, ensuring he would be saluted wherever he went. Meanwhile, an official relayed a message, no word of his return had been sent to his hometown. He explained that this was his first time creating such a token, emphasizing his promise to Henry. The token would grant Henry aid whenever and wherever he needed it. The official reminded Henry to take care of Ronan, the person he had previously mentioned. Henry confirmed he knew who Ronan was. The official stated he would personally test Ronan's capabilities, but if Ronan didn't meet his standards, Henry would understand the consequences. Henry agreed. A young man, clad in a simple tunic, stood before a stern-looking commander and another woman. He offered a respectful salute, his voice filled with gratitude as he thanked the commander. The commander, in turn, gave a curt nod and a wave of farewell, adding a parting message, should he ever change his mind, he should return. The young man turned and walked away, leaving the imposing castle behind him. The commander's dismissive words, "Yeah, right, go," echoed in his ears, but his determination remained unshaken. His journey began. He reflected on his immediate needs, recognizing the fundamental importance of wealth. With a determined shout, he declared his intention to head towards Vivaldi town, the largest imperial city. He mounted his horse and rode off towards the vast expanse of the desert, the sun beating down on his back as he made his way towards Vivaldi town. The story opens with a wide shot of a clear blue sky, dotted with fluffy white clouds. The camera pans down to reveal Vivaldi, the kingdom's greatest pleasure city, nestled within a valley, its walls and towers gleaming under the sun. Before the city gates, a line of people waits patiently to enter. A clerk meticulously records their names in a ledger, while guards stand watch. Among them is Henry Morris, the former 8th Circle mage, now in the body of a commoner. He is visibly impatient, his gaze fixed on the imposing city walls. He mutters to himself about his status and the need to wait in line. The guard explains that even though Henry is a soldier of the Empire, no special exceptions are allowed, and he must stay in line. Henry is confused. The guard then notices something on Henry's person. An identification tag with 3 stars. The guard is shocked, realizing that in Vivaldi, fame is highly valued and equivalent to strength. Henry Morris, in the body of his namesake, arrived at the city gates atop his horse. 2 guards stood at attention, their spears held firmly. He impatiently asked if he could enter. One of the guards promptly responded affirmatively, adding that he had a black card for him. It would provide numerous benefits during his stay. The guard handed Henry the black card. Henry examined it, a thoughtful expression on his face. He realized it was essentially a free pass given to a select few. The city bustled with activity, vendors hawked their wares, advertising Zelna's whiskey and golden pork kebabs. A fireworks show was about to begin. Henry noted that the city hadn't changed a bit. He dismounted his horse and headed towards a building called Chaff. Henry decided to change out of his uniform before entering. A woman, her face partially obscured, questioned aloud, "A soldier?" A young man in a military uniform entered a grand room. He had short, dark blue hair and a serious expression. The woman observed him, her thoughts revealing her assessment. He looks young. Is he a low-ranking officer? The young officer, Henry Morris, now in a new body, found himself in an upscale clothing store. A woman, presumably the owner, greeted him, "Welcome. Is there anything to your liking?" Henry internally mused, "I guess she sees me as a poor low-ranking officer." He then stated his purpose, "I'm looking for clothes designed by Sylvia. A narration box appeared, explaining that Sylvia is a legendary designer whose clothes are the highest quality in the Empire, and therefore quite expensive. The shop owner's expression shifted to one of disbelief and slight disdain. The shop owner scoffed, "I guess even a large store as yours doesn't hold it." Henry responded calmly, "And no, sir. Just give me a second." 2 men, one in military attire and the other in more flamboyant clothing, stood in what appeared to be a high-end clothing store. The military-dressed man remained silent, while the other apologized for the wait. A woman with glasses and a sophisticated air approached, proudly displaying a set of clothes. She announced that these were clothes designed by Sylvia. The military man, seemingly pleased, chose an outfit and requested to change. After changing, the man looked at himself in a mirror, expressing his astonishment. The saleswoman, clearly impressed, commented that despite working there for over 5 years, he was the first customer whose appearance perfectly suited Sylvia's designs. He adjusted his new clothes, admiring the fit, and then proceeded to leave the changing room. The saleswoman asked if he needed anything else. He simply replied that he needed shoes. Henry Morris, in his new body, sat calmly, his hands clasped together. He appeared composed, despite the turmoil within. He vowed to give his best. His familiar, a large white cat with heterochromatic eyes, scoffed internally, judging the weakness of humanity's susceptibility to money. The cat's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of Henry's boots hitting the floor as he left the room. A polite "thank you. Please come again" echoed in his wake. Henry, now dressed in fine clothes, stood beside his horse, pleased with his new appearance. He felt a renewed sense of confidence. The cat, however, was less than impressed. It berated Henry for squandering the money collected for its master. Henry calmly instructed the cat to absorb the remaining belongings and a jade artifact. Henry and his familiar arrived at Vivaldi town center. The scene was bustling with activity. Henry noticed a town post detailing locations of various competitions. He wondered what it was. Henry Morris, in his new body, mused to himself, "So it's essentially a big gambling city," stroking his white cat. He added, "That's right. It's time to earn some money." He began searching for a way to make money, pondering, "What are you looking for?" Let's see." His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "I found it." He smiled, remembering, "I never thought he would still be the champion of this place." The sign read "Chess Champion" with Top 1 and Brent Larson prominently displayed. A high scoreboard showed Brent Larson's undefeated streak. It seemed he had never lost a match. The scene shifted to the Vivaldi City Hall. Inside, Mayor Brent Larson sat at his desk, enjoying a glass of wine. An aide interrupted, announcing, "Mr. Mayor, something urgent came up." Larson responded, "Come in." A man, impeccably dressed, sipped wine in a lavish room. He was clearly annoyed by the interruption, muttering that it better be important, as it was disrupting his wine time. A servant announced that a figure of the black rank requested an audience. The man, intrigued, inquired about the identity of this black rank visitor. The servant revealed the visitor's name, Henry Morris, though he had not yet disclosed the purpose of his visit. This caused a visible reaction in the man. The name Henry Morris elicited a strong reaction. The man's hand slammed onto the table in shock. He vehemently denied the possibility, stating that Henry Morris was dead. He dismissed it as a mere coincidence. Despite his disbelief, the man resolved to inform Henry Morris that should he refuse to meet, the bargist incident would be revealed to everyone. His face showed a mixture of fear and determination. The man's wineglass tipped over, spilling its contents in a dramatic display of his inner turmoil. A goblet shattered on the floor, its crimson contents spreading across the polished wood. The shards reflected the flickering candlelight, a stark contrast to the violence of the scene. A scene that immediately caught the attention of a stern-faced man seated behind a large desk. He barked an order at a subordinate, his voice laced with impatience. The man behind the desk, his curiosity piqued, leaned forward, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. He pondered the implications of the situation, his mind racing. Why did this man share a name with someone he knew? A knock echoed through the room, interrupting his thoughts. He allowed entry. The door opened to reveal a young man with striking blue hair, his expression calm and composed. He entered the room, his gaze meeting the older man's. Henry Morris, in his new body, stood in a grand room, a self-satisfied smirk playing on his lips. He was no longer the powerful Eighth Circle mage he once was, but the lowly son of a baronet, a vessel for his vengeful spirit. A man approached, his features etched with age and authority. He addressed Henry directly, "Are you the one named Henry Morris?" Henry responded with a confident nod, "That's correct, Emperor of Chess. Brent Larson." Henry Morris, a powerful Eighth Circle mage, found himself in a new body after being unjustly executed by King Silver Jackson Edward. He mused that the title Emperor of Vivaldi, Brent Larson, was more fitting for his current situation. A smirk playing on the lips of the young man who now bore his name. A stern-faced official, his mustache bristling, requested Henry's identity pass. Henry readily complied. The official examined the pass, his expression shifting from suspicion to surprise. 3 stars indicating a high rank. He muttered that Henry was worthy of a black rank. However, noticing the silver material of the pass, the official realized Henry was merely the son of a baron. A subtle smile played on Henry's lips as he observed the official's reaction. The official, now thoroughly perplexed, questioned how a baron's son could afford such expensive clothing designed by Sylvia. Henry, maintaining his composure, requested the return of his identity pass. Henry Morris, in his new body, stood before a man of considerable age and bearing. He offered a formal apology for his past actions. The older man, seemingly unimpressed, simply stared at Henry, his silence heavy with unspoken judgment. Then inquired if Henry knew of a certain place. Henry confirmed his knowledge, adding that it was an inn. The older man's surprise was palpable, a cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. The older man, still reeling from Henry's unexpected knowledge, asked what Henry wanted. Henry, with a confident smirk, proposed a chess match. Henry stated that this was his only condition. The older man, incredulous, questioned Henry's audacity, reminding him of his own identity. Henry, unfazed, calmly confirmed the older man's position as the mayor of Vivaldi. The older man, now visibly shaken by Henry's unsettling knowledge, stared in stunned silence. A mysterious figure proposed a chess match to Sir Henry, promising to reveal the location of the Burgess Inn upon victory. He explained that Sir Henry's curiosity about the Burgess Inn was the reason for his invitation, and he asked if the proposition was acceptable. The chessmaster, boasting the title of undefeated champion, reminded Sir Henry of his reputation. He explained his preference for challenging strong opponents, questioning Sir Henry's true motives beyond a simple desire for victory. Sir Henry, aware of his low chances of winning, stated that he did not desire a superficial reward. His opponent, conceding to his request, agreed to listen to whatever Sir Henry desired in exchange for the match. The chessmaster, with a smirk, seemed confident in his victory. Sir Henry, accepting the terms, proposed they begin the game. As the challenger, Sir Henry chose to play with the white pieces. An older man with a mustache, dressed in fine clothes, sat in a richly decorated room. A pleased smile stretched across his face as he declared, "All right." Across the chessboard, a hand reached out and moved a piece. The other player, unseen, responded with a taunt, "Yes, keep laughing. I'll take this opportunity to remind you that I'm the inventor of this game." A grandfather clock in the room showed the time. The older man's hands clenched into fists as he watched his opponent's move. A subtle magical energy crackled around the chess pieces. His expression shifted to confusion as he uttered, "Huh?" The unseen opponent moved another piece with swift precision. The energy around the board intensified. The final move was made. And the game concluded. "Checkmate," the unseen player declared. The older man's face was etched with disbelief. He muttered to himself, "I can't believe it. How could I be checkmated this easily by someone I've never seen before?" Henry Morris, once a powerful Eighth Circle mage, now found himself in the body of his namesake, a baronet's son, utterly devoid of magical talent. His honor and fame, meticulously built over a decade, felt shattered in an instant. His distraught expression did not go unnoticed by Sir Bent, who expressed concern for his well-being. Sir Bent's concern was met with a grimace and a guttural sound from Henry, reflecting his inner turmoil. He angrily gestured, his frustration evident in his sharp words and agitated body language. During their chess match, a sudden, unexpected event occurred. The chess pieces on the board violently scattered. Henry, witnessing this inexplicable phenomenon, was left speechless, his shock palpable. Sir Bent, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, calmly observed the situation, his expression betraying no surprise. He then made a surprising remark about the missed opportunity for a title and reward, implying a deeper understanding of the situation than he let on. Henry, having declared his intention to leave, was stopped by Sir Bent's reminder of an outstanding promise. The scene opens on a night view from an arched window, the starry sky visible beyond the glass panes. A sense of quiet anticipation hangs in the air. A close-up on Sir Bent, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. His voice, sharp with alarm, cuts through the stillness. "Who the hell are you?" A young man with vibrant blue hair calmly responds, his expression betraying no hint of fear. "Sir Henry. I'm actually the second chess disciple of the magician, Henry Morris." Sir Bent's face registers utter astonishment. His mouth hangs open as he utters a single, incredulous word. "What?" The scene shifts to the Burgess Inn. Sir Bent, seated across the chessboard from the young man, speaks. "The Burgess Inn is where you first learned to play chess with my master, correct?" The young man confirms, "That's correct." "Then, I learned how to play chess from Lord Morris himself. Since my name was the same as him, he took me in as his disciple. That's how I knew about you, Sir Henry. I was told that you were his first disciple." Sir Bent leans forward, curiosity piqued. "So, what is it that you want? Is it perhaps the chess champion title?" The young man smiles, a glint in his eyes. "Don't misunderstand, I have no intentions of becoming the chess champion. All I want is 10,000 gold, Sir Bent." Henry Morris, the recently reincarnated 8th Circle mage, now inhabiting the body of a baronet's son, found himself in a tense negotiation. His opponent, a portly man with a worried expression, balked at the sum. 10,000 gold? "I don't have that much money," he exclaimed. The other man, however, remained unmoved. He knew his opponent's reluctance was feigned. "I knew he'd say that," he thought. "He's still a coward." His gaze sharpened. He pressed his advantage, revealing a hidden truth. "It's by law that you receive 10,000 gold whenever you defeat a chess champion." "I know you receive that money. It's stored at the top of Vinouty Tower, no?" The portly man's face paled, his eyes widening in shock. Henry, however, remained calm and collected. He would receive his reward. "I'll receive that money as my reward," he stated firmly. Henry's plan was simple and effective. "No one will know that you lost that money, so long as you don't lose, right?" He knew his opponent's pride wouldn't allow him to back down. He won't lose. His pride is on the line. Henry thought, a smirk playing on his lips. The other man, defeated but resolute, simply nodded. "I understand." The camera pans to Vinouty Tower, a tall, imposing structure silhouetted against the night sky. The scene ends with Henry approaching the tower, his eyes gleaming with determination. Henry, in his new body, stood before a large window overlooking a sprawling cityscape. His companion, an older man with a distinguished air, commented on the impressive view, noting that it was the pride of Waldy Tower. The older man led Henry through a pair of imposing double doors into a vast library filled with towering bookshelves. The shelves were packed with countless volumes, their spines a vibrant array of colors. The older man, seemingly familiar with the library's layout, reached for a specific book, its cover marked by an ornate golden frame, revealing a small, keyhole-shaped metal plate hidden behind it. He then turned to Henry, a knowing glint in his eyes. With a flourish, he produced a key, its intricate design hinting at its age and significance. A gust of wind swept through a dimly lit library, causing a door to creak open slightly, revealing a hidden passage beyond. A man with blue hair, Henry Morris, the son of a baronet, stood before an older man, who gestured towards the doorway, explaining that the passage lay just beyond. Henry's expression shifted from curiosity to apprehension as he contemplated the unknown path ahead. He stepped through the doorway, his heart pounding in his chest. Before him lay a vast chamber filled to the ceiling with silver coins. The scene opens in a lavish room, overflowing with riches. A young man with striking blue hair stands before a pile of platinum coins, his expression one of quiet calculation. Beside him, an older man, his face etched with worry, observes the scene. He contemplates the sheer volume of wealth before him. Each coin, he notes, weighs approximately 100 grams of pure platinum. The blue-haired young man speaks, his voice calm yet firm. He explains that to acquire 10,000 gold coins, he will need to take 100 kilograms of platinum from this very room. The older man, clearly concerned, questions how he plans to move such a substantial amount. He dismisses the older man's concerns with a wave of his hand, assuring him not to worry. And then, with a sharp command, instructs him to take everything. The young man raises his hand, a brilliant golden light emanating from his palm. The light expands, engulfing the platinum coins. In an instant, the coins vanish, leaving only a faint shimmer in their wake. The older man stares in stunned disbelief, speechless at the display of power. Henry, the reincarnated 8th Circle mage, now inhabiting the body of a baronet's son, stood before a mysterious figure. He confidently asserted that he hadn't come unprepared, implying a plan already in motion. And then, with a surprised expression, he presented a gift. The gift was revealed to be a summoning scroll, allowing the recipient to call upon the giver's assistance. The older man, seemingly surprised, questioned the reason for such a gift, doubting that anyone would dare to defy him. Henry confidently countered that he would personally deal with anyone who dared to cause trouble. Henry expressed his gratitude for the unexpected aid. Shifting scenes, Henry approached a man identified as Bent, requesting his protection for his people. A request that Bent seemed hesitant to grant. Bent ultimately declined, citing the difficulty of the task. A stern-faced man with a handlebar mustache, seemingly a baronet, addressed a young man with short, dark blue hair. He declared that with this, he would forgive the young man's transgression. The young man, Henry Morris, turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing the weight of unspoken resentment. From a grand window, Henry gazed out at the sprawling cityscape below, a storm brewing within his eyes. He silently resolved to put his newly acquired funds to use, his thoughts focused on his plan for revenge. The next day dawned, bright and clear, but Henry's intentions remained as dark as the night before. He headed towards a large arena. The 10 million gold arena loomed before him, a testament to the empire's wealth and the king's decadence. A greeter welcomed Henry to the arena, ready to assist him. The greeter handed him the necessary paperwork to register as a participant. Henry Morris, in his new life as the son of a baronet, arrived at the registration for a prestigious swordsmanship competition. The registration process was simple, only one's name, rank, and strength mattered. He presented his identity pass and registration papers. The clerk reviewed the documents, noting that Henry was registered as a ranked swordsman. However, his identity pass indicated an affiliation with the Caliban Special Forces. The clerk questioned Henry's rapid advancement within the Special Forces, given his relatively low rank. He quickly apologized for his behavior, explaining that he had never seen such a card before. His registration was approved, and he received his player license. Henry examined his license, realizing the competition was a sword fight between two players of equal rank until one's sword shattered. The rules of the competition were explained. The winner would be decided by whoever destroyed the other's sword first. Two swordsmen clashed in a fierce duel. The short but intense match quickly becoming a popular event at Vivaldi. A large crowd gathered in an arena, their excited chatter filling the air. A man in armor, his face grim, stood ready, a sword held firmly in his grasp. The higher the rank of the fighter, the greater the crowd and the larger the purse, a fact that was clearly evident in the scene. Henry Morris, the newly reincarnated mage, stood before a notice board, his gaze fixed on a particular notice. The stakes were high, he mused, much higher than he initially anticipated. A man approached him, holding a document. The man presented Henry with his player license, revealing his current F-rank status. He explained the ranking system. To reach D-rank, Henry needed to defeat 3 other F-rank opponents. However, defeating a single C-rank opponent would allow him to skip tiers entirely. Henry found the system annoying, feeling it was a waste of his time. He had more important things to do than to waste time on this tedious process. He decided to bet on himself, placing 100 gold on the condition that he would defeat any player of C-rank or higher. The man readily accepted Henry's terms, excited by the prospect of such a high-stakes bet. A chaotic scene unfolded as a crowd of people rushed towards the reception room, pushing and shoving to get to the front of the line. Shouts of protest and frustration filled the air. They were all there for the same reason, a chance at a significant sum of money, a sum that a B-rank player could only dream of. Henry, now surrounded by his challengers, remained calm and collected. He was aware that this money was far beyond the reach of a B-rank player, even if they won every fight for a month. The official asked Henry what he planned to do. A young man with vibrant blue hair, a smirk playing on his lips, observed the scene unfolding before him. He seemed amused, his gaze lingering on a particular individual. Meanwhile, a powerfully built man, his face alight with triumphant glee, threw his arms up in celebration. He had clearly won a contest, his exhilaration palpable. His victory, however, was met with disdain by others in the audience. They muttered about his opponent's misfortune, a skilled swordsman named Damien, who had been matched against him. The onlookers expressed their pity for Damien, a B-rank fighter forced to compete against a far weaker opponent for a meager sum of money. The blue-haired young man's eyes narrowed as he recognized the sword's origin. An official announced the start of the next match, warning that any injury to an opponent would result in an automatic forfeit. The blue-haired man's opponent, still grinning, was asked why sword fights were so popular. The blue-haired man, seemingly uninterested, responded that he should know the answer. The blue-haired man, clearly unimpressed, retorted that his opponent talked too much. Henry, in his new, weaker body, faced his opponent in a duel. He gripped his sword, a stark contrast to the powerful magic he once commanded. But even in this weakened state, a surge of power began to course through him. A blinding flash of light erupted as Henry unleashed a powerful attack, the force of which sent his opponent reeling back, his sword shattered into pieces. The aftermath of the duel left the onlookers stunned. Henry's opponent lay defeated, his sword broken, while Henry stood victorious, his own weapon seemingly unscathed. A wave of confusion rippled through the crowd, one of them shouting to the judge to end the match. The judge, clearly surprised, announced Henry as the victor. A murmur of disbelief spread among the spectators, as they questioned how an F-rank fighter could have defeated such a strong opponent. The onlookers were left wondering about Henry's true strength and identity. Was he truly an F-rank fighter, or was something more at play? One man voiced his suspicion that Henry might be a false ranker, while another questioned who this mysterious individual truly was. Henry Morris, in his new body, stood before a receptionist, sword in hand. He addressed the man curtly, his voice carrying a hint of impatience. He smiled, a predatory gleam in his eyes. This was a new beginning, a chance to rebuild his power and exact his revenge. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he learned the reward for his arena victory, 200 gold pieces. This was more than enough to begin his climb back to power. He mused, the gold would allow him to quickly raise his rank within the arena. His path to revenge was beginning to take shape. The winner of the tournament was announced, Henry Morris. Henry Morris, a young man with striking blue hair, stood triumphantly, raising his sword high above his head, a broad smile on his face. Beside him, a burly man with a jovial expression watched on. The two men stood together, their forms partially obscured, the focus on their attire. Henry's was a crisp white shirt with frills and a dark belt, while the other man wore a dark red shirt. Henry reflected on his easy victory, inwardly questioning how effortlessly he had become an S-rank contender. His initial 100 gold investment had rapidly multiplied into a substantial sum. Thanks to Henry's victory, the 10 million gold arena's sword fight competition had become a major attraction, doubling its previous sales. Henry, basking in the adoration of his fans, announced that he would be raising his price to 3,000 gold, challenging any S-rank contender to face him. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating Henry's success and his bold declaration. At a bustling social gathering, a jovial, portly man with a prominent mustache approached Henry Morris, the recently reincarnated 8th Circle Mage. He extended an invitation, offering sponsorship and a place on his team. But Henry politely declined the offer, his expression betraying a steely resolve. Later, Henry walked away from the man, his mind focused on his ultimate goal. He silently declared his ambition to himself. A burning desire to reach the pinnacle of power. As Henry walked through the city streets, a large, imposing figure emerged from the crowd, causing a stir among the onlookers. A looming presence that commanded attention. His internal monologue expressing disbelief at this unexpected encounter. The imposing figure, Soen, approached Henry, commenting on his recent rise to prominence and issuing a challenge. Soen introduced himself as an S-rank warrior, ranked 18th, and the onlookers whispered about his reputation as the Barrier Blade. His skill with a sword was legendary, he was said to be as strong as a wall when he wielded his weapon. Henry Morris, in his new body, stared intently ahead. His eyes, a striking blue, held a grim determination. He was informed that he would soon fall to 19th place. Two S-rank fighters stood before a stern-looking judge. The judge explained the rules of the upcoming duel. Killing the opponent was strictly forbidden. The match began. A flash of light heralded the appearance of Henry's sword, imbued with a bright, ethereal glow. Henry's opponent, a powerfully built man, confidently declared his intention to demonstrate the power of his barrier blade. He challenged Henry, urging him to come. Henry's opponent assessed his foe, judging him to be a highly skilled swordsman. Henry, in response, activated his magic armor. The battle commenced with a flurry of blows. Henry's opponent launched a swift attack. Henry parried the blow with his own blade, the clash of steel echoing through the arena. The two combatants traded blows in a whirlwind of motion. The intensity of their duel escalating with each passing moment. Henry's opponent, surprised by Henry's skill, exclaimed in astonishment. The scene opens with a dramatic confrontation. Henry Morris, a powerful mage, lies on the ground, seemingly defeated. An onlooker exclaims, "Henry! Henry Morris is amazing!" Another voice, cold and dismissive, cuts through the awe, "You're wide open. You're no longer a wall, you're nothing more than a gate." The camera focuses on the speaker, a man with a self-satisfied smirk. He reflects, "He's the first S-rank that I had to use magic on." The scene shifts to a grand arena, the 10 million gold Coliseum, where a large crowd is gathered. An announcer's voice booms, "It's the match that you've all been waiting for." A heavy boot descends, kicking up dust from the arena floor. The dust settles to reveal a dramatic showdown. The announcer declares, S-rank, second place. Black Knight. And challenger. Henry Morris. The Black Knight, a formidable figure in full plate armor, faces Henry. He speaks, "I must congratulate you for making it this far, kiddo." Henry, undeterred, replies, "Sorry, but I need to go past you." The impact of the clash reverberates through the arena. The crowd erupts in cheers as Henry stands victorious. The announcer proclaims, "The winner is Henry Morris." Henry, looking towards the exit, muses, "I guess there's only one more left?" In a bustling arena, a young man with short, dark blue hair approached a counter, his intent clear. He declared his arrival to the attendant, announcing his challenge to the reigning champion. The attendant, surprised by the audacity of the challenge, questioned the young man's seriousness, emphasizing the formidable reputation of the current champion, known only as King. He confidently wagered 5,000 gold coins, a substantial sum that shocked the onlookers. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, questioning the young man's origins and wealth, noting the high quality of his clothing. The scene shifted to reveal the king, surrounded by his imposing guards, observing the challenger from afar. A bystander recognized the challenger, identifying him as Henry Morris, a man known for his prowess in the fighting arena. Henry, seemingly unfazed by the attention, received a formal greeting from an unseen individual. The king, flanked by 2 guards, approached Henry, his presence exuding authority and power. The king introduced himself as the owner of the arena, apologizing for the interruption, and revealing that the entrance fee was 10 million gold coins. Henry, a smirk playing on his lips, inwardly celebrated the king's arrival, viewing it as a long-awaited opportunity. A man with blonde hair and a top hat addressed a young man with short, dark blue hair. He offered him a proposition. The blonde man explained that, as the first to challenge the king, he wanted to raise the stakes of the competition. Intrigued, the young man inquired about the blonde man's plan. The blonde man explained that, typically, a sword fight is a competition without fatal injuries. But challenging the king has different rules, fatal injuries are permitted. A sinister smile spread across the blonde man's face as he gestured to his throat. The young man, understanding the implications of these rules, asked what the blonde man wanted. The blonde man proposed holding the match in the town center the following day, ensuring a large audience for this unique event. The young man questioned the reason for this proposal, prompting the blonde man to offer a handsome reward for his participation. The scene opens on a bustling arena, where 2 knights clad in gleaming armor clash swords amidst a shower of gold coins. The crowd roars its approval, their excitement palpable. It is a spectacle of wealth and power, a place where the potential for immense riches fuels the greed of all who witness it. Meanwhile, a young man with vibrant purple hair, Henry Morris, observes the spectacle with a calculating glint in his eyes. He approaches a man and politely asks him a question. Henry inquires about the rumors surrounding the arena, specifically the lack of betting limits on fights against the king. The older man, a well-dressed individual with a top hat, confirms the rumors. Henry presses further, questioning what happens if the arena's considerable wealth proves insufficient to cover a debt. The older man remains calm and confident. The older man assures Henry that within the 10 million gold arena, financial worries are non-existent. He explains that this is precisely why it's called the 10 million gold arena, and that it offers the best accommodations in Vivaldi town. Henry, realizing the implications, asks for a place to stay. The older man readily agrees, promising Henry the finest room in the city. Henry, inwardly pleased, thanks the man, anticipating his imminent rise to wealth. News of Henry's arrival spreads quickly. The 10 million gold arena is abuzz with the news that the king finally has a worthy opponent. Whispers circulate about Henry Morris, a seemingly unknown young man who has rapidly climbed the ranks. Despite his humble beginnings, his skill is undeniable. Henry's final match as an 8th Circle Mage was to be held in Vivaldi Town's 10 million gold arena, a spectacle in the heart of the city. The larger the crowd, the better for Henry. More spectators meant exponentially higher betting prices, allowing him to earn even more money than before. In a private room, Henry, now in his new body, reflected on his preparations. He felt a sense of calm confidence as he surveyed his surroundings. Good. Everything is coming along. Henry Morris, the recently deceased 8th Circle Mage, found himself reborn in a new body. He mused silently. It was time to set his plan for revenge against King Silver Jackson Edward in motion. In a lavishly decorated room, Henry, now inhabiting the body of his namesake, sat calmly sipping tea with another man. The other man, Ten, was a man of discerning tastes, dressed in fine clothes and a top hat. Ten remarked that the difference in their betting odds was about 100 times. Henry responded that he assumed everyone expected great things from the king. Ten agreed, adding that it was normal for people to want to earn a lot of money from the king's success. Ten continued, emphasizing that the king was not only the arena's undefeated sword master but also a highly successful gambler. Henry, addressing Ten, stated his intention to bet on himself before the match began. Henry, the reincarnated 8th Circle Mage, now inhabiting the body of a baronet's son, sat alone, lost in thought. A voice, seemingly from within, urged him onward. Are you trying to motivate yourself to win? If so, go for it. He nodded slowly, a grim determination settling on his face. He replied, accepting the challenge with quiet resolve, thanks. It's a good thing that you're accepting things easily. The scene shifted to reveal the 10 million gold arena, a grand coliseum-like structure, promising a spectacle of wealth and competition. Inside, Henry spoke with an attendant, his voice calm and measured. He explained the rules of the arena. I'm sure you're already aware that the contestants can only bet on themselves. Henry, with a confident smirk, declared his wager. Of course, I'll bet 10,000 gold on myself. His attendant, impressed, responded, clever, give it to me. A faint magical aura emanated from his fingertips as he subtly channeled his power. The attendant, eyes wide with astonishment, produced a towering stack of gold coins. Here's 10,000 gold. Henry, pleased with the transaction, calculated his potential winnings. Since the bet difference is 100 times, I'll get 1 million gold if I win. Henry's inner voice, ever watchful, commented on the arena's financial limitations. I'm certain that the 10 million gold arena doesn't have a million gold on them. If they can't afford to pay up, then I'll take that thing as I planned.
The attendant confirmed the transaction. We've confirmed the amount.
It's exactly 10,000 gold. Here is your receipt. Henry Morris, in the body of his namesake, clutched a small piece of paper. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he declared it his gold ticket. He entered a large arena, the excited murmurs of the crowd rising to a crescendo.
A wave of anticipation washing over him as he stood before the assembled spectators.
A voice boomed from above, announcing the arrival of the king. King Silver Jackson Edward entered, his presence commanding respect from the crowd.
One spectator, however, found him unremarkable.
An official explained the rules of the upcoming fight, a special match where harming the opponent was allowed. The crowd roared its approval as the match was declared to begin. Henry and the king faced each other, swords drawn. As the fight began, Henry experienced a strange sensation, a flicker of something familiar, a hint of his past power. A knight, clad in shining armor, stood amidst a swirling vortex of crimson energy. His face was grim, his eyes narrowed in concentration as he braced himself against the magical onslaught. A young man with vibrant blue hair observed the scene from a distance. He mused on the knight's undefeated record, realizing the king's ruthlessness in silencing any opposition. The knight's foot landed on a glowing sigil on the ground, triggering a counterspell. Return magic, the caption read, indicating a powerful defensive ability. The crimson energy, the very magic used against him, was redirected back at the caster with devastating force. The spectators in the stands watched in stunned silence as the spell rebounded. The caster, a hooded figure, was struck by the returned magic, collapsing in agony as blood splattered across the arena floor.
The young man's observation was confirmed. The king's champion was exceptionally skilled.
The young man, a confident smirk playing on his lips, declared that the interference was over. He was ready for the official match. Addressing the king, he announced his readiness, requesting the activation of his magical armor. The king, seemingly pleased, watched as the young man prepared. The knight, wielding a glowing sword, scoffed at the young man, dismissing him as a mere yapping dog.
The tension in the arena thickened.
The young man, however, noticed something unusual about the knight's aura, sensing that it was not the aura of a typical swordmaster. His eyes narrowed in suspicion.
Henry Morris, in his new body, faced his opponent.
The onlookers whispered that his opponent was of the same rank as the Caliban Fortress's sword experts, even surpassing the Special Forces sergeants. It seemed that the rumors of Henry's lack of skill were a deliberate deception.
His opponent declared, "All right. Let's quickly put an end to your facade." Henry, eyes narrowed in determination, prepared to counterattack.
A blinding flash erupted as the two swords clashed. The force of the impact sent Henry's opponent flying. His opponent's sword shattered upon impact, the broken pieces embedding themselves into the ground. The crowd watched in stunned silence, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief.
A murmur rippled through the crowd. Huh? The king lost. What the hell just happened? A man in a top hat, observing from afar, reacted with surprise to the unexpected outcome. He lost? The king lost? The announcer declared Henry Morris the victor, much to the astonishment of everyone present.
The crowd erupted in cheers as the new champion was welcomed. The scene opens with a dramatic close-up of two pairs of legs, one clad in dark trousers and boots, the other in lighter-colored breeches and elegant footwear. The figures stand against a backdrop of swirling, blue energy, suggesting a powerful magical effect.
The camera pulls back to reveal a bustling city under a bright blue sky.
Grand buildings, including one with a sign reading 10 million gold, and a large amphitheater are visible in the distance. Inside a lively tavern, patrons discuss the recent news. One man excitedly recounts how Henry Morris, the new champion of the sword arena, defeated even the king in combat. Another man laments his lost bet, wishing he had wagered on Henry instead. In another part of the city, two men converse.
One expresses disbelief at the emergence of a new champion in Vivaldi,
prompting the other to ask what he just said. The first man reveals that champion Henry bet 10,000 gold on himself before the match began. The second man reacts with shock to the news of the substantial bet, and is further stunned to learn that, considering the winnings from the fight, they now owe Henry a staggering 1,123,780 gold. A high-ranking official, his face etched with worry, declared, "Now that we're in this situation, we have to kill Henry." His anxiety stemmed from the potential fallout. "If people find out that the 10 million gold arena went bankrupt, then my career is over."
Suddenly, a booming voice echoed, challenging the official's plan. "Who are you going to kill?" With surprising speed and strength, Henry, the man they intended to kill, swiftly dispatched the two guards sent to eliminate him. A smirk playing on his lips as he challenged them, "Say that to my face this time." The official, now panicked, shouted, "Everyone get out. I'll have a word with Henry." Henry vanished, leaving only the sound of a door slamming shut behind him. The remaining guards knelt in fear before the enraged official. The official, addressing Henry, who had reappeared, said, "Sir Henry, I'm unsure what you're talking about." Henry cut him short, stating his intentions plainly, "I'll get straight to the point. I'm here for my money. If you give it to me without making a fuss, I'll let you go. Henry, the reborn 8th Circle Mage, now inhabiting the body of a baronet's son, stood before his debtors. He had already settled his accounts with one of them, and now demanded the rest of the money. His debtor, a man named Ten, visibly distressed, confessed his inability to repay the full amount. He only possessed 100,000 gold pieces. Since he couldn't pay the full debt, Ten offered to let Henry seize everything he owned. Henry, unimpressed, stated that he already knew Ten wouldn't be able to repay him. He had an alternative proposition. Ten, bewildered, asked what the offer was. Henry suggested a private conversation at Ten's house. Ten readily agreed. Henry then turned his attention to Ten's associates, warning them against any further attempts at deception. He made it clear that he would not hesitate to kill them if they tried anything. Later, at Ten's house, Ten nervously inquired about Henry's offer. Henry, calmly sipping tea, instructed Ten to answer his question honestly. The scene ends with it to be continued. Screen, leaving the reader in suspense. In an opulent room, a distinguished-looking man with blonde hair and a beard inquired about the quantity of cold iron possessed by his companion, a younger man with striking blue hair. A narration box explained that cold iron is a sturdy mineral found only in the deepest parts of the ocean. The blue-haired man, unfazed, retorted that he knew the mineral's exponentially increased magical power, hence their prohibition in trade. He then stated his intention to confiscate the minerals, despite the other's pretense of ignorance. The blond man's expression shifted to one of alarm as he questioned how the blue-haired man obtained such knowledge, a secret only a select few should possess. Ignoring the question, the blue-haired man pressed for the quantity of cold iron, to which the blond man reluctantly replied that he had approximately 300 kilograms. The blue-haired man proposed a deal. He would only take 300,000 gold from the 10 million owed, but he would take all the cold iron. The blond man, accepting the terms, stated that the rest of the money could be paid back slowly. The blue-haired man, however, scoffed at the idea that he would let go of nearly 10 million gold, and offered a written IOU as a gift. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle Mage, now found himself in the unfamiliar body of a baronet's son, also named Henry Morris, though possessing none of his magical prowess. He examined a summoning scroll, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He was confronted by Ten, a young man with vibrant blue hair, who confidently asserted that he didn't need to worry about the champion's rule, easily handling any challenges that came his way. Henry, needing a place to stay, requested Ten's assistance. Ten, though initially hesitant about the intrusion into his personal office, agreed. Ten, with a mischievous grin, reminded Henry that even if he scraped together all his money, it wouldn't be enough to repay his debt. The narration box revealed that this incident left Ten, once the richest in Vivaldi town, penniless. Later, Ten called for Henry. Henry, looking concerned, asked what the matter was. Ten questioned Henry's attitude, noting his visible discomfort. Henry, sweating slightly, simply replied that nothing was wrong. Ten then directly questioned the true purpose behind Henry's 10 million gold arena. Ten expressed his certainty that Henry wasn't simply using the arena to make money. Henry revealed his second objective, fame. He needed to build a reputation, and the 10 million gold arena was the tool to achieve that. A man with shoulder-length blonde hair and a neatly trimmed goatee explained, "We're also an information broker." He continued, elaborating on their dual role, "It's just like you suspected. It's hard for us to make a living solely relying on the income of the arena. That's why we also provide information to people." A young man with short, vibrant blue hair responded thoughtfully, "Then again, your work requires you to be good at researching into others." The blonde man confirmed, "That's correct. We gather information pertaining to all the major cities and towns, as well as the subject states within the 4 kingdoms and the Holy City governed by the Vaticans. We also created some infrastructures within a few free states." The blue-haired young man's eyes widened in surprise. "You're a lot more established than I thought." The blonde man chuckled, "Not really. We're nothing compared to the Silver Moon." The blue-haired man's expression turned serious as he learned about the Silver Moon, a large underground guild with extensive connections throughout the kingdom. The narration box described the Silver Moon as one of the few largest groups possessing significant manpower, information, and resources. The text explained that due to their size and influence, few people have direct contact with the Silver Moon. Henry, the protagonist, saw this as an opportunity, a path to leverage their power and influence. He smirked, "Then we'll just need to become the second Silver Moon." A man with blonde hair and a worried expression exclaimed, "Excuse me?" A man with purple hair, dressed in fine clothes, stood with his back to the viewer. He stated that the 10 million gold arena was currently unable to conduct any trades. Turning around, the purple-haired man declared it was time to form a group as good as the Silver Moon. The blonde-haired man questioned Henry Morris's identity, while the purple-haired man pointed out their only lacking was manpower. The blonde-haired man cautioned against rushing things. The blonde-haired man explained that the Silver Moon had connections to criminals, mercenaries, and assassins, a business they did not engage in. The purple-haired man then suggested they do the same. The purple-haired man, with a playful expression, placed a hand on the blonde-haired man's shoulder. The blonde-haired man looked confused. He announced that the 10 million gold arena would start building its own mercenaries.
The blonde-haired man reacted with surprise to the mention of mercenaries. The purple-haired man explained that to make more money, they needed to explore different options. The purple-haired man explained that they only needed skilled people with confidence, and that they would double the pay for A-rank mercenaries, offering 10 gold per month. A hand gestures with 3 fingers raised, a radiant blue light emanating from behind it. In the following panel, 2 men are seated at a table. One, older with blonde hair, appears concerned, while the other, younger with vibrant blue hair, smiles confidently. The younger man explains that they will provide education and housing for skilled individuals. The older man, hesitant, questions if the younger man's offer isn't too generous. The younger man, Sir Henry, explains that as a newly established mercenary group, they need to create attractive conditions to recruit members. He continues, emphasizing that this is precisely their strategy to attract skilled mercenaries. The older man, now understanding, agrees with Sir Henry's plan. Sir Henry states he will conduct the interviews for the new mercenary group. The older man agrees and asks what they should name their organization. Sir Henry decides to name the group Million. News of the new mercenary group, offering generous wages, spreads rapidly throughout the kingdom. 2 men in a tavern discuss the new mercenary group, Million, and its attractive compensation package. A group of mercenaries discusses heading to the 10 million gold arena, intrigued by the new opportunities. The final panel shows the grand 10 million gold arena, a large, impressive structure, hinting at the scale of the new mercenary group's ambition. Henry Morris, in his new body, found himself amidst a throng of people, the air thick with tension. A burly man shoved him roughly, prompting Henry to snap, "Stop pushing." His outburst caused a stir. The man, clearly angered, challenged him, "What did you say? Do you want to fight?" Another man, wearing spectacles, intervened, attempting to de-escalate the situation. He explained, "If you guys cause a scene, we'll have no choice but to kick you out of here." Later, Henry, now calmly sipping tea in a luxurious setting, muttered to himself, "How tedious." "Fine." A sudden knock interrupted his quiet moment. The door burst open, revealing a concerned man who addressed Henry as Sir Henry. "What is the important thing that you wanted to talk about?" Henry, still composed, responded with a smirk, "Did you run over here? You didn't have to. But now that you're here, why don't you take a seat?" The man, clearly agitated, asked, "What is it this time?" A young man with vibrant blue hair, a confident smirk playing on his lips, addressed someone unseen. He assured them there was no need for fear, casually mentioning the unusually high number of visitors to the town of Vival that day. An older man, his face etched with lines of experience, stroked his chin thoughtfully. He acknowledged having heard about the recent surge in visitors. The blue-haired young man continued, explaining that the increase was due to the 10 million gold's decision to establish a new mercenary group called Million, and that he himself would lead this group. The older man, clearly surprised, questioned if the younger man was being serious. The younger man confirmed that it had just happened and that they had begun promoting themselves a day prior. He pointed out the obvious exponential increase in visitors as a direct result. The blue-haired man then reminded the older man of their previous conversation. And the older man, seated across a chessboard, listened intently as the younger man gestured emphatically. The older man promised to listen to any request the younger man made should he win. The older man, now alone, contemplated his next move in the game, a thoughtful expression on his face. He confirmed that he remembered their previous conversation. The blue-haired man, having won the game, stated that he had one request for the older man, to raise the taxes. An older man, seated at a chessboard, contemplated a strategic move. He mused aloud that while the influx of soldiers from across the kingdom wouldn't be excessive, it presented a lucrative opportunity. He was interrupted by a younger man, who politely but firmly declined a proposal. The younger man explained that as mayor, he lacked the authority to control tax prices, as those were set by the kingdom. The younger man's expression shifted to one of thoughtful consideration, as the older man looked on with a mixture of apprehension and anticipation. The younger man then proposed a solution. By strategically raising taxes in specific areas, they could not only revitalize the town's economy but also generate significant profit. The older man listened intently as the younger man continued to explain his plan, sipping his tea thoughtfully. The younger man, Henry, finished his explanation with a confident smirk, questioning if his assessment was incorrect. Sir Henry, a man with vibrant blue hair, sat calmly, a cup of tea in hand, a thoughtful expression on his face. He questioned himself, "Am I wrong?" Meanwhile, another man, his face etched with concern, reacted with disbelief. His internal monologue revealed his astonishment. How the hell does he know that? The scene shifted to a chessboard, where Sir Henry sat across from a man with dark hair. The dark-haired man responded, "Yes, it's possible." "Fine. I shall help you, Sir Henry." Sir Henry, however, raised a point, "Good. However, it won't look too good for the town hall to be aligning forces with a private entity, correct?" He continued, explaining, "That is why I have already prepared an official group for you to work with. It's the Fighting Arena Group. Within this group, all of the fighting arenas in Vivaldi Town has agreed to join. In order to test out how effective our group is, there will be a lot of mercenaries coming to Vivaldi Town." Sir Henry elaborated on his plan. "When this happens, you just have to impose a special tax on these people.
You can tax them on the application and participation fees.
The concerned man responded with worry, but then there will be a lot of commotion amongst the pre-existing fighters. A shrewd voice calmly explained a strategy to incite chaos amongst the fighters. The plan was simple. Initially, the new tax would be met with little resistance. However, should the existing fighters begin to complain, a tax exemption would be offered, thus pitting the new recruits against the veterans. A man with vibrant blue hair, impeccably dressed in a crisp white shirt and dark cravat, sat calmly, sipping tea. His expression held a subtle hint of amusement. This calculated manipulation, he explained, was a common tactic employed by the central government to create internal strife amongst its subjects. He continued, outlining a seemingly foolproof plan to ensure the fighters' cooperation. They would be given a gem as a reward, but only if they successfully completed an interview. The blue-haired man presented this as a beneficial arrangement, but a shadow of doubt crossed the other man's face. The seemingly generous offer was, in fact, a thinly veiled demand for half of the tax revenue.
The other man's suspicion was confirmed.
Despite the deception, the blue-haired man assured him that his personal share would be delivered later. With a final, reassuring statement, the other man, Sir Henry, accepted the deal, shaking the blue-haired man's hand. The blue-haired man, with a subtle smile, reiterated the importance of mutual support amongst countrymen. 2 days had passed since the events that transpired, and a considerable number of people had gathered near Vivaldi town. It was during this period that Henry decided to conduct a small test. A crowd of people, many of whom carried swords, were seen approaching the town's entrance. An official announced that an entrance test would be conducted in an orderly fashion, consisting of 3 parts. Among the crowd, a mercenary questioned whether they would still receive payment even if they failed the test. The official confirmed that upon passing the first phase, each participant would receive 1 silver coin, enough for a day's worth of food and drink. He expressed his amazement at the mercenary group. Henry, observing from a distance, wondered about the amount of money being offered and decided to investigate further. He mused that passing through a small room was required to proceed to the second part of the test. Henry, confident in his abilities, declared his intention to demonstrate his true talent. The official explained that those who failed the test would exit from the left.
Henry proceeded down a long, dark corridor.
Henry Morris, in his new body, scoffed at the apparent simplicity of the test set before him.
He considered it pathetic. He stood in a dimly lit corridor, ready to begin. With a dismissive wave, he started to run.
But soon found himself struggling. His body felt heavy, his breath ragged.
He gasped, "Ack! What the hell? My body is getting heavy."
The true nature of the test was revealed. It was designed to gauge the stamina of the participants. Henry, despite his initial arrogance, pushed himself onward, running down the long corridor.
He declared, "Fine. I just have to run. I can easily pass this test."
However, a sudden surge of energy overwhelmed him, causing him to collapse. He lay there, wondering if he had passed the test. Henry Morris, in his new body, awoke with a start. A strange, squishy feeling washed over him, causing a grimace to twist his features.
He was disoriented and confused.
His eyes flickered open to a scene of utter chaos. He found himself surrounded by a pile of unconscious bodies, strewn across the dusty ground.
A wave of nausea threatened to overwhelm him.
A man approached, his voice calm despite the surrounding disarray. He explained that Henry had fainted during the first part of a test and had been moved to this location.
Henry's eyes widened in disbelief.
He was told that everyone around him had also fainted and failed the first part of the test. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. The implications of this revelation were staggering. He was beginning to understand the true nature of this test. Later, Henry sat alone, his face etched with worry, as another man watched him from a distance. This man, with striking blue hair, seemed to be observing him intently. The blue-haired man then explained that the first part of the test involved a gravity-increasing spell. The closer one got to the exit, the stronger the gravitational pull became. This was no mere physical test, it was a test of magical aptitude. A strong warrior might have passed easily, but a skilled mage would have detected the trap and created a counterspell.
The blue-haired man continued his explanation.
He revealed that he had been waiting for Henry, finally finding him after his collapse. Sir Henry, a young man with vibrant purple hair, was being assessed by an older, stern-looking man in a fine coat. The older man questioned whether it was all right for Henry to continue the test, given that no one had passed that day. The older man informed Henry that he would continue observing him for 1 more day. He also mentioned that the next test involved finding a pearl in mud, and that he had never intended to accept everyone in the first place. Meanwhile, a group of test participants discussed their difficulties in finding lodging due to the high number of applicants. One of them mentioned the scarcity of open rooms.
2 other participants talked about the crowded taverns in Vivaldi town and suggested trying the fighting arena.
A large, impressive building labeled 10 million gold was shown, adjacent to a massive coliseum.
This was clearly the fighting arena.
Inside the arena, several people were discussing the unexpectedly high entrance fee, which was attributed to the sudden influx of fighters. One of the arena staff members complained about the situation, highlighting the lack of choice but to impose a special tax due to the increased number of participants.
Another staff member agreed, noting that they couldn't simply turn people away. Despite the issues, the narrator noted that the entrance fee to the fighting arenas had increased exponentially, as Henry had predicted.
A determined young man with short brown hair and a sword at his side resolved to pass the first part of the test that day.
3 men, dressed in simple tunics, stood before a fourth.
One of them, the speaker, announced that he had devised a plan over the previous night and would reveal it to the others. Suddenly, a pained cry echoed through the scene. A man collapsed, unable to withstand the pressure of the test. The narrator observes that this was never meant to be an easy task, and many had failed before. Many had given up early and sought work in the fighting arena to recoup their losses. A man, observing the scene, noted that the participants fell into 4 distinct categories. First, there were the new participants. Second, those repeatedly attempting the test. Third, those who had abandoned the test to fight in the arena. And lastly, those who had given up entirely and returned home. A man with vibrant blue hair, observing the scene, noted the increasing number of people leaving due to the high cost of living and declared it was time to put his plan into action. He proposed a plan to Mayor Bent, suggesting tax exemptions for the existing fighters. The mayor questioned the wisdom of this, concerned about the potential negative reaction from the newcomers. The mayor expressed his doubts, believing the new fighters would be displeased. The man with blue hair remained resolute. He argued that it was impossible to counter Sir Henry's plan. The man with blue hair reassured the mayor, stating that he had already devised a perfect plan. The image shows Henry Morris, in his new body, standing before a window overlooking a city at night. His arms are crossed, a determined expression on his face. He is silently contemplating his next move, the weight of his revenge fueling his resolve. A crowd gathered before a gate, their murmurs rising into a buzz of speculation.
One man, his brow furrowed in confusion, questioned aloud, "What is that?" Another, more informed, offered an explanation, "Privileged gate?" He exclaimed, his voice sharp with surprise, "Huh?" A nearby observer whispered to his companion, "What did he just say?" The companion, a man in a top hat, explained, "An exclusive testing ground for fighters. He's planning to make these guys participate in the fighting arena." The man in the top hat stroked his chin thoughtfully. "That will most definitely increase our revenue," he mused. His eyes, narrowed and sharp, held a glint of shrewd calculation. The top-hatted man's voice was low, almost a whisper, yet carried an undercurrent of certainty. "Henry is the real deal." It's been 10 days since the test began. The scene opens on a chaotic aftermath. Numerous bodies lie scattered across the ground, their forms slumped and still. A man in a red shirt, his face partially obscured, looks down at the scene, beads of sweat forming on his brow. A narration box reveals that nobody has yet passed the first part of a mysterious test, only the tax prices and income of the 10 million gold arena rose. The scene shifts to an opulent room. Sir Henry, a man with short, dark blue hair, sits calmly, sipping tea. Another man, older with longer, light brown hair, approaches him cautiously. He politely asks Sir Henry for his attention. Sir Henry, intrigued, inquires what the matter is. The older man nervously asks Sir Henry if he is certain that people can pass the first part of the test. Sir Henry confidently replies that he is certain, questioning why the other man is asking. The older man reveals that rumors are circulating, suggesting that Sir Henry's mercenary test is merely a ploy to maximize profits for the fighting arenas. Sir Henry denies attempting to maximize profit, stating he only wants to earn enough. He then asks why the other man is telling him about these emerging rumors. A man with blonde hair and a distinguished mustache, dressed in a dark, ornate jacket, sat at a table, a cup of tea before him. He looked perplexed, his eyebrows raised in question as he asked, "Huh? What do you mean by that?" Across from him, a man with short, dark blue hair calmly explained, "It means I'll need to put on an act. If I can get rid of the people's doubts, then it'll be easy to garner their trust from now on." The blue-haired man rose from his seat, his back to the viewer. He stated, "Let's go. It's time that Henry Morris makes an appearance." In a different location, a group of people sat around a table outdoors. One man, his face etched with worry, voiced his concerns, "I've been hearing strange rumors." "Are these rumors true? Are you sure that we can pass this test?" Another man, seemingly more confident, responded to the concerns. His voice was slightly raised, conveying a mix of reassurance and agitation. "It's not a bait, right? Why is it that nobody has been able to pass?" In order to provide evidence that the first phase of the test can be passed. The scene shifted to an outdoor arena. 2 men stood, gesturing towards a third. One announced, "We brought the current champion of the fighting arena, Henry Morris, in order to take this test. Please show a round of applause." Another countered, "I heard that he's just a sword runner rank swordsman who doesn't even have their aura unlocked." The blue-haired man stood center stage, a look of quiet confidence on his face. Someone in the crowd questioned, "He's that Henry? A runner rank is the champion? How does that make any sense?" The scene opens with a group of individuals discussing fighter Henry, who, as they all know, has yet to unlock his aura. One of them suggests having Henry attempt the first part of a test.
Another individual expresses disbelief, stating that someone without an aura passing this test is impossible. He himself, an intermediate expert, cannot pass it. Henry, however, confidently asserts that he can pass the test, questioning why the others cannot. His bold declaration surprises those around him. One of them asks in disbelief, "What did you just say?" Another individual challenges Henry, questioning if he thinks he is better than them. Henry calmly responds, "Am I wrong? I'll prove it to you guys." The others, spurred by his confidence, agree to see what he can do. With that, the test begins, and Henry confidently walks towards the testing area. The final panel shows Henry standing alone, a determined look on his face, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. Henry, in his new body, stood firm, his foot impacting the ground with a burst of magical energy. He muttered a command, activating his magic armor, and simultaneously deployed a counterspell to negate the effects of any gravity magic. The magical energy surged around him, causing two nearby mercenaries to recoil in fear. Their expressions showed clear signs of distress. But Henry's own body strained under the exertion. He could feel his limits approaching, he was reaching his magical capacity. Henry approached a door, his hand outstretched. With a burst of magical energy, he effortlessly opened it and stepped inside, a smirk playing on his lips. He found the mercenaries' resistance pathetically weak. News of Henry's actions spread quickly. Everyone redoubled their efforts, spurred on by his example. And Henry, reflecting on his recent success, questioned whether he should have added more conditions to his magic. He was surprised that no one had yet passed his test. A conversation ensued between Henry and another man, likely a superior. Henry expressed surprise at the mercenaries' dedication, as he had assumed they were only motivated by money. Mayor Bent, a stout man with a walrus mustache, explained the terms of the deal to Henry, the young man with vibrant blue hair. Even though money was important, the mayor stressed the need for guaranteed profits. Henry considered the mayor's words, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto his face. He mused that there was a high chance a skilled fighter was already involved with a larger group, making his current efforts seem wasteful. The question of whether to take matters into his own hands weighed heavily on him. Mayor Bent informed Henry that he had 10 days to complete this test. For the next 10 days, Henry was to return to his normal life, earning as much money as possible. Henry simply replied that he understood. Mayor Bent continued, stating that he would see Henry again in 10 days. In the meantime, Henry would have to scout mercenaries on his own. He was instructed to contact the mayor through 10 if anything happened. The scene shifted to the 10 million gold arena, a grand Colosseum-like structure, hinting at the scale of Henry's upcoming endeavors. Back inside, Henry informed Mayor Bent that he would be leaving for a bit, leaving the mayor with some work to do. The mayor inquired about the nature of this work. Henry explained that he would need to filter out the best pro fighters from the arena, intending to recruit them. He also mentioned that he would be heading to the port city of Enkelman for a while. Mayor Bent, surprised, asked why Henry was going to the port city in the south. Henry responded that there was someone he needed to bring back. Henry instructed Mayor Bent to gather as much information as possible while he was gone, promising to return within 10 days. The mayor agreed. Henry, holding his sword, wondered if a certain Van, a swordmaster, would still be in Enkelman. A hand reached for a door handle, its owner announcing, "I'll be off." The door opened, revealing a surprised man in a red tunic. His exclamation was cut short by the arrival of a man with vibrant blue hair, who had just entered the room. The blue-haired man, Henry Morris, inquired, "HM? What's the matter?" The other man, breathless, explained, "I came here as fast as I can. We got our first participant who passed the test." Henry Morris reacted with a triumphant, "Finally." Meanwhile, a man in a hooded cloak walked away from a building, his identity unknown but significant. The man in the cloak was identified as the first to pass the test. Henry Morris approached him, offering congratulations. Henry Morris introduced himself as the captain of the newly formed mercenary group, Million. The man in the cloak, Tim Hagler, reciprocated the introduction. Hagler questioned the truth of the group's offer of housing and education for its members. Henry confirmed that those who passed the test deserve such benefits. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself in the body of his namesake, a commoner with no magical talent. Sweat beaded on his brow as he anxiously awaited the results of a mysterious test. The examiner, a stern-faced man, scrutinized the results of the first part of the test. He questioned the unexpected outcome, wondering where such an unskilled individual had come from. The examiner, seemingly satisfied with the first part, explained the second phase of the test, a simple sword fight. Henry, despite his current limitations, readily agreed to proceed with the second test. He drew his sword, a surge of energy illuminating the blade with a brilliant, ethereal glow. The examiner watched, his expression unreadable, as the magical energy pulsed around Henry's weapon. Impressed by the aura emanating from the seemingly ordinary young man, he noted that Henry's skill was comparable to that of a seasoned sword master. Henry, confident in his abilities, offered his opponent the first move in their impending duel. A man with short brown hair and a stern expression stood, a glowing blue sword partially obscuring his face.
The ethereal blade pulsed with energy as he gripped it tightly, his mouth open in a silent roar. Suddenly, a figure with vibrant blue hair appeared, launching a swift attack. The brown-haired man reacted instantly. Clashing swords in a flurry of motion, sparks erupting as the two combatants exchanged blows. The brown-haired man's face contorted in a grimace of exertion, while the blue-haired man smirked, a glint of triumph in his eyes. The blue-haired man continued his assault, his movements precise and deadly. A final blow landed, leaving the brown-haired man defeated and the blue-haired man victorious. A burly man with a grim expression stood his ground, his sword held firmly. He was clearly assessing his opponent, muttering to himself that the young man before him was far superior to Hugo, and that there was real power behind his sword. The young man, with dark hair and a determined look, declared it was his turn to attack. His opponent, understanding the unspoken challenge, braced himself. With a burst of energy, the young man unleashed a powerful magical attack, a bright beam of light erupting from his hands, striking his opponent. The force of the blow sent the burly man reeling back, his sword nearly flying from his grasp as he staggered under the impact. His face contorted in a grimace of pain and disbelief, the man's eyes widened as he struggled to comprehend the power he had just faced. The young man stood over his defeated opponent, his sword pointed at the ground. The fight concluded. The man had failed the test. The defeated man despaired, his last hope seemingly crushed. He had failed. But then, a glimmer of hope appeared. Tears welled in his eyes as he realized he had passed the test, despite his initial failure. He had proven his worth. The young man, surprised by the outcome, questioned the seriousness of the test, pointing out that it was merely a basic interview. The defeated man, however, insisted that the test did not require any of that formality. A man with worried eyes and beads of sweat trickling down his temples was questioned about his family. He stammered a confirmation that he had a wife and daughter to support. A calm, composed man with dark hair and a refined appearance reassured him, offering to take care of his family. He extended a hand, welcoming the man to their team. The relieved man, tears welling in his eyes, grasped the offered hand, his gratitude overwhelming him. He repeatedly thanked them profusely. Later, the man questioned how they knew about him. The dark-haired man explained that his talent was obvious, given his ability to support a family in such a humble place, suggesting they discuss the details further after meeting his family. The newly recruited man, however, preferred a more casual conversation, given their future superior-subordinate relationship. The dark-haired man agreed to a formal discussion for their first meeting. Elsewhere, another man excitedly announced that someone had passed the test. News of the successful candidate, Sir Hagler, spread quickly, causing a stir among onlookers. One man expressed envy at Hagler's newfound success and stability. The scene opens on a modest wooden house, nestled amidst lush greenery. It appears to be situated on the outskirts of a small village. A pair of sturdy boots approaches the house, splashing through a puddle, revealing Henry Morris, the reincarnated 8th Circle Mage, and his burly companion. Henry announces his return with a cheerful, "Darling, I'm back." Henry's wife, Sana, greets him with unrestrained joy, her face radiant with excitement. "Honey." Sana excitedly shares her news, she passed the entrance exam. Henry, slightly taken aback, utters a quiet, "Daddy?" Henry's companion, a large man, embraces Sana warmly, asking if she's been a good girl while he was away. A woman and a young girl watched anxiously as a man with short, blonde hair and a stern expression spoke to another man with vibrant blue hair, dressed in a crisp white shirt and dark pants. The blue-haired man seemed amused, casually observing the scene. "Yes, but who is that person?" the woman wondered aloud. The stern-faced man, addressing the girl, instructed, "Naya, show some respect. He's the one that I'll be working for." The blue-haired man chuckled to himself, adding, "Even his daughter is cute." The blue-haired man, now standing before the family, introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Naya." He smiled warmly. "It's a man's duty to take good care of his family. Then let's begin our relocation. Since you passed the test, just like we promised, we have a special house for you to stay at." The family arrived at a large, impressive mansion. The young girl gasped in awe. "Wow, Mommy. This place is super nice." The interior was equally opulent, showcasing lavish decor and fine furnishings. The father, however, expressed concern. "Leader, wait. Isn't a place like this more suited for nobles?" Naya responded calmly, "This is the house that the millions shall provide." A new character, a tall man with a top hat and a long, blonde mustache, appeared, his expression enigmatic. He stood beside Naya, who maintained a subtle, knowing smile. 10, the owner of the 10 million gold arena, greeted Sir Henry. He had already been notified of Henry's arrival and invited him to stay. Sir Henry asked 10 if he intended to bring Henry's family to his house. 10 confirmed, stating that it was the least he could do since Henry was indebted to him. Henry sighed, understanding the situation. 10 instructed his servants to prepare clothes for Henry's family. The three men, Sir Henry, 10, and another man, sat down together for a conversation. 10 indicated his readiness to hear Henry's story. Hagler, a foot knight, was scouted by a baron due to his impressive skills. However, the Baron's attempt to seduce Hagler's wife led to a fight, leaving Hagler on the run. Hearing about the mercenary group, Hagler saw it as his last chance to escape his pursuers. 10 understood that injuring a noble was a serious offense. Sir Hagler, a man of considerable build and a worried expression etched onto his face, confessed his actions. He admitted to committing a serious offense, but insisted he couldn't restrain himself. His interlocutor, a young man with striking blue hair, calmly responded that he himself was not afraid. However, Hagler's bravado faltered as he confessed his true fear, for the safety of his family. The blue-haired man questioned Hagler's extreme actions, pointing out that family is often a man's greatest weakness. The blue-haired man listened intently, a slight smile playing on his lips as he sipped his tea. The blue-haired young man mused that, were he in Hagler's position, he would have likely killed the offender. He then noted that Hagler's restraint was remarkable, resulting in only minor injuries to the target. Hagler, visibly relieved, was told there was no need to dwell on the past. The blue-haired man reassured him that he would ensure the safety of Hagler's family. The young man revealed a surprising fact: he, too, was a nobleman. The young man, whose name is revealed to be Henry, instructed Hagler to not get involved and focus on his family's safety while Henry attends to matters in Enkelman. Henry, in his new body, sat across from a man, likely a family member or acquaintance. He was informed that he had 10 days left until an important test, and that he could relax for a bit, given the hardships he had likely endured. The man then presented Henry with a bag of money, congratulating him and encouraging him to spend time with his family. Following this, Henry, now on horseback, rode through the countryside. He contemplated his next move, deciding to forego visiting 2 small fiefs along his route and instead search for treasures in the surrounding regions. Henry examined a map, his gaze settling on a specific location. The map highlighted a lake, labeled Whispering Lake. Henry then thought about a pair of earrings he had hidden, capable of communicating with animals, a gift he intended for his sister, Naya. He reflected on the natural parental instinct to care for one's children. The scene opens near Whispering Lake, a tranquil body of water nestled amidst rolling hills and verdant forests. A horse's hooves pound the earth, kicking up dust as it gallops across the landscape. Carrying Henry Morris, a young man with dark hair and a determined expression, astride a sturdy steed named Jade. He consults a map, muttering to himself that their destination should be nearby. He urges Jade onward, shouting for the horse to increase its speed. Ahead, a sheer cliff face looms into view. But Henry, without hesitation, spurs Jade into a powerful leap, clearing the chasm with an impressive display of athleticism and horsemanship, and landing gracefully on the other side. Henry Morris, in his new body, rode his horse through a vibrant landscape. He cast a spell, Featherfall, a testament to his lingering magical prowess despite his current weakened state, the spell gently guiding their descent. His companion, Jade, commented on the ease of their journey, highlighting the quality of her steed. As they approached the Whispering Lake, a serene body of water nestled amidst rolling hills, Henry noted the unexpected beauty of the area, far exceeding his expectations. And then, more importantly, the significantly higher concentration of mana in this secluded location. He identified a particularly potent spot nearby, ideal for mana replenishment, and settled down to meditate, drawing in the ambient magical energy. As he did so, a wave of warmth washed over him. It felt as if he had returned to his hometown. The scene transitioned to a tranquil forest clearing, bathed in sunlight. Henry Morris, once an 8th circle mage, now inhabiting the body of his namesake, stood resolute. His eyes, though in a new vessel, held the same steely determination. He had arrived at the Demon Forest, a place rumored to possess an abundance of magical energy. He noted the unusually high concentration of mana. Henry walked towards a tranquil lake nestled amidst the imposing mountains of the Demon Forest, reaching out a hand towards its shimmering surface. Drawing upon the lake's potent mana, he prepared to cast a spell. With a muttered incantation, he invoked the power of reverse gravity. A surge of energy erupted from his hand, a visible manifestation of his power. The spell taking effect, altering the very fabric of the space around him. The successful spell left Henry breathless but satisfied. He had successfully tapped into the Demon Forest's potent magic. He addressed the hidden power source, a hidden reservoir of mana, with a knowing smirk. "You hit it pretty deeply, Silver." The remnants of a powerful magical construct lay shattered, engulfed in flames. Its star-shaped core, once brimming with energy, now crumbled into dust, leaving behind only a faint, ethereal glow against the bright blue sky. Henry Morris, in his new body, stood before a shimmering, blue pool of water. He surveyed the scene, his gaze fixed on the magical residue. Time to undo the gravitational magic, he muttered to himself, his resolve hardening. He raised a hand, focusing his intent, and unleashed a surge of magical energy. A torrent of water erupted from the pool, cascading around him. The water receded, revealing a path leading into the ominous Demon Forest. Henry, now seemingly more confident, began his journey. He walked towards the forest, a determined glint in his eyes. The air hung heavy with the scent of damp earth and decaying vegetation. He opened a small wooden box, revealing a small, glowing orb. Henry held the orb aloft, a knowing smirk on his face. He was ready for his revenge. A pair of earrings, described as allowing communication with plants and animals, is shown.
Henry, the reincarnated 8th Circle Mage, now in the body of a baronet's son, is seen examining them intently. Henry's attention is drawn to something. He hears whispers of a human causing a disturbance nearby.
He decides to continue listening, using his new earrings to enhance his perception, and observes a figure approaching from afar. The whispers urge others to get rid of the intruder, expressing concern about something precious in the area. Henry's expression shifts as he overhears a mention of Elragon. A narration box explains Elragon as a rare dragon spirit, superior to all water spirits. Further information is given about Elragon and its unique nature among spirits, capable of leaving descendants. Henry Morris, in his new body, surveyed his surroundings.
He'd come to the demon forest seeking a specific item, but a stroke of luck presented itself. He mused on the carelessness of those who left behind powerful artifacts, their descendants ill-equipped to protect them.
Henry decided to take the Elragon's egg with him.
A sudden wave of unease washed over him. He sensed something amiss, a feeling of being watched, and the sounds emanating from the lake were unsettling. The whispers he heard were mostly unintelligible, prompting a change of plans. Henry summoned his familiar, Ikesti, a small, white fox-like creature. With a flick of his wrist, Henry imbued his sword with magical fire. The flames danced along the blade, a testament to his returning power. Henry stood confidently, a pillar of fire in his hand, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead in the demon forest. A faint blue glow emanated from Henry's ear, a subtle magical energy swirling around his earring.
Panic erupted around him.
A cry of fire pierced the air as onlookers reacted to the sudden magical outburst. One person questioned the cause of the event, while another warned of the impending danger. The flames grew, threatening a nearby ash tree.
A bystander exclaimed that Master Elragon's egg, buried beneath the tree, was in danger. Another suggested moving the entire tree to save it.
Henry, seemingly unfazed by the chaos, calmly resolved to locate the ash tree. Henry, utilizing his knowledge of botany, confidently identified an ash tree in the distance. He mused that his botanical studies would prove useful in this situation. With a word, light, a brilliant beam of light erupted from Henry, illuminating his path forward. Henry, bathed in light, stood before the ash tree, his sword drawn. He approached with purpose,
his boots crunching on the dry earth.
As he moved closer to his objective, Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle Mage, now found himself inhabiting the body of his namesake, a commoner with no magical talent. His execution at the hands of King Silver Jackson Edward was a distant memory, replaced by a burning desire for revenge. He had entered the treacherous demon forest, seeking the power to reclaim his former strength. The air crackled with an unnatural energy, the trees twisted and gnarled like skeletal fingers reaching for the heavens. His quest led him to a secluded shore, where, under the watchful gaze of the night sky, he discovered what he sought, an ancient ash tree, rumored to hold the key to unlocking unimaginable power. He exclaimed, "I found it! An ash tree!" A young man with vibrant purple hair, wearing a light-colored robe, stood defiantly. His expression was one of quiet confidence, almost smug, as a bright light shone behind him. He rejected a command to leave, his voice firm despite the urgency of the unseen speaker.
He thanked the unseen entity for guiding him to this place.
The scene shifted to a tranquil lakeside. A figure, cloaked and distant, stood by the water's edge.
Then, a brilliant blue light erupted from the water's surface, centered around the figure's feet. The light expanded, revealing the figure to be the same young man from before.
He stood on the shore, gazing at the glowing water with a look of anticipation. The young man's hand reached out towards a partially submerged tree, its bark glowing faintly.
A small, sparkling object was embedded within the wood.
With a gentle touch, he extracted a small, gem-like object, its purple light pulsating softly. A satisfied smirk played on his lips. He muttered about the object's obnoxious nature, before using magic to restore the lake's calm surface.
The water stilled, the disturbance gone. He proudly announced his discovery, the Elragon's egg.
A close-up reveals a small, crystalline object, pink and multifaceted, resting in a gloved hand.
It pulses faintly with an inner light.
The hand belongs to Henry Morris, the same name as the executed mage, but this Henry is different.
He examines the object with a thoughtful expression. It's definitely the egg of a spirit.
Quite beautiful, he muses, a hint of excitement in his voice.
This is the second spirit egg he's found.
He continues, with Elragon's egg, the limit to my future is endless. Not to mention, it's pretty difficult to come across a high-ranking spirit in the first place. His eyes gleam with ambition. He plans to use the egg's power to cultivate his magic, beginning with water magic.
Henry raises his hand, a faint blue glow emanating from his fingertip.
He mutters a single word, Isharp. A surge of energy courses through his finger, a brilliant blue light intensifying. Then, he uses this energy to make a small cut on his forearm.
Henry reflects, a place where there is an endless supply of mana.
If that's the case, there's no place better than my own body. He places his hands over the cut, muttering, I heal. A brilliant blue light erupts from his palms. The wound rapidly closes, leaving no trace.
He smiles, satisfied. This should be more than enough. Time to head towards Enkelman.
Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself in the body of a baronet's son, sharing the same name but lacking magical talent.
He stood by a tranquil lake, the image of his former life a stark contrast to his current reality. A desperate cry escaped his lips, "Shade!" A horse, its coat the color of sunset, stood patiently nearby. He urged the animal onward, a renewed sense of purpose hardening his gaze. "Let's get going."
Henry mounted the horse, his resolve firm. He was determined to reclaim his power and exact revenge upon King Silver Jackson Edward. A faint blue glow emanated from beneath him as he muttered, "Ifly."
The horse's hooves sparked with magical energy,
propelling them forward at an impossible speed, leaving a trail of shimmering light in their wake.
2 days had passed.
Even though the journey to Enkelman typically took 4 days, Henry, driven by his thirst for vengeance, had cut the travel time in half by relentlessly pushing himself and his mount.
He arrived at Enkelman, a bustling harbor city. King Silver Jackson Edward, a man whose ambition far outweighed his integrity, rode through the city on horseback.
He held aloft a gleaming object, a symbol of his newly consolidated power, his face betraying a smug satisfaction. A royal insignia, radiating an aura of authority. It was a clear declaration of his dominion over the kingdom. 2 guards, their faces grim, stood at attention. They muttered about showing respect to such an esteemed figure. As the king continued his procession, he arrived at the port city of Enkelman, greeted by a portly man in a wide-brimmed hat who extended a welcoming hand. Henry Morris, in his new body, dismounted his horse, his gaze sweeping across the familiar harbor. The salty air filled his lungs,
a nostalgic scent bringing a wave of memories. It had been a while since he last visited Enkelman.
He reflected on his past visits to this place, often seeking solace in the salty air. It was a place of peace for him. The salty air, he mused, had a strange ability to bring peace to his mind, a stark contrast to the turmoil he carried within. Beside him, an old man with a long white beard watched him silently, his eyes filled with a knowing understanding. Henry's journey had only just begun. Henry, in his new body, stood before a mysterious, two-tone cat. He politely asked if he could take a look at something, to which the cat replied, "Sure, clever.
Go for it."
Following the cat's instructions, Henry focused his will, and a burst of golden light erupted from his hands,
revealing a breathtaking vista of the ocean.
The cat watched with wide, amazed eyes. Henry and the cat stood on a seaside cliff, overlooking the vast ocean.
The cat gasped in awe, "Whoa."
Henry, amused, asked if this was the cat's first time seeing the ocean. The cat explained that in the demon realm, there was something similar to the ocean, but the water was pitch black. It added that it could see why Henry was impressed by this. Henry wondered aloud if Wilvan would be hiding nearby. The cat confidently asserted that Wilvan was likely in hiding, emphasizing his patriotic nature. The cat revealed that Wilvan's patriotism extended to the point of being willing to kill the king. Before the unification, the kingdom of Enkelman was a small nation with a degree of autonomy. Its coastal city, visible from afar, boasted sturdy fortifications and a bustling port, hinting at a once proud, independent history. When Henry, a powerful 8th Circle mage, was tasked with leading an army to Enkelman, he opted for negotiation with the Enkelman king, aiming for a peaceful surrender. This was a strategic decision. Enkelman was small, and Henry's forces lacked sufficient manpower for a full-scale assault. The proud Enkelman king, however, refused Henry's offer, defiantly declaring, "To protect the dignity of our royal lineage, I will never bend my knees."
Henry, witnessing the king's stubborn refusal, solemnly questioned, "Is that what you truly desire? To bring about Enkelman's demise?" The king's arrogant defiance was met with swift retribution. A sudden, violent attack left him reeling, as Henry's power overwhelmed the king, leaving him gravely wounded and his throne overturned. The king's reign ended abruptly. Henry's soldiers reacted with shock and outrage to the brutal display of power, one shouting, "You bastard! What in the hell have you done?"
A fierce battle raged. A powerful warrior, clad in white, unleashed a devastating blow,
the force of the strike sending shockwaves through the air.
Dust and debris filled the scene as the warrior stood victorious over his fallen opponent. He addressed the remaining soldiers with a harsh command, "Shut your asses, you stubborn bastards." The victorious warrior, Van, was a remarkable figure. A narration box explained his rise to power. Van was the only sword master within Enkelman at the time, and although he was young, he was recognized for his skills and was able to attain the position of deputy commander of the army. "There is no one else who holds a higher position than me now." Van addressed his troops, his confidence unwavering. "If you are dissatisfied with the outcome, bring your swords, I shall gladly welcome your challenge." His soldiers, however, were hesitant.
A murmur of "No, sir,"
rippled through their ranks.
The narration box continued, "With this incident, Van became the highest figure of authority within the Enkelman kingdom." Elsewhere, a tense meeting unfolded. A man, his face etched with concern, questioned his mission. "Am I supposed to conduct my negotiation with this guy?"
Van introduced himself, his voice firm and resolute.
"My name is Van.
The kingdom of Enkelman shall become a subject state to the empire."
The older man across the table responded with gratitude, but with a condition. Thank you for what you've done, Van. However, under one condition. The older man's words hung in the air, creating a palpable tension. A condition, the younger man questioned, his eyes narrowed in anticipation. The older man confirmed, that's right. Should the people of Ankelman decide to pledge allegiance to the Empire, then I shall do whatever I can in order to revolt and fight back. A voice, filled with disdain, cut through the air. He was indeed a crazy bastard. Henry Morris, or rather, the young man inhabiting Henry Morris's new body, stood by the sea, his gaze fixed on the horizon. A pensive silence hung in the air. A quiet contemplation of the events that led to his current predicament. The words of another followed, a judgment on the past. Some people say that Van was a coward for making that decision. He remained motionless, the sea breeze ruffling his hair. The scene was peaceful, yet his mind was far from calm. Another man approached, his expression serious. He spoke, offering a counterpoint to the previous judgment. However, I can tell that he was nothing more than a strong-hearted patriot. The young Henry looked out at the ocean, his thoughts drifting. His companion continued, offering a glimmer of hope. If Van listened to my words, then I'm sure he's somewhere within Ankelman right now. A young man with short, dark blue hair stood on a seaside wall, his arms crossed, a pensive expression on his face. A white cat sat calmly beside him, observing the scene. His gaze was distant, lost in thought. It was a heavy responsibility, he reflected. The scene shifted to a regal figure, a woman with long, flowing pink hair, standing before a window. After being betrayed by those he considered comrades, Henry, a powerful mage, had attempted to distribute his power among the nobles who supported him. However, this proved to be another grave error. As soon as the nobles received even a small portion of Henry's power, their greed for more consumed them. Henry, now appearing older and weary, addressed a crowd in a town square. He confessed that he no longer possessed the power to protect them. He urged them to leave and find safety elsewhere, warning that after his death, they would become targets. Among those he asked to evacuate were his closest companions. It was this threat that forced them into hiding. In the present, Henry, in his new body, explained his reasons for seeking out one of his former comrades. He needed to meet Hez first. The scene shifted to a cheerful chef, welcoming someone unseen. A man in a white robe, his face obscured, approached a counter, apologizing for the intrusion before posing a question. Behind the counter stood a young chef, readily agreeing to answer whatever question the man had. The man in the white robe inquired about Mayor Hez. A narration box revealed that Hez was the second mayor of Ankelman, specifically chosen by Henry and Van after the first mayor's involvement in corruption led to his swift removal. This allowed them time to find the perfect candidate. Another narration box described Hez as competent and kind-hearted, but also extremely scared. It was thanks to the sphere that he was able to restore peace and purity to Ankelman. The man in white then asked the chef about Hez's whereabouts after his retirement. The chef, surprised, responded that he had seen the mayor observing the market and merchants the previous day. The man in white found this surprising, as Hez was still the mayor, a fact that seemed impossible given the purges. The chef, however, praised Mayor Hez for his successful and incorrupt governance of the city. Henry Morris, in his new body, pondered the implications of Hez's recent behavior. The fact that Hez, usually timid, had become a target of corrupt politicians suggested a hidden threat. He considered Van as a possible source of this threat, concluding that it was plausible if Hez believed Van was still watching him. As Henry was about to leave the bakery, the baker called out to him, surprised by his sudden departure. The baker was left pondering Henry's strange behavior, noting his use of honorifics despite Henry's obviously higher social standing. The scene shifts to a tranquil coastal view, a lighthouse standing tall against a clear blue sky. Henry sat on a dock, observing the serene landscape. A ship sailed in the distance. Henry internally acknowledged the cleverness of his plan. Henry spoke to his familiar, a cat, inquiring about the kin mushroom spore from the malevolent forest. The cat confirmed that he still had the spore. Henry then unleashed a wave of dark energy, seemingly preparing to enter the demon forest. The scene opens with a dramatic splash of crimson and black, suggesting a recent, violent event. Dark silhouettes of trees are barely visible against the bloody sky. A white cat with a mischievous grin appears in a thought bubble, saying of course. Below, a vibrant array of mushrooms glows with an ethereal light. A second thought bubble explains that the mushroom spores were carefully maintained to prevent them from withering. The scene shifts to a tranquil fish farm, nestled amidst a picturesque landscape. A thought bubble reveals that preparations are underway for a meeting with someone named Hez. A lone figure sits on a pier overlooking a calm body of water. He suggests they brainstorm a good plan, referring to it as pandemonium. The camera focuses on a sign for Conta Farm, indicating a shrimp farm. A man, his face etched with shock and confusion, exclaims, What the hell is this? The man's horrified expression is emphasized as he stares at something unseen. His mouth hangs open in disbelief. The camera angle shifts to reveal a vast expanse of water, now teeming with strange, swirling patterns. A figure stands in the distance, observing the scene. The man, his face contorted in terror, stutters, and no. They were just about ready to be farmed. He then cries out, What the hell happened here?
The fishing farms of Enkelman were devastated by a mysterious blight. Kin mushroom spores had spread, devastating the local economy. The persistence of these spores left the fishermen helpless against the unfolding disaster.
News of the catastrophe reached Enkelman Town Hall.
A desperate plea for help echoed through the halls. A distraught fisherman, his face etched with despair, desperately cried out for aid, highlighting the widespread devastation to local businesses. Inside the town hall, Mayor Has was startled by the commotion. His aide, Will, inquired about the cause of the disturbance.
The mayor, after being informed, revealed the source of the problem, the fishermen's plight.
Mayor Hazen will discuss the dire situation facing the Enkelman fishermen, their livelihoods threatened by the kin mushroom spores. A concerned expression etched itself onto the baronet's face as he pondered a recent report. He wondered aloud if some foul play, robbery perhaps, had befallen his people.
The answer, however, was far stranger than theft.
A group of distraught farmers relayed the shocking news: a sticky moss had infested their farms.
The baronet's worry deepened.
He questioned the moss's contagious nature and the extent of its spread, his brow furrowing with each passing moment. The gravity of the situation struck him forcefully. The farming industry, he realized, was a cornerstone of Enkelman's economy.
His immediate response was to summon the priests and doctors.
He urgently dispatched a messenger, his anxiety palpable as he gestured towards the window, a silent plea for swift action.
The news that followed was even more unsettling.
The assembled experts, it turned out, were baffled. The doctors, they confessed, had never encountered a moss like this before. Their assessment was even more alarming: it resembled a mushroom spore, not moss at all. The baronet slammed his hands on the table, disbelief and alarm etched onto his face. How could this be? He pressed the priests for answers, his voice sharp with urgency.
What did their investigations reveal?
Henry, the son of a baronet, anxiously awaited news regarding the strange occurrences at his family's fishing farm.
The priests, summoned to offer their aid, could only offer prayers. The mayor, a stern-faced man, received the disheartening update.
The priests' prayers were insufficient. The situation at the farm was far beyond their capabilities. Despite the substantial funds provided to the priests, their only contribution was a simple prayer. The mayor's frustration grew.
He demanded more effective measures, suggesting blessings or holy water to cleanse the affected area.
His exasperation was palpable. The mayor, losing his patience, unleashed his fury, calling the priests useless. Despite the mayor's outburst, the situation demanded a more practical approach. They had received the priest's prayers, but now they needed to find the source of the problem. A nobleman, identified by his 3-star silver status tag, requested an audience with the mayor. The guard announced the nobleman's arrival, emphasizing the significance of his 3-star status tag.
However, the mayor dismissed the request, deeming the timing inappropriate.
A nervous-looking guard, his helmet askew, stammered something to his superior. The superior officer, clearly impatient, demanded to know what the guard had to say.
The guard, seemingly relieved, explained that the nobleman himself had a proposition.
He claimed he could resolve the ongoing issues plaguing the fishing farms. A formally dressed man, the mayor, greeted a young man with bright blue hair. He expressed his honor in meeting such a prestigious individual. The young man, in turn, expressed his own honor at being greeted by the mayor. The mayor, curious, politely inquired about the young man's name.
The young man responded, his name being Henry Morris. The mayor's expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief. The mayor stammered, clearly surprised by the name Henry Morris.
The young man chuckled, noting that many people reacted similarly upon hearing his name, as it was the same as the great sage who had been executed. He quickly added that it was merely a coincidence, showing a 4-star medal as proof of his identity. The mayor apologized for his outburst. Henry Morris accepted the apology, stating that it was his father's fault for giving him such a name. The mayor, however, insisted that it was a wonderful name, and that Henry had provided a solution to the disaster at the fish farm.
Henry Morris, even in his new, weaker body, still possessed the keen senses of an 8th circle mage.
He was examining a strange substance found at a fish farm, noting its unusual properties, identifying them as spores from a demonic mushroom known as kin mushrooms.
A baronet, seemingly unconcerned, questioned him about this discovery.
Before delving into the details of the kin mushrooms, the lieutenant of the Kaulavan fortress, responsible for eliminating demons in the malevolent forest, introduced himself. The baronet, impressed by the lieutenant's 3-star decoration, acknowledged his expertise. The lieutenant confirmed that the spores in the fish farm were identical to those found in the malevolent forest, explaining that they were a parasitic species that consumed nutrients and reproduced rapidly, and that this rapid reproduction was the source of the problem. The baronet, worried, asked what could be done about the situation. The lieutenant, having encountered these spores before, claimed to know a few methods for exterminating them, but
suggested they discuss the matter further in a more private setting. The imposing structure of Baronet Haz's manor loomed against a bright blue sky, hinting at the wealth and influence held within.
Inside, a lavish spread of pastries, cakes, and steaming cups of coffee was laid out on a table, suggesting a meeting of some importance. Baronet Haz, a man of discerning taste and sharp features, addressed Sir Henry, the recently deceased and reborn 8th circle mage, with a subtle air of suspicion.
He stated that only the two of them were present in the room.
Sir Henry, in his new, younger body, calmly sipped his coffee, his eyes betraying a hidden intensity.
Baronet has, his curiosity piqued, directly asked Sir Henry what he wanted.
A subtle smirk played on Henry's lips as he internally noted Baronet has a sharp mind. The conversation turned to a peculiar problem, the persistent kin mushrooms that had infested the Baronet's lands.
Henry, reflecting on the situation, noted their tenacity.
And that once rooted, they were nearly impossible to eradicate completely. Baronet has explained his past attempts to eliminate the mushrooms, revealing the extent of the infestation and implying a significant cost associated with the problem.
He then asked if this meant a considerable payment was in order. Henry, the reincarnated Eighth Circle Mage, now inhabiting the body of a baronet's son, confidently sipped his tea.
He declared his expertise in a particular type of mushroom, subtly suggesting his value to his current employer. He promised to diligently monitor the mushroom spores to minimize losses at the fish farms, showcasing his commitment and competence. His employer, the mayor, inwardly fretted over the financial implications of Henry's continued service.
Henry proposed a meeting with the affected farmers before finalizing the agreement. And then, hesitantly, requested Henry's assistance in eliminating the current spore infestation.
Henry confidently assured the mayor that this was a trivial task. However, he immediately shifted the conversation to the matter of his compensation, reminding the mayor that they had yet to discuss his wages.
The mayor asked Henry how much he wanted to be paid.
Sir Henry, a man with striking blue hair, stood confidently, his arms crossed, as he declared his fee for the service he was about to provide, 500 gold. His client, visibly startled by the sum, exclaimed his disbelief.
500 gold? Isn't that too much?
Sir Henry explained that the task involved dealing with demonic mushrooms found in the malevolent forest. He emphasized the danger, stating that his extermination method was developed at great personal risk. His client, though still hesitant, conceded that the price, while high, was justified. A sigh escaped his lips, a mixture of resignation and reluctant agreement. Sir Henry internally mused that if the client paid this time, he would likely be back for more, as the fear of the malevolent forest's dangers would outweigh the cost. He reflected on the nature of mayors, comparing them to merchants driven by financial concerns, always fretting over revenue and public perception of their financial management. Henry, the lowborn son of a baronet, but possessing the soul of a powerful Eighth Circle mage, sat before a stern-faced older man. The older man questioned Henry's plans, highlighting the plight of the suffering farmers while Henry fretted over money. Suspicions clouding his judgment of the young man. He found Henry's lack of action and empty promises unsettling. Despite his reservations, the older man relented, agreeing to pay Henry after he demonstrated his skills. Henry, confident in his abilities, accepted the challenge. The scene shifted to Ankelman's fish farm, a picturesque coastal location with a lighthouse overlooking the tranquil waters. The idyllic setting was disrupted by the arrival of the mayor, his presence causing a stir among the townsfolk. Henry and the older man arrived at the farm, walking purposefully towards the commotion. The older man explained that Henry had been tasked with eliminating a spore infestation affecting the area. The townspeople were surprised by the arrival of an expert, but a dispute arose as someone claimed to have arrived first. Henry, in his new body, stood before a group of people by the sea, a lighthouse visible in the distance. He addressed them with a calm demeanor, suggesting they avoid conflict and promising to begin his work from the nearest point. He continued, explaining that while exterminating the spores was an easy task, he needed to make a show of it to ensure he was adequately compensated for his efforts. Henry produced a small pouch, revealing its contents to be a simple mixture of salt and sand.
He mused that, to the onlookers, this unremarkable mixture would appear mysterious and intriguing. With a flourish, Henry sprinkled the mixture, a curious blue powder, into the air.
An observer questioned his actions. Henry explained that this powder would exterminate the spores quickly, but that he would need to reapply it regularly as the spores would return, therefore requiring his continued service. The observer agreed.
Henry confirmed that it was quite complicated, requiring him to double-check his recipe every time. The scene shifts to Henry and the observer, with other onlookers present.
The observer gives a command. The observer orders the opening of a chest, and a powerful, bright blue energy erupts from it. A wave of shimmering, azure energy erupted from the water, its power rippling outwards, causing the dark spores clinging to the villagers to dissipate. The townsfolk erupted in cheers, their faces alight with relief. Their gratitude was palpable, they thanked the heavens for their salvation. Meanwhile, a young man with striking purple hair, Mayor has, watched the scene unfold from a distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wondered what the townspeople thought of this miraculous event. A triumphant grin spread across the mayor's face as he celebrated a successful outcome. He turned to Henry, the young man beside him, and declared that the powder he had provided truly worked. The scene shifted to a group of farmers gathered by the water, their faces etched with relief. After resolving the issues at the fish farm, all the farmers expressed their gratitude to Henry for his work. Several farmers voiced their relief, stating how fortunate they were to have Henry's help, as their livelihood had been saved. Henry, modest in his demeanor, humbly accepted their thanks. He insisted there was no need for thanks, attributing the success to the mayor's swift decision-making. The mayor, however, interjected, emphasizing that it was Henry's quick actions that truly saved the farms. A man with graying hair and a neatly trimmed mustache, dressed in an ornate, dark-colored coat, expressed his gratitude to a younger man with vibrant blue hair.
He thanked Sir Henry for his services.
Sir Henry, the younger man, humbly dismissed the thanks, mentioning it was merely part of his paid work. The older man, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple, suggested they discuss the payment at his house.
They arrived at a grand manor.
The older man led Sir Henry inside. Into a large, opulent room. The older man, deep in thought, addressed Sir Henry. The older man's eyes widened as he proposed the sale of the powder's recipe. Sir Henry firmly refused, stating that he would not part with a recipe he had risked his life for. The older man, however, was understanding, stating that it was merely a suggestion for long-term cost-effectiveness. Finally, the older man inquired about Sir Henry's lodging arrangements.
Henry Morris, in the body of his namesake, arrived in the city. He was still adjusting to his new life, a far cry from his previous existence as a powerful 8th Circle mage.
His thoughts drifted to Haz, a familiar companion, whose habit of changing the subject during awkward moments was as consistent as ever. The mayor, a portly man with silver hair and a warm smile, offered Henry a place to stay. He seemed genuinely concerned for the young man's well-being.
Henry accepted the offer with a grateful nod.
The kindness was unexpected, but he wouldn't refuse such a convenient arrangement. The imposing structure of the mayor's manor loomed against the clear blue sky. It was a testament to the wealth and power of the city's leadership. Later, a servant arrived with an apology from the mayor, who was unable to greet Henry personally due to pressing matters.
Henry accepted the explanation without complaint.
The servant thanked Henry for his understanding and departed.
Henry was left alone in the room, a small pouch in his hands.
He opened the pouch, revealing a generous sum of money. A subtle smile played on his lips.
Henry examined the coins carefully. His assessment was brief and to the point.
He settled into his bed, a satisfied expression on his face. Everything was proceeding exactly as he had planned. Now, all he had to do was wait for his enemies to take the bait. Under the cloak of a moonless night, a grand manor stood silhouetted against the deep blue of the twilight sky. Inside, Henry Morris, the lowly son of a baronet, lay asleep, his body relaxed under a soft blanket. Suddenly, a door creaked open, hinting at the arrival of uninvited guests. A shadowy figure slipped into the room, their movements silent and deliberate.
Followed by 3 more cloaked figures, their faces hidden behind dark hoods. They approached Henry's bed, their presence menacing.
One of the figures produced a small, smoke-filled pouch. And as the smoke wafted over Henry's face, he inhaled deeply, his eyes fluttering closed. The assassins watched, their expressions grim, as their mission neared completion.
A struggle ensued. 2 hands grappled, one attempting to restrain the other.
A faint blue energy crackled around the point of contact, hinting at a hidden power. The scene shifted to a man with striking blue hair, a hint of a cruel smile playing on his lips. He held a bloodied hand, a cloth pressed against the wound. "Hold it," he commanded, his voice laced with a chilling calmness. The man's grip tightened, eliciting a pained cry from the other. The scene was interrupted by the sudden appearance of 3 masked figures, their presence ominous.
The masked figures stood menacingly, swords drawn, their faces hidden behind dark fabric. One of them exclaimed in disbelief.
"I can't believe this," he muttered, his voice filled with shock and disbelief. One of the masked figures shouted a command, "Don't kill him.
We have to capture him."
The blue-haired man smirked, a glint of amusement in his eyes. "Capture me?" he questioned, his voice laced with amusement. A surge of energy erupted from him, a brilliant blue light emanating from his body.
The energy expanded, engulfing the masked figures in a blinding flash. When the light subsided, the figures lay unconscious on the floor.
The blue-haired man looked down at them, a hint of surprise in his eyes.
"Ha!
That's all it took for me to knock you guys out," he mused. 2 figures lay sprawled on the floor, lifeless. One wore an orange tunic, the other, dark green. Their swords lay discarded nearby. A man with short, blue hair, his face etched with disappointment, muttered to himself. He had hoped for a stronger opponent. The blue-haired man, Henry, now revealed to be the reincarnated 8th Circle mage, struggled against an unseen force, his face contorted in pain. Blood stained his robe. He fought back with surprising strength, his grip tightening,
overpowering his attacker, sending them sprawling to the floor. The scene showed 3 figures lying defeated, Henry standing over them.
A muffled sound, like a choked gasp, escaped Henry's lips. Henry's eyes narrowed, his expression hardening. He realized he had been poisoned.
Henry, recovering quickly, grabbed one of the assassin's cloaks.
He demanded to know who sent them. Henry Morris, in his new, weaker body, found himself bound and helpless.
His captors, 3 shadowy figures, revealed their plan.
Only 3 of them had orchestrated this ambush. One of them, a man with striking blue hair, spoke, noting the effectiveness of Henry's magic powders earlier that day.
A burst of flame erupted from Henry's foot, a desperate attempt at resistance.
But it was quickly extinguished.
The blue-haired man approached, his expression cold and calculating. He stepped on Henry's foot, increasing the pain. This was Henry's last chance to cooperate. The blue-haired man's warning hung heavy in the air. Henry, tears streaming down his face, pleaded for them to believe him, insisting he wasn't lying. The blue-haired man remained unconvinced, questioning whether their targets were truly just petty thieves. A single word hung in the air, name. Henry Morris, in his new, weaker body, wept openly. His hands clasped together, his face contorted in grief, he whispered, "It's Rinda." A man with vibrant blue hair, clad in a bathrobe, stood over Henry. Two bodies lay lifeless on the floor. He questioned Henry, "Rinda, are you certain that it's just the three of you behind this?" Tears streamed down Henry's face as he confessed, "That's correct. We were passing by the fish farm when we saw you using your powder. We wanted to steal that recipe from you." The blue-haired man responded with a single, skeptical phrase, "Is that so?" Henry continued to sob, his body racked with grief and fear as he pleaded for understanding. He was telling the truth. Suddenly, the blue-haired man kicked Henry with surprising force, sending him sprawling across the floor. The blue-haired man then revealed, "I believe Mayor Hess was the one who sent you guys." Henry, stunned and confused, stammered, "Excuse me? What do you mean by that?" He smirked, "Yes, I wonder what that means as well." Henry Morris, in his new, weaker body, sobbed uncontrollably. Tears streamed down his face as he clutched at his clothes, his body racked with despair. He was told he would understand after receiving a beating. A faint blue light emanated from his fingertips in the silent room. The light intensified, causing Henry to cry out in pain and surprise, as an overwhelming magical energy surged through him. A swirling vortex of dark energy enveloped Henry, transporting him to a different location. He found himself kneeling before a powerful, imposing figure in a white robe. The man, his face obscured by shadow, spoke, assuring Henry that the room was soundproof before getting down to business. The story opens with a view of a grand manor house, hinting at the wealth and privilege of the world in which Henry Morris finds himself reborn. A close-up on a hand, emanating a faint blue glow, suggests the presence of magic, a skill Henry is determined to regain. Henry, in his new body, lies prostrate before a man with vibrant blue hair, who exudes an aura of power. The scene is bathed in a magical blue light. The blue light intensifies as the blue-haired man questions Henry's continued silence. Henry, his face contorted in distress, pleads for understanding, claiming he is telling the truth. This explains why Henry and his accomplices were captured. The blue-haired man confirms his assessment, asking for confirmation. The blue-haired man, a smug expression on his face, is clearly in control of the situation. Henry Morris, in his new, weaker body, nervously confirmed the information he had just received. Meanwhile, a man in a bathrobe revealed that he and his companion were sent by Mayor Hess. He then reprimanded Henry for not revealing this information sooner. The man in the bathrobe offered Henry a pill, which he forced Henry to swallow. Henry's body reacted violently to the pill, as a dark substance flowed from his mouth. The man in the bathrobe explained that the pill was a lethal poison that would turn Henry's blood black and kill him unless he received an antidote within 4 days. He then revealed that he had already given the poison to Henry's companion, leaving Henry to contemplate his dire situation. The chapter opens with a close-up on Henry Morris's intense gaze. His piercing blue eyes, filled with a mixture of determination and hidden pain, are the focal point of the panel. The scene shifts to an imposing building, a grand manor house under a bright sky. This is the Hal Logan Hotel in Ankleman, a place of apparent luxury and refinement. Ibarus, the owner of the Hal Logan Hotel, is shown in a state of distress. Beads of sweat glistened on his brow, his eyes wide with fear and anxiety. Henry, now in his new body, sits in a grand room, observing a group of bound men. He exclaims in disbelief at the sight before him. Henry explains that these men were the ones who attacked him the previous night, attempting to steal his extermination powder. Henry's expression shifts to one of amusement as he questions the insignificance of the attempted theft. He comments on the audacity of the attack, considering the hotel's reputation, and points out that the Hal Logan Hotel is considered the best in Ankleman. Henry confronts Ibarus, his face contorted in anger, demanding an explanation for the incident. The manager of the Hal Logan Hotel, a renowned establishment in Ankleman, insisted that numerous nobles utilize their services. Sir Henry, however, questioned how such a prestigious hotel could allow petty thieves to break into a guest's room so easily. Henry declared his intention to publicly expose the hotel's poor security management. The manager, flustered, claimed that due to the nature of their service, the Hal Logan Hotel had implemented the highest possible security measures, suggesting a misunderstanding. The manager professed his bafflement at how such an incident could have occurred, prompting Henry to challenge him, accusing the manager of lying. Henry's anger was palpable, his arms crossed defiantly. The manager, however, insisted he was merely confused about how the thieves managed to break into Henry's room. Henry, still furious, demanded an explanation from the bound thieves as to how they managed to infiltrate his room. Henry Morris, in his new body, found himself in a less than regal setting. He had entered the hotel through a small crack in the wall behind it. Suddenly, the hotel owner burst into the room, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and surprise. A young man with striking blue hair calmly confronted the hotel owner. You heard him, right? Besides, you're the owner of this hotel. Shouldn't you be apologizing to me first? The hotel owner, visibly shaken, stammered an apology. My apologies, Sir Henry. I have made a grave mistake. I shall do my best to give you a worthy compensation, so. Henry, however, remained unconvinced. He thought to himself, he probably thinks a traitor like me will be swayed by some money. A worthy compensation? Henry scoffed at the notion. He then casually asked, so is that how you're going to answer? A portly man, his face etched with worry, frantically fumbled with the door handle. His breath hitched in his throat, a silent plea escaping his lips. He stammered, barely audible, a desperate call for help, Mr. Mayor. Inside, the mayor, a stern-faced man with graying hair, sat at his desk. He received a report about unexpected guests in the parlor, a serious problem. His brow furrowed in confusion. Problem? What is it? The flustered man explained that 3 men had been apprehended. But one of them was accompanied by the owner of the Halagon Hotel, a significant detail that added to the mayor's growing unease. The mayor's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the unexpected guests. He calmly addressed the mayor, his tone laced with subtle accusation. What seems to be the issue, Sir Henry? The young man, Henry, continued, his voice rising with barely controlled anger. What are you confused about? You think I can't recognize the men you sent after me? The scene opens with Mr. Mayor, a man of distinguished appearance, his face etched with shock and disbelief. His eyes widen, and a cold sweat beads on his brow as he stammers, What do you mean by that? Sir Henry, a young man with vibrant blue hair, stands defiantly before the mayor and several bound prisoners. His expression is one of controlled fury, he clenches his fist, a vein throbbing in his temple. The guards stand silently, their faces grim. The mayor, increasingly agitated, demands clarification, his voice laced with anxiety. Sir Henry, what are you implying right now? 2 of the bound prisoners exchange a look of despair. One of them speaks, his voice barely a whisper. Please forgive us. We failed our mission. Henry's eyes narrow, his anger escalating. He explodes, what the hell? What are you saying? Who are you guys? The mayor, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and outrage, stumbles backward, his voice rising in panic. One of the bound prisoners shrinks back in terror. Henry's gaze locks onto the mayor, his expression hardening. He presses the point, you heard them, right? The mayor vehemently denies any involvement, his voice cracking with desperation. He points an accusing finger at Henry, shouting, no, you're lying. You're doing this in order to put me into a trap. One of the guards nervously addresses the mayor, Mr. Mayor. Bound and bruised, 3 men sat in a dimly lit room, their faces etched with fear and exhaustion. The scene suggested a recent struggle, the aftermath of a capture. In a grand, opulent chamber, a man in a fine, ornate robe addressed another, his words carrying the weight of official confirmation. He held a document, evidence in hand. He presented the incriminating document, the weight of the evidence heavy in the air. The recipient stared, his face a mask of disbelief and horror as the full implications of the document sank in. A gasp escaped his lips. A different man, younger and with vibrant blue hair, entered the scene. His expression was one of sharp skepticism and barely contained anger. He challenged the previous speaker, his voice laced with disbelief and a demand for an answer. The accusation hung heavy in the air. The scene opens at Ankelman City Hall, a grand building of classical design. Inside, Henry Morris, a young man with striking blue hair, stands with arms crossed, facing an older, gray-haired man in formal attire. The air is thick with tension. Henry's expression is one of quiet contemplation. As the older man, Harris, voiced his disbelief. He argued that the Halligan hotel manager would never fabricate such a damaging claim, knowing the potential harm to the hotel's reputation. Henry found the situation unbelievable. A thought echoed in his mind. Harris offered an apology to Henry. Despite having no personal animosity towards Harris, Henry remained focused on his ultimate goal, bringing Ban to justice. He subtly dismissed Harris, who bowed deeply in response. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself in a precarious situation. His previous life, ended by a corrupt king's false accusations, flashed before his eyes, a miserable end indeed. A plea for mercy escaped the lips of the trembling man before him. Spare me, Sir Henry, he choked out, his voice barely a whisper. The young man, the current Sir Henry, narrowed his eyes, a flicker of something cold and calculating in their depths. Are you admitting it? He asked, his tone sharp and unwavering. The older man, his face etched with fear and desperation, slumped further. What point is there to it now? He whispered, his voice laced with despair. A bead of sweat trickled down the older man's temple as he continued, his voice barely audible above the pounding of his own heart. But before you punish me, he began, a desperate plea forming on his lips, could I ask you a favor? The younger Henry, his expression unreadable, simply replied, go ahead. What favor? Suspicion clouded the younger Henry's eyes as he countered, aren't you just asking for time to flee? A subtle smirk played on the younger Henry's lips.
No, he said, give me time to clear up things on my end.
The older man's eyes widened in alarm.
You are planning to ask Ban for help, he gasped, his voice filled with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Henry Morris, in his new body, observed a cowering man before him. His expression was one of cold calculation. He confirmed his suspicions, his intuition had been correct. Ban, he mused, was indeed intelligent, headstrong, and powerful. Meanwhile, a figure cloaked in shadow stood watch over a bustling port city. He was a patriot, loyal to the late Ankelman, and therefore, likely hiding in plain sight. Back in the manor, the cowering man's fear was palpable, beads of sweat dotted his brow as he trembled before Henry. Henry's gaze hardened. He demanded to know Ban's whereabouts. The man's eyes widened in terror as he stammered a response. But Henry cut him short, his question was not how, but where. The man, desperate, begged for his life, but Henry remained implacable, refusing to repeat his question. In a lavishly decorated office, a stern-looking man in a white and dark-colored outfit stood with his arms crossed, observing an older, worried-looking man seated at a desk. The older man appeared distressed, his face etched with worry. A silent tension hung in the air as the older man nervously shuffled some papers. A young man with vibrant blue hair entered the room, his expression one of quiet curiosity. His gaze falling upon a peculiar card held by the older man. A summoning card, he thought, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. The scene shifted to a glimpse of a closed wooden door, hinting at a hidden space or a private chamber. The young man's voice echoed, a low murmur of Henry Morris, carrying a weight of significance. Henry Morris, the man in question, lay asleep in a bed, his face partially obscured by a blanket. The room was dimly lit, suggesting either late night or early morning. A sudden, dramatic shift in the visual style indicated a transition to a different scene or a flashback. A booming voice filled the air, kneel before me. The scene showed Henry Morris, now standing before a king, accused of treason. The king, seated on his throne, delivered a harsh accusation. Traitor Henry Morris, listen. Do you admit, despite being the wisest of the empire, you plotted treason against the royalty? King Silver Jackson Edward, seated upon his throne, addressed a court official. By law, all those related to the traitor and those involved in the treason were to be brought in. However, His Majesty decided to show mercy, choosing to punish only Henry Morris. Henry Morris, the 8th Circle Mage, stood before the king, his expression one of bitter contempt. You rot my ears, he spat. He interrupted the king's justifications, his voice raw with anger. Enough with your excuses. Just kill me. The executioner moved to carry out the sentence. And Henry Morris's head was severed from his body. Henry awoke with a gasp, a sharp pain lancing through his head. Arg! Was it that dream again? Outside, a group of cloaked figures watched from behind a fence, their faces obscured by shadows. The scene opens with a close-up on Henry Morris's face, his eyes wide with a mixture of pain and disbelief. His expression is one of intense agony. As he struggles against an unseen force, sweat beading on his brow. His mouth is slightly open, a silent scream trapped within. Then, abruptly, he finds himself in a different body, gasping for air. This new body is similar, but younger, and clearly weaker than his previous one. A cold sweat clings to his skin. Henry sits on the edge of a bed, his gaze distant and troubled. A large sword rests against the wall beside him, a stark reminder of his former life and power. A narration box appears. Henry Morris, he was the strongest man in the history of the continent. The image shows Henry's hand gripping the hilt of his sword, a faint blue glow emanating from the blade. But another narration box follows, but he too was only human. The image shows Henry's face, a hint of weariness and vulnerability in his eyes. The scene shifts to a shadowy figure, their face obscured, speaking to Henry. I want to ask you, Henry Morris. The voice continues, as Henry looks up, his expression one of apprehension and curiosity. He is clearly unsure of what is about to happen. The final panel shows a majestic figure in a flowing robe, standing before a glowing portal. A narration box appears. Why did you treat those malicious noble bastards like? After witnessing Henry's death, Ban left the capital without even having the time to collect himself and hid in Ankelman, his hometown. It was because he knew better than anyone that the swords pointing at Henry would point to him next. Ankelman was the biggest trade city in the empire and the region of the empire that collected the second most tax revenue. That was the reason many nobles were tempted by this region, but before his death, Henry made Ankelman into a free city not owned by nobles. And Ban considered that as Henry's final gift and pledged to protect the city to its end. Meanwhile, in a different location, Ban looked at the small glowing orb in his hand with a worried expression. He muttered to himself as he crushed a small card in his hand, causing it to burst into flames. It's the first time after learning how to make a summoning card from Henry's cards that the whole thing burned into ashes. Ban stared at the remaining ashes with a look of disbelief and confusion. An urgent realization dawned on someone, this was an emergency. He urged Hars to wait for him. A man in regal attire stood before the gates of a grand building, a guard visible in the background. He entered the building, a blue glow emanating from within, leaving another man behind.
He approached a desk where a man sat, the blue glow intensifying around them. The man's face contorted in a grimace as a surge of dark energy erupted from within him. The seated man inquired about Sir Ban's trip. The other man, his eyes wide with shock, questioned his identity. The seated man, maintaining a calm demeanor, stared back. The scene opens with a close-up of Henry Morris's face, his expression unreadable. A surge of dark energy crackles around him. As a stern-faced man confronts him, demanding to know his identity. "Who are you?" the man barks. The setting shifts to a grand office. Henry, now composed, sits across from the same man, who stands with a sword at his side. An aura of dark energy still lingers around Henry. Introducing himself calmly. "Nice to meet you. My name is Henry Morris," he states. The man's eyes widen in shock, sweat beading on his brow. He is clearly taken aback by this revelation. As Henry continues, correctly identifying his opponent. "You are Sir Ban, the sword master, right?" he asks. Henry's smirk deepens, a glint of something dangerous in his eyes, prompting Sir Ban's furious retort. "Who the hell are you?" he roars. Henry Morris, even in death, remained a formidable presence. His eyes, though now in a new body, still held the same menacing glint. Despite the intense murderous aura emanating from the room, Henry's mental fortitude shielded him from its full impact. His sheer mental strength granted him resistance to the murderous intent. This resilience explained why he could converse freely without being overwhelmed by the palpable hostility in the room. That's why he could speak freely without being overwhelmed by the murderous intent in the room. "Haven't you heard yet? A man eradicated all the destructive spores yesterday." Destructive spores? News of the event spread quickly. A man bearing the same name as the deceased great magician had appeared and resolved the destructive spore crisis. A man's face, etched with worry and suspicion, filled the frame. His gaze was intense, his brow furrowed. "Where is Hars?" Henry Morris, in the body of his namesake, the son of a baronet, stared intently at his reflection. His eyes, though now in a weaker vessel, still held the glint of the powerful Eighth Circle mage he once was. He was interrupted by a gruff voice. A man, clad in simple but sturdy attire, stood before him, his expression a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. The man spoke, dismissing concerns about the destructive spores that plagued the land. His focus was elsewhere, his gaze intense and unwavering. His words revealed his true preoccupation, the fact that someone knew about Henry's existence and his connection to Harris's summoning card. Henry, his face hardening, retorted that it wouldn't be too late to kill his enemy once this information was known. The man, seemingly unfazed, casually asked Henry if he liked cold green tea. Henry, surprised by the sudden shift in conversation, questioned whether Harris had told the man about his past. The man denied receiving information from Harris, stating that he merely had an impression of Henry's preference. The scene shifts to a flashback, showing the two of them sharing tea together in the past. Ban, a man of particular habits, always insisted on cold green tea. As he had in his past life, Henry, now inhabiting the body of a baronet's son, prepared and served the tea himself. Henry sipped his tea, a thoughtful expression on his face. He then posed a question to Ban, his gaze unwavering. "Are you satisfied with your life here?" Ban, taken aback by the unexpected question, responded with suspicion. "What is that supposed to mean?" A mysterious figure appeared, his words adding another layer to the intrigue. "You are pretty well known, right?" The scene shifted to Henry, who calmly stated, "You were once the sword of the great magician." Ban's suspicion turned to anger. "Are you mocking me right now?" Henry, unfazed, calmly asked, "How did you know I was here?" The answer was simple, yet ominous. "My master told me." Henry Morris, once a powerful Eighth Circle mage, found himself in an unfamiliar situation. His brow furrowed in confusion, a question mark hovering above his head. A young man with vibrant blue hair stood before him, his expression solemn. He spoke of his master, the Eighth Circled Wizard. The scene shifted to a grand hall, where the young man addressed a stern-looking man in regal attire. He identified the powerful mage as Master Henry Morris. The regal man's eyes narrowed, his face contorted in fury. He thundered a question, his voice laced with menace. "Do you wish to die?" The young man, unwavering, calmly responded, "Of course not." His defiance ignited the king's rage. The king roared, accusing him of a blatant lie and vowing to expose the truth in the Encalman Square. The king's fury escalated, his threat echoing through the hall. He vowed to publicly expose the young man's deception. The young man, maintaining his composure, retorted that he would not dare lie, insisting he was only speaking the truth. Suddenly, a violent outburst of energy erupted, sending the young man flying backward. The king, enraged, bellowed the word "lies." The image depicts the aftermath of a powerful magical explosion. Crimson energy surges outwards, shattering the wooden structures around a figure clad in dark armor. The intensity of the magical release is palpable. Sir Ban, a man with a stern expression and short, dark hair, confronts someone unseen. His face is contorted in anger as he shouts, "He never had disciples under him his whole life. I was the one who was always by his side, and yet you dare think that lie would work on me?"
Inside a lavishly decorated room, a young man with short, blue hair sits calmly, observing Serban. The scene is tense, the air thick with unspoken words. The young man speaks, his tone calm yet insightful. Guessing by your heated reaction, it seems like you are still my master's guard knight. Serban's face reddens, his anger flaring again. He retorts, it's not a position you can speak of lightly. But the young man remains unfazed. He counters, no, it's an important matter for me too. Since that's the main reason I came to see you. Serban, clearly taken aback, demands, what are you talking about? The young man replies, I'll tell you the details after I get your answer to this. The young man's question hangs in the air. Serban thinks to himself, is this man really his disciple? But it's suspicious how he wanted to see me this badly. The scene opens with a dramatic close-up of a figure wielding a sword, bathed in the crimson glow of a fiery inferno. The intensity of the moment is palpable. Then shifts to a grand hall, where a young man with short, dark hair stands before a stern-looking, older man in military attire. The younger man holds a slender staff, his expression serious and resolute. The younger man's gaze drops, a hint of sadness in his eyes. He quietly replies, of course. The older man's face contorts in anger, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. A narration box reveals the younger man's internal conflict. If the nobles knew his whereabouts, he didn't want to beg them for his life by rejecting his loyalty to Henry. The older man draws his sword, a surge of energy crackling around the blade. The younger man, seemingly anticipating the attack, prepares to defend himself. A wave of energy emanates from his staff. A powerful magical aura surrounding him as he prepares to counter the attack. The younger man's resolve is unwavering. He declares that he has never forgotten Henry's kindness, recalling how Henry saved his life and the lives of many others in Enkelman. The older man scoffs, a sound of disbelief escaping his lips. Serban, a knight clad in shining armor, stared in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. As Henry, the seemingly unremarkable son of a baronet, responded with a chilling, almost predatory smile. The scene shifted to the aftermath of a confrontation. Serban, sword drawn, accused Henry, you laughed? Henry's smile widened, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Henry offered a brief apology, claiming his laughter was simply uncontrollable. He then questioned Serban's assumptions, implying he was a spy sent by the nobles. Serban, enraged, declared that Henry's true identity was finally revealed. A sword was pointed at Henry's throat. He remained calm, a hint of defiance in his expression. A sword is pointed at Henry Morris, the lowly son of a baronet, who is surprisingly calm despite the imminent danger. He confidently declares that he is a disciple of the late, powerful 8th Circle mage, Henry Morris. A knight, his face obscured, stands before Henry, sword raised. Henry, seemingly unafraid, meets the knight's gaze and prepares to demonstrate his abilities. Henry focuses, a faint blue glow emanating from his hand. He instructs the knight to watch carefully. As a surge of magical energy erupts from his palm, the knight's eyes widen in shock as he witnesses the power emanating from Henry's hand. The knight is astonished, Henry's magic sigil is a dragon. Henry Morris, a powerful 8th Circle mage, smirked, a faint blue glow emanating from his eyes. A colossal, crimson dragon soared through the sky, its presence casting a menacing shadow over the land. A voiceover explained that these beings, the source of all magic, could not be defeated by magic itself. They were dragons. Two figures, a man in regal attire and another in military garb, stood in a grand hall, discussing the dragons. Henry, now in his new body, felt a surge of anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He nervously reached into his pocket, retrieving a worn treasure map. The man in regal attire revealed that the map showed the location of the deceased 8th Circle mage's buried treasures, and that he had also learned all the specialized magics the mage could cast. The scene opens with a close-up of Henry Morris, his face partially obscured, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He holds a weathered map, its details hinting at a journey into the unknown. Serban, a man of imposing stature and stern features, stands before Henry. He bows deeply, his words a testament to Henry's former status, and, Serban, I bow to you representing Henry Morris himself. Henry's response is laced with a quiet intensity. Thank you for staying loyal to him. I genuinely mean it. The camera pans to an exterior shot of a grand manor house, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. The scene is peaceful, yet a sense of foreboding hangs in the air. Inside, Henry stands by a window, his back to the viewer. His internal monologue reveals his true intentions. Serban, I am planning revenge. Serban, his back to Henry, responds tersely, Venge. Henry elaborates on his plan, his voice low and determined, revenge for our master's wrongful death, and for all the things he couldn't accomplish. He continues, his gaze distant and resolute, for that purpose. Revenge. Serban's thoughts are revealed, he too has considered revenge. A narration box explains the necessity of calculated action. Ban had also thought about that once before. In order for revenge to succeed, one mustn't act emotionally since the opportunity for it may never come again. The scene opens in a lavish throne room. King Silver Jackson Edward sits upon his throne, surrounded by powerful nobles. The weight of his unwise rule and the injustice of his actions hangs heavy in the air. A silent tension permeates the room, the king's advisors and courtiers stand rigidly, their faces betraying a mixture of apprehension and resentment. The narrator observes that revenge, especially against such powerful figures, is far easier said than done. The scene shifts to a private chamber. A man with spiky, light brown hair and a stern expression observes Henry, the newly reborn 8th Circle Mage, who is now in the body of a commoner. He muses that Henry must have been afraid to take on such a formidable task alone. He continues his internal monologue, noting that Henry would have logically known the impossibility of single-handedly taking on the king and his court. The sheer scale of the challenge would have been daunting. Furthermore, the observer reflects on the emotional cost of Henry's plan, considering the deep attachment Henry had to the city he was now leaving behind. The weight of this sacrifice adds another layer of complexity to his quest for revenge. The observer is revealed to be Sir Ban, a man with short, dark brown hair and a serious expression. He speaks Henry's name, a simple yet weighty utterance. Sir Ban approaches Henry, stating that he knows what Henry is contemplating. He gestures towards Henry, his expression conveying understanding and perhaps a hint of caution. The weight of Henry's decision hangs between them. Sir Ban reveals that Henry is torn between two powerful motivations, revenge for Master Henry Morris and the bustling port city of Ankelman sprawled before them, a vibrant tapestry of ships and commerce under a clear sky. Docks overflowed with activity, a testament to the city's prosperity. Henry Morris, in his new body, stood on the precipice of a decision. His gaze was sharp, his expression one of quiet determination as he questioned himself, right now, am I right? He stood in a grand hall, facing a man in regal attire. The air crackled with unspoken tension. The man in regal attire, his face etched with worry, seemed to weigh his words carefully before speaking. Henry remained silent, his thoughts a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. The man spoke, his voice measured and calm. It's not that I don't understand you. But he pressed on, his eyes filled with a desperate plea, but you must know this one thing. If you leave them be for the sake of immediate peace. The narration box provided context, this was an undeniable fact. The free city of Ankelman had good profits, so nobles always wanted to take control of it. King Silver Jackson Edward, newly crowned and already steeped in corruption, sat upon his throne. His reign, however, was far from secure. Hidden in the shadows, lurking just beyond the periphery of the opulent throne room, were figures cloaked in darkness, their malevolent grins barely concealed. They were just waiting for the right moment to act. A swirling vortex of dark energy erupted from the ground, its chaotic power threatening to consume everything in its path. Meanwhile, in a separate location, a tense confrontation unfolded. A man with striking blue eyes, his features sharp and intense, addressed his opponent with a chilling accusation. He had been manipulated because of his inability to formulate a plan. The accused man, his face etched with worry, countered that Ankelman, the city itself, was inherently weak, prone to failure in the face of unforeseen circumstances. The man with blue eyes grimly acknowledged the truth of this assessment. He declared Ankelman a weak city, easily overwhelmed by the unexpected, and offered his help to the other man. The accused man, utterly bewildered by this sudden shift, could only utter a confused, "What?" The blue-eyed man explained that his offer of assistance was only temporary, a stopgap measure until the city grew strong enough to resist a takeover by ambitious nobles. A tense silence hung in the air as two men stood facing each other. One, a man with short, dark brown hair and a neatly trimmed beard, wore a light-colored cloak over chainmail. His expression was serious, almost grim. The other man, with vibrant blue hair, was dressed in more formal attire, a crisp white shirt and dark jacket. He seemed to be waiting for a response. The blue-haired man spoke, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He declared that Ankelman would always be the best-managed city. A nighttime view of a grand building, possibly a manor or palace, is shown. The architecture is stately and imposing, hinting at wealth and power. The scene shifts back inside. The man in chainmail questioned how the other man intended to achieve such a feat. The blue-haired man responded that he already had Vivaldi in the palm of his hand. The man in chainmail expressed surprise, questioning if the blue-haired man truly had control over Vivaldi, a city known for its entertainment. The blue-haired man offered to provide proof, inviting him to Vivaldi. The man in chainmail refused the offer, stating it was unnecessary. He then asked how the other man gained control. The blue-haired man began to explain, mentioning that it was unofficial, but he revealed that he had won a chess match against Mayor Vanti, an undefeated champion. The man in chainmail was astonished, confirming that the Mayor Vanti Larson was indeed known as the undefeated champion. Henry, in his new body, reflected on his actions. In exchange for keeping his loss a secret, he had placed a powerful man under his command. He continued his internal monologue, recalling how he then became the official sword-sparring champion of Vivaldi. And brought the biggest arena, worth 10 million gold, under his command as well. Henry assessed his accomplishments. He believed this was sufficient proof, and supporting Ankelman from the shadows was easy for him. Another man, Sir Ban, considered Henry's actions. He mused that if this was true, it meant Henry would be a reliable supporter. However, to gain his support, he would have to participate in the revenge Henry had suggested earlier. Sir Ban observed Henry, noting the hardships he must have endured to become so bold. He was now contemplating deeply. Sir Ban considered helping Henry.
However, if Sir Ban still doubted his competence, Henry challenged him to a duel. A young man with vibrant blue hair boldly challenged his opponent to an immediate duel. The challenger, his back turned, stood before a more seasoned warrior, his posture radiating confidence. While the warrior observed him with a thoughtful expression, he suspected a hidden agenda. The young man, revealing his own uncertainty, admitted his magic was only third circle and his swordsmanship was merely runner level. Despite the self-assessment, the warrior noted the young man's surprisingly high magical prowess for his age, contrasting it with his pathetic swordsmanship. He questioned the young man's past service at the Caliburn Fortress, wondering why he remained a mere runner. The young man confidently retorted that the warrior could judge his abilities after their duel. The warrior, arms crossed, warned the young man not to disappoint him after such a display of confidence. Henry, in his new body, confidently asserted that despite Ban being a swordmaster, he still had a fighting chance, having learned Hector's swordsmanship. Ban, a seasoned warrior with a stern expression, suggested they move their duel to a more private location. The narration revealed that the city hall possessed a hidden underground practice hall, secretly built by Ban for his personal training. Henry and Ban stood in the grand underground practice hall, their swords drawn, ready to begin their duel. Henry acknowledged his lack of experience compared to Ban, but maintained his resolve to prove his capabilities. Ban, clad in his armor, looked down at Henry with a hint of skepticism. Ban questioned Henry's sudden hesitation, suspecting he was backing down. Henry vehemently denied backing down, his eyes blazing with determination. With a burst of energy, Henry revealed his mastery of high-rank swordsmanship, intending to exceed Ban's expectations. Henry Morris, even in his new, weaker body, remained resolute. He needed a handicap, a way to level the playing field before confronting his true enemy, King Silver Jackson Edward. He would have to lower himself, to accept a challenge that would allow him to regain his strength. A trial of skill against a formidable swordsman. The man, clad in ornate armor, offered a seemingly simple challenge, 3 valid strikes, and Henry would earn his approval. Henry, bound but unwavering, accepted the terms. He stood poised, a quiet intensity radiating from him despite his current limitations. Observing his opponent with keen eyes, a question formed in his mind: was this swordsman also using the Empire's refined style of swordsmanship? The swordsman's movements confirmed Henry's suspicions. Most of the Empire's swordsmen used a style developed by the previous emperor, a style known for its efficiency. A style that Henry himself had mastered. Even Ban too, a formidable warrior, had learned this style. Its superiority over the current Enkelman's style was undeniable. The swordsman offered Henry the first move, a gesture of respect or perhaps a test of his opponent's mettle. Henry accepted, his body tensing as he prepared to unleash his skills. A burst of energy emanated from his feet as he moved. A blur of motion as he engaged his opponent in a fierce duel. The clash of steel echoed through the chamber as the two skilled swordsmen traded blows. Henry, in his new body, moved with impossible speed, his sword ablur as he clashed with his opponent. Crimson energy crackled around his blade, the air itself seeming to distort with the force of his strikes. A series of rapid, precise movements left trails of red energy in their wake, leaving his opponent, a knight in ornate armor, utterly bewildered. His eyes widened in disbelief as a single bead of sweat trickled down his temple. "I've never seen this kind of movement." Henry, his expression grim, held his simple wooden sword aloft, ready for the next attack. He moved with a confidence that belied his current form. A sudden burst of speed allowing him to effortlessly evade the knight's counterattack. The knight's blow missed its mark by a hair's breadth. The knight's face contorted in shock and frustration as he watched Henry disappear from his sight. His eyes bulged, reflecting his disbelief. Henry reappeared, a smirk playing on his lips, his sword held casually at his side. He had completely outmaneuvered his opponent. The knight, still reeling from the encounter, observed Henry's movements. His attacks are not weighted. That means... The knight's realization dawned on him as he watched Henry. "I see. I underestimated you too much." Henry Morris, his face a mask of grim determination, vowed silently he would not allow the same fate to befall him twice. Suddenly, a powerful magical aura erupted from Henry's opponent, a regal figure clad in shining armor, wielding a sword. The young man, Henry, braced himself, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, the battle was about to become far more serious. The opponent's power manifested as a giant eagle, its wings spreading wide, a terrifying display of magical might. Henry was taken aback by the sheer scale of his opponent's power. Completely overwhelmed by the sudden, ferocious assault. Paralyzed by the magical force, Henry could barely move. His feet were frozen to the spot, he was helpless against this overwhelming display of power. Despite his predicament, a smirk played on Henry's lips as he realized the source of his opponent's strength, a combination of magical armor and exceptional swordsmanship. He mused about testing the limits of his newfound power against his ultimate nemesis, Ban. Henry's opponent, enraged by his calm demeanor, roared in fury, "You dare smile? How dare you?" A crimson energy surge erupted from the ground, its trajectory arcing towards an unseen target. A knight, clad in weathered armor, lunged forward, his sword aimed at Henry, the young man with vibrant blue hair. Henry braced himself, a look of grim determination etched on his face. The knight's attack was swift and brutal, the wooden shaft of his weapon blurring as it sliced through the air. But Henry reacted with surprising speed, deflecting the blow with an unseen force, sending the knight reeling backward. A blinding flash of light erupted from Henry's position, the shape of a cross briefly visible within the radiant energy, leaving the knight momentarily stunned and disoriented. Henry, despite his apparent lack of magical ability, stood his ground, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He then smirked, adding, "So you do have the skills to boast." A powerful kick launched forward, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through the air. The attacker, a man with a stern expression and a hint of a beard, roared a challenge, "Then try blocking this." His wooden training sword flashed, aimed at the younger man with surprising speed. The younger man, Henry, barely managed to deflect the blow. He gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his defense against the relentless assault. The older man continued his attack, his movements a blur of speed and precision. Sweat beaded on his brow as he struggled to keep up. Suddenly, Henry's eyes glowed with a brilliant blue light. Targeting. A blue energy field surrounded the older man. A narration box explained a magical technique, targeting magic that captures the opponent's attack before it hits. Henry, the reincarnated 8th Circle Mage, now in the body of a baronet's son, clashed swords with a knight in shining armor. The knight's attack was deflected with surprising skill, leaving Henry slightly breathless but unharmed. The knight, impressed, remarked that blocking was the best he could do, even with targeting magic, and that Henry's skill was remarkable. He then questioned if this was the real Henry. Henry, visibly strained, gripped his wooden training sword tightly. The knight launched another attack, his sword ablaze with fiery energy. Henry deflected the blow, causing the fiery energy to dissipate into sparks. And the knight stumbled back, clearly surprised by Henry's unexpected power. Henry, eyes wide with exertion, braced himself for the next attack. A blinding flash of light erupted from within the small, confined space, revealing Henry Morris, the former 8th Circle Mage, now inhabiting the body of his namesake, a frail young man, surrounded by debris and dust. His new body trembled, but his eyes burned with a fierce determination. A gruff voice boomed from the shadows, interrupting Henry's assessment of his surroundings. "What is this? Didn't you say you would prove your abilities to me?" Henry, despite his weakened state, smirked. "Is running away your definition of proof?" he thought, a glint of mischief in his eyes. He stood, his body aching, but his spirit unbroken. A determined look settled on his face. He grabbed a nearby wooden club, his grip firm despite the tremor in his hands. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle Mage, now found himself inhabiting the body of his namesake, a weakling with no magical talent. A cruel smirk played on his lips as he gripped a baseball bat. He looked determined, his gaze unwavering. A quiet resolve settled over him as he declared, "It's going to be different now." Suddenly, a man with dark brown hair and a white cloak lunged at Henry, wielding a wooden sword. Henry reacted instantly, casting a haste spell, a blue energy surging from beneath his feet, transforming him into a blur of motion. With impossible speed, Henry moved, his body a phantom. He effortlessly dodged the clumsy attack, countering with a swift blow that sent his attacker reeling. Henry, now seated, calmly gripped his makeshift weapon, a confident smirk on his face. The attacker, surprised by his speed, gasped, "He's fast." Henry, in his new body, faced his opponent, a knight clad in dark armor. Their swords clashed, sparks flying as they engaged in a fierce duel, the knight's powerful blows sending tremors through the ground. But Henry, despite his seemingly weaker physique, moved with surprising agility, dodging a devastating blow with ease. The knight's attack missed its mark, leaving him momentarily vulnerable. Henry seized the opportunity, his movements blurring as he vanished in a flash of speed. The knight watched in disbelief as Henry reappeared behind him, his sword poised to strike. Blink, he thought, realizing the speed of Henry's movement. The knight's eyes widened in shock. He muttered to himself, he disappeared. Did he just use magic and swordsmanship at the same time? Henry's attack was swift and precise. He moved like a phantom, his blade flashing as he struck the knight, the impact sending the knight reeling. Henry stood over his fallen opponent, his expression grim. "It's over now," he declared, ending the fight. A man with dark, tousled hair stared, wide-eyed, at his own hand. A question hung in the air, unspoken but heavy with disbelief. Did he just use magic? He turned his gaze away, a young man with short, dark blue hair. His expression was one of deep regret, as he mumbled an apology for any deception. The scene shifted to a grand hall, where a powerful figure in dark armor stood before another man. A voice, calm and authoritative, declared that magic was an inherent part of his power, making any further display unnecessary. The man with dark hair, his expression now one of smug satisfaction, simply agreed that the display had been sufficient. A voice boomed, identifying the young man as a magic swordsman, much like Grand Duke Henry. A burst of energy erupted, transforming the young man into a figure clad in shining armor, wielding a glowing sword. The man with dark hair watched, a mixture of surprise and apprehension on his face. The scene shifted again, this time to a conversation between two men. One, dressed in finer clothes, inquired about the origin of such a powerful being. The other man, his face obscured, responded by asking if the young man would participate in the promised revenge. The final panel showed a conversation between the armored young man and a large, imposing figure in military attire. The large man stated that he saw the young man's potential, to which the young man expressed his gratitude. Henry Morris, the recently deceased 8th Circle Mage, found himself inexplicably alive, inhabiting the body of a young man who also bore his name. He reflected on the strangeness of receiving approval from his former subordinates in this new life, but dismissed it as inconsequential. His former subordinate, now addressing him with a respectful term of endearment, requested that Henry be called by a more familiar name. A brief explanation of the term's meaning followed, clarifying its use as a polite form of address for an older male. And Henry readily agreed to the change, accepting the new moniker. Henry and his subordinate arrived at Har's location. A tense atmosphere hung in the air as they approached. Hars, visibly shaken and distressed, opened the door to reveal his emotional state, prompting Henry to inquire about the situation with a concerned expression. A man with dark, spiky hair and a stern expression questioned a portly, older gentleman with a neatly trimmed mustache and a worried look. "I heard the basic story. So you've been played by my brother?" he asked, his tone sharp and accusatory. The older man, clearly taken aback, could only stammer, "Your brother?" The younger man, his face etched with suspicion, turned to look at someone just entering the room. "Who is that?" he exclaimed, his voice laced with surprise. The older man's eyes widened in alarm, his mouth fell open slightly as he gasped, "Heek! Sir!" The younger man, Henry, stood beside the older man, who was clearly distressed. The older man's brother announced, "Henry and I decided to be brothers starting today. You must treat Henry with as much respect as you treat me with." The older man's eyes widened further, his face a mask of disbelief. "What are you talking about?" he sputtered, his voice rising in incredulity. Henry offered a reassuring smile to the clearly flustered older man. "Mayor, don't worry too much," he said calmly. The mayor, still visibly shaken, stared at Henry, his mouth agape. His confusion was palpable. His bewilderment only deepened as Henry's calm demeanor continued. The mayor's confusion was complete, as he could only utter, "Eh." Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle Mage, now found himself in the unfamiliar body of a baronet's son, the same name but a vastly different life. His head hung low, his hands covering his face in despair as he sat on a plush sofa, the weight of his past and the uncertainty of his future heavy upon him. Two other men observed him, their expressions unreadable. One of the observers, a man with sharp features and a thoughtful expression, pondered a complex problem. He wondered about the feasibility of establishing a professional management team for Enkelman. He was well aware of the noble's constant pursuit of free cities. The other man, older and more distinguished, voiced his concerns. He pointed out that the moment Enkelman's effectiveness faltered, other nobles would undoubtedly try to seize control. However, he argued that a professional management team didn't guarantee consistent success. The first man, undeterred, proposed a pact between Vivaldi and Enkelman. A pact? The older man questioned the idea. The younger man explained that it was a strategic exchange, a way to prevent the nobles from easily seizing control by creating a mutual dependence between the two cities. The older man, still skeptical, suggested that this sounded like creating a debt. He was concerned about the implications. A sweeping vista of a city unfolds, its docks and waterways bustling with activity. A voice, cool and calculating, observes that to gain control of the city's management, one must also assume its considerable debt, making the debt a significant obstacle to overcome. A man, his face etched with worry, sits in a lavish room, contemplating the implications. He muses that no matter how he looks at it, this is a loss for Vivaldi. He wonders if Mayor Vanti will agree to this. Another man, with striking blue hair, confidently asserts that the decision has already been made. Mayor Vanti will actively support the plan. He explains that his relationship with Mayor Vanti is as strong as the other man's with Ban Hyungnim. The first man's face contorts in a grimace of distress. The scene shifts to a dramatic close-up of his anguished expression. As the blue-haired man continues, explaining that this arrangement ensures Vivaldi will have the right to assist Enkelman whenever he needs help. A third man, a soldier with stern features, listens intently, his arms crossed. He utters a non-committal before nodding slowly, acknowledging that the plan makes sense. The blue-haired man smiles, pleased. He explains that with two of the highest tax revenue cities under his control, he won't have to worry about running out of funds. The image shows a vast pile of coins, symbolizing his newfound wealth. A man with dark hair and a serious expression questioned the necessity of a professional management team, given that a pact had already been made. Another man, seated in a luxurious room, calmly explained that the team was solely for the benefit of the person he was addressing. The first man, surprised, questioned if the team was for him. He was informed that he would be affiliated with a million-strong mercenary group and would move with them from that point on. The man then questioned the specific reason for using a mercenary group. The explanation given was that it was convenient because it was easy to gain fame and power within such a group. Furthermore, working within the mercenary group would inevitably lead to less involvement in city management. This was the reason for suggesting the creation of a professional management team. The first man reacted angrily, feeling that the management team was being created solely because he was deemed unreliable. However, the other man in the room told him to simply obey. The man who proposed the mercenary group clarified that his intentions were to provide assistance and prevent the other man from being overburdened with work, given his current responsibilities in public affairs and city management. Henry, in his new body, found himself embroiled in a tense conversation. He was being offered a position of nominal power, but the true intent was clear: to be used as a mere puppet by those in true control. The other man confirmed Henry's suspicions, prompting a question. A polite inquiry into the motivations behind this manipulative scheme. Henry's expression hinted at a brewing storm. A white void filled the page, then a dark blue background appeared, hinting at a shift in the scene. A young man with vibrant blue hair and a curious expression appeared, his eyes wide with intrigue. He questioned the situation, his words laced with polite curiosity. "May I ask why?" The scene shifted to an opulent room, where the young man stood before an older, seated man, his face etched with worry. He responded curtly, "You won't be able to give an answer." The older man, clearly distressed, stammered a response, "I." The young man interrupted, urging the older man to listen. "Mayor, listen to me." He continued, explaining his decision. "I'm giving you, who worked hard as Enkelman's mayor for the past decade, a chance to enjoy the rest of your life." "A chance?" The young man, radiating confidence, declared his intentions. "I'll make Enkelman the best city that ever stood. You only have to maintain the title of mayor and live as you wish." A voice, smooth and confident, promised a significant salary increase and ample vacation time. The speaker painted a picture of an idyllic life, complete with the best city imaginable. And the promise of being mayor of that very city only heightened the appeal. The listener's eyes widened, reflecting a dawning realization of the incredible opportunity. A feeling of liberation washed over him as he accepted the offer. Elsewhere, a different scene unfolded. Two men observed the previous exchange with disdain. One of them scoffed at the man's naivete, revealing him to be a disciple of the Grand Duke. Sir Henry, the recipient of the generous offer, expressed his gratitude with a hearty clap. A gesture met with equally enthusiastic thanks from the other man. Henry, with a calm demeanor, simply stated that the other man deserved the opportunity. The scene concluded with a chuckle from Henry, who affectionately called the other man Hars, a term of endearment for a cute little thing. Henry, in his new body, discussed arrangements with associates, Ban and Hars, deeming them reliable due to their unwavering loyalty. He agreed to finalize the details after the professional management team was formed. Henry pondered the implications of his actions, a thoughtful expression on his face. He inquired about the individuals he had brought to the parlor. A man, presumably a servant, confirmed the presence of the hotel manager and his companions. Henry decided to proceed to the parlor, unwilling to keep them waiting. Upon entering, Henry was met with a shocking and unexpected sight, his expression reflecting his confusion and alarm. The scene revealed several injured men, their suffering evident in their pained expressions and physical state. Sir Henry, a man of considerable stature and bearing, stood before a group of anxious-looking men. Their worried expressions hinted at a situation of some urgency. One of them stammered a question, his voice barely a whisper. "You, Sir Henry?" Sir Henry, his face etched with worry, responded to their unspoken plea. He seemed to be on the verge of tears, his eyes darting around the room. "You promised." A sharp, contrasting voice cut through the tension. A man with vibrant blue hair, impeccably dressed, stood beside him, a smirk playing on his lips. "Are you talking about the antidote?" The blue-haired man continued, his tone dismissive yet strangely reassuring. "You've suffered long enough. You can get going now." With a relieved sigh, Sir Henry accepted a small pouch from the blue-haired man. His gratitude was palpable as he murmured, "Thank you so much." He then quickly departed, leaving the others behind. The blue-haired man watched Sir Henry go, a calculating glint in his eyes. Almost immediately, one of the men who had been waiting spoke up, his voice laced with panic. "Where's ours?" The blue-haired man turned to face the anxious group, a cruel smile spreading across his face. "That was the last one, though?" One of the men, his face contorted in disbelief, sputtered, "What do you mean?" The man's face crumpled as he realized the horrifying truth. Despair and panic consumed him as he clutched his head in anguish. Henry, in his new body, watched over the ailing baronet's son, his namesake. He calmly assessed the situation, noting that a single dose of the antidote was sufficient. His companion, concerned, questioned his actions, pointing out the remaining pills. A close-up showed the baronet's son's pained expression, his mouth contorted in agony as he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air. "Wait!" Several men, their faces contorted in distress, burst into the room, desperately calling out for their manager. They moved with a frantic energy, their footsteps leaving trails of magical energy. Henry, observing the chaos, calmly questioned the reason for their distress. Henry revealed the truth with a chilling smile: he had poisoned them. His companion reacted with shock and disbelief. Henry's expression shifted to one of smug satisfaction. His companion condemned his actions as cruel, but Henry justified his actions by stating that they had intruded upon his privacy, thus deserving their fate. Henry dismissed the suffering men with a dismissive sigh. Henry, in his new life as the son of a baronet, had anticipated that recruiting ban would take at least 10 days. However, the process concluded much sooner than expected, in just 2. Following the swift conclusion of his business, Henry took a few days' rest before departing for Vivaldi with Ban. While traveling, Henry inquired with one of his companions, Hyung Nim, about any information regarding Grand Duke Henry's other close supporters. Hyung Nim, unfortunately, reported having no such information. Hyung Nim explained that everyone had been forced to scatter after the Grand Duke ordered it, as they were all trying to hide themselves. Despite the chaos, Hyung Nim expressed gratitude towards Grand Duke Henry for their survival, implying that the scattering order had saved their lives. He reflected that had the Grand Duke not ordered them to scatter, they would have remained in the palace and met a grim fate. A question arose regarding the people the Grand Duke had been protecting. Hyung Nim's expression turned grim as he prepared to answer. Hyung Nim revealed that those the Grand Duke had been protecting were all banished. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, found himself in a state of utter disbelief. His eyes, wide with shock, reflected the impossible truth. What? Banished? The scene shifted to a shadowy figure, King Silver Jackson Edward, silhouetted against a fiery, ominous backdrop. It was revealed that the king's actions were not without consequence. His loyalists were now tainted by association. They couldn't escape the accusation of having served a traitor. Henry, in his new, weaker body, struggled to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Sweat beaded on his brow as he silently questioned, what is he talking about? The court scene unfolded. King Silver Jackson Edward, arrogant and self-assured, sat upon his throne. He offered a seemingly generous proposition to Henry's allies: surrender and their lives would be spared. The king's words hung heavy in the air, a cruel mockery of justice. His promise of safety was a thinly veiled threat. One of Henry's former comrades, his face etched with weariness and resignation, considered the king's offer. A single thought echoed in his mind: if that's so. Henry, witnessing this betrayal, felt a surge of furious rage. His jaw clenched, his eyes burning with hatred. A guttural curse escaped Henry's lips, a raw expression of his seething anger. Those damned bastards. Another ally informed him of the traitor's fate, a grim detail that fueled Henry's burning desire for revenge. They had been banished to the edge of the continent. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself in the body of his namesake, a commoner. He rode alongside Ban, a knight, their journey marked by a heavy silence. A stark contrast to the turmoil within Henry. He was troubled, his thoughts racing as he heard Ban mention Salgera. By Salgera, do you mean Salgera the snowfield? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. The name conjured a vision of a desolate, snow-covered wasteland, Salgera the snowfield. A place where the snow never melts, a harsh, unforgiving environment. It is the only place on the continent that snows all year long, Ban explained. The freezing cold and drastic climate make it impossible for human habitation. A grim realization washed over Henry. They were sent off to die, he thought, a chill running down his spine. Henry's face tightened with grim determination. Those savages, he muttered, his resolve hardening. I will save my people no matter what. Ban, perceptive as always, seemed to notice the shift in Henry's mood. The two remained silent on their journey to Vivaldi. Vivaldi, the Empire's best entertainment city, lay ahead. It was a stark contrast to the harsh landscape they had just left behind. As they approached the city gates, Henry and Ban were stopped by 2 guards. A tense moment hung in the air. A man, his face etched with a jovial expression, commented on the impressive manor before him. Oh, this is a remarkable house, Henry. The camera panned to reveal a grand, imposing structure, a sprawling manor house with multiple towers and a stately facade. Inside, 2 men stood amidst a retinue of maids. One, clad in armor, spoke with a hint of pride. A gorgeous house. It's not mine, I just use it. Suddenly, a 3rd man appeared, his expression a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Back so soon? He held his hat in his hands, his posture suggesting a degree of formality. The armored man responded, a smirk playing on his lips. Things went out better than planned. The conversation continued, shifting to a new topic. Then the person beside you must be? The armored man introduced his companion. Yes, this is Sir Ban, who is going to be our vice-head of the mercenary group. In a grand hall, 2 men converse. One, with vibrant blue hair, introduces the other, a man with reddish-brown hair, as Sir Ban, the new vice-leader of their mercenary group. The blue-haired man gestures towards Sir Ban, who stands tall and imposing in his armor. While a 3rd man, older and with a beard, observes them from a distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. Sir Ban, extending a hand, introduces himself to the older man. He expresses his pleasure at meeting him. The older man shakes his hand, replying that he looks forward to working with him. However, a sudden realization dawns on the older man. He recognizes the name Ban. He questions if this Ban could possibly be the same Sir Ban who served as the palace's swordmaster. His suspicion is confirmed as Sir Ban's identity is revealed, causing a shocked reaction from the older man and the blue-haired man.
A man in a top hat, his face etched with worry, addressed someone unseen. He declared that he now served Sir Henry for reasons he wouldn't explain, urging the listener not to overreact. The scene shifted to a grand room where a man in a brown coat profusely apologized for not recognizing such an honorable person. He corrected the other man, stating that he was not an honorable person and that the other was speaking too highly of him. He then requested to be called Ban. The man in brown, however, questioned how he could dare call a grand knight like him by such a simple name. The grand knight, Ban, interrupted, silencing the man in brown with a curt command to stop making a fuss. Ban then turned his attention to another matter, inquiring about the progress of the tasks he had assigned. The man in the top hat reported that no one had passed the entrance test since Hegler, and that rumors of hidden masters had proven false. Ban reacted with a simple, questioning really? He then concluded that it was impossible to form a mercenary group if no one could pass the entrance test. A man with short, brown hair and a neatly trimmed beard, dressed in fine, light-colored robes over dark armor, pondered aloud. An entrance test? A gloved hand rested on the shoulder of a younger man with short, dark blue hair, who was dressed in simpler, lighter clothing. A voice spoke, "Hey, Henry." The older man's face was partially visible, a smirk playing on his lips. His eyes gleamed with amusement. He continued, suggesting that the test would be too simple for the younger man, you? It would be boring for you, though. The younger man, Henry, responded with a slight smirk of his own, "I'll just consider it a light game then." The older man then instructed a third man, who appeared to be a servant, to take Henry to the testing area and prepare a room for him to stay. The servant, bowing respectfully, replied, "Yes, sir." Meanwhile, the older man informed Henry that he would go see Mayor Vanti. The scene shifts to an outdoor market square in a bustling town. Henry, now alone, walks purposefully through the crowd. Henry Morris, in his new life as the son of a baronet, stood in the town square, his expression thoughtful. He was a far cry from his former self, the powerful 8th Circle Mage unjustly executed by King Silver Jackson Edward. Approaching him were Commander Neil, his wife Nia, and their young daughter. The commander, a large, imposing figure, looked at Henry with a questioning expression. The commander greeted Henry, surprised by his early return. Nia, holding a bag of bread, urged their daughter to greet Henry as well. Their young daughter, shyly clutching a strawberry candy, looked up at Henry. With a sudden movement, she playfully tossed the candy into the air. Only to realize, with dawning horror, that she had accidentally dropped it. The little girl cried out in distress, "No, my strawberry!" Her distress escalated into a full-blown wail as the candy rolled away. Nia sighed, observing the situation. It seemed the girl had been saving the candy. A young girl, Nia, with blonde hair, wept silently. A large hand gently rested on her shoulder, offering comfort. Nia's father, a man with short, dark blue hair, held her close. He asked her if she had been a good girl. He then offered her a gift, promising something better than a strawberry. Piquing her curiosity, Nia's father presented her with a silver necklace, causing Nia to gasp with delight. Nia, now wearing the necklace, excitedly showed it to her father. A young man with dark hair expressed his gratitude to a burly commander, insisting that his help wasn't necessary. The commander, however, explained that he was merely looking after the young man's daughter because she was his subordinate's child. The young man listened intently. The commander then revealed a secret method to hear the fairies, holding a necklace with both hands before sleep. The young man, intrigued, questioned the existence of fairies, to which the commander confirmed, adding that they are shy and require a subtle approach for eavesdropping. The young girl's face lit up with excitement at the prospect of hearing the fairies. The commander further instructed the girl to visit a mansion where someone he brought along would be waiting. He emphasized that this person is their vice leader and that she should get to know him. The young man, now identified as Sir Henry, agreed. The scene opens on a bustling city street. A family, a burly man, his fair-haired wife, and their young daughter, stands out amidst the crowd. They appear content, their smiles reflecting a sense of domestic bliss. The family waves goodbye as they depart, their destination, the Vivaldi City Hall, a grand building that looms large in the background. Inside the city hall, a man in boots walks purposefully through the corridors. Arriving at an office where an older man sits at his desk, surprised by the visitor's early return. He questions the man's unexpected arrival, noting that he had expected him back in 10 days. The younger man, Henry, explains that things went well, leading to his early return. This is the third time he has exceeded expectations. The older man then inquires about the progress of the tax collection. Henry reports that the tax collection is proceeding smoothly, with a steady profit exceeding 110,000 gold. The older man comments that the results are quite good, considering the recruitment period is almost over. They just need to work a little longer. Henry, however, has another matter to discuss, a contract. A portly, middle-aged man with a prominent mustache and worried expression questioned the proposal, his voice laced with disbelief. "A contract? What contract are you talking about?" A younger man with neatly styled blue hair calmly explained, gesturing towards a stylized emblem depicting two clasped hands between the names Vivaldi and Ankle. "I'm suggesting a contract that enables trade between the two cities and strengthens their bond." The older man ran a hand through his hair, clearly unconvinced. "What?
If it's just that, is it necessary? Vivaldi flourished without a contract like that. The younger man, unfazed, leaned back, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he countered, we might lose something. He continued, his tone unwavering, the word joint responsibility doesn't mean nothing, right? That's if there's ever a situation that requires responsibility. But as long as I'm alive that won't happen. Do you not trust me? The older man hesitated, his face betraying a mixture of doubt and resignation. It's not like that, but... The younger man stood, his back to the older man, radiating an air of quiet confidence. Before stating his final terms, I'll visit again to discuss the terms of the agreement, so just be aware of it. Left alone, the older man slumped back in his chair, a look of defeat etched on his face. He muttered to himself, I don't have a choice. How did I end up like this? Henry Morris, in his new, weaker body, found himself contemplating his next move. He resolved to visit the testing area while he was out. The scene opens with a young man with vibrant blue hair, standing before a large gathering of people. He observes the crowd, his expression thoughtful. Two men, one with a stern face and the other with a more relaxed demeanor, discuss the dwindling number of applicants. They note that only the most determined remain. Suddenly, a hand shoots up from the crowd, a triumphant gesture. A voice announces that a candidate has passed the first test. The blue-haired young man's eyes widen in surprise. He questions whether the announcement is true. A man in shining armor raises his fist in victory, surrounded by cheering onlookers. His expression is one of pure elation. The victorious man beams, his joy evident. He is the first to pass the initial trials. From a distance, a cloaked figure watches the celebration, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The blue-haired young man observes the scene, a thoughtful expression on his face. He realizes that the entire selection process was orchestrated to motivate the participants from the beginning. The imposing silhouette of the royal palace loomed against the bright blue sky, its many towers inspires a testament to the empire's power and prestige. Inside, a lavish dining hall buzzed with conversation. A group of nobles, including two women and a man with a stern expression, sat around a large table laden with food. A steaming plate of food, featuring a perfectly cooked steak, a fried egg, and grilled mushrooms, sat before Henry Morris, the newly reborn 8th Circle Mage, now inhabiting the body of a baronet's son. He cut into the steak with a practiced hand. And savored the rich flavor, a stark contrast to the meager meals he'd endured in his past life. A subtle reminder of the luxuries he'd lost and the revenge he craved. Henry mused over his cup of tea, a plan forming in his mind. It's about time to genuinely make 10 one of my people, he thought, his eyes hardening with resolve. A fellow diner, a man with blonde hair and a neatly trimmed beard, extended a drink towards him. Have a drink with me? The blonde man's expression shifted to suspicion as he questioned, only us? The scene opens in a lavishly decorated room, the grandeur of the setting hinting at immense wealth and power. A large, ornate chandelier hangs from the high ceiling, casting a warm glow over the polished floors and rich furnishings. Two men are seated at a table laden with food and drink. One, older with shoulder-length brown hair, pours a glass of dark red wine. The other, younger with short blue hair, watches him intently. He asks, 10, do you hate me? The older man responds, implying that he expected the younger man's resentment. He explains his recent financial downfall, stating, I went from the owner of 10 million gold arena to a creditor in a day. The younger man, 10, simply replies, 10. The older man, clearly agitated, questions 10's intentions, asking if he is being asked to manage his remaining businesses. He points out that their relationship is purely transactional. 10 counters this, stating that he wants to take their relationship beyond a simple debtor-creditor dynamic. He asks, what makes you trust me? The older man, intrigued, asks 10 what he desires so intensely that it warrants such a serious conversation. 10 raises his glass of wine, a thoughtful expression on his face. He states his ambition, my dream is to dominate the continent. A map of the kingdom is shown, with a lone figure on horseback, sword drawn, leading a small army. The caption reads, the 10 million gold group and the million mercenary group are just the first steps. A man with worried eyes and a mustache is shown, his face etched with concern. A thought bubble above him reads, dominating the continent? A young man with short, dark blue hair smiles slyly. His words are, so why don't we stop being debtor and creditor and officially become partners? The older man from the previous panel, now seated at a table with a glass of wine, responds. He says, if you do, I'll make you the Gold King. The older man's eyes widen in shock as he hears the proposal, his face reflecting a mixture of disbelief and excitement. The word Gold King appears in a speech bubble above him. Gold coins seem to erupt from his mouth as he contemplates the offer, his expression shifting between greed and uncertainty. The young man takes a sip of wine, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The two men clink their wine glasses together in a toast. The younger man says, I have nothing to lose anyway. The final panel shows a grand building, with a caption stating, that's how Henry and 10 officially partnered and. The imposing structure of the management guild loomed before them. Enkelman's representatives had visited the Golden Feet Guild, seeking a professional management team, but their stringent standards remained unmet. A translator's note clarified the intended name for Enkelman, previously mistranslated.
The scene shifted to a bustling city street, where two men stood in discussion.
One, with vibrant blue hair, suggested abandoning their search at the management guild.
His companion, a man in a top hat, looked troubled. He worried aloud about finding a suitable accountant and manager outside the guild's established network. But the blue-haired man remained unconcerned, a thoughtful expression on his face. He pointed out that every economy has its undercurrents, its back alleys where business thrives, and suggested exploring Vanish Road, also known as Lone Road, a place where unlicensed accountants and managers often operate. The top-hatted man questioned the legality of hiring unlicensed professionals, but the blue-haired man dismissed his concerns,
explaining that while they couldn't hire just anyone, they needed to find someone quickly. Their destination, Angel's Embrace, a prominent loan agency.
A burly man with short, spiky blonde hair stood guard outside a grand building. His brow furrowed in suspicion as he questioned the newcomer. He inquired about the whereabouts of his boss, Haisha, who was supposedly upstairs. The newcomer, a sharply dressed man in a top hat, calmly stated his intentions. The guard explained that Haisha had ordered them not to let anyone inside,
prompting the newcomer to incredulously ask if they knew who he was. The guard recognized him as Master Ten, a once wealthy man now reduced to penury. A wave of condescending amusement washed over the guard's face.
He scoffed, remarking that 10 million gold pieces don't last forever.
The top-hatted man's expression soured.
He suspected the guard was implying he was there to borrow money for cigars.
His patience snapped.
The man with blue hair lunged forward, grabbing the guard by the throat. A group of burly men surrounded Henry, their leader barking orders to take him out.
With a blur of motion, Henry effortlessly dispatched his attackers, leaving them unconscious on the floor. A sudden commotion alerted someone nearby,
and a new figure appeared, curious about the disturbance. He was a large, imposing man, his face etched with concern as he surveyed the scene of unconscious bodies. The large man's worry turned to shock as he recognized Henry, exclaiming his name in surprise. Another man, Haisha, approached Henry, calmly suggesting they speak privately.
Haisha, known for his quick wit, led Henry and 10 others to an underground prison for malignant debtors.
A group of men, their faces etched with fear and desperation, were crammed into a cold, dark cell. Their ragged clothes and gaunt features spoke of prolonged hardship. "Sir Haisha," one of them cried out, his voice trembling with a mixture of hope and dread. The desperate pleas echoed through the stone corridor as more hands reached out from the shadows, clawing at the bars.
"Sir Haisha," they cried again, their voices a chorus of despair. Two men stood observing the scene. One, a young man with striking blue hair, tilted his head, a thoughtful expression on his face. The other, older and more portly, wore a top hat and a look of cold indifference. "They are all debtors?" the younger man asked, his tone laced with curiosity. The older man confirmed, explaining, if they can't pay their debts back, they are either stuck here forever or will be sold as mine slaves far away. The older man, Sir Haisha, turned to address the prisoners directly. His voice boomed, filled with the authority of his position. A wave of fear washed over the prisoners as they shuffled nervously under his gaze. The young man, still observing, pointed to one of the prisoners. "That one looks young, why is he here?" he questioned. Sir Haisha explained, he was once a genius accountant, wanted by all the management guilds, but he became overconfident, attempted a business, and failed. "That's why he's here." Turning his attention to another prisoner, the young man asked, "You, what's your name? Do you want to work for me?" The prisoner, startled, flinched. A tremor ran through his body as he struggled to speak. His voice barely a whisper, he finally managed to answer, "My name is H. Harris." A man, prostrate before a stern-faced individual in fine clothing, pleaded desperately, "Please let me do it. I beg you." The well-dressed man, seemingly unmoved by the plea, inquired coldly, "How much are their debts?" He then offered a chillingly calm response, "Just take them. Consider it my favor." The man paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Then, with a sly smile, he continued, "Then let's get to calculating the laundry money?" The other man sputtered in confusion, "Laundry money?" A young man with vibrant blue hair confronted a portly official. He accused the official, his voice laced with anger, of his men causing him to get blood on his shirt. The official, seemingly unfazed, offered profuse apologies and promised compensation anything the young man desired. The young man, however, had a different request in mind. He stated, his tone unwavering, that he wanted something other than money. He gestured towards a group of prisoners behind bars, demanding their immediate release. The official's face paled. He sputtered, his voice rising in alarm, asking if he should also receive compensation for the young man nearly killing his men. The young man's expression hardened, his eyes narrowed in a silent threat. A moment later, the prison doors swung open, releasing the prisoners. Henry, using his sharp intellect, successfully argued for the release of all the prisoners held in the underground jail. He decided to give them a second chance, sunlight. Just as he had done with the accountants before. At last. Before resuming his work, Henry knew he needed to make a stop. He arrived at a shop called Choff. The manager greeted him, recognizing him from a previous visit. Henry revealed his intention to make a large purchase of Sylvia's designer clothing.
The manager, curious, asked for clarification on who the purchase was for. The scene shifts to show three individuals, their faces etched with exhaustion and despair. The scene opens with a close-up on a bloodied executioner's hands, the crimson stain stark against the rough fabric of his attire. Then shifts to reveal Henry Morris, a powerful eighth-circle mage, among a group of condemned prisoners, his face pale but resolute. A woman with glasses, her expression a mixture of disgust and disdain, approaches the group. She declares that they must bathe before she can tolerate their presence. The scene changes to a lavishly decorated room. Two men, one in a top hat and the other in more formal attire, observe Henry with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. One of them remarks, "Whoa." Their attention is drawn to Henry's approach. As he walks with a newfound confidence, his posture and gait subtly different from the other prisoners. The woman from before, along with another man, watches Henry from a distance, their expressions unreadable. Henry Morris, in his new body, thanked the baronet's servant for her excellent service. She, in turn, assured him that a customer like him was always welcome. He was then greeted by several servants who bowed deeply before him, addressing him as master. Henry, now comfortably settled, suggested they begin work. One of the servants eagerly agreed to do anything he asked. He then instructed them to focus on finalizing the agreement between Angelman and Vivaldi. One of the servants, visibly stressed, insisted they would complete the contract, even if it meant working through the night. The scene shifted to Vivaldi City Hall, where a contract lay open on a table. Back inside, Henry instructed the servant to review the contract. He added that once the agreement was finalized, they would discuss a business proposal. The servant, a man with a mustache and a worried expression, simply responded that he understood. He then reassured Henry that he trusted him not to cause them any harm. Henry, holding the contract, simply said, "Don't worry." Mayor Vanti, a man of sharp features and striking blue hair, inquired about the accountants he had dispatched. One of the accountants reported that they had earned 123,741 gold pieces from a special tax. Vanti responded with a dismissive trivial. The accountant, taken aback, protested that this was the most they had ever earned in such a short time. Vanti introduced the accountant as his personal accountant. He then instructed Harris, another accountant, to report to Mayor Vanti. Harris promptly obeyed. Based on the records from last month's special tax, aside from the general tax, 90,000 gold pieces out of the 120,000 were 10 million gold's profit. Vanti questioned why there was a separate record for that. The accountant explained that without specifying the company name and the special tax records at the city hall, there would be no indication of the profit. Two men were in a room, one older and more corpulent than the other. The older man, a baronet, proposed a scheme. "So you mean, we should keep part of the tax for ourselves?" he asked, a glint of greed in his eyes. The younger man, with a sly smile, replied, "The largest arena in town is ours." He continued, explaining his plan: "If we burn our special tax records, the money collected will be ours without a trace." The younger man then demonstrated his plan's success, a fiery burst erupting from his hands as he revealed their ill-gotten gains. "Now, we have about 90,000 gold in our secret fund." He then offered a portion to the baronet. "Just like I promised before, 10,000 is yours." The baronet, eyes wide with disbelief and avarice, stammered, "You're giving me 10,000 gold?" The baronet, overcome with joy, exclaimed, "No. It's enough. I'll receive it with great gratitude." The younger man, however, had a warning for the baronet: "Now that I've fed you money, you better not do anything foolish, Vanti." His eyes narrowed, a subtle threat lingering in his expression. Later, Vanti is seen shaking hands with a knight outside a grand estate, seemingly sealing a deal. Two men stood amidst a grand, sun-drenched courtyard. One, a younger man with vibrant blue hair, wore a crisp white shirt and a dark cravat. The other, older and more rugged, sported a weathered look and dark, curly hair. The younger man expressed a hopeful sentiment: "I hope it turns out well." The older man, in response, simply stated, "I'll be back soon." Henry assisted Hars in forming a professional management team that would manage Angelman from now on. Ban and the management team left with the contract. The younger man, Henry, waved goodbye, a confident smile playing on his lips. Henry, alone now, reflected, "I can finally move on to my next plan." Hars continued, expressing some doubt, "What do you mean next plan? Aren't you in too much of a hurry?" Hars' expression turned serious. He warned, "If you want to dominate the continent, every second counts." Henry considered Hars' words, a thoughtful expression settling on his face. He mused, seems like calling him the future Gold King really motivated him. Hars reacted with alarm, questioning, "Are you talking about Salgera, as in Salgera of the North?" Henry confirmed, "Yes. I have people to find there." Henry, the reincarnated Eighth Circle Mage, now inhabiting the body of a baronet's son, contemplates his next move. He silently acknowledges that Salgera, his intended destination, is a place of exile. He is speaking with an older man, his advisor, perhaps. Henry confirms his awareness of the necessity to traverse the treacherous Saran Gorge to reach his goal. But the entrance to the Saran Gorge is heavily guarded, preventing unauthorized entry by civilians. Henry suggests bribery as a solution, noting the potential for corruption among the guards stationed in such a remote location.
His advisor, however, interjects, questioning the efficiency of bribery and suggesting a more legal, less risky approach. Henry agrees that a legal method would be preferable. His advisor then proposes a visit to a mercenary guild. Entrance to restricted areas might be permitted under the guise of a mercenary mission. Henry finds this suggestion useful, as he had already planned to register his mercenary group with the guild. The mercenary guild, it is revealed, is a government institution. The Empire directly manages the guild's operations to ensure the efficient handling of numerous commissions. The narrative reveals that Henry, the Eighth Circle Mage, was the creator of the magical system depicted in the story. Before Henry, now in a new body, stands a grand building. He resolves to rescue his people from the clutches of Salgera. Now, Henry had Vivaldi and Ankelman under his control. To leave for Salgera in the north, where his people were imprisoned, he sought out a mercenary guild to find a legal route. Henry, in his new identity, entered a mercenary guild's office, hoping to secure passage. Inside, he reviewed documents related to his travel plans. When Henry noticed something amiss, he politely interrupted the clerk, pointing out an error in the documents. The branch manager, a man of considerable stature and bearing, entered the scene. Henry revealed that he had already met the branch manager, showcasing his connections. A man with blonde hair, a neatly trimmed goatee, and a top hat, exuded an air of sly confidence. His lips curled into a smirk as he added a seemingly inconsequential detail. He continued, explaining that a mission had opened up, allowing for entry into Salgera. A simple escort mission, although the circumstances surrounding it were far from straightforward. The young man with dark hair listened intently, his expression unreadable. His eyes, however, hinted at a simmering intensity. The older man clarified that the mission was commissioned by the Empire, though requested by a private contractor. The younger man voiced his skepticism, pointing out that the Empire could easily handle such a task themselves. The older man explained that the use of a private contractor was likely a cost-cutting measure, aiming to reduce transport fees to Salgera. Guards had already been selected for the mission. The younger man pondered the implications, questioning the true motives behind this seemingly simple mission. He wondered what their next steps should be. The older man revealed that he was the branch manager and would be assisting them. The departure was set for the following day, a detail he found conveniently opportune. Henry Morris, in his new, weaker body, received good news from his contact. He listened attentively. But there was one more detail to discuss. The contact revealed that he had arranged for Henry to become a B-rank mercenary, starting the following morning. Henry, pleased with the arrangement, expressed his satisfaction. Later, Henry received his mercenary papers, including his B-rank mercenary card and confirmation. He was informed that the mercenary card would be temporary, due to the time it takes to process the official paperwork. His first mission was revealed to be a supply transport mission for the paint industry. Henry, having received his mission briefing, stated that he needed time to prepare. His contact agreed. Henry Morris, in the body of his namesake, stood before a horse, a faint magical aura shimmering around them both. He prepared to use his perfect steed modification technique. A spread of weaponry and armor lay before him, a sword, armor, crossbow, and other cold weather gear. He considered the equipment, deeming it sufficient for his upcoming journey. He decided to use the perfect steed modification technique on his horse. Hegler, a man of sturdy build, approached Henry, who was now mounted on his magically enhanced steed. Hegler greeted Henry, commenting on the opportune timing of his arrival and referring to the equipment as a gift. Hegler expressed surprise at the abundance of supplies provided. Henry reassured Hegler that the equipment was essential for his role, emphasizing that it was standard for a mercenary. Henry reminded Hegler of the promise of top-tier treatment upon recruitment. Hegler, visibly moved, seemed overwhelmed by the generosity. The next morning dawned, a new day beginning in the bustling city. Two figures, mounted on horseback, rode towards the city gates. One was a powerfully built man in teal armor, the other a younger man with dark hair, clad in a dark cloak with fur trim. They arrived at a large gathering outside the city walls, a crowd of people waiting near a wagon. "It seems we're on time," one of the riders observed. The pair dismounted and approached a man sitting on a crate, who was examining a document. A gust of wind ruffled the papers. The seated man looked up, surprised. "Don't tell me it's just the two of you?" The younger man added, "Don't worry. Both of us are sure of our skills." "Well, it's not just an escort mission." The scene shifted to a group of men loading heavy items onto carts. "You've got to lift items." The seated man sighed. "Since we weren't expecting additional people, your salary will be low." The man in teal armor looked concerned. "You're the Million Mercenary Group from the rumors, but it's just the two of you?" Sir Billa, the leader of the Hound Mercenary Group, proudly presented himself and his team. A man, observing the small number of mercenaries present, questioned the size of the group, considering the large recruitment notice. One of the mercenaries scoffed, suggesting that such a small group hardly qualified as a mercenary group. The man then asked Sir Billa if he had taken their recruitment test. Sir Billa's appearance triggered a recognition in the man, he seemed familiar. The man recalled Sibylla as one of the applicants who had failed the test and caused a commotion. He considered the possibility of being mistaken. The man's recognition turned to anger, calling Sibylla a bastard. Another man intervened, warning that there would be a penalty for any damage caused during a fight. The tension remained high as the two men glared at each other. A man in ornate armor, his face contorted in a grimace, declared that there would be no more obstacles in his path. His outburst was cut short by a furious whisper, "How dare that jackass!" Meanwhile, Henry Morris, in his new body, rode a horse alongside a mercenary group, his expression unreadable. One of the mercenaries questioned whether the leader of their group was the champion of sword sparring. Another mercenary confirmed having witnessed the leader's impressive swordsmanship. A subordinate then approached Henry, questioning his decision to leave the mercenaries discussing. Henry, however, saw an opportunity in their idle chatter, knowing that empty vessels make the most sound. Henry Morris, in his new, weaker body, sat alone, staring at a half-eaten meal. A surge of anger and frustration consumed him. He couldn't bear the indignities any longer. He vowed not to forgive anyone who dared to insult him. His outburst began with a sudden, violent shove, sending a nearby soldier sprawling to the ground. The soldier, clearly taken aback by the unexpected attack, recoiled in surprise. A nearby nobleman, witnessing the scene, scoffed at the commotion. He dismissed the incident as mere childishness, annoyed only by the disruption to his meal. The nobleman's irritation grew as he addressed the situation, pointing out that his underling was causing a scene. He questioned the underling's ability to control his own people. The soldier, enraged by the nobleman's condescending tone, drew his sword, ready to retaliate. But before the soldier could strike, Henry intervened, his voice sharp and commanding. A dark aura emanated from Henry as he commanded the soldier to stop. The intensity of his presence was palpable. The nobleman, witnessing this sudden display of power, was shocked by the unexpected surge of dark energy emanating from Henry. He was left speechless, his previous arrogance replaced by a stunned silence. Henry Morris, in his new body, struggled for breath. His face contorted in agony, eyes wide with exertion as he gasped, "What? I can't breathe." A commanding voice cut through the air. A man with short, dark blue hair, clad in dark clothing with a fur-trimmed collar, approached. He calmly stated, "Hegler, that's enough." Hegler, a burly man in military attire, immediately obeyed. He responded, "Yes, sir." Hegler and another soldier stood over Henry, who lay on the ground, defeated. The man with blue hair extended a hand, 3 fingers outstretched. A faint glow emanated from his palm. A wave of energy washing over Henry. Hegler's eyes widened in shock as Henry's breathing returned to normal. Henry gasped, "Pant, pant. I can breathe now." The blue-haired man nodded, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Hegler looked on, clearly relieved. He then apologized. The blue-haired man reassured him, "Don't worry. Let's continue eating." Hegler, still slightly flustered, explained, "Because of me, the food." A man with short, dark hair and a determined expression held up a small, burlap sack. He asked his companion if they had ever heard of a subspace pocket, a magic item capable of holding anything. The man chuckled, offering the sack to his companion. He stated that the work was difficult, but they didn't need to suffer poor food as well, implying a shared meal of roasted chicken, pasta, and grilled fish. Several days passed. The travelers, mounted on horseback, journeyed through a snowy, desolate gorge. They had finally reached their destination, Slan Gorge. A caravan, led by a man in dark fur-trimmed armor, traversed the harsh, snow-swept landscape. The biting wind whipped around them as they journeyed towards Slan Gorge, the first gate to the perilous Salgera. The harsh conditions of the north end were evident, justifying its grim reputation. The caravan leader, his face etched with concern, warned his men to remain vigilant. He cautioned them about the increased risk of bandit encounters in this treacherous region. The landscape ahead was bleak and unforgiving, a desolate expanse of rock and snow under a gray sky. The caravan continued its slow, arduous journey through the desolate gorge. The rhythmic creak of the wagon wheels was the only sound that broke the silence of the snow-covered path. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from the caravan's rear. The ground trembled as a wave of fire and destruction engulfed several of the wagons and horses. The leader, thrown from his horse, watched in horror as bandits emerged from the swirling snow, their faces obscured by masks. He shouted a desperate order to halt the caravan's advance, recognizing the immediate danger. The scene opens with a close-up on a cloaked figure, their face obscured by a dark hood and a cloth mask. Only the lower half of their face and neck are visible, hinting at a hidden identity. A hand, seemingly belonging to the cloaked figure, draws a sword. The blade gleams with an ethereal light, suggesting magical properties or exceptional craftsmanship. Henry Morris, the former 8th Circle mage, now disguised, observes a group of bandits. He notes their military-style attire, finding it suspicious for common robbers. He suspects a larger plot is afoot. One of the bandits, clad in dark armor, shouts a demand for surrender, promising to spare their lives if they comply. The scene is set in a desolate, snowy landscape. Another bandit, with a smirk, comments on the foolishness of the other bandits, highlighting their poor choice of location and timing for a robbery. Henry, still observing from the shadows, thinks to himself about the absurdity of the bandits' actions, questioning their intelligence in attempting a robbery in such an isolated area. Henry observes the bandits' actions, noting that it seems as if they were waiting for the caravan, further fueling his suspicions. The bandit leader, a stern-looking man, gives the order to attack, urging his men to warm up for the fight after a long wait. The bandits charge, swords drawn, ready for battle. The scene is set for a confrontation. Henry Morris, in the body of his namesake, observed a troop of soldiers riding through a snowy landscape. The leader, a stern-faced man in shining armor, held a sword aloft, his expression grim. He stood apart, his arms crossed, a quiet confidence in his posture. He was left alone, but he felt no fear, he merely considered the situation. Really? Then I'll leave it to you, he thought, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Suddenly, a group of masked figures appeared, their swords gleaming ominously. The leader, a blond man with a determined gaze, stood at the forefront, exuding an aura of danger. Their swords crackled with energy, imbued with a strange, blue light. The scene pulsed with anticipation. Henry's eyes widened in surprise. He observed the masked figures, a question forming in his mind. Aura? Bandits like them are aura users, he wondered aloud. He realized the gravity of the situation. It's dangerous. I need to alert the leader, he thought, his expression turning serious. He watched, incredulous, as the leader of the soldiers chuckled at the approaching threat. He's laughing at a situation like this? Something doesn't feel right, Henry mused, a sense of unease washing over him. The soldiers charged forward, their leader roaring, "Let's go!" a battle cry echoing through the snowy expanse. The blonde mercenary leader unleashed a burst of energy, his swords glowing intensely as he declared, "Let's show them the skills of the Hound mercenary group." A fierce battle raged across the snow-covered landscape. A knight, wielding a sword that crackled with blue energy, cut a swathe through his enemies. A desperate cry escaping his lips as he fought valiantly against overwhelming odds. His face was contorted in a grimace of pain and exertion. Another knight, his eyes wide with fear and sweat beading on his brow, watched in horror as his comrades fell around him. The battle intensified. Blades clashed, and the air filled with the sounds of steel on steel and pained cries. One knight roared in defiance as he fought back against the relentless assault. But the enemy's numbers were simply too great. Despite their valiant efforts, the knights were clearly losing ground. From atop his horse, a commanding officer barked orders to regroup and reorganize their defenses. The tide of battle, however, seemed to be turning against them. Several knights lay dead or dying in the snow, their blood staining the white ground. The surviving officer's face was etched with grim determination, but even he couldn't deny the dire situation. Surrounded and outnumbered, the remaining knights fought desperately, their movements frantic and desperate. One knight groaned, "Ugh, we're surrounded." Kneeling in the snow, amidst a group of soldiers, Henry Morris, the once powerful 8th Circle mage, uttered a defeated plea, "Just kill me." A hooded figure, his face obscured by a mask, raised a sword, preparing to strike. The masked figure brought the sword down with deadly precision. The impact was swift and brutal, a crimson spray erupting as the sword pierced its target. A wave of energy pulsed outwards from the point of impact. A bloody scene remained, a grim reminder of the execution. Henry's eyes snapped open, confusion clouding his vision. He gasped, "What?" Observing from a distance, the onlookers were stunned into silence. One soldier whispered, "That man, did he just throw a sword and hit him from there?" Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself in the body of a young man sharing his name but lacking his magical prowess. His steely gaze reflected a determination born from betrayal and a thirst for revenge against King Silver Jackson Edward. The biting cold of the demon forest seeped into his bones. A stark reminder of the harsh conditions he would face as he trained to reclaim his former power. He stood alongside his companion, Hegler, a seasoned warrior, preparing for their next task. Hegler, ever vigilant, proposed a plan of action: eliminate the immediate threat first. With a swift, decisive movement, the patrol of masked horsemen charged forward. Their glowing blue blades a terrifying sight against the snowy landscape. The attack was brutal and swift. Henry watched, a grim satisfaction settling on his face as he witnessed the efficiency of the attack. A subtle smirk played on his lips. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from within him, a familiar sensation that sent a jolt of recognition through his being. "Grease," he muttered, a word that seemed to hold the key to this newfound ability. The power coursing through him was raw, untamed, but undeniably magical. He had a long way to go, but the spark had been rekindled. A group of horsemen, pursued by unseen enemies, galloped across the snow-swept landscape. Their pace was frantic, their movements blurred by the speed. The wind whipping past them as they desperately tried to escape their pursuers. The ground trembled beneath the thunder of hooves. Two figures, a blond man and a dark-haired man, tumbled through the air, the blond man shouting, "Makes a targeted area slippery." The dark-haired man, seemingly in command, ordered his companion, Hegler, "Go and take them all down." Hegler, a burly man with a grim expression, simply replied, "Yes." A lone figure, his face partially obscured by a mask, watched the scene unfold. He muttered to himself, "I knew our leader was an incredible man." He charged into the fray, his sword a blur of motion. A brilliant blue energy emanating from his blade as he clashed with Hegler. The force of their blows sent shockwaves through the snow. And with a final, decisive blow, Hegler fell, defeated. The dark-haired man watched as his comrade fell, his expression unreadable. He then sheathed his sword and turned to leave, leaving Hegler's body in the snow. Henry Morris, the former 8th Circle mage, now in the body of a commoner, was being escorted through a snowy landscape. His face was etched with worry, a cold sweat beading on his brow as he wondered how two men could possibly guard him effectively. A man in dark clothing, seemingly of higher rank, addressed one of the guards. He ordered the guard, Hegler, to take Henry to a waiting carriage. Hegler, a soldier with a determined expression, saluted sharply and responded with a simple, respectful yes, sir. The dark-clothed man and Hegler escorted Henry towards the waiting carriage. The snow fell heavily around them, blanketing the desolate landscape. As they approached, Hegler mounted his horse, his face partially obscured by a dark hood and a mask. He held a wicked-looking blade. Hegler's gaze was intense, his eyes glinting with a hidden purpose beneath the mask. The snow continued to fall. Meanwhile, the man in dark clothing watched Henry with a calculating gaze, a silent thought crossing his mind, guess this one is the boss. A sudden movement startled the dark-clothed man, who instinctively raised a hand to shield himself. He seemed wary of Henry. Henry's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword, his grip firm and resolute. He was prepared. A regal figure, cloaked in dark attire and a fur-trimmed collar, stood amidst a flurry of snow. His dark hair was neatly styled, and his expression was one of cold determination. He held a gleaming sword at his side, his gaze fixed on something unseen. He declared, "I'll take care of him." He was a warrior on horseback, clad in dark armor, his face obscured by a hood. With a powerful swing, he brought his sword down in a swift, decisive arc. The blade blazed with ethereal blue energy as it cut through the air. Observing the scene, a voice mused, "HM? So he's a sword master." The regal figure from the first panel reappeared, a smirk playing on his lips. He mused to himself, "I think it's a good thing I'm dealing with this alone." Henry Morris, in his new body, let out a confused sound. He mused that it was fortunate he was dealing with this alone. A masked swordsman on horseback appeared before him. Prompting Henry to realize his opponent was a master swordsman. Henry decided he needed stronger magical armor. And the ground crackled with magical energy as he prepared to cast it. The swordsman's blade glowed with a powerful, ethereal light. As Henry prepared for battle, his own sword at the ready. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself in the body of his namesake, a talentless young man. Haunted by his unjust execution at the hands of King Silver Jackson Edward, he felt the urgency of his situation. A desperate need for speed driving him forward. The word haste echoed in his mind, a mantra urging him to action. He was deep within the treacherous demon forest, a place rumored to hone even the most unskilled mage's abilities. A lone rider on horseback appeared before him, their presence a sudden interruption. But Henry reacted instantly, drawing his sword with surprising speed and skill. The blue energy crackling around the blade hinted at a power far beyond his current abilities. His opponent, a masked figure, watched in disbelief as Henry's attack began. Fear flickered in their eyes, a stark contrast to their initial confidence. As Henry moved with a speed and precision that belied his supposed lack of magical talent. The clash of steel echoed through the forest. With a swift, powerful arc, Henry's blade sliced through the air, narrowly missing his opponent's head. The masked figure stumbled back, clearly shaken. Henry internally noted that despite casting multiple haste spells, the swordmaster's aura was blocking his attempts to increase his speed further. He prepared for his next move, a grim determination etched on his face. The clash of their blades intensified, the air crackling with magical energy. Then, a decisive strike. A fierce battle unfolded in the snowy wilderness. Henry Morris, in his new, weaker body, faced a mounted knight wielding a glowing blue sword. The knight's attack was swift and powerful. The energy of the blow impacting with a violent red flash. Sending Henry sprawling to the ground, a crimson stain blooming on the snow. As the knight, momentarily distracted, cried out in alarm, "Horse!" The knight, his face partially obscured by a dark mask, clutched at his injured shoulder as he drew his sword again. Its blade pulsed with the same ethereal blue light. Then, with a smirk, he declared, "Now we're even. My neck was getting tired, you see." Henry, enraged, glared at the knight. "You ignorant bastard." His hand instinctively reaching for his own weapon, a surge of blue energy enveloping the blade. As the knight, seemingly unfazed, commented, "He really must have loved that horse." The aurora got bigger. Henry Morris, in his new body, stood firm against the biting wind of the demon forest. His expression was grim, his eyes narrowed in concentration. He muttered to himself, recognizing the danger of prolonging this confrontation. He faced a cloaked opponent, their form partially obscured by a swirling, blue aura. Henry knew he couldn't simply overpower this foe with a single strike, the opponent's magical defense was too strong. He needed to focus all his power into a single, decisive blow. Henry gritted his teeth, his resolve hardening. He would sharpen his blade, both literally and magically, to pierce through his enemy's defenses. With a powerful, concentrated swing, Henry's sword sliced through the air, piercing the opponent's magical aura. The impact sending a shockwave through the snowy landscape. The cloaked figure recoiled in surprise, his voice a gasp of disbelief. Henry pressed his advantage, unleashing a fierce attack that sent his opponent reeling. A blinding flash of light erupted from his blade. The force of the blow sent the cloaked figure flying backward, crashing into the snow with a pained cry. Despite his success, Henry stumbled, his breath ragged. He cursed under his breath, the exertion taking its toll. A man in a dark, fur-trimmed coat stood amidst a snowy landscape, his expression grim. He had just witnessed a brutal scene, as evidenced by the blood staining the snow around him. He muttered to himself, reflecting on the escape of his opponent, who had left a limb behind in his retreat. The man noted that despite the injury, his foe had managed to get away with his sword. He examined the severed arm, noticing a distinctive symbol, a double snake tattooed on the skin. This symbol, he realized, was associated with the Viper Knights, an elite group within the Imperial Palace Knights' 10 swords. The image shifted to a celestial depiction of a sword intertwined with a double snake, further emphasizing the symbol's significance. The man, now silhouetted against a starry backdrop, contemplated the implications of his discovery. He confirmed his suspicion that the man he had just fought was no ordinary individual. His thoughts turned to the larger power structure of the Empire. He knew that at the heart of it all lay Albert, a figure of immense power. A narration box explained the Empire's power structure, excluding the royal family. It consisted of 6 great houses, 1 duke family, 2 marquis families, and 3 count families, all involved in state affairs. Among these powerful figures were also influential wizards like Henry, the Pope, and the grandmasters of various fields. The scene opens with Albert, head of the Crimson family, one of the marquis among the 6 great houses of the Empire. He is shown participating in state affairs, wielding considerable power, rivaling even that of the imperial family. A narration box explains that among the 6 great houses, the dukes and marquises hold absolute power, enough to rival the imperial family itself. Henry, in his new body, stands amidst a snowy landscape, his expression grim. He mutters to himself, revealing his resentment towards those who continue to use underhanded tactics. His gaze sharpens, focusing on a group of figures in the distance, approaching a wagon. He seems to recognize them. Henry confronts Merchant Monk, accusing him of involvement in the events unfolding. Monk's associates express their relief at having escaped safely, thanking Henry for his intervention. But their gratitude is short-lived as Henry's gaze falls upon Monk, who is clearly surprised by Henry's sudden appearance and accusation. Henry's guards surround Monk and his men, creating a tense standoff. Monk is shocked and confused, wondering how Henry knew about his involvement. Henry, in his new body, found himself in a desperate struggle. He grappled with an opponent, his face contorted in exertion. The icy wind whipping around them as he fought for dominance. His thoughts raced. Innocent mercenaries had died because of Marquis Albert's machinations, and though the situation could have ended differently, his anger burned fiercely. With a burst of energy, Henry effortlessly sliced through a heavy lock, the blade of his sword leaving a glowing trail in its wake. Henry's suspicions were confirmed. As he expected, there were no proper supplies. This was a deliberate attempt to eliminate them all from the start. The Emperor had ordered a minimum supply of daily necessities, but Marquis Albert's group had deliberately obstructed this. Their true intention was to seek revenge and destroy those in exile. One of Henry's companions questioned the unfolding events, prompting Henry to explain that this mission was a setup orchestrated by the bandits and the merchant. A grim determination hardening his features. With one remaining carriage of supplies, they would head to Saljara. Henry Morris, in his new, weaker body, shivered in the biting cold. His face, etched with a grim determination, betrayed the turmoil within. He was no longer the powerful 8th Circle mage he once was, but the burning desire for vengeance against King Silver Jackson Edward still raged within him. He clenched his jaw, a silent vow forming in his mind. He muttered to himself, recognizing the need to regain his strength. There were exiles who needed his help, and he would not fail them. His journey to reclaim his power had only just begun. A group of mercenaries huddled around a small fire in the snow, their breath misting in the frigid air. They were a weary sight, their armor stained and muddied, their faces etched with exhaustion. Nearby, a young man with dark hair, Henry Morris, tended to his horse, a look of quiet frustration on his face. He muttered under his breath, blaming the situation on someone. One of the mercenaries, Monk, angrily confronted Henry, his words laced with bitterness and accusation. He blamed Henry for the mercenary group's current predicament. Henry remained silent, his expression unreadable as Monk continued his tirade. Another mercenary intervened, ordering Monk to leave Henry alone. Monk, defeated and dejected, slumped to the ground, tears welling in his eyes. His face showed the toll of their recent hardships. The other mercenaries conferred, debating what to do with the distraught Monk. A decision was reached. Henry, watching from his horse, was instructed to lock Monk in the carriage. A caravan, escorted by several soldiers, made its way across a desolate, snow-covered landscape. Their destination, Saljara. Approaching Saljara, the caravan encountered a checkpoint.
At the checkpoint, a guard inquired about the caravan's cargo, specifically asking for Merchant Monk. The caravan's leader, a young man with dark hair, informed the guard that Monk was in the back and then asked about the chief. The guard explained that the chief was incapacitated due to excessive drinking. The young leader expressed surprise at this news, questioning the timing. The guard then casually asked if the caravan had encountered any bandits on their journey. The young leader confirmed that they had dealt with any bandits. Suddenly, the guard spotted something alarming, a severed arm. A man with dark hair and intense blue eyes, his face etched with grim determination, issued a curt command, "Go and get the chief." The scene shifted to a different location. Two men, one with a thick beard, discuss the paint industry, their words hinting at the presence of someone named Monk. Outside a rustic wooden structure, nestled against a snow-dusted mountain, a tense encounter unfolded between the dark-haired man and the bearded man from the previous scene. The air crackled with unspoken tension. The bearded man, his face flushed, stood shivering in the cold, snow falling around him. He seemed familiar, yet different. The dark-haired man paused, a flicker of recognition crossing his features. He noted the man's weight and beard length, but something felt amiss. The dark-haired man's gaze hardened. He muttered to himself, questioning the gatekeeper's presence there. Why was he here? A flashback revealed the bearded man's past glory. Known as the gatekeeper's shield, his exceptional castle defense skills and clean public life had even earned him a medal. The dark-haired man's face fell, overcome with guilt. He blamed himself for the gatekeeper's current emotion, his words laced with remorse. He approached the gatekeeper, concern etched on his face. He asked if the man was drinking to numb his pain. Henry Morris, in his new body, found himself in a precarious situation. Hiccuping slightly, he asked Chief Bunt what he was doing. Bunt, seemingly unfazed, explained that he was casting a simple spell to remove the alcohol from his system. The magical energy swirled around Bunt as he performed the incantation. And a wave of cleansing light washed over him. Bunt, now sober, introduced himself as the leader of the Million Mercenary Group, hired to escort the paint industry. He then stated that his name was Henry Morris. He expressed his yearning for that name. The two men shook hands, a moment of shared understanding passing between them. Bunt then questioned why Henry was greeting them instead of Monk. Henry explained that they had been ambushed by what they thought were bandits, but were actually disguised Viper Knights. A seasoned soldier, his face etched with suspicion, questioned the possibility of Sir Sal Morris Knights engaging in petty theft. Henry, a young man with dark hair and piercing eyes, countered by pointing out the frequent looting that had plagued the supply industry. The soldier, stroking his beard thoughtfully, revealed that the entire supply was looted at least 3 times out of every trip. Henry deduced that today was one of those days. He surmised that the merchant and Viper Knights were behind the theft, citing the meager supplies left in the carriage as evidence. Henry initially intended to report the incident himself, but the checkpoint chief's absence prompted a change of plans. He decided to hand over the culprits to the soldier instead. Henry explained that as a mere hired soldier, a report to the palace would likely be dismissed, but the soldier, being in a different position, would be more effective. The soldier, sweating slightly, conceded that it was a futile effort to report it himself. A conversation unfolds, revealing a political intrigue. One individual asserts that if the Viper Knights are involved, further action is futile. He refuses to elaborate on the details, but mentions that Salmora, the leader of the Viper Knights, has connections with Marquis Aubert, implying Aubert's likely involvement in the unfolding events. The scene shifts to a different location. A man, seemingly surprised, stutters a question, expressing disbelief at the information just revealed. He acknowledges the other's knowledge of the situation. He explains that if their reports fall into the hands of the 3 houses, there is nothing they can do. A tense handshake takes place, suggesting an agreement or a deal between the 2 men. The older man warns the younger one that interfering with Marquis Aubert will only bring harm. He condescendingly dismisses the younger man's naivete. The younger man, seemingly unfazed, mentions Count Eisen. The younger man's confident expression is shown. The older man, visibly shocked, questions the mention of Count Eisen. The narration box explains that after Henry and others who had contributed to the kingdom were executed for treason, the resulting power vacuum was filled by the central nobles. A power struggle ensued amongst 3 noble houses vying for the 2 vacant marquis positions. Count Eisen, the one who lost the fight, was granted the title of Count instead. A cunning strategist, Count Eisen, proposed a plan. If we offer him tempting bait, wouldn't Count Eisen solve this problem for us? His companion, however, voiced his concerns, but the opponent is Marquis Aubert. What can Count Eisen possibly do after already losing a fight against him? That's not something we should worry about. The important thing is to find a safe and reliable way to report back to the palace. Count Eisen confidently declared, "Whatever happens, we'll do what we can." His companion, impressed by his resolve, remarked, "Regardless, you're incredible. I never would have thought of that." The companion continued, "Since you're an upright person, I never would have expected such a devious plan from you." His companion responded, "I've heard rumors that you are a great knight, someone to look up to." Henry Morris, in the body of his namesake, addressed a burly merchant. He requested permission for safe passage to Salgera, emphasizing the importance of their cooperation.
The merchant, visibly anxious, readily agreed to Henry's request. A sweeping vista of a snow-covered mountain pass unfolded before them, leading to a distant city nestled within the peaks. A small group of travelers could be seen making their way along the winding path. As they journeyed onward, Henry and his companion rode horseback through the snowy landscape. He pointed out a village in the distance. They arrived at a tall, metallic pillar etched with strange symbols, standing sentinel in the desolate expanse. This was the marker for the exile village. Henry's companion suggested using a hammer to strike the pillar, signaling their arrival to the villagers. One of the guards readily obeyed, raising the hammer high above his head, and brought it down with force upon the pillar. The impact reverberated, leaving Henry with a look of grim determination on his face. The final panel shows a dramatic close-up of a thought bubble, revealing Henry's unspoken question, "My people, how have your lives been all these years?" The chapter ends with the standard "to be continued" message. The scene opens on a snowy landscape, before a large stone pillar etched with arcane symbols. 3 figures stand before it, a man in workman's garb, wielding a hammer, and 2 others in more refined attire, one of whom is Henry Morris, the recently deceased 8th Circle Mage, now inhabiting the body of his namesake, a baronet's son. The workman brings the hammer down with a resounding clang, chipping away at the stone, revealing a hidden inscription. Henry's eyes widen as he contemplates the inscription, a question forming in his mind, "My people, how have your lives been all these years?" The workman and the other man exchange a look of concern as Henry stares intensely at the inscription, his expression filled with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The workman approaches Henry cautiously, a hint of worry in his stance. He gestures towards a partially buried wooden structure. He begins to clear away the snow, revealing a ladder leading down into a dark pit. A man descends the ladder into the darkness. The man who descended the ladder emerges, his face grim and weary. He is an older man, his clothes torn and dirty. A grim-faced man surveyed the meager group before him, his expression a mixture of disbelief and grim determination. Only 15 people remained out of an initial 50. Henry, the young man with dark hair, stood amongst them, his gaze sharp and assessing, a silent question hanging in the air. Henry's brow furrowed as he observed the unusual discipline amongst the survivors. He wondered aloud why everyone was so rigidly controlled. An older man, presumably a superior officer, explained that their strict obedience stemmed from the oppressive influence of a man named Monk. Henry, noticing the fear in their eyes, pondered the extent of Monk's power and control over the supplies. He decided to speak with Chief Bunt later, leaving the immediate situation to his subordinates. Henry confirmed that the supplies shown were all they had left. He then stated that they would no longer need Monk's employees. Turning to his subordinate, Hegler, Henry issued a chilling order to take away the remaining men's coats, tie their hands, blindfold them, and leave them in the snow. Hegler obeyed without question, swiftly tying the hands of one of the men and leaving them to the mercy of the unforgiving elements. A man cried out in protest as he was abandoned in the snow. A group of men, dressed in simple, worn clothing, stood before a cloaked figure. Their faces were etched with worry and apprehension, their eyes downcast. The air hung heavy with unspoken tension. The cloaked figure, Henry Morris, introduced himself with a firm voice, his gaze unwavering. Snow gently fell around him, a stark contrast to the intensity in his eyes. 2 of the men reacted with shock and disbelief, their mouths agape in surprise. Henry continued, explaining that the man they were thinking of was his magic teacher. The scene shifted to a wider view, revealing more of the desolate landscape and the group of men. Another man, a burly soldier, showed clear signs of alarm, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and astonishment. Henry stated his purpose, to continue his teacher's will. The 2 older men from the previous panel reacted with expressions of disbelief and awe. He apologized for his late arrival, explaining that he lacked the authority to act sooner. His words were laced with regret. One of the men, overcome with emotion, buried his face in his hands, his shoulders shaking. Another man showed similar distress. An elderly man, his face etched with lines of age and wisdom, cautiously asked Henry if he was truly the Grand Duke's disciple. Henry Morris, in his new body, arrived late to meet 2 men in a snowy landscape. He sincerely apologized for his tardiness, to which the older man responded that they were more than grateful for his arrival. The 2 men continued to hold Henry's hands, their gratitude palpable. Suddenly, Henry stumbled, falling to his knees. A grimace twisting his face as he felt a surge of power within him. Eyes squeezed shut, Henry focused inward, his body trembling with the intensity of the magic coursing through his veins. He was regaining his power, the power of an 8th Circle Mage. A brilliant blue light erupting from him as he channeled his magic. The 2 men watched in awe as Henry, now radiating power, stood before them. He had created an invisible barrier above the magic circle. Henry, confident in his restored abilities, declared that they could now move on to the real part of their task. With a surge of magical energy, Henry prepared for the next challenge ahead. Henry Morris, in his new body, closed his eyes, silently praying. A prayer not to any god, but to the memory of his former life and the power he once wielded. His eyes snapped open, blazing with a newfound intensity. A surge of power, though faint, pulsed beneath his skin. With a muttered incantation, Henry began to weave a spell.
A surge of energy erupted around him, taking the form of a magnificent mansion materializing from thin air. The rising grand mansion, a testament to his unparalleled magical prowess. A high-level survival spell he had created, now providing him with a safe haven. He surveyed his handiwork, a grim satisfaction settling on his face. This will do. An old man approached, his eyes wide with wonder at the sudden appearance of the mansion. And this great house. Henry, however, was already thinking ahead. Is there perhaps a lake or a river nearby? The old man replied, mentioning the legendary frozen lake, home to an ice spirit. Henry, unconcerned with the legend, simply stated, now that I've built a house, I think we will need water to drink. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself in the body of his namesake, a commoner with no magical talent. He stood before a frozen pond in the demon forest, his gaze fixed on the icy surface. Observing a fish swimming beneath the ice. He mused that the water must be suitable for life if fish could survive there. Henry tested the ice with a tentative kick, a faint magical aura swirling around his foot. The ice barely yielding to the force. A subtle crack appeared, but the ice remained largely intact. He recognized the magical signature immediately, ice spirit magic. It was clearly strong and resistant. Henry, however, was undeterred. He declared, then how about this, and summoned a fiery orb in his palm. A firestone, a powerful spell. He hurled the firestone at the ice, the intense heat causing a massive explosion. Shattering the ice completely. Henry landed gracefully on the newly formed water. Henry, in his new body, focused intently. He muttered to himself, planning to add an acceleration spell to Firestone. And with a surge of magical energy, he launched himself forward at incredible speed. The resulting explosion of magical energy was immense, a fiery maelstrom consuming everything in its path, leaving behind a crater of scorched earth. Henry surveyed the damage, noting that at least the ice had been destroyed. He then considered his next step, checking the water below. He cautiously approached the newly formed pool, his eyes scanning the surface. And as he reached out, a strange sensation washed over him. Something was happening to his arm. Henry, in his new body, examined his left forearm. He recalled the location of the Illyricgon's egg. And a strange reaction occurred as he touched it, the water reacted to his touch. He wondered if this was connected to the lake's spirit. Henry's escape was marked by a trail of blood in the snow. He limped away from the scene, leaving behind a bloody footprint in the snow. The cold bit at his exposed skin. A masked figure watched him from afar, their eyes narrowed in suspicion. The masked figure, observing Henry's escape, could make out the Imperial Army's base in the distance. He vowed revenge for the humiliation he suffered. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself in the body of his namesake, a commoner with no magical talent. He stood before a frozen lake, a gaping hole in the ice hinting at the depths below. He pondered his next move, a grim determination etched on his face. Now then, shall I dive right in, he mused, his gaze fixed on the icy water. Without hesitation, Henry stepped onto the ice. A shimmering blue aura enveloped him as he descended into the frigid depths. The icy water parting around him like a curtain. He found himself in a surprisingly deep lake, the water surprisingly clear. Schools of fish swam past him, their scales shimmering in the dim light. He noted the depth with a slight frown. Continuing his descent, Henry muttered to himself, this lake is deeper than I thought. As he touched the lake bottom, a faint light emanated from below. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself in the body of his namesake, a weakling with no magical talent. A surge of anger, a burning desire for vengeance against King Silver Jackson Edward, coursed through him. He gripped a glowing, pulsating Illyricgon egg, a powerful magical artifact. A pained groan escaped his lips as he struggled to control the immense power emanating from it. The energy swirled around him, a vibrant blue vortex threatening to consume him. He focused his will, channeling the raw magical energy. But the Illyricgon egg was absorbing the water around him, drawing in the magical energy he desperately needed. Ugh! The Illyricgon egg is absorbing the water, he realized. At this rate, the mana accumulating in his body would also be absorbed. At this rate, the mana accumulated in my body will also be absorbed. I need to get the egg out of my forearm, he thought, his brow furrowed in concentration. With a surge of determination, he forced the egg from his arm. A blinding flash of light erupted, leaving him gasping for breath, his eyes wide with shock. What he exclaimed, staring at the aftermath. He stood, triumphant, beside the now inert Illyricgon egg. The power he had just unleashed was immense. But a look of concern clouded his. Henry, the reincarnated 8th Circle mage, now inhabiting the body of a commoner, stood before a strange phenomenon in the demon forest, a rapidly growing orb of water, pulsating with an unnatural energy. He observed, I guess it really is the spirit of water. It's getting bigger as it sucks the water in. The orb continued to expand, its luminescence intensifying, until it finally fractured, revealing a brilliant light within, from which a small, light blue dragon emerged, still encased in a fragment of its eggshell. Henry watched the creature with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. He questioned, what?
It's acting like a dog? The small dragon whimpered, seemingly lost and confused. Henry mused, a dog is born instead of a dragon.
The dragon, exhibiting unusual behavior for its kind, began to frantically search the ground.
It pawed at the earth, its small claws scrabbling.
Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself in the body of his namesake, a commoner with no magical talent. His quest for revenge against King Silver Jackson Edward led him to the treacherous demon forest, where he encountered a small, light blue dragon.
The creature held a glowing blue orb in its mouth.
It was, he realized, the essence of Mother Nature, pure and potent. Henry examined the orb, his mind racing. He surmised that this was the essence of ice, explaining why the nearby lake was perpetually frozen. Suddenly, the dragon reacted violently to Henry's presence, startling him.
The small dragon lunged forward. A surge of energy enveloped it, transforming its form. The dragon had absorbed the essence of ice, undergoing a rapid evolution. Henry watched, a thoughtful expression on his face.
He pondered the implications of this transformation.
Henry, pleased with the creature's evolution, decided to give it a name, Elegon.
Henry, the reincarnated 8th Circle mage, now inhabiting the body of a baronet's son, examines a small, dragon-like creature emerging from a pool of light.
He muses about its attributes. Henry's thoughts reveal that the creature's power is influenced by the venom he consumed, stronger than a typical poison. He senses 4 distinct attributes within the creature, which he names Elegon. These attributes are water, ice, poison, and an incredible healing power.
Henry, standing beside Elegon, declares that they will do their best.
Elegon responds with a cheerful sound. Henry and Elegon are by a lake. Henry is surprised to find the water warm. He realizes the entire lake is a hot spring.
A large fish swims in the hot spring. Henry decides against using the lake water, as he had planned, and resolves to find a new source. Henry, in his new body, remarked on the pleasant warmth of his room, noting its spaciousness and lack of humidity. He commented that it felt as warm as being under sunlight. 2 men, one carrying a wooden crate, worked diligently in a room, their expressions reflecting their exhaustion. Their task was clearly laborious.
A man in a teal cloak, Sir Henry, sat nearby, observing their efforts. He wiped his brow, sighing in relief as he declared his work with the loads was finally complete. The 2 men, relieved by the completion of their task, erupted into laughter, their earlier exhaustion forgotten.
Sir Henry, reflecting on his own fortunate circumstances, mused that were it not for his position, he would be in the same predicament as the 2 laborers. He silently pledged his loyalty to the man who had given him this opportunity. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself inhabiting the body of his namesake, a weak and talentless young man.
A hand reached out, gently touching his shoulder, startling him awake. 2 men, clearly surprised by his sudden appearance, stood before him. One of them stammered a question about his return. Henry, however, remained calm.
He casually explained that he hadn't used the door, implying his magical abilities. A small, blue dragon-like creature rested on his shoulder. The creature nuzzled against his neck, eliciting a gentle response from Henry.
The other man, witnessing this, reacted with shock and disbelief.
Henry simply asked why he was so surprised. Henry introduced the creature as Elegon, a top-class water spirit, albeit still weak due to its recent hatching. The scene shifted to a nighttime military encampment. A soldier stood before a figure of authority, saluting. The soldier stood before a superior officer, seated on a throne-like chair. The officer appeared to be reviewing a book. The soldier apologized for the mission's failure, taking full responsibility. The officer, however, was unimpressed and demanded an explanation. Henry Morris, in his new, weaker body, bore the marks of a recent struggle. A grim determination hardened his features as he began to explain the events to his superior. Despite lacking his former magical prowess, he had managed to overcome a formidable opponent. His superior questioned how this was possible.
Clearly perplexed by Henry's unexpected strength.
The implication was clear: Henry's actions defied the natural order of things. Meanwhile, a shadowy figure observed Henry's progress, noting the unusual circumstances surrounding his recent victory.
A decision was made to eliminate Henry before he became a greater threat.
The shadowy figure, his face partially obscured, revealed a cold, calculating gaze. The imposing manner of the Morris family stood against a backdrop of snow-capped mountains. It was a testament to their status as baronets, though the current generation seemed far from prosperous. Inside, an older man with silver hair urged a younger, brooding man to come outside. He held a letter in his hand, his expression one of grave concern.
The younger man, Henry Morris, looked at the letter with a mixture of apprehension and curiosity.
His eyes widening as he took in its contents. His initial confusion quickly turned to astonishment. Outside, Henry and several other individuals stood before a newly formed lake, its waters remarkably clear. A man with dark hair and a serious demeanor addressed the group. He explained that while investigating the lake, he discovered the terrain was volcanic in nature. He continued, attributing the creation of the lake to the help of a small, dragon-like creature he held in his hand. explaining that he had found a water vein and used it to create this clean source of drinking water. Henry Morris, in his new body, surveyed the scene. Several men huddled near a body of water, their faces etched with relief. He observed them, a faint smile playing on his lips. "It's really warm," one of them said. "We won't have to worry about drinking water or heating." He addressed them, his voice calm and reassuring. From now on, he declared, he would establish his own company to care for everyone. The men expressed their gratitude, their voices filled with heartfelt thanks. Their relief was palpable. Henry's thoughts turned to his next task. All that remained was to hand those men over to Count Eisen. He found Count Eisen waiting near a horse-drawn carriage, accompanied by another man. The scene was set against a backdrop of a snowy landscape. Count Eisen, seeing Henry approach, suggested that he hand over the men himself. Henry paused, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He questioned the Count's suggestion, wondering why he should do it instead of Eisen himself. Count Eisen simply stated his name, his tone implying a certain authority. Henry considered this, a thoughtful expression on his face. He was clearly weighing his options. Henry Morris, even in his new, weaker body, still harbored the burning resentment of a powerful Eighth Circle mage. His gaze was cold, his lips curled into a cruel smile as he mused on his future revenge against King Silver Jackson Edward. He approached a burly, bearded man, likely a mercenary captain, and requested assistance. The mercenary, initially hesitant, ultimately agreed to help. The mercenary readily accepted the offer, but Henry refused the payment initially offered for a million-strong mercenary group, instead proposing 2 favors in return. The mercenary, clearly surprised, readily agreed to this alternative arrangement. Intrigued, the mercenary eagerly awaited Henry's requests, promising to fulfill any demand. Henry's first request was for assistance in the future, a favor to be called upon when he needed the mercenary's power. The mercenary heartily agreed, finding the request reasonable and straightforward. Henry then revealed his second request, maintaining the secrecy of his visit to the exile village. The mercenary, taken aback by the mention of the exile village, showed clear signs of surprise and concern. Henry, in his new body, recounted his past actions to a man in a fur-lined coat. He explained that he had helped the people of a ravaged area with food and shelter. The man, a gruff figure with a beard, listened intently. He then made it clear that whatever they encountered on their journey together would remain confidential. He then produced a document, explaining that it was a prisoner transfer document, but functionally similar to a letter of recommendation. He handed the document to Henry, who accepted it with a grateful expression, murmuring his thanks. Elsewhere, a man barked orders to his subordinate, instructing him to gather all the thieves and scammers into a single carriage for immediate departure. The narration box introduced Eisen Shonan, a man from a long line of skilled combatants, whose power was only surpassed by his foolishness, as evidenced by his constant comparisons to the 2 past counts who are now marquises. 2 men, one with dark hair and a confident expression, the other older and more weathered, walked through a sun-dappled forest. The younger man, Eisen, had recently been elevated to the rank of Marquis, despite his youth and some reservations about his abilities. The older man voiced his concerns, hoping Eisen remained as foolish as before. Eisen, still mounted on his horse, rode with his entourage towards the Shonan Palace. One of his guards checked a small, sealed pouch nervously, and then, seemingly startled by something, shouted a warning to Eisen. The guard's warning continued, his voice laced with urgency as he gestured towards something unseen. Eisen, seemingly unfazed, remained impassive, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He mused to himself about the perceived loyalty of dogs to their owners. Approaching the Count Eisen house, Eisen and his entourage dismounted, the imposing structure looming before them. As they entered the courtyard, Eisen reassured his visibly nervous guard, who responded with an enthusiastic, albeit slightly frantic, affirmation. Henry Morris, in his new body, stood silently, his thoughts a whirlwind of uncertainty. He pondered his situation, his mind racing. Was he a baron, a mercenary, or perhaps an officer? The possibilities swirled in his mind, each one a potential path to his ultimate goal, revenge against King Silver Jackson Edward. A sinister figure, cloaked and watchful, observed Henry from the shadows. A cruel smile played on his lips as he issued a warning. The warning hung heavy in the air, a stark contrast to Henry's simmering rage. His eyes burned with a fierce determination, fueled by his past life and the injustice he had suffered. Henry's sharp retort cut through the air, a defiant challenge to those who underestimated him. He was not merely protecting the Count's gate, he was carving his own path to power. An enraged guard, wielding a spear, lunged at Henry, his fury evident in his stance and the shout that escaped his lips. With a swift, precise movement, Henry deflected the spear's attack and countered with a devastating blow of his own. The impact of Henry's attack shattered the guard's chainmail, a testament to his raw power. Henry, in his new body, faced a lone guard. He effortlessly deflected the guard's clumsy attack, the impact sending a jolt through his arm. He winced, a slight grimace crossing his face. Henry scoffed internally, his thoughts revealing his disdain. How pathetic to let such a weakling stand guard. He turned away, his expression hardening. Henry walked confidently towards the palace, his back to 3 guards who watched him warily, unaware of the larger force massing behind them.
Suddenly, more guards emerged, surrounding Henry. He drew his sword, preparing for battle. A cold determination in his eyes. He declared he wouldn't kill them, only disarm them, and unleashed a wave of blue energy, slicing through their armor. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now stood amidst a scene of carnage. Several guards lay lifeless in the snow-covered plaza, their bodies scattered around him. 2 onlookers, their faces etched with shock and disbelief, watched from a distance. One of them whispered, questioning what they had just witnessed. The other, recognizing Henry, wondered aloud if he was the S-class mercenary they'd heard rumors of. One of the onlookers, clearly shaken, lamented that their own million-strong mercenary group was only ranked B-class. A representative of the Million Mercenary Group approached, offering his services and business card. A surge of magical energy erupted from Henry, startling the mercenary representative. He unleashed a powerful blast of magic, shattering the ground around him. The raw power was undeniable. The onlookers watched in stunned silence as the full extent of Henry's power became clear. A nearby building crumbled under the force of the blast. Suddenly, a new figure appeared, Vatican, the security chief, roaring in anger and demanding to know Henry's identity. The scene ended with Vatican's furious question hanging in the air, leaving the reader to wonder what will happen next. Henry Morris, in his new body, stood before a gatekeeper. He asked if the gatekeeper was in charge. The gatekeeper's heavy boots thudded on the stone as he approached. Henry and the gatekeeper, a stern-faced man in armor, stood facing each other in a courtyard. The gatekeeper questioned Henry's authority. Henry responded with a simple, yet defiant, "What if I am?" Henry stated his purpose: he had come to meet the Count. The gatekeeper scoffed, asserting that the Count was not someone Henry could simply meet. He emphasized the Count's unapproachable nature. Henry, unfazed, produced a letter. He questioned whether even a recommendation letter with the Imperial Army's seal would be enough to gain access. The gatekeeper, intrigued, told Henry to look closely at the letter. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself in the body of his namesake, a commoner with no magical talent. His face, contorted in a silent scream, reflected the shock of his unexpected rebirth. He stood beside a gruff-looking man, his expression a mixture of annoyance and resignation. The man, clearly in charge, muttered something about easily working things out. The scene shifted to reveal a grand palace, its manicured gardens a stark contrast to the grim reality of Henry's situation. 3 figures on horseback rode along a cobblestone path, their destination clearly the palace. The air hummed with unspoken tension. The camera focused on a tranquil fountain, its waters cascading gently, a picture of serenity amidst the brewing storm. One of the riders, the same man from the previous scene, observed the palace with a critical eye. He thought about the man's tendency to show off, regardless of the situation. The majestic palace loomed large, a symbol of power and corruption. The 3 riders approached the palace gates, their journey nearing its end. They arrived at the imposing entrance. The man in charge instructed his companions to wait. Henry Morris, in the body of his namesake, stood before a grand mansion with a servant. The servant remarked that while the castle was large, the mansion seemed rather small for a great house. Henry, however, smirked, a glint in his eyes, suggesting that this was merely the drawing room. The servant, taken aback, questioned if Henry meant the entire building. To which Henry simply replied that the Count was unlike others. As they entered the mansion, Henry subtly checked a blue band around his wrist. He then asked his servant if Elegon was present. As they walked towards a waiting carriage, Henry's expression turned pensive. His gaze lingered on the carriage, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The scene opens with a close-up of a polished boot, the wearer's leg obscured from view. The image suggests a moment of action, perhaps a swift movement or a sudden stop, followed by a wider shot revealing a confrontation between a stern-looking man in military attire and a younger man, seemingly a subordinate. The older man scoffs, his words dripping with disdain. He finds the younger man's confidence unwarranted, merely the arrogance of someone wielding a letter of authority from the Imperial Army. The younger man, Henry, stands defiantly, his posture betraying no fear. He is dressed in dark, almost somber clothing, a stark contrast to the older soldier's more formal uniform. The tension between them is palpable. As the older soldier's anger boils over, he bellows a question, his voice laced with fury. Does the younger man even know the soldier he has just defied? Henry's face is shown in profile, his expression unreadable. His thoughts are his own, a quiet contemplation of the situation, a weighing of his options. A moment of internal reflection. He considers the possibility of a peaceful resolution, but the soldier's aggression leaves him no choice. Henry's expression shifts, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. He justifies his actions. The soldier's aggression left him no alternative but to resort to force. The older soldier's outburst is shown, his face contorted in rage. He unleashes a furious accusation, calling Henry a bastard for his actions. And the scene shifts to show the older soldier reporting the incident to a superior, a man who laughs uproariously at the news. The younger man's defiance has only amused the higher-ups. Henry, in his new body, sat across from a man, his expression unreadable. He had just been told that his actions were seen as brave, a statement that seemed to amuse him.
The scene shifted to a grand hall where a baron, flanked by 2 guards, awaited Henry.
He expressed his pleasure at finally meeting someone he liked.
The 3 of them settled into plush armchairs, teacups in hand, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Henry internally mused about the baron's wasteful spending habits, questioning whether he should try to appease him. The baron complimented Henry's refined palate, confirming the rumors he'd heard. Henry expressed surprise at the quality of the tea, prompting the baron to chuckle, revealing that he'd known all along that Henry was someone special, someone like himself.
Henry, inwardly amused, simply commented that the baron was a fool.
He then revealed his true reason for being there. Henry Morris, in his new life as the son of a baronet, sat before a stern-faced older man. A hint of a smirk played on Henry's lips, a stark contrast to the older man's skeptical expression.
The older man questioned him, his voice laced with doubt. "A sword?" Henry simply replied, "Yes." The older man, seemingly unimpressed, revealed the true nature of the sword, a recommendation letter. Intrigued, the older man pondered the implications of this letter, wondering aloud if it meant the Viper Knights had been defeated. He then questioned Henry, his voice sharp with disbelief, "By you alone?" Henry confidently affirmed, "Yes, sir." The older man, impressed by Henry's skill, commented on his bravery and the unusual circumstances of his victory. Henry, however, deflected the praise, stating that the man was being too kind. Henry's thoughts turned to the implications of revealing his true strength. He realized that a subtle approach would be necessary to avoid unwanted attention. A worried expression etched itself onto the face of an older man, his brow furrowed in deep thought. A single bead of sweat trickled down his temple. Henry, a young man with dark hair and a thoughtful gaze, sat pensively. He mused to himself, questioning the nature of alliances and enemies. His thoughts drifted back to his time at Fort Caliburn, where he came to a profound realization: there are no eternal enemies. The older man, seemingly unimpressed, scoffed at Henry's words, yet a flicker of intrigue shone in his eyes. Henry, however, remained confident in his assessment, certain of his position. The older man, leaning back in his chair, casually inquired about Henry's name. Henry's expression shifted subtly, a hint of something hidden behind his calm exterior. With a deep breath, Henry revealed his true identity, a name that carried weight and a history of power. The image of Henry Morris, a powerful 8th Circle mage, flashed before the older man's eyes, a stark contrast to the young man sitting before him. The revelation hung heavy in the air. Henry Morris, in his new life as the son of a baronet, felt a surge of anger. His eyes widened, and a gasp escaped his lips as he was overcome with a sudden, intense memory of his past life. He was the 8th Circle mage, unjustly executed by King Silver Jackson Edward. The memory was so vivid, so real, that it left him breathless. A sinister smile played on the lips of a young man with dark blue hair, standing before an imposing double door. This was Henry, outwardly calm but inwardly seething with a desire for vengeance. An older man, his face etched with worry, sat across from him. He dismissed Henry's intense gaze with a dismissive wave of his hand, muttering that it was nothing. A dark aura emanated from Henry as he declared that this was enough. The purple energy crackled around him, a stark contrast to the opulent surroundings. His eyes gleamed with a cold determination. He had declared war on his enemies in his previous life, and he would finish what he started. The dark energy intensified, engulfing him completely. The scene opens in a lavishly decorated room, where a young man with dark blue hair sits, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muses to himself, "Henry Morris, ha." An older man, seated across from him in a regal chair, observes him with a knowing look. He remarks, "That's pretty creepy for a coincidence." The young man, Henry, responds, his voice laced with a hint of apology, "For surprising you, it wasn't my intention." Henry's face brightens into a wry smile as he explains. "I often experience troublesome situations because of my name." The older man, clearly intrigued, presses further, "By the way, why are you offering this?" Henry, maintaining his composure, explains his background. "However, I am just a man who's still got a long way to go in this world. I am a baron and served at Fort Caliburn." My senses became sharp. The older man, suspicious but curious, questions Henry's motives. "So you made the offer to bunt first to catch my interest?" A seasoned nobleman, his face etched with years of experience, sat across from a younger man with striking blue hair. The nobleman's gaze was sharp, his expression one of suspicion. He voiced his unease, noting that the younger man seemed too perfect, his presence causing a prickling unease. The younger man, seemingly unfazed by the nobleman's scrutiny, responded with a polite but firm statement. He expressed his appreciation for the nobleman's presence, but also subtly warned him against causing any embarrassment to Aubert before his majesty. The nobleman, however, remained unconvinced. His suspicion only deepened, as he internally plotted to subtly dismiss the young man after a show of courtesy. The younger man, whose name is Henry Morris, respectfully agreed to the nobleman's words. The nobleman, despite his reservations, made a decision based on instinct rather than logic, a fact that surprised even himself. Henry, observing the nobleman's reaction, internally noted the discomfort his presence caused. He decided to end the meeting early, anticipating further complications. After Ban arrived in Vivaldi, he acted as Henry requested, handing over the management to Hars. With everything concluded as Henry had requested, Ban immediately returned to Vivaldi. Two men conversed.
One, a man in a fine coat and top hat, inquired about Henry's whereabouts, wondering if he had embarked on a mission to Salgera. The armored man confirmed Henry's departure for Salgera. The man in the coat assured his companion that he would make the necessary preparations. Henry, mounted on horseback, journeyed through a forest.
He drank from a flask.
A special recovery medicine provided by the temple, easing the fatigue of his travels.
Refreshed, Henry declared it was time to proceed to Salgera.
Henry arrived at Salgera, where he encountered two men in the courtyard of a grand castle. Count Eisen, a man of imposing stature and stern countenance, stood before someone, his expression a mixture of annoyance and suspicion.
He seemed to be waiting for an explanation.
Meanwhile, Henry Morris, in his new body, held a single gold coin aloft, a smirk playing on his lips. The coin gleamed brightly in the winter sunlight.
He then subtly slipped the coin into Count Eisen's pocket. A gesture that went unnoticed by the Count at first. Henry casually remarked that it was a tip.
Count Eisen, however, quickly realized what had happened. His face contorted in a mixture of anger and disbelief. His fury intensified as he recalled the source of the gold, a mere nip from his own treasury.
He felt utterly betrayed. He seethed, calling Henry that arrogant bastard, for his audacity.
Henry, meanwhile, was already leaving the scene, casually walking away from a mountain of gold and jewels in Count Eisen's treasury. Henry, seemingly unfazed, offered a final comment about the dangers of overreading before disappearing from view. Under the cloak of a moonless night, three crows took flight, their silhouettes stark against the inky canvas of the sky. Within the imperial palace, a guard meticulously lit a torch, his face obscured by his helmet. The heads of the 6 great houses possessed the authority to convene a meeting. But in an emergency, only the emperor and grand dukes could refuse the summons.
However, one compelling reason would ensure the emperor's attendance, an accusation of treason.
The panel shows 3 figures, presumably members of the great houses, seated and awaiting the start of the meeting. 3 more members of the great houses joined the assembly, their expressions grim. King Silver Jackson Edward sat upon his throne, awaiting the accusations against a certain someone. A high-ranking officer, his face etched with seriousness, sat at a large table.
He announced his intention to explain the reason for the summons, and then called for someone to enter the room. A heavy wooden door creaked open, revealing a group of bound prisoners led into the room by guards.
2 young men, their faces bruised and bloodied, were brought before the assembled council. They were bound tightly with rope.
A brutal blow landed on one of them,
as a council member requested permission to present the bodies of the Viper Knights as crucial evidence in the accusation.
The officer, visibly agitated, clenched his fist.
King Silver Jackson Edward, seated on his throne, heard the mention of the Viper Knights and his expression turned thoughtful. Guards carried a shrouded body from the opulent palace, their grim expressions reflecting the gravity of the situation. 3 bound prisoners watched silently as the body was carried past, their faces etched with fear and resignation. A sinister smile stretched across the face of King Silver Jackson Edward as he witnessed the scene from a distance. A cold satisfaction filled his eyes. Meanwhile, a tense exchange unfolded between the king and one of his advisors. The advisor's expression was one of nervous anticipation. The advisor explained to the king, "Your Highness, the reason I called for this accusation is because..." The king, his face contorted in a sneer, listened intently as the advisor continued, "One of the 6 great houses has not only violated your majesty's order, but also wasted national power by using the imperial knights as he wished." The advisor's words fueled the king's rage, his face reddening with fury. 3 noblemen watched in horror as the king's fury escalated. Their fear was palpable. King Silver Jackson Edward, the ruler of Eurasia, sat upon his throne, his face contorted in a furious grimace. His voice boomed through the throne room, a threat echoing in the opulent chamber, "Who dares to disobey me and let one of the imperial knights get killed?" The king's council sat around a long, dark table, their expressions a mixture of fear and apprehension. Before them lay a shrouded form, the silent testament to the king's wrath. A stark reminder of the consequences of defiance. The narration box identified the king as Eurasia's emperor, Silver Jackson Edward. The king's face was a mask of anger, his eyes narrowed. A narration box described him as an incompetent and foolish emperor, yet the only emperor in the world. Another narration box continued, emphasizing the danger of a simple-minded person holding power. No one knows who will suffer the consequences of their actions. The image showed a bloody sword, a symbol of the king's ruthless power. A blind sword, the narration box declared, is always the scariest. A figure in the background whispered, "It is him." A man in a fur-trimmed cloak turned, his face obscured by shadow. He pointed accusingly at a man seated at the table. The Marquis Aubert of the Crimson family. Fear was evident on Aubert's face as he realized he was the target of the accusation. The Crimson family was renowned for producing resourceful individuals, such as tacticians and soldiers. An aged man with long, silver hair sat amidst a scattered chessboard, 2 swords, and an open book, his back to the viewer. He seemed lost in thought, contemplating the scene before him. Meanwhile, Marquis Aubert, a skilled man who had presented many policies to Henry in his previous life, was shown in a separate panel. King Silver Jackson Edward, his face etched with suspicion, questioned Marquis Aubert about the truth of a matter. Marquis Aubert, his expression grim, revealed that Salmora and Monk's reports were delayed, explaining the situation.
A commanding officer barked an order to his subordinates to strip the clothes from the corpses. The soldiers obeyed, swiftly removing the clothing from the deceased.
A trident-like tattoo was revealed on the arm of one of the corpses. A sinister chuckle escaped the lips of a man, his face partially obscured by shadow. He addressed someone named Aubert, confident in his words. There was no way out, he declared, given the evidence against him. The scene shifted to reveal King Silver Jackson Edward, his face contorted in a cruel smirk. His eyes gleamed with malicious intent. A man approached the throne, his voice carrying a serious accusation. Marquis Aubert, he announced, had been embezzling vital supplies intended for the outcasts of Salgera for over a year. The image showed a crate of meager supplies, highlighting the severity of Aubert's crime. Aubert, it was revealed, had hired commoners to pretend to deliver the supplies while secretly diverting them. The accuser continued, his voice rising in anger. Aubert had colluded with the Viper Knights, who, disguised as thieves, looted the supplies. The king's fury was palpable as he learned of Aubert's betrayal and the deception. An accusation echoed through the court. Henry Morris, a powerful Eighth Circle mage, was not only a traitor but also responsible for the deaths of innocent subjects. Further fueling the charges, it was revealed that Morris had embezzled funds from the national treasury for his personal gain. King Silver Jackson Edward, enraged by the betrayal and the loss of life, glared at the accused mage. A grim-faced guard stood silently beside him, sword at the ready. The guard, obeying the king's unspoken command, moved to execute the sentence. With a swift, brutal motion, the blade fell, ending Henry Morris's life, or so it seemed. King Silver Jackson Edward, a man whose face was a mask of cruel authority, sat upon his throne. His eyes, narrowed in fury, reflected the dark power he wielded. The king roared his fury at Aubert, calling him a fool. Aubert, a man of refined appearance, stood before the king, his face contorted in a mixture of fear and defiance. The king's rage was palpable, a storm of violent energy threatening to consume them both. Aubert's defiance was short-lived. The king's attack was swift and brutal, leaving Aubert bleeding profusely from a deep wound across his mouth. Aubert, weakened but still alive, clutched at the blade that had nearly ended his life, his fingers stained crimson. The king's expression was one of cold satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with triumph. The king, his voice dripping with contempt, addressed Aubert once more, questioning his audacity in disobeying him. His face contorted in a mask of rage, the king's fury intensified. King Silver Jackson Edward, a cruel and corrupt monarch, smirked, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. He declared, "This is the end." A statement that echoed the grim fate awaiting Henry Morris, the powerful Eighth Circle mage. A trembling executioner pleaded, "I couldn't help it, Your Highness." The blade fell, severing Henry's head. Blood spurted forth, staining the executioner's clothes. His eyes widened in horror. As King Edward, seemingly unfazed by the brutal act, casually remarked, "Currently, all the outcasts in Salgera are from rebellious families." Henry's lifeless eyes stared blankly, blood still trickling from his neck. He clutched the executioner's axe, a silent testament to the injustice he had suffered. "You say," the king continued, his voice dripping with cold indifference, "you have graced these traitors with generosity." The executioner, still shaken, watched as the king tossed the bloody axe aside. The king's words hung heavy in the air, "But I can't forgive them." A question that echoed the king's own inner turmoil. He looked at the fallen Henry, his expression a mixture of regret and cold resolve. "You can't forgive them?" The executioner, his face etched with a mixture of fear and sorrow, responded, "I still remember it like it was yesterday." Henry Morris, a powerful Eighth Circle mage, found himself in a desperate situation. Blood stained his once pristine attire as he pleaded for his life, bargaining with the corrupt King Silver Jackson Edward. King Silver Jackson Edward, adorned in his regal attire, stood in his throne room, listening intently to an advisor. His expression was one of cold calculation. The advisor, an elderly man with a long white beard, calmly sipped from a goblet, seemingly unfazed by the gravity of the situation. King Silver Jackson Edward's face hardened, his eyes narrowed in a steely gaze. His decision was made. Despite the blood flowing from his neck, Henry Morris, defiant to the end, proclaimed his actions were for the king's honor. The king, however, remained unmoved, coldly sentencing him for violating imperial orders. A moment of silence hung heavy in the air as the executioner, a grim-faced man in blue, prepared for the beheading. Aubert, a man of high rank, watched from the sidelines. Aubert's face was a mask of barely contained fury as he watched the events unfold before him. A voice, smooth and chilling, echoed in the throne room. It was a compliment, yet laced with a sinister undertone, "Your acting never ceases to amaze me." The voice belonged to King Silver Jackson Edward, his gaze fixed on the prone figure before him. The king continued, his words dripping with disdain, "Aubert, who almost became a lawbreaker for violating the imperial order and wasting national power, was now, before anyone knew it, a loyal servant who only thinks of what is best for the emperor.
Marquis Aubert, his face pale and bearing a fresh wound, looked up. King Silver Jackson Edward loomed over him, his expression a mask of cruel amusement. The king's voice boomed, filled with barely contained rage. Marquis Aubert, I was a fool. I didn't know that and just... Aubert's mouth was bloodied, his expression one of grim determination. He had been betrayed, his loyalty twisted into a weapon against him. King Silver Jackson Edward's smile widened, revealing a chilling satisfaction. His eyes gleamed with malicious intent. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself in the unfamiliar body of a baronet's son, the same name but a vastly different life. He sat alone by a campfire in the demon forest, the flames mirroring the burning rage within him. He couldn't shake a persistent feeling of unease. A cold dread that clung to him like the forest's shadows. His thoughts turned to King Silver Jackson Edward, the corrupt monarch responsible for his unjust execution. He vowed revenge, a burning desire to make the king pay for his treachery. Suddenly, a voice, seemingly from nowhere, spoke, clever. A white cat with mismatched eyes materialized beside the fire. Yes, master, it purred, its tone respectful. Henry instructed the cat, go to the treasury we stopped by earlier and take everything. The cat, seemingly understanding, responded, yes, master. I understand. The cat vanished into the night, leaving Henry alone with his thoughts and his plan for revenge. A wisp of magical energy flickered in the demon forest, under the watchful gaze of a full moon. Henry, the reincarnated 8th Circle mage, now in the body of a baronet's son, reclined lazily against a tree. He was casually dressed in dark clothing, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, spoke of Eisen and the consequences of his actions. The implication was clear, Eisen's treasury, once an impregnable fortress, had been emptied of its gold. A white cat, seemingly Henry's companion, appeared, announcing its return with a playful meow. Henry praised the cat for its good work, the two sharing a moment of quiet companionship before resuming their journey. Henry mused on the significant amount of gold they had acquired, tens of thousands of gold pieces, enough to make their return to Vivaldi a success. A successful heist that would leave Eisen furious. Henry and his cat approached a checkpoint, guarded by soldiers. A tense atmosphere hung in the air as they were met with wary eyes. A lone guard stood watch, spear in hand, his gaze sweeping across the snow-covered landscape. He was positioned before a formidable mountain pass, the wind whipping at his cloak. As a mounted knight approached. The knight, clad in sturdy armor, rode a dark brown steed, his expression grim and serious. He reined in his horse, halting before the guard, who immediately noticed a golden card in the knight's possession. The card was ornate, bearing intricate designs and radiating an aura of authority, causing the guard's eyes to widen in surprise. He recognized the symbol, only high-ranking nobles or officials from the imperial palace possessed such an item. A golden ID card meant this was no ordinary traveler. The guard, awestruck by the knight's status, immediately pledged his service. He would inform his superior officer of the visitor's arrival. Meanwhile, inside a nearby building, a high-ranking official sat comfortably, his expression one of mild curiosity. He had been alerted to the arrival of a visitor, and was now waiting to see who it was. He watched as the knight dismounted his horse, a large bundle on its back, revealing the knight's identity to be the same one who had previously been seen at the gate. A confident smirk played on his lips. The official's curiosity turned to amusement as he recognized the knight. He chuckled, anticipating the events to unfold. Two figures, a stout, bearded man and a more slender, light-haired man in armor, met amidst a snowy mountain pass. The armored man greeted the other warmly, remarking on the length of their separation. He explained that his visit concerned business with a mercenary group. The bearded man, intrigued, inquired if this business involved Sir Henry. The armored man confirmed his involvement, revealing himself as the second-in-command of Sir Henry's mercenary group. The bearded man, surprised, questioned if Sir Henry was the leader of the mercenary group. His astonishment grew, concluding that Sir Henry was no ordinary man. He then invited the armored man inside, stating he had much to discuss regarding Sir Henry. A narration box explained that although the war was over and the continent unified, the army remained a necessity. To improve efficiency, the Empire initiated a comprehensive education program for its workforce. This led to the establishment of numerous academies, including the prestigious Swordsman Academy, as official imperial institutions. Many individuals dedicated themselves to honing their skills, not merely for survival, but to fulfill their aspirations. Consequently, the Empire entered a golden age of unprecedented power, as depicted by a group of students in uniform, with a constant influx of talented individuals each year, further elevating the overall power level. Connier, a Viper Knight, explains that true power isn't solely defined by weapon proficiency, but by the skillful manipulation of aura, the inherent potential power within humans. Connier, the third unit leader of the Viper Knights, is introduced. Despite his youth, Connier is an elite knight. He advises someone to visit Salgera, prompting a question about the northern Salgera. A superior officer relayed urgent instructions to a subordinate. The mission was of utmost secrecy, demanding absolute discretion. He emphasized the need for secrecy, instructing the subordinate to proceed quietly and without alerting anyone. The superior officer, seated at a large table, continued his briefing. His expression was grim, his words heavy with unspoken implications. He assigned the entire 3rd unit to the mission, giving them a chilling order to eliminate everything living in Saljera. The subordinate's face contorted in a grimace of grim determination. The order was brutal, but he understood its necessity. He was instructed to begin the extermination at the Imperial checkpoint at the entrance, burning and killing everything in his path. The subordinate, his resolve unwavering, pledged his loyalty and obedience. He would not fail. He rode towards the Slan Gorge checkpoint, a grim determination etched on his face, ready to carry out his orders. A swirling vortex of icy blue energy crackled in the frigid night air, a stark contrast to the dark, snow-laden landscape. Then coalesced into the form of a sword, held aloft by a knight astride a dark steed. He was Henry Morris, reborn, his emerald eyes burning with a cold fury. He surveyed his army, a squadron of similarly clad knights, each wielding a glowing blue lance, ready to follow his command. A chilling declaration escaping his lips: kill everyone. With a battle cry, Henry charged, his magical blade leaving a trail of shimmering blue energy. The impact of his assault a blur of motion as he cut down his foes. A whirlwind of steel and magic, leaving a trail of fallen soldiers in his wake. A lone figure, astride a dark steed, cuts a swathe through a snowy battlefield. His sword, crackling with azure energy, leaves a trail of fallen soldiers in its wake. He shouts a chilling command, to kill everyone. The warrior continues his relentless assault, his movements a blur of deadly precision. Each strike felling multiple opponents with terrifying efficiency. The scene is one of brutal carnage, a whirlwind of steel and magic. The aftermath, a desolate landscape, blanketed in snow, punctuated by the bodies of the fallen. In the distance, a castle stands silhouetted against the moonlit sky. Inside a dimly lit tavern, 2 men sit at a table, one a burly, bearded man enjoying a large mug of ale, the other a more refined figure observing him. The burly man laughs heartily, his mug nearly overflowing, and urges his companion to try the explosion whiskey. The companion agrees to another toast. Suddenly, the refined man's eyes widen in shock. A flash of light erupts from his body. Inside a dimly lit tavern, a burly, bearded man with a balding head sat at a table, nursing a large mug of ale. He was dressed in a thick, fur-lined tunic, suggesting a cold climate. A portion of a figure in armor is visible in the background, suggesting the presence of others. The armored figure, seemingly a guard, announced the arrival of visitors, causing the bearded man to look up in mild surprise. He questioned the announcement, his expression a mixture of curiosity and slight apprehension. The guard, after a brief exchange, informed the man that he would be right back, drawing his sword as he prepared to leave. He turned and left the tavern, his sword sheathed at his back. Stepping outside, the guard found himself in a desolate, snowy landscape, the cold air biting at his exposed skin. A large, ominous moon hung in the sky. He sensed a powerful, malevolent energy emanating from beyond the hills, an energy that spoke of intense bloodlust. Estimating the number of approaching enemies, he grimly concluded that there were approximately 20. A look of grim determination settled on his face as he braced himself for the coming confrontation. The cold air filled his lungs, clearing his mind and sharpening his senses as he prepared for battle. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself in the body of a lowly baronet's son, his past life a distant memory. A grim determination hardened his features, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. He stood his ground, a lone figure amidst a swirling snowstorm. As the Viper's knights, their armor gleaming faintly in the dim light, charged towards him. He recognized them instantly, the king's elite guard. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he braced himself for the inevitable clash. His eyes narrowed, a fierce glint reflecting the approaching danger. Salmora, he thought, his voice a low growl, I can finally have my revenge on my past enemy. With a roar, he met their charge head-on, his sword a blur of motion. A brilliant flash of light erupting as steel clashed against steel. The force of the impact sending shockwaves through the snowy landscape. Despite being outnumbered, Henry fought with the skill and ferocity of a seasoned warrior, his movements precise and deadly. A lone figure on horseback surveys the scene from atop a snowy hill, a bloody battlefield spread out before him. He speaks, his voice carrying a chilling confidence, let's see your skills. He descends, moving with terrifying speed. A whirlwind of motion, a blur of steel, and a crimson trail mark his passage as he effortlessly dispatches several soldiers with swift, precise strikes. Each blow a deadly dance of power and precision. The air crackles with energy as he wields his blade with deadly grace. He pauses, his breath misting in the frigid air, as he surveys the carnage. The snow falls silently around him, blanketing the fallen soldiers. A man watches from afar, his face etched with disbelief. What was that? Is that Auror blade? He shakes his head, his voice filled with a dawning horror. No. There was definitely no Auror. His face contorts in a grimace of frustrated rage, tears welling in his eyes. The image of the massacre burns in his mind. A voice, filled with awe, breaks the silence. He's ridiculously strong. A gloved hand rises from the shadows, a single, ominous gesture. A knight, clad in dark green armor, scowled. He declared that they would overwhelm their opponent with superior technique. But the enemy had changed tactics, opting for a siege. Surrounded by a squadron of knights on horseback, each wielding a lightning-charged spear, the knight remained unfazed. He considered their choice. Not a bad one, he mused. Another man, with short, reddish-brown hair and a serious expression, observed the scene. He advised that if one recognizes the disparity in power, a skilled approach is necessary. But the knight countered that skill alone is insufficient. He then drew his sword, a surge of energy crackling around the blade. The energy intensified, illuminating the scene. And the knight's eyes burned with determination. A swirling vortex of dark crimson energy erupted from Henry's sword, the magical power crackling and threatening to consume everything in its path. The intense magical energy coalesced into a searing blade of light, slicing through the air with terrifying speed. Leaving Henry standing amidst the chaos, his face grim, his eyes burning with determination as he surveyed the scene. He had just defeated his opponent with a single, devastating blow. Suddenly, a dark shadow loomed over him. A rider, thrown from his horse, lay unconscious in the snow. As figure approached, revealing a squad of soldiers, their faces grim and their eyes fixed on Henry. One of them spoke, his voice laced with awe and fear. Henry's thoughts raced. He had never seen such a swift swordsmanship before. The speed and precision were unlike anything he'd ever witnessed. He wondered if it was a technique he'd only heard of in legends. He questioned the limitations of the technique, believing it to be restricted to targets directly in front of the wielder. But the sheer power displayed, sending his men flying with a single strike, defied his understanding. He wondered what kind of magic or skill it could be. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now finds himself in the body of his namesake, a weakling son of a baronet. Betrayed and executed by King Silver Jackson Edward, he is now on a path of revenge, beginning his journey in the treacherous demon forest. He observes a tense standoff in the snowy forest. A group of soldiers, clad in dark armor, face off against a lone figure on horseback, a young man with determined eyes. The young man's face is shown in close-up, his expression is one of grim determination. He is clearly facing a dangerous situation. His thoughts reveal his inner turmoil. He has always been called a genius swordsman, but now, facing this challenge, he knows he must fight. The young man, spurred by a desperate resolve, prepares for battle, a surge of energy emanating from him. A gruff voice cuts through the air. A man with a scarred face, watching from the shadows, comments on the young man's courage, impressed by his refusal to flee. The young man, clearly agitated, snaps back at the observer, demanding silence. He accuses the man of being one of the Vipers, a group associated with the treacherous Salmora, the snakehead. The scarred man, unfazed, reveals a sly smile, drawing his sword and preparing for a confrontation. He refers to himself as a snake, embracing the comparison. Henry Morris, in his new, weaker body, felt a surge of frustration. He had been the most powerful 8th Circle mage in the Empire, yet now he was nothing more than a baronet's son, stripped of his power. The words "can't become a dragon" echoed in his mind, a bitter reminder of his current limitations. A defiant glint appeared in his eyes. He would not be defeated. The thought "don't mess with me" solidified his resolve. His face contorted in a grimace, sweat beading on his brow as he struggled to control the raw power that still flickered within him. A dark, swirling energy began to emanate from him, a prelude to the magic he was determined to reclaim. Suddenly, Henry found himself astride a horse, a gleaming sword in his hand, confronting a heavily armored foe. The power he had felt moments before now flowed through him, channeled into his weapon. He lunged forward, his sword a blur of motion, striking with surprising speed and force. The impact sent shockwaves through the air as he cleaved through his opponent's defenses. His opponent, reeling from the blow, stumbled back, his armor cracked and his body weakened. Henry's sword blazed with an intense, crimson light, a testament to the power he was beginning to master once more. The power of an 8th Circle mage was returning. The aftermath of a brutal execution lay before two men. 3 bodies, shrouded in white, were scattered across the snow-covered ground. One of the men, a burly figure in furs, spoke to his companion, a knight in shining armor. The fur-clad man pointed to a tattoo on one of the corpses, a sword entwined with serpents. He mused that one of the targets had escaped, leaving these men to clean up the mess. The fur-clad man, whose name was revealed to be Sir Henry, continued his assessment of the situation. He noted that the Marquis Aubert would be the most anxious about this turn of events. His armored companion questioned Aubert's anxiety, concluding that the ideal outcome would be for Aubert to remain uninformed of the incomplete execution. Sir Henry then suggested sending the remaining men to Count Eisen as well. A man with a beard and tattoos on his arms spoke, suggesting that he could testify to having been threatened by individuals with snake tattoos. Another man, with short blonde hair, listened attentively and responded that it sounded like a good idea. He then stated that they would proceed accordingly. The bearded man warned that it might take a while, as he could only act after requesting backup from the capital. The blonde-haired man pondered this, a thoughtful expression on his face. He then suggested an alternative, taking the matter to Sir Henry. The bearded man, looking concerned, questioned the blonde-haired man's suggestion to involve Sir Henry again. The blonde-haired man argued that it would be more efficient to involve Sir Henry, given that he had already met Count Eisen. The bearded man, accepting the suggestion, agreed to prepare the carriage. The scene opens on a snowy landscape. A horse-drawn carriage, laden with goods, stands before a stone wall. Two figures, cloaked against the cold, stand nearby, their faces partially obscured. A few discarded white cloths lie on the ground, suggesting a recent event. Meanwhile, a knight, his face hardened with determination, sits astride a horse. He contemplates his next move, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. He wonders aloud if he should return to Vivaldi. He spurs his horse onward, the animal's powerful strides carrying him through the wintry landscape. The knight's journey continues. Following Henry Morris's beheading, the emperor, in a show of remorse, ordered the imperial palace's most skilled priest to heal Aubert. The extensive wound that had torn through his armpit was completely healed thanks to the priest's intervention. Aubert, now recovered, sat across from Eisen, his frustration evident. "Eisen, you annoying bastard," he began, "I can't believe I was fooled by a fool like him." Eisen, head bowed, responded with a simple, "I apologize, sir." His remorse was palpable, but Eisen's anger remained. Eisen poured wine, his movements precise and controlled. He then presented the wine to Aubert in a dog bowl. Aubert, taken aback, simply replied, "Yes, sir." Aubert, still confused, retorted, "What? You don't like it because it's a dog bowl?" A man, his face etched with worry and exhaustion, stood by a window. Beads of sweat dotted his brow, and his shoulders slumped under the weight of some unseen burden. He brought a hand to his mouth, his knuckles white as he bit down hard on his lip, suppressing a sob. Inside a lavishly decorated room, two men sat at a table. One, impeccably dressed in a fine suit, listened intently as the other, clad in military attire, delivered grim news: the 5th and 3rd units had been completely annihilated. The well-dressed man's eyes widened in shock as the full implication of the report sank in. Hiram's entire unit had been wiped out. The man in the suit, his face now a mask of grim determination, muttered to himself, suspecting Eisen's involvement and the extent of his planning. He then issued a command to Salmora, instructing him to hold off on any action regarding the Salgera supply problem for the time being. Instead, their focus would shift to Eisen, and all forces, except the knights, were to be mobilized. Elsewhere, a conversation unfolded between two individuals. One, a woman, questioned the absence of Sir Ban, while the other, a man, expressed confusion, unaware of Ban's journey to Salgera. Two men stood in a town square, their conversation hinting at a missed encounter. One, a younger man in dark attire, pondered the implications of this oversight. The other, older and wearing a top hat, seemed to be explaining the situation. The older man, unexpectedly, announced that 10 million gold would be responsible for delivering supplies to Salgera. The younger man, 10, reacted with surprise and confusion. He explained that the paint industry had been sustaining itself from these supplies. 10 then inquired about the future of the paint industry. The older man revealed that all other mercenaries and even the merchant had been killed. He then questioned whether it was acceptable for them to change things as they saw fit, given the Empire's trust in the mercenary guild. 10 firmly stated that it was not acceptable. He proposed establishing a company to meet the requirements. 10 continued, mentioning that they had been considering forming a company anyway. He pointed out the advantages: no need for carriages or employees. The older man added that the Salgera mission would be handled solely by Hegler. Elsewhere, a man offered a subspace pocket to a young girl, explaining its use for practicing horseback riding. The girl's expression showed surprise and delight. He emphasized that 10 was the only person he could trust with this task. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now in the body of a commoner, found himself in a tense meeting. He declared his intention to join the Mercenary Guild, while another individual instructed him to register with the Merchants Association and the Million Company, promising 10 million gold. Following the instructions, Henry headed towards the Mercenary Guild, a grand building that stood as a symbol of power and opportunity in this world. He entered the guild, where a man, seemingly the guildmaster, looked up in surprise at his arrival. The guildmaster questioned Henry's identity. Henry, his eyes blazing with a newfound intensity, confronted the guildmaster. He accused the man of knowing his true identity, a fact that was evident in the guildmaster's shocked expression. The guildmaster, visibly shaken, stammered in response, revealing that he knew about the paint industry, the supplier to Salgera. Henry's eyes widened in realization as the guildmaster's words confirmed his suspicions. The guildmaster, terrified, blurted out that he knew Henry's true identity. With a swift, decisive movement, Henry drew his sword and lunged towards the guildmaster, the blade flashing in the dim light of the room. The guildmaster, paralyzed by fear, begged for mercy, promising to reveal everything he knew. Henry, however, remained resolute. The guildmaster's confession revealed that the mercenary guards protecting the paint industry's supply missions had been systematically eliminated, 2 out of 3 times. A gloved hand, wielding a sword, is shown. The figure is partially obscured, but the intent is clear. A final question is about to be posed. A stern-faced man with dark hair and piercing blue eyes confronts a nervous, older man with a mustache. He accuses the older man of knowing the truth, a cold accusation hanging in the air. The older man, visibly shaken, only manages a meek apology. The younger man stands over the older man, sword at his side. The older man, still on his knees, explains that he thought everything was fine because no one had mentioned the issue. The younger man analyzes the situation, considering that if the older man had been forced to do this, higher-ups would have excused him. However, his reaction suggests laziness or a lack of initiative in investigating the matter. The younger man reveals that the paint industry has been destroyed and that the 10 million gold company will now take charge. The older man explains that this was a decision made by the Merchants Association, not him, and that he is powerless to change it. The younger man, however, is not convinced. He points out that power often supersedes laws, and he will handle the situation himself. The younger man, with a confident expression, is shown alone. He is clearly in control of the situation. The sun sets over a grand castle, casting long shadows. A young man with blonde hair, dressed in simple, dark clothing, stands alone, his expression unreadable. He seems to be observing the imposing structure from a distance. He approaches the castle cautiously. His nervousness is palpable, a bead of sweat trickles down his temple. He mutters to himself, recalling his instructions from Sir Salmora, and expressing his apprehension about the wizards within. He hesitates before a heavy wooden door, finally pushing it open. Inside, the young man surveys a dimly lit room, his thoughts turning to the necessity of healing his injured arm. He acknowledges the lack of other options. He reflects on the unusual nature of his current situation, questioning whether anyone would feel comfortable living in such a place. A piece of parchment and a quill pen rest on a table. Instructions are written on the parchment. Write down the name of the person you're looking for. The young man finds this a simple request. He picks up the quill and begins to write. An ancient tome lay open, its pages filled with arcane Draken-Lotic script, a language long forgotten by most. Henry Morris, in his new body, stood before a window, the setting sun casting a fiery glow across the landscape. A faint magical aura shimmered around him. He placed his hands on an ancient book, and a surge of blue energy erupted from its pages. The energy spiraling outwards in a vibrant arc towards a distant manor house. The energy formed a protective barrier, a call list, shielding him from unwanted attention. Henry watched the energy flow, a look of determination hardening his features. A powerful magical sigil appeared, swirling with blue light, as Henry focused his will. A satisfied smirk played on his lips as the magic responded to his command. Henry Morris, in his new, weaker body, stood before a shimmering, azure portal. He muttered to himself, recognizing the magical gateway. A surge of power erupted from the portal, its energy swirling around him. A sinister grin spread across the face of a man watching from the shadows. As the magic intensified, threatening to consume Henry, he braced himself, preparing for whatever lay beyond. A young man with short brown hair, dressed in simple, dark clothing, stood before a tall figure cloaked in white. A faint, ethereal glow surrounded the younger man. The cloaked figure, his face partially obscured by shadow, narrowed his eyes and demanded to know the young man's identity. He responded calmly, extending a hand in greeting. Introducing himself as Hiram, leader of the Viper Knight's 5th unit. The cloaked figure, identified as Sir Draken, listened impassively. As Hiram explained that he had come seeking Draken's medical expertise for a wounded arm. Draken, showing a hint of curiosity, agreed to examine the injury. Hiram followed Draken, his gaze fixed on the enigmatic mage. A young woman with long dark hair, dressed in simple white robes, walked alongside a man in dark clothing. A question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable. Where were they headed? Their guide, a man with long dark hair and a sly smile, turned to look back at them. His expression hinted at a secret, a plan unfolding. The young woman's companion, a man with short brown hair, appeared anxious, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. They arrived at a grand hall, where the guide gestured towards a swirling vortex of dark energy. The man with brown hair watched, apprehension etched on his face. The guide, his smile unwavering, spoke of taking the injured man to a place where his arm could be treated. But the man with brown hair demanded to know the location before proceeding. His expression was one of suspicion and distrust. A sinister smile stretched across the face of a dark-haired man as he revealed a cryptic piece of information. It's the retrogression tower. Another man, with shorter, darker hair, reacted with confusion and disbelief. He questioned, where is this retrogression tower? Even at the palace I never heard of such a place. The dark-haired man, seemingly unfazed by the other's skepticism, pressed on, his tone laced with a hint of urgency. That arm, don't you want to fix it? The man with shorter hair, his face etched with concern, simply replied, of course I. The dark-haired man gestured towards a swirling, dark portal, beckoning the other to follow. He seemed to be leading him into some sort of ominous, magical realm. A decision weighed heavily on the shorter-haired man's mind. A single word escaped his lips, shit. He then contemplated his options. Do I have no choice but to follow him? As the shorter-haired man stepped through the portal, a dark, swirling energy enveloped him, transforming his appearance. The dark energy coalesced, revealing a more powerful, confident figure emerging from the other side. He emerged from the portal, leaving behind only a skull as a grim reminder of his transformation. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, found himself in an unfamiliar body. Beads of sweat trickled down his brow as he struggled to comprehend his situation. His eyes darted around, wide with a mixture of fear and confusion.
The memories of his past life, of his execution, flashed before him.
A chilling reminder of the injustice he had suffered. The image of countless bodies hanging from the ceiling, a macabre testament to King Silver Jackson Edward's cruelty, seared itself into his mind.
He stood in a dimly lit room, surrounded by the tools of dark magic, a grim determination hardening his gaze.
This was not the life he wanted, but it was the life he had to live.
A sudden jolt of energy coursed through him. A surge of power that left him breathless. His heart pounded in his chest as he realized the extent of his predicament. A sign appeared, proclaiming, "Welcome to the Retrogression Tower." The tower was a gruesome place, filled with the corpses of those who had failed. A sinister figure, clad in white, greeted him with open arms. Henry's jaw clenched, his eyes burning with a fierce determination. He would not be another victim. A swirling vortex of dark energy erupted from the depths of the demon forest. Its tendrils reaching out like grasping claws, ensnaring Henry Morris within its malevolent embrace. His face contorted in a grimace of exertion as he struggled against the overwhelming power.
A guttural scream ripped from his throat as the dark energy intensified.
Later, Henry arrived at Ten's mansion, a grand estate nestled amidst rolling hills. A carriage pulled up to the imposing gates, a servant waiting to receive him. He was greeted by Ten, a man whose face held a mixture of curiosity and anticipation. "You're here." Ten continued, "We may have crossed paths before, but I've heard the details from Sir Bunt."
Henry responded calmly, "I thought you would. Then I won't need to explain." Ten's expression shifted slightly. He mused, "I never thought they'd send a cleanup squad. Let's handle the bodies first."
Henry Morris, in his new body, lay amongst a pile of corpses. His companion, a grizzled soldier, surveyed the scene with grim determination. "I think we need to stop them from rotting first," the soldier stated, his voice heavy with the weight of the task. Henry, his expression thoughtful, considered the situation. He was still adjusting to his new reality, the power he once wielded now dormant within him. A faint blue glow emanated from his fingertips as he subtly channeled a fraction of his latent magical energy, a spark of the power he would reclaim. Two soldiers stood guard nearby, seemingly oblivious to the subtle display of magic. Later, Henry and the soldier stood together. The soldier expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for handling the squad in my stead," he said, his tone respectful. The soldier chuckled, seemingly unconcerned.
"Of the smell."
Henry, however, remained cautious. "Everything's fine since the squad is handled, right?" he asked, his voice laced with a hint of apprehension. The soldier reassured him, "Don't worry about it." A new character, a man with a stern expression, approached. "I heard that you went to Eisen," he stated, his tone implying suspicion.
Henry responded calmly, "Yes. He probably called an accusation meeting and shook things up a bit." Henry continued, expressing doubt. "I don't know, the opponent's Aubert, so will he be easily fooled by a knucklehead like Eisen?"
A gloved hand rested on a door, a subtle gesture of contemplation. The accompanying dialogue revealed a hesitant agreement. "I do agree with you, but..."
The speaker continued, voicing a concern, "It can worsen the relationship between Aubert and Eisen."
A man with dark hair and a thoughtful expression spoke, his words laced with a hint of malice, "And, thanks to you, I have another reason to throw a stone at Aubert once again."
The other man, Eisen, arms crossed, responded with a question laced with suspicion, "Then will you be leaving this to Eisen again?"
The dark-haired man, seemingly unfazed, countered with a pointed question, "You brought these to me with that in mind, right?" He explained his reasoning, a calculated plan unfolding. Since 2 units of the Viper Knights have been destroyed, Aubert will definitely try to figure out who's behind it.
Eisen, still wary, pressed for a solution. "Then what are we going to do?"
The dark-haired man offered a simple, yet cunning solution. "Well, it's easy. We'll give these bodies to Eisen once again and have him take all the blame." He continued, anticipating a potential complication. "If they find out that the resupply mission was a success, they'll learn of our mercenary group." Henry, in his new, weaker body, was urged to leave for Shonan immediately. His companion insisted on accompanying him this time. The panel shows Henry's companion, a man with short, light brown hair and a neatly trimmed beard, his expression serious yet reassuring. Henry, though apprehensive, agreed to the plan, acknowledging the inherent danger of his current appearance. Henry's companion suggested a solution to his problem, altering his appearance. Confused, Henry questioned the suggestion, prompting his companion to explain further. Introducing the concept of plastic surgery, a magical form of cosmetic alteration. A before and after image showcasing the transformative power of this magic was shown, highlighting its effectiveness and exclusivity to the wealthy.
Henry, intrigued by the possibility, considered the implications of altering his appearance.
His companion eagerly awaited his decision. With his appearance change underway, Henry requested a specific alteration to his nose as well. The moon hung like a silver sickle in the inky sky above a grand manor house, its windows glowing warmly against the backdrop of snow-capped mountains. Inside, Henry Morris, the former 8th Circle Mage, now inhabiting the body of a baronet's son, stood before a shimmering, golden light emanating from a mysterious object. The faint glow illuminating his anxious face as he struggled with the arcane energies. He let out a sigh of relief. Finally, the ritual was complete. A moment later, however, a flicker of doubt crossed his features. He announced that they were finished, but another person, lying on a nearby bed, expressed skepticism. The other man's incredulity was palpable as he witnessed the transformation of his own body. His shocked exclamation echoed the disbelief that washed over him as he saw the results of the ritual. Henry and Ban returned to the Count's estate, transporting the corpses of the Viper Knights. Using Clever's chest for transport. The wagon carrying the corpses rattled along the road. Arriving at the Count's manor, Henry greeted the guards with a wave. Ban, the swordmaster, appeared behind Henry, calmly asking if there was a problem. Henry and Ban had arrived to meet the Count. But the guards' worried expressions suggested otherwise. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now inhabited the body of a baronet's son, also named Henry Morris. His new companion, Baticum, observed his high spirits, noting the change in his appearance. They walked along a path. And Henry greeted Baticum, remarking on their long separation. Baticum, however, seemed apprehensive, questioning their next move. Henry, resolute, simply stated that their plan would proceed as before. With a confident stride, Henry and Baticum continued their journey. They approached a carriage. And Henry, seemingly unhurried, stepped onto the carriage's footrest. A powerful figure, clad in ornate, blue-trimmed armor, stood defiantly before a carriage. His face, weathered and stern, was etched with lines of authority and barely suppressed fury. His eyes, narrowed in suspicion, scanned his surroundings. A close-up revealed the intensity of his gaze, his eyes glowing with an inner fire. The weight of his unspoken thoughts hung heavy in the air. Meanwhile, a young man with short, dark blue hair observed the scene from a distance. His expression was one of thoughtful concern. He muttered to himself that things hadn't gone as planned. He then approached a grand manor, where he was greeted by the armored man from before. The young man stated it was an honor to be there. The armored man, clearly agitated, demanded to know the young man's purpose for being there. The young man calmly responded that he had brought evidence of the Viper Knight's misdeeds. The armored man's expression shifted, a mixture of surprise and suspicion clouding his features. He questioned the young man's identity, incredulous at the coincidence of their meeting. The young man explained that his mercenary group had unexpectedly encountered the Viper Knights. Further solidifying his claim, the young man presented a letter of recommendation from Chief Bunt. The scene opens with a dramatic close-up of a hand forcefully seizing a bloodied arm. The intensity of the moment is palpable, a struggle is clearly underway. The perspective shifts to a man in a fur-trimmed cloak, his face etched with disdain. He observes a document, muttering to himself, "What a fool. If it were Robert, he would have given me a big prize for it, Eisen." An older man, his face lined with age and authority, sits across from him, calmly stating, "I fully understand why you are doubting me." The younger man, Eisen, contemplates the situation, a troubled expression clouding his features. He thinks it may be because of the mistake I've made. Eisen questions aloud, "Mistake?" The older man continues, prompting Eisen's memory, "Do you remember the arm that was with the previous evidence?" Eisen responds, "Yes, I remember." He continues, piecing together the events, "At that time, I let the owner of that arm get away. He must have informed Aubert of this." Eisen deduces the reason behind Aubert's actions. That's why Aubert sent a cleanup squad to Salgera to try to destroy the evidence so that he wouldn't get caught. Eisen, now fully understanding the situation, confronts the older man with a pointed finger. "So you're telling me the ones you brought me are the cleanup squad?" A sly smile played on the lips of Henry Morris, the reborn 8th Circle mage, now inhabiting the body of a baronet's son. His eyes gleamed with a cold determination. He addressed his companion, a confident assurance in his tone, "I brought them to you to use as a sword once again." The other man responded, his words laced with a hint of bitterness, "Well, it's not because of him that the accusation meeting failed. It turned out that sneaky bastard Aubert was good at acting. It looks like I took it out on him." A grizzled, older man listened intently, his expression unreadable. His gaze was sharp, assessing the situation. "But this time, Aubert won't be able to do much, because they're not dressed as thieves, but as knights, which is solid evidence." Henry and the older man stood in a sun-drenched courtyard, their conversation continuing. The older man held a document in his hand. The older man's expression shifted subtly, a flicker of something akin to suspicion crossing his features. His smile widened, revealing sharp teeth. The older man, seemingly appeased, declared, "All right. I'll give you a reward once more." Henry Morris, in his new, weaker body, approached the king's representative. He confidently declared there was no longer any need for the usual gold and silver rewards. A knight, observing Henry's bold statement, mused that if Henry refused a reward, the proud Eisen would surely react. And indeed, Eisen's expression turned grim. Eisen sharply questioned Henry, incredulous at the rejection of his offer. Eisen, his face hardening, stood before Henry, his power subtly emanating from him. Henry, undeterred, calmly addressed Eisen as "Your Excellency." Henry explained that he had a more meaningful request than mere wealth. Eisen, intrigued by this unexpected turn, listened intently as Henry continued. Eisen, a smirk playing on his lips, prepared to hear Henry's unusual request. King Silver Jackson Edward, in full royal regalia, stood before a young man.
His expression was one of detached curiosity, his words a casual invitation. "All right, let me hear you out." The young man, Henry Morris, his face etched with determination, responded, "His request a matter of life or death, that request is my life." The king's gaze sharpened. He listened intently as Henry continued. Henry's voice was low, laced with a palpable fear. "Sir, I am afraid of Marquis Aubert." The king's brow furrowed in confusion. "What do you mean?" Henry's expression was grim as he explained, "Unlike before, this time I knew they were the royal knights, and yet I still swung my sword." A third man, seemingly amused, observed the scene. He commented dryly, "Would you look at those acting skills?" The king, his curiosity piqued, pressed further, "So? Are you scared that you'll get arrested or something?" Henry's anxiety was evident as he gestured wildly, his question hanging heavy in the air. What would happen to me if Aubert knew of this? Henry Morris, in his new body, reflected on the events that led to his death. He realized the possibility of his demise was not entirely unexpected. A baronet, seemingly loyal to the king, vowed to take full responsibility for Henry's safety and protect his life. He then presented Henry with the family heirloom. It was the Shonan family badge, a symbol of their lineage. The baronet explained that wearing the badge would offer Henry protection from official harm. Henry, surprised by this unexpected gift, expressed his gratitude. Despite this newfound protection, Henry knew King Silver Jackson Edward would likely send an assassin after him. The baronet, observing Henry's pensive expression, seemed to share his concerns. Henry, however, seemed to have a plan forming in his mind. A grizzled, older man with a neatly trimmed gray beard and a fur-trimmed blue cloak, questioned, "Show off? How?" He held a golden emblem, suggesting a plan was afoot. The man continued, explaining, "You could call another accusation meeting with what I brought." However, the plan was more devious than it seemed. The older man stated, "However, this time, you will deliberately leak information to the Marquis." And the consequences were dire. The younger man, with dark hair and intense eyes, asked, "And? Then what?" The older man explained the next step of the plan. After obtaining the information, the Marquis will do anything in his power to prevent the meeting from happening. This would lead to a confrontation. He continued, "Right then, you will provoke him to try and take the bodies away from you with force if he can." The younger man smirked, confident in his abilities. The older man laid out his reasoning. "Marquis Aubert is well known as a tactician, but not so much for his power, don't you agree?" The two men stared each other down, a silent understanding passing between them. A sinister smile stretched across the face of an aged man, his eyes gleaming with a wicked light. He enthusiastically exclaimed that it was a great idea, his fists clenched in triumph. He chuckled, addressing someone named Aubert, revealing his plan to unleash his pent-up anger. The man, seemingly pleased, addressed a younger man named Henry, almost failing to recognize him, praising him as a jewel. He then vehemently declared that he, Aizen Shonan, does not give such praise to just anyone. Aizen Shonan, clad in shining armor, stood proudly, his hands resting on his hips. Henry, a subtle smile playing on his lips, addressed Aizen Shonan as Your Excellency. Henry and another young man stood together, their expressions unreadable, as the scene concluded. A man, his face partially obscured by shadow, addressed someone unseen. He spoke with a subtle, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. Then, he politely requested permission to speak further. The scene shifted to reveal a courtyard. A young man with dark hair and a serious expression stood before a king, flanked by a knight. He confidently declared his intention to handle the situation, prompting the king to question his confidence, given the young man's previous encounters with a powerful enemy. The young man, undeterred, assured the king that he would restore the king's honor, leading the king to give his approval. The king roared his approval, urging the young man to prove himself. The young man expressed his gratitude to the king before departing. The scene opens on an office, marked by a sign reading KMLL. Marquis Aubert, a man of distinguished bearing with silver hair, approaches the office door, his hand reaching for the handle. Wondering why he was summoned, he mutters to himself that everyone is busy preparing for the Count Aizen operation. He is informed that the summons comes from Salmora. The door creaks open, revealing a figure standing before a large window. A hand reaches for a plate on a nearby table and hurls it with surprising force, striking Marquis Aubert in the face. The plate shatters, leaving Aubert stunned and bleeding. The scene opens with a close-up of a pair of boots, stained with blood, standing over shattered pieces of a porcelain floor. A trail of blood droplets leads away from the scene. A man with a bloodied face appears, his expression a mixture of shock and fury. He demands, "You, what the hell are you doing?" The boots, still stained with blood, crush a letter into fragments on the floor. The man kneels amidst the scattered remains of the letter, his face etched with despair and confusion. He mutters to himself, "What's happening? What's gone wrong?" His face contorted in a grimace of disbelief as he examines the torn pieces of the letter. He reads the letter, his eyes widening in horror as he discovers its contents. The text reveals that the entire cleanup squad's bodies are with Aizen. The man, now visibly shaken, realizes the letter is a taunt. It's a message from Eisen, mocking him and preparing him for a second accusation. Eisen, a man with blonde hair and a cruel smirk, confronts the other man. He sneers, "If you've been using that sword all your damn life." The scene opens with a close-up on a man's chest, his attire suggesting a position of some authority. A speech bubble reveals a statement of rebuke. At the very least, he shouldn't have been made a fool of by Albert. Two men are engaged in a heated confrontation. One, older with graying hair, is being berated by the other, a younger man with blonde hair. The younger man angrily declares that he should have given the older man's title to someone else. The older man, his face bearing the marks of a recent beating, offers a mumbled apology. The younger man scoffs, incredulous that the apology is all he received. He questions whether the older man was summoned merely to hear such a weak response. The younger man, his face contorted in anger, orders the older man to go to Eisen immediately and collect the bodies of his men. The older man stands silently, his back to the younger man, seemingly resigned to his fate. The younger man's face is a mask of fury as he repeats his order, emphasizing the urgency of the task. The older man, still silent, begins to leave. The younger man explains his urgency. This is the older man's last chance. The older man walks away from the opulent interior, towards a courtyard where several bodies lie impaled on stakes. The scene is grim and foreboding. A man of distinguished bearing, clad in military attire, stood with a pensive expression. His silver hair was neatly styled, and his face bore the marks of time and experience. A subtle frown etched itself onto his features as he seemed to be lost in thought. A servant approached the man, delivering a letter. He accepted it with a curt nod, his expression unchanged, and proceeded to read the message. His eyes scanned the words, his brow furrowing slightly as he absorbed the contents. A sudden, sharp intake of breath escaped him as he crumpled the letter in his hand. His face contorted in a mixture of shock and fury. His eyes burned with a fierce intensity, his jaw clenched tight. A vein pulsed visibly in his temple. He let out a furious roar, the name Eisen a venomous curse on his lips. In a lavishly decorated room, two men conversed. One, with blonde hair, asked about the letters, the other, dark-haired, confirmed their dispatch and expressed that all that remained was to wait. Henry Morris, in his new body, sat calmly, a smirk playing on his lips. He had just finished writing a letter, a carefully crafted provocation aimed at two powerful men, Albert and Salmora. Albert, his brow furrowed in concern, questioned whether Henry's actions would truly bring about the desired result. Henry explained his strategy, detailing how he had subtly goaded Albert with a show of decorum, while employing a more vulgar approach with Salmora, confident that their prideful natures would guarantee a reaction. Albert, still apprehensive, inquired about their next steps. Henry, his eyes gleaming with determination, crumpled the letter in his fist, a surge of power radiating from him. He declared that their first target would be Salmora. His icy gaze intensified, reflecting the cold resolve within. Albert voiced his concerns about underestimating Salmora's strength, questioning their ability to handle him. Henry Morris, in his new body, sat across from a blonde man. He clutched a crumpled piece of paper, his expression unreadable. The blonde man spoke, his tone suggesting a plan was already in motion. He implied Henry's recent plastic surgery was part of a larger scheme. The blonde man continued, confirming that Henry was to deal with Salmora, while the others were insignificant. Henry nodded in agreement, his resolve hardening. Despite the agreement, the blonde man cautioned Henry against overconfidence, reminding him that only a select few possessed the strength to fight. A determined glint appeared in Henry's eyes. He silently resolved to use magic this time. With a surge of power, Henry channeled his magic, a blue energy emanating from his hands. The raw magical energy crackled around him. He smirked, a dangerous glint in his eyes as he considered the lack of witnesses. The blonde man, seemingly unfazed by Henry's display of power, pointed to a location on a map. He identified the location as the Goan Mountains, a deserted area ideal for their clandestine operation. King Silver Jackson Edward sat in his opulent office, reviewing a document. His expression was one of intense concentration, his brow furrowed in thought. Suddenly, a jolt of pain shot through him, causing him to grimace. Dust motes danced in the air around him as he visibly shuddered. He realized he had no choice but to teleport away. The document in his hand trembled slightly as he made the decision. The king's eyes widened in alarm as the pain intensified. A wave of nausea washing over him. In another location, Kale, also known as Lightning Kale, stood calmly, a faint blue glow emanating from his hands. He had heard that his old friend was looking for him. His skill with lightning, among the wind attributes, was particularly difficult to control. He was an elite wizard who used lightning, which, among the wind attributes, was particularly difficult to handle. Suddenly, Henry Morris burst into the room, startling Kale. "Kale! You're here!" A sly smile played on the lips of a man in spectacles, his gaze sharp and calculating. He addressed a man in armor, his words dripping with subtle menace. "So, there's something you want, hmm?" The armored man, his face etched with worry, responded with a grave tone. A serious matter had arisen, weighing heavily on his mind. The man in spectacles turned away, lost in thought. The weight of the situation seemed to settle upon him.
The armored man approached the man in spectacles, a document in hand.
Dust motes danced in the dim light of the room, highlighting the tension between them.
The man in spectacles, his expression shifting to concern, posed a question, hinting at the potential consequences of inaction.
So, if you don't retrieve your men's bodies, you and the Marquis will get into trouble?
The armored man confirmed the urgency of the situation, his plea clear and desperate. He needed the assistance of the other man's teleport and support spells. He extended his hand, a silent request for aid.
A handshake sealed their agreement.
A sense of foreboding hung in the air. He added with a sinister grin, "I'll accompany you with my students." King Silver Jackson Edward, a cruel and corrupt monarch, smirked, a chilling expression twisting his lips. His eyes gleamed with a cold satisfaction as he declared, "Thanks, I've gained a very reliable ally."
The scene opens on a hazy, indistinct landscape. Dust motes dance in the sunbeams filtering through the trees, obscuring the details of a distant brick building.
The focus shifts to a gathering of soldiers and officers. Two men stand at the forefront, one in military attire and the other in a more formal, civilian-style coat.
They address a formation of soldiers, clad in dark green armor, their faces mostly obscured by helmets.
One of the officers inquires if the soldiers and the top student are as he mentioned. The other officer confirms that they are all at the level of a swordmaster. The camera focuses on a blonde-haired man, Biff, identified as the leader of the first unit and the best student among Salmore's 3 official disciples. The narration box explains that his unit consists of 10 men, each holding the title of top soldier. Furthermore, it's mentioned that they are also candidates for commander, effectively making them the Viper Knight's most powerful men.
A dramatic close-up shows the 10 soldiers standing in formation, their faces still hidden by their helmets, radiating an aura of power.
Biff stands before them, a powerful figure radiating confidence and authority. Biff, a stern-looking man in a military uniform, inquired about the completion of preparations. His subordinate, a younger man with blonde hair, assured him that all unit members had erased any traces that could compromise their operation. The subordinate then introduced his team, 3 individuals standing together, each with a distinct appearance and bearing. They stood poised and ready. The blonde man proudly declared that his team consisted of 3 Fourth Circle Masters, the top wizards in the Magic Tower. However, he clarified that while talented, they were merely students who had mastered the 4 basic elements under his tutelage. His companion questioned his earlier claim of them being geniuses. The blonde man explained that there were too many geniuses in the Magic Tower, so he decided to be the teacher, the only genius, and call the others talented. His companion responded with a comment expressing how reliable he found this. The blonde man then commanded everyone to gather on top of the teleportation magic circle. Several soldiers and the 3 wizards assembled around the circle, awaiting instructions. A close-up shows a hand pointing downwards towards the teleportation circle, emphasizing the imminent activation of the magic. A commanding voice boomed across the chamber, "Men, let us teleport." The speaker was a grizzled, high-ranking officer, his face etched with the lines of countless battles. He held aloft a gleaming sword, its polished surface reflecting the light of the room. The sword, a symbol of authority and power, seemed to hum with barely contained energy. As the officer and his men prepared for the teleportation ritual, a blue light enveloped them. A shimmering aura that promised both adventure and peril. Their feet stood upon a glowing teleportation circle, the intricate runes pulsing with magical energy. A surge of power momentarily blinding the onlookers before they vanished in a flash of light. The scene shifted to a dense forest, the setting sun casting long shadows across the ancient trees. A mystical circle glowed faintly in the undergrowth. The air hummed with arcane energy, hinting at the power contained within this place. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the landscape as a group of travelers made their way through the forest. Leading the group was a distinguished-looking man in a dark cloak, his expression serious and determined. Behind him, several knights and a woman followed, their faces set with a mixture of anticipation and apprehension. The leader spoke, his voice calm and assured. He stated that they had arrived at their destination right on time, without breaking a sweat, and that they would now proceed on foot. As they walked, they encountered another figure, a young man with dark hair and a fur-trimmed cloak, who seemed to be waiting for them. He carried a sword at his hip. The young man approached, stating that he had arrived just in time. The leader of the group, his expression hardening, questioned the young man's identity. The young man responded with a smirk, revealing himself as the sender of a letter. The leader's surprise was evident as he exclaimed "What?" in disbelief. The young man explained that Count Eisen had instructed them to deal with the situation, stating that only 2 knights and 1 wizard would be needed. Henry Morris, in his new body, a far cry from his former life as an 8th Circle mage, revealed a chilling smile. His eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, hinting at the simmering rage within. A group of soldiers, led by a man with spectacles, spotted Henry. They wondered aloud if he was a wizard, noting he seemed to be alone. The leader, Salmora, cautioned his men to be careful, as the wizard might be hiding. He also mentioned Eisen, a man who hated wizards, had become even more ruthless. Elsewhere, a frantic commander demanded to know the whereabouts of his men. Henry, observing the scene, calmly informed the commander that his men were right there. He pointed towards a large, glowing blue crystal, revealing the commander's trapped men.
The panel showed several soldiers frozen within a large, glowing blue crystal. A sense of dread filled the air. A mysterious figure watched from afar, their face obscured, observing the scene with a hint of intrigue. Henry, in his new body, stood defiantly, a smirk playing on his lips. He explained that he had frozen the bodies to prevent decay, his words betraying a hint of his past power. A close-up showed the ornate hilt of a sword, gleaming faintly, hinting at the magic imbued within. He calmly informed his opponent, Salmora, that he was not a worthy adversary. Salmora's face contorted in a grimace of disbelief and fury. With a flick of his wrist, Henry unleashed a wave of dark energy. He sent a blast of dark energy towards Salmora, taunting her with a promise of hell. Salmora, along with several other figures, prepared a counterattack, magical runes glowing around them. A powerful magical blast erupted from their combined effort. The resulting magical energy collided, creating a blinding flash of light. A seasoned mage, his face etched with concern, observed the display of magic. He muttered to himself, questioning the sheer power and precision of the teleportation spell, noting the complexity of the runes involved. He warned his companions, emphasizing the extraordinary nature of the individual who had just demonstrated such power. His hand gestured emphatically, underscoring the gravity of the situation. But he admitted to never having seen this individual before at the magic tower. Another mage, his face partially visible, recalled a former student, Lightning Kale. He remembered Kale's exceptional talent, but also his destructive tendencies. He speculated that the individuals accompanying the powerful mage were likely his disciples, having mastered the same magical arts. The mage, now surrounded by his disciples, anticipated the challenges ahead with a hint of excitement. A surge of magical energy crackled around him. Recognizing Salmora's first disciple, Biff. Biff, reflecting on the passage of time, felt as though it had been only yesterday. He identified Kale and Biff as the two individuals he should be most wary of. An unseen voice urged them to begin the fight. Sir Salmora, a man with dark hair and a fur-trimmed cloak, stood ready, a glint of determination in his eyes. Another knight, his blonde hair catching the light, confidently declared that Salmora would return unharmed. The blonde knight roared his battle cry, attack, and charged forward, sword raised. The blonde knight's attack was met with swift resistance. A flurry of blows and parries ensued, the clash of steel echoing through the forest. One of the opponents managed to strike the blonde knight, sending him tumbling. He fell to the ground, his sword flying from his grasp. Salmora, observing the scene, noted the opponent's superior skill compared to typical mercenaries. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself in the body of his namesake, a commoner with no magical talent. His expression was one of quiet contemplation, a stark contrast to the power he once wielded. A shimmering, ethereal light enveloped him, a sign of the magical energies at play. And in an instant, he was transported to a new location. A grizzled, older man with a sword stood amidst the trees, his gaze sharp and alert. He was clearly disoriented. What the? Was I forcefully teleported, he wondered, his face a mask of confusion and disbelief. The man, seemingly alone, began to walk down a path leading deeper into the forest. His destination unknown, but his purpose clear, to navigate the treacherous demon forest. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from within him, a raw power that startled him. A testament to his indomitable spirit and his quest for revenge. The man stumbled, his body racked with the sudden power surge, but he quickly regained his composure. He was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Henry Morris, in his new body, stood vigilant. A sudden sound alerted him, someone was near. He turned, a smirk playing on his lips as he recognized the approaching figure. Long time no see, Salmora, he greeted her. Henry Morris, in his new body, stood amidst a tranquil sunset. He addressed someone unseen, his words carrying a hint of familiarity, long time no see, Salmora. His attire, a simple yet sturdy set of leather armor, suggested a life far removed from his past glory as an 8th Circle mage. Salomora, a figure clad in more elaborate armor, emerged from the shadows. He challenged Henry, his voice laced with suspicion. Who are you? Reveal yourself. Henry's lips curled into a sly smile, a glint of mischief in his eyes. He chuckled, his amusement palpable. Ho-oh, it's pretty fun like this. His tone shifted, becoming sharper, more condescending as he continued. If you came to retrieve your men's bodies, you should have just swung your sword. He finished with a pointed remark. You've always talked too much. A sudden burst of magical energy erupted from Henry's hand, a dark, swirling power. A young man with fiery orange hair and piercing eyes stood defiantly, a crimson glow emanating from the sword in his hand. He challenged his opponent, stating that if defeated, the opponent would reveal his identity. The older, gray-haired man before him, his face etched with grim determination, responded that he would make the young man regret those words. The young man's expression hardened, his eyes narrowing as he gripped his sword tighter. A narration box revealed that the current 10 swords of the Empire were all pro-central nobles. He stood poised, a fierce light illuminating his sword, ready for battle. A narration box explained that those tasked with capturing individuals awaiting execution were always the ones in charge of the initiative to capture them. Another narration box revealed that Salmora was particularly active in these captures to maintain Marquis Aubert's good image.
The scene shifted to a duel. The young man, his sword ablaze, faced the older man, who cautiously advanced with his own blade drawn. Dark, shadowy tendrils seemed to emanate from the young man's sword. The older man recoiled, shouting in surprise at the sheer power of the young man's attack, exclaiming about the bloodlust he sensed. He wondered aloud who the young man was, stating that there was no way someone with such bloodlust could be so strong. The young man stood over his defeated opponent, his presence radiating power and menace. The title card reads, Empire's 10th Sword, a title bestowed upon the 10th strongest soldier in the Empire. A man, his back to the viewer, stands poised, a sword at his side. The scene is filled with the remnants of a recent battle, dust and debris swirling around him. The sword glows with an ethereal blue light, hinting at potent magical energy. The man, Henry Morris, turns his head, a grim expression on his face. He thinks to himself, it's been a while since I've used full power. Another man, with blonde hair, appears, a smirk playing on his lips. He says, you're just a slippery snake. What's with the serious attitude? The blonde man draws his sword, which bursts into flames. He taunts Henry, come at me, you blue serpent. Henry, enraged, roars, you arrogant bastard. I'll destroy you. The two clash swords in a flurry of motion, sparks flying as their blades meet. The scene is a blur of motion and energy. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself in the body of his namesake, a talentless young man. He stood within the treacherous demon forest, his resolve hardening. A faint blue energy swirling around him, a testament to the latent magic he was beginning to awaken. A grim smile played on his lips, revenge was his only goal. He raised his sword, a surge of power coursing through his veins. A blade now imbued with a magical energy, a stark contrast to his previous, powerless existence. His eyes burned with a newfound intensity. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, his face contorted in a mask of fury. He watched, aghast, as Henry vanished in a flash of light. The enraged man, a knight, leaped into the air, his eyes scanning the forest floor. Searching for his quarry. He was clearly not expecting Henry's sudden disappearance. Henry reappeared, a mischievous glint in his eyes. He called out to the knight, his voice laced with a chilling amusement. Henry Morris, in his new body, faced off against a knight. He deflected the knight's blow with a swift movement. The force of the impact sending tremors through the knight's arm. His eyes widened in surprise and fear. Seizing the opportunity, Henry launched a counterattack. His movements precise and deadly. He smirked, a glint of his former power flickering in his eyes. This fool's skills have become dull, he thought. He declared, I'll show you what happens when you slack on your training. Henry stood, his posture radiating power. A faint magical aura began to swirl around his feet. He channeled his magic, preparing for a devastating attack. Unleashing a torrent of energy that shattered the surrounding area. The force of the attack was immense, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Henry's power, though not yet fully restored, was clearly returning. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, found himself in a precarious situation. His head lolled, the weight of the executioner's blade heavy upon him, his lifeblood staining the ground. But death did not claim him. He awoke, reborn in the body of a young man who shared his name, yet possessed none of his magical prowess. Now, wielding a sword, a crimson energy crackled around the blade as he unleashed a furious attack. A fiery arc of energy slicing through the air with terrifying speed and precision. The force of the blow leaving a trail of incandescent destruction in its wake. His movements were fluid, powerful, a testament to his latent abilities. A brilliant flash of light erupting as he channeled his power. Leaving a stunned observer in his path. The man watched, aghast, as the power surged around Henry, a skill far beyond anything he could comprehend. This skill? It can't be. Henry, fueled by his desire for revenge, continued his assault, unleashing another devastating attack. A wave of searing energy exploding outwards. Shattering the very ground beneath his feet. The power he wielded was undeniable, a terrifying glimpse of the 8th Circle mage he once was. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy. His eyes, filled with a grim determination, focused on the faint glimmer of magical power escaping his grasp. The remnants of his former power fading like dying embers. Galaxy downpour. He muttered, a desperate whisper escaping his lips as the last vestiges of his magic dissipated. A celestial event unfolded above him, a blue Milky Way cascading over the Goan Mountains, a breathtaking spectacle that served as a stark contrast to his internal turmoil. The ethereal glow illuminated the jagged peaks, painting the night sky with an otherworldly luminescence. This cosmic display was a silent testament to the vast, unpredictable power of magic. Now reborn in a new body, Henry, the son of a baronet, stood before a company of soldiers. His gaze was unwavering, his resolve hardened by his past life's betrayal. A memory of his execution fueling his thirst for revenge against King Silver Jackson Edward. A surge of power, faint but undeniable, pulsed within him. A soldier, emboldened by the sight of Henry's apparent weakness, roared, everyone, attack together. The command was given, and the soldiers charged.
Surrounded, Henry Morris, once an 8th Circle mage, now in the body of a commoner, found himself facing a squad of knights. Their swords flashed menacingly, a deadly dance of steel. Their attack was swift and brutal, but Henry remained calm, his eyes narrowed in assessment. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as he observed the enemy's coordinated assault. He recognized the tactic immediately. The knights were a distraction, wizards were positioned behind them, ready to unleash their magic. A grim smile touched Henry's lips. He was ready. Clever, get ready, he muttered, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. A faint blue light pulsed from his hand, a sign of his latent magical power beginning to stir. Aye aye, master, a voice echoed in his mind. A blinding flash erupted as Henry countered, his magic armor activating. He moved with impossible speed, a blur of motion as he deflected blows and countered with deadly precision. Several knights fell, their bodies crumpling to the ground. Henry, a triumphant grin spreading across his face, declared, magic armor. Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself in the body of his namesake, a weakling son of a baronet. His face contorted in a furious grimace, eyes wide with barely contained rage. He stood amidst a chaotic battle, his new body surprisingly agile despite its lack of magical prowess. A testament to his years of experience as a warrior. Observing the scene from a distance was a young man with dark hair, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. The blonde swordsman, engaged in combat, was clearly outmatched. His opponent scoffed, "This guy, how dare a wizard try to imitate a swordsman?" The blonde swordsman, his face contorted in anger, snarled, "You don't even have aura, how dare you?" A surge of blue energy erupted from the dark-haired young man's foot as he prepared to strike. With a swift, powerful kick, the dark-haired young man sent the blonde swordsman flying. The impact sending a shockwave across the ground. The blonde swordsman crashed to the earth, defeated. The dark-haired young man stood over his fallen opponent, a triumphant smirk on his face. He declared, "This is it, you cocky sucker." Henry Morris, in his new body, felt a sharp pain pierce his mind. A cold sweat beaded on his brow as his breath hitched in his throat. He stumbled back, raising his sword in a desperate attempt to defend himself. But the attack came too swiftly. A searing pain shot through his back as he cried out in agony. He clutched at the wound, his fingers coming away stained crimson. His vision swam. His attacker, a figure cloaked in shadow, stood over him, a look of cold satisfaction on their face. The attacker, revealing himself to be a man with a scarred face, sneered, "Hey wizard. What were you thinking?" Henry felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Nausea threatened to overwhelm him as he gasped, "What's happening to me? I feel so dizzy and sick." He collapsed to the ground, his body racked with pain and weakness. His attacker and several others watched him fall. A new figure emerged from the shadows, a young man with dark blue hair. He smirked, "That's called poison, piff." Henry Morris, a powerful 8th Circle mage, lay on the ground, his face contorted in agony. Poison coursed through his veins, a cold sweat beading on his brow as he gasped for air. Nearby, 2 daggers, stained crimson, lay discarded in the undergrowth. Henry's body twitched, his lifeblood staining the earth. Death seemed imminent. A man in spectacles, his face etched with concern, approached the scene. "What are you standing around for? It's clearly poison. Hurry and detoxify it." Several men surrounded Henry, their hands glowing with faint light as they channeled their energy into him. Attempting a desperate, last-ditch effort to save his life. A guard announced, "Piff's dead." The man in spectacles looked on with a somber expression. A grim-faced man, his blonde hair pulled back in a ponytail, stood amidst the desolation. He wore spectacles perched on his nose, his gaze heavy with sorrow. The news of Sal Morris' demise and the unconscious state of his disciple, Piff, weighed heavily upon him. The weight of his loss and the uncertainty of the situation evident in his posture. His disciple, Piff, lay unconscious nearby, a stark reminder of the violence that had unfolded. A chilling realization dawning on him. His thoughts raced, a question forming in his mind: could this catastrophe be linked to a certain individual? Piff, a young man with short, dark blue hair, lay on the ground, his body trembling slightly. He looked up, relief washing over him as he spoke. Expressing his relief at having survived a near-death experience. The scene concluded with a to-be-continued announcement. Henry Morris, a powerful 8th Circle mage, found himself in a precarious situation. He had just narrowly escaped death, his thoughts filled with relief. His escape, however, was far from over. He stood in the demon forest, the setting sun casting long shadows around him. A smirk played on his lips, a hint of his cunning intelligence shining through. A voice, seemingly from nowhere, praised his cleverness. Henry, seemingly unfazed, adjusted his gloves. The scene shifted to reveal the body of a young man lying lifeless on the forest floor, a victim of Henry's plan. A white cat with heterochromatic eyes appeared, a dagger stained with the young man's blood clutched in its mouth. The cat seemed to be the key to Henry's success. Henry explained that the dagger was coated with his poisonous blood, ensuring a swift and silent death for his target. The cat, seemingly sentient, revealed that Henry's former student, Kale, had not betrayed him. This was all part of Henry's elaborate scheme. Henry's success was attributed to the Knight's overconfidence in their weapon coatings, a weakness he cleverly exploited.
Henry Morris, in his new body, a young man with short, dark blue hair, smirked.
His expression was one of quiet determination, hinting at the powerful mage hidden beneath the surface.
A man with blonde hair and glasses, his face contorted in anger, glared at Henry. The man's eyes widened in outrage as he shouted, "How dare you!" The blonde man, his anger escalating, unleashed a burst of magical energy. "You don't even know your place," he thundered.
A complex spell, swirling with blue energy, formed beneath his feet.
Henry's eyes narrowed as he recognized the spell.
That's a spell prepared from the magic tower, he thought.
With a sudden burst of speed, Henry moved, the word blink echoing the speed of his movement. His eyes glowed with a brilliant blue light. Before he countered with his own magic, freezing the blonde man in place with a wordless command, "Freeze."
Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th circle mage, felt an agonizing cold spreading through his body.
Ice shards erupted from within, shattering his skin as he gasped in pain. His vision blurred, the world fading into a chilling white.
He awoke in a new body, his former life a distant memory. But the piercing blue eyes staring back at him held a familiar intensity. This was Henry Morris, reborn.
Two figures, a man and a woman, watched in horror as Henry, in his new form, effortlessly dispatched his attackers. Their fear palpable as he moved with unnatural speed and power. The woman scoffed, muttering about wizards being slow. Henry pursued them relentlessly through the rain-soaked forest. His movements a blur as he closed the distance. The woman cried out in terror. He swiftly subdued them both, his power undeniable. A cold glint shone in his eyes as he stood over his defeated foes.
Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th circle mage, now found himself in the body of a lowly baronet's son, the namesake Henry Morris.
He stood at the edge of the treacherous demon forest, his gaze fixed on the dark, looming trees. Pursued by several cloaked figures wielding swords. Their movements were swift and deadly, their intent clear. Henry's face was grim, his expression betraying a mixture of determination and apprehension. He knew he had to survive this encounter to begin his path to revenge against King Silver Jackson Edward. He braced himself, feeling a surge of power within him. A faint glimmer of his former magical abilities returning. With a determined shove, he unleashed a powerful magical blast. A shimmering wall of magical energy, an iron wall, erupting from the ground to deflect the incoming attacks. The attackers were thrown back by the force of the blast. Henry, exhausted but alive, knelt amidst the crystalline shards left behind by his spell, his breath ragged. He had survived, but at a cost. The towering, obsidian-like crystal structures of the demon forest loomed before him, a testament to the dangers that lay ahead. He and his companions, battered but resolute, pressed onward, deeper into the heart of the demon forest, their journey for revenge only just beginning. A man with blonde hair and glasses, his face partially obscured by a frosty substance, stood before another figure whose face was hidden by shadows. He seemed to be in distress, his expression one of discomfort and perhaps slight fear. The shadowed figure, whose dark hair and intense gaze were now visible, spoke, his voice laced with cold accusation. He blamed the blonde man for his alliance with Salmora, a clear indication of a significant conflict. The blonde man's body began to freeze, ice crystals rapidly forming on his clothing and skin. As the shadowed figure commanded him to fly, a clear indication of the power he wielded. The blonde man, propelled by unseen force, was launched into the air, a desperate expression on his face as he struggled against the icy grip. The blonde man plummeted downwards, the ice continuing its relentless advance. While the shadowed figure watched with a cruel smile, clearly relishing his opponent's predicament. More ice shards erupted from the blonde man's body as he fell, forming a massive, jagged structure upon impact with the ground. A surge of magical energy erupted from Henry, taking the form of a towering, crystalline spire that pierced the very ceiling of the room. The ice shard continued its ascent, shattering through the building's roof and reaching into the night sky. The magical assault left a man, seemingly a guard, frozen solid amidst the falling debris. Henry, his face grim, approached the petrified figure. A cold calculation in his eyes as he prepared to unleash another spell. His gloved hand extended, ready to cast. The guard, his face a mask of frozen terror, let out a muffled cry as another wave of ice magic engulfed him, sending him hurtling downwards into the depths below. The ice shards rained down, a blizzard of frozen destruction. Henry watched impassively as the guard was consumed by the storm. Another man, his face partially obscured by his glasses, watched the scene unfold from a distance. So this is the end, he thought, a sense of finality settling upon him. Henry, however, was far from finished. He muttered the incantation, "Freeze beam." King Silver Jackson Edward, consumed by paranoia and corruption, had Henry Morris, a powerful 8th circle mage loyal to the Empire, executed for fabricated treason. Moments after his beheading, however, Henry awoke, encased in a rapidly forming crystalline prison. The icy structure shattering as he fell into the abyss below. The crystalline shards rained down upon the city, a testament to the raw power he still possessed, even in death. But this was not the end. He had been reborn, not in his old body, but in a new one, that of Henry Morris, the talentless son of a baronet.
He floated through the night sky, a new determination hardening his gaze. He looked down upon the demon forest, a place of immense danger, but also of immense opportunity. To regain his former power, he must enter its depths. A surge of power, a faint echo of his past magic, crackled in his hands. His journey for revenge had begun. Henry, in his new body, but with the soul of an 8th Circle mage, stood defiant. A surge of magical energy, crackling with blue electricity, coalesced in his palm. A tangible manifestation of his returning power. 2 knights, witnessing this display, could only stare in speechless terror. You stupid knights, Henry thought, I'll show you the terror of a wizard. The magical energy erupted outwards, forming a swirling vortex of blue lightning. Henry, now levitating, was at the epicenter of this storm. A raw power overwhelming the knights. Terror seized them, they cried out, urging each other to flee. That doesn't feel good. We have to get out of here right now. Henry watched them go, a cold satisfaction in his eyes. Foolish men, he mused, your idiotic pride in thinking knights are the best is what's getting you killed. The storm of magical energy intensified, the sky above cracking with lightning. A power beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. A silent promise hung in the air. With a final surge of power, Henry unleashed a devastating magical attack. The raw power of his magic consumed everything in its path. 2 cloaked figures, their faces partially obscured by bandages, fled through a dark forest. One urged the other, everybody run. Behind them, a surge of intense blue energy erupted. A wave of magical power that engulfed the fleeing men. The raw energy consuming them in a blinding flash. Leaving only the lingering energy in its wake. The dust settled, revealing 2 daggers lying on the ground. A man, clad in a dark red cloak with fur trim, appeared, a look of grim satisfaction on his face. From a distance, a powerful red beam of energy shot into the sky. The body of Henry Morris, a powerful 8th Circle mage, lay broken and lifeless amidst a shattered stone circle. His once vibrant robes were now stained and torn, a testament to the brutal force that had ended his life. Despite the catastrophic injuries, a faint flicker of life remained within him. He barely clung to existence, his body utterly crushed under the weight of the attack. My whole body is crushed, he thought, the words a testament to his agonizing pain. Henry's eyes fluttered open, his vision blurry and unfocused. He gasped, his breath ragged and shallow. A sinister smile crept across the face of a man standing over him, a glint of malice in his eyes. The man held a sword, its blade gleaming ominously. The man, clad in shining armor, stood tall and proud, a stark contrast to the broken form of Henry below. He seemed to revel in his victory. Blood trickled from Henry's mouth, staining the ground crimson. His life ebbed away. As he struggled to comprehend the scene before him. Don't tell me, are you? Ban, he managed to gasp, his voice barely a whisper. Ban, a cruel smirk playing on his lips, replied, now you noticed? His tone was dripping with cold satisfaction. A knight, clad in dark armor, knelt beside a fallen figure. His blonde hair was neatly trimmed, and his expression was grim. The fallen man, his face pale and his body still, lay on the ground, his eyes closed. He muttered to himself, his voice barely a whisper, how could this? The fallen man's eyes snapped open. His gaze was sharp, filled with a mixture of pain and determination. He spoke, his voice raspy but firm, since the Grand Duke passed away, I'd been waiting for this day, Salmora. The knight, Salmora, responded with a cold fury, you don't even deserve the chance to blame others when I think about the people who died because of you. Salmora gripped the hilt of his sword, his knuckles white. He looked down at the dying man, his face a mask of contempt. Aren't you ashamed to be called the 10th sword with such pathetic skills? The dying man, his face contorted in pain and disbelief, gasped, wait, Ban. Later, under the night sky, Salmora knelt, his sword planted in the ground. He spoke, his voice low and filled with a quiet intensity, shut up. What gives you the right to call my name? Henry Morris, once a powerful 8th Circle mage, now found himself in the body of his namesake, a weak and talentless young man. Rage contorted his features, a burning inferno of fury reflecting in his eyes. He stood amidst the ruins of his former life, a grim determination etched onto his face. Now I've finished up with one person, there are still a lot to go, he thought, his gaze hardening. A gloved hand reached out, grasping another's arm. And pulled the body away. Elsewhere, a voice wondered, I wonder how Henry's doing? Henry, his face set in grim resolve, walked away from the scene, his sword gleaming under the dim light. The path ahead was long and dangerous, but his thirst for revenge fueled his every step.